The crisp ping-pong sounds echoed through the arena, the only noise in the entire venue. The spectators seemed to have frozen mid-breath. Mi Sheng stood among them, feeling as though she were floating in mid-air, observing everything from above. This was a life-and-death battle unknown to the outside world, the Olympic life-and-death match between Gu Cheng and Deng Weiming. The two had staked their Olympic quota and even their professional careers on the line. Calculating spin landing spots and speed, sweat gradually soaked through both players' clothes. The score on the referee's stand remained anxiously close as the two battled point by point. After 6 games, the two were tied at 3-3. The 7th game was the last one, the deciding game. Gu Cheng grabbed a towel and roughly wiped his sweat. He looked at Deng Weiming across the table, his captain, his senior, the man he had been chasing. But he wasn't really looking at him. He was only looking at the table, at the small white ball resting upon it, the career and passion to which he had devoted his entire life. The deciding game began, and every point carried immense weight, bearing the fate of both players. The score remained tense, reaching 10-10. Now whoever won 2 consecutive points would claim the final victory. He Yuan, head coach of the national men's table tennis team, had beads of sweat rolling uncontrollably down his forehead. Mi Sheng felt her floating soul gradually descend, and she could feel her heart racing from nervousness. 11-10, Gu Cheng had won a point, and still held the serve. Mi Sheng watched Gu Cheng intently. The young man moved like a fierce leopard, his leg muscles long and powerful, striking decisively with almost no pause. A high toss, long serve. Mi Sheng could hear his Yuan gasp, even though she was some distance away from him. No one had expected Gu Cheng to use a long serve on such a critical, fate-deciding point. Long serves were more common in amateur games. In professional matches, occasional players would use 1 or 2 as surprise attacks. In a match between top athletes at such a crucial match point, a player would generally not choose a long serve, as it could easily be attacked by the opponent. Gu Cheng's shakehand forehand swept across, and the small white ball shot out in a beautiful arc, bouncing crisply on the table before landing on the ground. 12-10, he had won. Deng Weiming too had not expected Gu Cheng to use a long serve for the final critical point. Gu Cheng had won, but he seemed to have no strength left to celebrate. Mi Sheng saw only 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks. His lips trembled, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The spectators watching the match looked at Gu Cheng and Deng Weiming, none of them speaking. Instead, it was Deng Weiming who raised his hand first and applauded. Well done, Cheng. Truly the waves of the Yangtze push those behind. I, the former wave, have been swept onto the beach by you. With Deng Weiming's applause, everyone began to clap and celebrate Gu Cheng's victory. Mingji. Gu Cheng was at a loss. He had won, but it also meant he had ended Deng Weiming's Olympic dream. Deng Weiming patted his shoulder. Cheng, I'm very glad. That's how it should be. You gave it your all. Only then do I not feel useless. You are the future hope of the national team. If you couldn't beat this old fellow, that would be the real problem. The applause grew louder. At the same time, Mi Sheng heard many sobs. Yuan Mingjia, standing beside her, was also crying. Yes, she should cry. She knew how difficult it had been for Deng Weiming, knew how much effort he had put into picking up the paddle again. Even his Yuan was clapping while crying. A big man, a head coach who always chanted, shed blood and sweat, but never tears, a man who had never cried, even after losing a match, was now sobbing uncontrollably. He had accompanied Deng Weiming through rehabilitation, where they had forcibly torn apart adhesive muscles painful enough to make him faint several times, all for the sake of returning to the court early for making it to this Olympic Games. Everyone felt sorry for Deng Weiming. He was an elite athlete, but had suddenly suffered a car accident and a fractured arm. The Olympic singles spot that had once seemed a sure thing had to be reconsidered. Ultimately, the coaching staff and he himself decided to settle the spot with a match, and now there was a result. Everyone was well aware that Deng Weiming was already 28, no longer young for an athlete. This was his last Olympics. In this match, he lost not only the Olympic quota, but possibly his future career. At the same time, everyone felt proud of Gu Cheng. In this rebellious young man who had just turned 22, they saw the future hope of the national table tennis team. He was a blazing sun over the ruins, light, heat, passion, and vitality radiating from him in waves. This was Mi Sheng's first time experiencing both the cruelty and charm of table tennis. After following the team's training for so many days, she had finally truly faced a real match. Gu Cheng and Deng Weiming both went to the locker room. The coaching staff went to a meeting, and the others dispersed. Only Mi Sheng remained where she was. Yuan Mingjia looked at her, at the young woman who did not like her job as the team's embedded journalist, and saw the tears welling in her eyes. Cheng, I just hope you can feel the charm of this work. Thank you, Sister Jia. As a journalist who had not yet been made a permanent staff member, Mi Sheng was supposed to be ineligible to watch this match. The match needed no recording and no publicity. It was destined to be a fierce and brutal contest buried in time. But Yuan Mingjia, who had worked as an embedded journalist for over 10 years, had begged his Yuan to secure a spectator spot for her. Yuan Mingjia sighed softly. She knew Mi Sheng was unwilling to accept the situation, but fate was sometimes like this. You made all your efforts, became the best, but it still didn't necessarily give you what you wanted. After the Olympics, I will resign. I won't be able to continue mentoring you. If you still don't want to accept this job, tell me within the next couple of days. I'll have time to train a new reporter. I understand, Sister Jia. Mi Sheng also sighed inwardly. Mi Sheng wandered aimlessly on the practice ground behind the gymnasium, her heart entangled in confusion. She had studied journalism and communication for 4 years in university, but her vision for the future was never bound to this small table tennis hall. What she had always wanted was the vastness of the world, always Antarctica. For that goal she had put in efforts beyond ordinary imagination. She had always been first in her major, minored in geology, and won awards in various competitions until her hands were sore. After joining the television station, she also ranked first in the written test for the Antarctic Expedition Team's embedded journalist. But unfortunately, during the interview, the leader did not choose her. Instead, he selected Song Jinyu, who had ranked second in the written test. The reason was simple: only because Mi Sheng was a woman. The young and spirited girl raised her head in defiance. I don't understand why. What about being a woman? Anything a man can do, I can do too, and even do better. The leader looked at Mi Sheng and said in a gentle tone, after all, you're a girl. The work with the Antarctic Expedition Team is not as romantic as you imagine. You'll face many difficulties and dangers. After careful consideration, we believe Song Jinyu is more suitable than you. Moreover, it's not as if we've shortchanged you. You'll serve as the team correspondent for the national table tennis squad, traveling the globe just the same. Yet your days will be infinitely safer and less grueling than those on the ice. This is a plum post countless people would scramble for. Mi Sheng was baffled. Leader, I know full well the hardships and perils of the Antarctic expedition, but I love it. It's my dream. Please trust me. I am fully capable of doing this job. She pleaded in every way imaginable, but to no avail. She could not understand why others always used, I'm doing this for your own good, as an excuse to interfere with someone else's decisions. Why should a woman be denied the pursuit of the boundless world? And why, even when a woman excels far beyond her peers, must she still be stripped of her chance solely because of her sex? She wanted to storm out in a huff, but life was neither a drama series nor a power fantasy. She had sacrificed too much to enter China's central television, the dream of every media professional, offering career opportunities they all yearned for. Unwilling to lose her position, she reluctantly swallowed her pride and trudged to the table tennis hall. The outgoing correspondent Yuan Mingjia was departing. Mi Sheng had to inherit her responsibilities within a short span. With the Olympic Games looming, she could not afford to stumble. Mi Sheng was never a fan of table tennis. Her understanding of the game was limited to a college PE class she had chosen, not out of interest merely, because selecting table tennis meant holding class indoors in the table tennis hall sheltered from wind and rain. Thus the role of a table tennis team correspondent was utterly foreign to her. She had never imagined becoming a sports reporter. Now she had to learn the fundamentals of table tennis from scratch. After strolling 2 laps around the sports ground, Mi Sheng spotted Gu Cheng. He was sitting on the grass, lost in thought. She walked over and sat down beside him. Congratulations, Gu Cheng. You're going to the Olympics. Thanks, Gu Cheng replied, his tone inscrutable. Mi Sheng sighed inwardly. This was competitive sports. For every winner there must be a loser. Are you nervous? She asked. After all, Gu Cheng had joined the national team's first squad a little over a year ago and had already earned a spot in Olympic singles. He shook his head. I'll just take it match by match. Nothing to be nervous about. If anyone else had said they weren't nervous, Mi Sheng would have laughed at their bravado. But when Gu Cheng said it, she truly believed him. His athletic career had been nothing short of turbulent. Notorious as the national team's most rebellious troublemaker, he was only 22, yet had already entered the national team 3 times and been dismissed twice. At 16, he entered the national second squad, but was sent back to the provincial team after merely 6 months for hiding snacks. At 18, he returned to the second squad, only to be expelled again in less than 3 months for going out without permission. At 20, he finally made it back to the national team and went straight into the first squad. At 21, he began competing in open tournaments and shot into the world's top 5 within 3 months through ranking points. Now he was about to compete in the Olympics, yet he had never even played in an Asian-level tournament. To be honest, even fiction wouldn't dare write such a plot. Mi Sheng had never had the chance nor the nerve to ask Gu Cheng the details of his 2 demotions to the provincial team. Today, with ample time, she finally inquired, Gu Cheng, what exactly happened back then when you were twice sent back to the provincial team? Was it really over snacks and mischief? Would you tell me about it? It's fine if you'd rather not. It really was because of snacks and tomfoolery. The first time, a few friends and I agreed to stash the snacks in my dorm and eat them together at night. The coach found out. I said they were all mine, but he didn't believe me and insisted I reveal who was with me. I flat out refused. He made me run as punishment. I ran 30,000 meters, threw up, and still didn't name anyone. The coach decided I was incorrigible and dismissed me. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, saying it lightly. You're pretty loyal, aren't you? What about the second time? Mi Sheng grew even more curious. The second time? Well, the next day happened to be a day off. I had a girlfriend in the provincial squad back then, so I thought I'd simply not come back the night before, earning myself a few extra hours of leave to take a bus and visit her. I got caught, and they sent me back again. Gu Cheng flashed a smile at Mi Sheng. She had meant to tease him, but his smile dazzled her, and for a moment, she lost her composure. Gu Cheng had an exceptionally handsome face, truly the fabled sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His nose bridge and brow bones were high yet seamlessly connected, and every line of his face was sharp and striking. When he fixed his gaze on someone, it felt oppressive. Sheng often wondered whether his opponents when glared at during matches might actually be intimidated out of their wits if their mental fortitude was lacking. Yet upon those sharp, clean-cut features sat an unlikely pair of almond-shaped eyes lending him an air of boyish youth. When he smiled, he looked like a high school kid playing basketball on the court. The first time Sheng met Gu Cheng, she was envious of his face. Its definition and fluidity were flawless, especially that high straight-nose bridge. She had always wished her own nose were more prominent. Their features were polar opposites. Gu Cheng's face was sharply sculpted, aggressive in its lines, while hers was gentle and soft with modest depth, but perfect proportions according to the classical 3 sections and 5 eyes aesthetic. Her bone structure was neatly balanced, her contours flowing, and her peach blossom eyes shimmered with tender waves. Her forehead was full and smooth, her nasal bridge slightly concave, yet flowing naturally into the bridge of her nose. She might not have possessed the kind of striking beauty that seizes attention at first glance. Her features were soft, lacking bold, dazzling shapes. Yet when one studied her face fully, there was not a single flaw to find. The entire countenance was exquisitely harmonious, like the deliberate blank space in a painting or the gentle haze after a sip of fine wine. Snapping back to herself, she asked Gu Cheng with a smile that could barely pass as a romantic love story, I guess. So what happened to that girlfriend of yours later? Gu Cheng spread his hands. We broke up. You know how it is. Athletes spend most of their time in close training and have no time to keep a girlfriend company. Well, that's fine. Focus on the Olympics. Love only slows down our sword-drawing speed. Sheng joked, thinking to herself that the reasons for his 2 dismissals were rather amusing. Exactly the kind of thing Gu Cheng would do. That evening the athletes continued their evening training, while Sheng and Yuan Mingjia sat on the sidelines watching. To Sheng's surprise, Deng Weiming showed up as well. She had assumed that after such a heavy blow he would not have set foot on the training floor for at least a couple of days. Yuan walked up to him. He was Gu Cheng's head coach, but he was also Deng Weiming's teammate of many years, an older brother to him. Watching his brothers who once fought alongside him on the court leave the arena one by one, he felt an indescribable pang in his heart. Yuan looked at Deng Weiming with a hint of concern. Take a couple of days to rest. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Deng Weiming smiled openly. What's there to rest for? The Olympics are just over 3 months away. Preparing for them is a tense affair. Besides, I'm not that old yet. You brother Yuan got old and retired to become a coach, but I'm still in my prime. I can still contribute to the team for a couple more years. Yuan patted him and joked, show a little respect, will you? I'm your coach now. Deng Weiming took the racket Yuan had been using for sparring with Gu Cheng and walked over to him. Aching, I'll be your sparring partner. You lack experience, and with the Olympics so close you haven't had time to study your opponents. I've prepared for most of them. Let me give you a proper crash course. Brother Ming, thank you. Gu Cheng wasn't one to get emotional, but his eyes were red. Deng Weiming walked over and embraced him. It's all right, don't feel burdened. Aching, carry my wishes with you and bring back the championship. After he said this, even Sheng felt a sting in her nose. Those who had witnessed Deng Weiming's journey from triumphantly lifting countless trophies to his car accident rehabilitation and losing his Olympic spot all had reddened eyes. This wasn't what Deng Weiming wanted. Even in stepping back, he was determined to make his final contribution to the team and his country. If he couldn't compete in the Olympics himself, he would go as a sparring partner. The famed generals of old either fell on the battlefield or grew old with their blades dulled, yet the land endures, and young warriors in black armor, drawing white rainbows, boldly step forward, reckless and unafraid. They are always there, their stories forever told, forever young, never fading. The torch is passed, and the veterans stand unyielding. Yuan Minjiao wiped her tears and said to Sheng, Ashing, after training go and interview Brother Ming. I'll send you the questions. Sheng hesitated. Sister Jiao, I'm not sure about this. Brother Ming must be feeling down. Maybe we should give him some time to process it alone. Go, Ashing, it's your job. Yuan Minjiao was firm. Sheng could only agree. After the evening training, she walked confidently towards Deng Weiming with a recorder and notebook. Brother Ming, can we talk? Despite her composed exterior, her heart was pounding with anxiety. But she feared her hesitation might hurt him. She thought he wouldn't want to be treated with the caution reserved for a failure. Of course. Deng Weiming was drinking from his thermos. He glanced at the young athlete gulping down ice-cold water and chuckled, a mix of jest and reflection. I really am getting old soaking goji berries in my thermos. I can't down ice-cold drinks like the young ones anymore. Sheng smiled too. Brother Ming, you're just taking care of yourself. Warm water is best after a workout. Ice water is too harsh on the stomach. She felt her own words were dry and stiff, but she didn't know what else to say. A top athlete saying they're old is one of the cruelest things in the world. Deng Weiming noticed the young graduate's inner tension and smiled, patting her shoulder. Ashing, taking care of myself is one thing, but who doesn't enjoy a sweet drink? Interviewing me is no problem. How about you treat me to a sweet drink as a trade? Of course, no problem, Brother Ming. Sheng genuinely admired Deng Weiming's gentle and upright demeanor. They bought their drinks and sat in the convenience store on the first floor of the training center. Sheng didn't know how to broach the subject of him missing out on the Olympic spot. Deng Weiming looked at her, gave a resigned smile, and turned the tables by asking her a question. Ashing, why did you choose to become a journalist? You're too thin-skinned. You could never be as direct, sharp, objective, and calm as your sister Jia. Misheng sighed. I never thought I'd be a sports journalist. It's completely different from my original career plans. I wanted to be a journalist to go to Antarctica as a correspondent with a scientific expedition team to report on the researchers who brave that desolate frozen continent. They dedicate their lives to Antarctica, to their country, to science, leaving their years behind, some even burying their lives beneath the glaciers. I want the world to remember them forever, to remember the most fervent lives in the coldest place on Earth. Deng Weiming listened quietly as Mi Sheng spoke of Antarctica and her dream, seeing the light ignite in her eyes. That's a unique dream. I rarely hear people talk about wanting to go there. I've only seen the Antarctic expedition team on the news a couple of times. And why did you choose to become an athlete, Brother Ming? Mi Sheng asked in return. Deng Weiming was silent for a moment. Unlike Mi Sheng, he couldn't immediately articulate the reason. It wasn't because of some deep secret, but simply because the decision was made so long ago when he was very young. He tried to recall. It would be a lie to say I was passionate about the sport from the start. I was only 4 when I was chosen for table tennis. It wasn't really my choice. My family wasn't well off and schooling was expensive. Luckily, I was athletic. I tried a few sports and a table tennis coach saw potential in me. My parents sent me to a sports school since it didn't cost anything. No one back then thought I'd make it to the national team or get this far. Even I never imagined as a kid that table tennis would become my lifelong pursuit. You were fortunate, Brother Ming, to find your lifelong dream and passion at the start, and to be able to pursue the little white ball you love. Mi Sheng remarked, and you must have paid a heavy price for it. Your training is incredibly grueling. In my 3 short months at the table tennis and badminton center, the hardship and injuries were the first things that left a deep impression on me. Deng Weiming smiled, like a gentle breeze brushing against new willow sprouts at dawn in spring. This career means living with injury, pain, and honor. The daily training is monotonous, the high-level competition is stressful, and we get maybe 2 days off a year. I often spent Chinese New Year with the team. When I was young at the provincial sports school, a 13 or 14-year-old kid, I couldn't go home even once a year. I missed home so much I'd cry myself to sleep under the covers every night. Out of all the kids in my cohort, I'm the only one still in this profession. It's a career with a brutal elimination rate. Every step forward means countless others are left behind. I try to talk to my childhood friends, but our lives are so different now. It's truly lonely. But all of that is bearable. Because I love standing on the field hearing thousands cheer for me. In my heart, I tell them, and I tell the gods on Mount Olympus, watch. Witness the most primal and noble form of human strength. Observing the ever-gentle Deng Weiming and adhering to her professional principles, Mi Sheng still asked, then what is it about this profession that you find hardest to endure? Is it leaving the arena? Every athlete has the day they leave the arena. Time has always been cruel. We are but ordinary people, and the prime years for competitive form last only a few short years. I don't want to leave the arena, but what other choice do I have? Deng Weiming admitted candidly. I am also learning to accept this fact, but at present I am still not quite willing to accept it. This departure is too sudden for me. I thought my form would decline gradually, and I would slowly fade from the arena. I never imagined I would leave the arena due to an accidental injury while I was still in good form. Indeed, Deng Weiming's competitive form had been formidable in recent years. Since winning the Olympic men's singles gold at 24, he had entered his prime, never dropping out of the world's top 3 rankings. He would have been the men's singles contender for this Olympics, but unfortunately right after the team submitted his name to the Olympic Committee, he was involved in a car accident that fractured his right arm. He plays a right-handed shakehand grip. The fracture was a fatal blow to his career. Deng Weiming had worked incredibly hard at his rehabilitation. To recover faster and better, he even forcibly tore apart adhered muscles. Every session was agonizingly painful, but sadly he could never return to his pre-accident form. With only months until the Olympics, the team had to consider replacing him before the Olympic Committee finalized the roster. Mi Sheng felt a pang of sorrow. It was truly regrettable. Minggu, what are your plans for the future? She was reluctant to ask such a cruel question, but it was her job. She had interviews and news articles to write. Deng Weiming pondered for a long while, then shook his head. I don't know. Many times during rehabilitation, I thought about what I would do if I couldn't play anymore. But every time I pondered that question, it made my rehabilitation more painful, so eventually, I simply stopped thinking about it. I don't know what I'll do in the future, but I'm very clear about one thing: I'm not ready to leave table tennis, not ready to retire. Even if I lose, I want to stay on the court. If one day the court no longer accepts me, I'll become a sparring partner and continue contributing to this team. Many people would choose to retire at the peak, leaving their best selves in the eyes of the world, because watching oneself fall from the summit in everyone's sight is indeed something that requires great courage. Mi Sheng admitted to herself that she didn't possess such courage. Perhaps I'm just a dull person, besides table tennis, I have no other interests. I don't care what others say about me, whether they call me a victor or a failure. I only want to do what I love. No one has decreed that a broken arm means I can't play again, nor has anyone decreed that a champion can't become a sparring partner. Deng Weiming's gaze was focused and distant. No matter what choices are placed before me, I will always choose table tennis. Mi Sheng nodded. Minggu, in my heart, you will never be a failure. I finally understand what Mr. Sure, Taisheng meant when he said the sacred flame on Mount Olympus burns not for one man to defeat another, but for the chance to show the gods the indomitability of humanity. Fated limitations may persist forever, but indomitable challenges must never be absent even for a moment. I'm not as noble or lofty as you describe, but the allure of competitive sports indeed lies in showcasing human indomitability. So how about it? Are you starting to like your job a little? Sometimes being too persistent isn't good either. You've been here 3 months, and I've never seen that sparkle in your eyes that you had when you spoke about Antarctica just now. Deng Weiming concluded, you don't like your current job. Mi Xing thought of the unreachable Antarctica, and her eyes dimmed. Deng Weiming comforted her, think about me. Even if I want to stay on the court, what can I do? Sometimes life is like this. Most things don't go as planned. Try to accept it. Let go of what's lost to hold on to what you have. If you can't be an Olympic contender, at least you can be an Olympic contender's sparring partner. Minga, you persistently choose table tennis, refusing to leave the court even after a career-threatening injury, because what you truly love is that little white ball. But I'm different. What I've always loved isn't the profession of journalism. It's Antarctica. Mi Xing's thoughts churned, thinking of her own chaotic and directionless career choices. Deng Weiming didn't quite understand. Why such a deep obsession? I've been playing table tennis since I was 4 or 5. It's the years of experiencing all the joy, honor, pain, and injuries of the sport that made me so persistent. But what about you? Mi Xing didn't want to discuss this. She stiffly steered the conversation back to Deng Weiming. Minga, let's not talk about me. You're the focus of today's interview. You said you'll always choose table tennis, but in today's intra-team match, it seems the little white ball didn't choose you. She felt anxious after saying it. This was the question Yuan Minjia had instructed her to ask, but she felt it was far too offensive at this point in time. That's right, the little white ball chose Gu Cheng. Deng Weiming didn't take offense at the question. He remained as gentle as ever. I envy Gu Cheng quite a bit. Athletes in this world fall into 2 categories: those who chose the sport themselves, and those whom the sport chose. The former are the majority, but Gu Cheng is fortunate. He's the latter. His talent is extraordinary, whether physical or for table tennis. He seems born for this sport. Even when he's not always serious and was sent back from the national team twice, he can still return on the strength of that talent, even securing an Olympic singles spot within just over a year of rejoining the team. Those who become professional athletes and make it into the national team must all possess astonishing talent. Mi Xing had always believed that art and sports were fields heavily reliant on natural aptitude. Deng Weiming nodded in agreement. Of course, athletes who enter the national team are all very talented. Competitive sports certainly value talent. But if the talent of national team members fluctuates around 60, then Gu Cheng's talent is 120. He possesses talent far surpassing everyone else. You should know that the national team has strict management and high demands on its members. There has never been a precedent of someone being sent back for violating team rules and then recalled. But Gu Cheng was sent back twice and still managed to return purely on the strength of his remarkable talent. Speaking of which, he and I share a certain fate. 2 years ago at the Table Tennis Super League, I was 25, just a year after winning the Olympic men's singles gold at the very peak of my career. I had considered the possibility of losing, but never to Gu Cheng. Losing to a youngster who had just turned 19 and hadn't even received systematic training from the national team. Deng Weiming recalled that match. At that moment, I was struck by the sheer brilliance of his play. I could tell many of his fundamentals weren't solid, but his inspired shots were everywhere, each one arriving at a sharp, unexpected angle. Moreover, his courage was astonishing. No matter how crucial the point, he never hesitated or overthought. The moment he had the ball, he struck. Many young players would feel a bit intimidated and lack confidence when facing me, but he was different. The way he fixed his eyes on the ball was like a young leopard poised to pounce on its prey. He didn't care in the slightest about the gold medals and championships I had won. He didn't see me, he only saw the ball. An athlete like that is truly a rare find. Mi Xing agreed with Deng Weiming. Gu Cheng indeed possessed a fearless, indomitable spirit. Just like in this internal team match, he actually served a long ball on the final match point. Deng Weiming said with a self-deprecating laugh, I don't have his audacity. The younger generation is certainly formidable. Ming, you've always handled this so gracefully. Do you truly hold no resentment towards the team or Gu Cheng? And aren't you heartbroken? Mi Xing asked her final question. After hearing it, Deng Weiming was relaxed enough to tease her. You're not as thin-skinned as I imagined. I take back what I said about you not being suited for journalism. Mi Xing could discern vague fragments of pain beneath Deng Weiming's gentle exterior. She turned off her voice recorder, closed her notebook, and said, Ming, no one demands that you be forever gracious and magnanimous, and no one can be forever so. I truly admire how you've managed to be considerate to everyone, ensuring the team isn't troubled by this and not affecting Gu Cheng's mindset. I couldn't do that myself. I once placed first in the written exam for the journalist position accompanying the Antarctic expedition team. But during the interview, they eliminated me without even asking a single professional question. The reason was absurd. I'm a woman, and they believed the job required enduring hardship better suited for a man. I could accept being eliminated for professional reasons, but I cannot accept such blatant gender discrimination. I know the second-place male candidate isn't at fault, and I can't blame the leaders for their prejudice. But I feel terrible. He's a close friend of mine, yet I haven't contacted him in a long time. I can't even bring myself to offer a simple word of congratulations. Deng Weiming was silent for a moment before speaking. You're quite good at conducting interviews. To get something you must first give something. Empathy is an essential quality for an excellent journalist. I genuinely have no ill feelings towards Gu Cheng or the team. If not him, it would have been someone else. I lost this match because my own competitive form has declined. I can't blame anyone else. We fight for the honor of our country. It's only natural for the team to select the most suitable and best performing candidate. But heartbroken. Yes, I am truly heartbroken. Deng Weiming's voice was a bit hoarse. He took a sip of his drink to soothe his throat, but found the sweetness cloying, causing involuntary tears to well up in his eyes. How could I not be heartbroken? Which professional athlete doesn't dream of competing in the Olympics and winning a gold medal? Who would willingly become a training partner if they could compete? I have sacrificed so much for this. When the team trained twice a day, I would train 3 times. When they trained 3 times, I would train 4. Even during rare days off, I insisted on training twice a day, and even during the spring festival. Like you, I could accept my efforts yielding no results. But I cannot accept my efforts turning to ashes due to an unforeseen accident. What's more, I had already secured that spot. To lose the chance at the highest honor of my career to a single accident is worse than never having received it at all. I had envisioned myself standing on the Olympic stage countless times, and countless times that vision made my blood race and kept me awake at night. But now it all feels like a cruel joke. Ming, does it hurt? Mi Sheng asked without specifying whether she meant the injury or the heart. Deng Weiming seemed struck by her question, momentarily stunned. The rain that had been falling in his heart all day finally poured from his eyes. It hurts. How could it not hurt? Watching the man bury his face in his hands and weep, Mi Sheng couldn't help but cry as well. Yes, they shared the same pain. After a long while, Deng Weiming looked up at Mi Sheng's tear-streaked face and tried to comfort her. A Sheng, for me, it's an obsession born of a lifetime of blood and sweat, something as hard to sever as cutting flesh from bone. But you are still young. Look towards the horizon. Let go of some of these obsessions. Don't carry such a heavy burden with you as you move forward. My life's path is already set, but you still have choices. Ming, people think a young person's obsession is like a flame. No matter how fiercely it burns, there will always come a day when it's extinguished. But I'm different. The burning life buried beneath the cold glaciers of the Antarctic is not someone else. It's my father. Mi Sheng's final words struck Deng Weiming's heart like a clap of thunder. Mi Sheng, however, was very calm as she continued. I lost my father when I was 14. Even though he was rarely around because of his work with the expedition team, I loved him deeply. My memories of him are scant, let alone others' memories. No one spoke of him anymore, and he seemed to gradually fade from the world, frozen in the distant glaciers at the southernmost point of the earth. From that day on, I vowed to become a journalist for the expedition team. I want to go to Antarctica to see what was worth my father sacrificing everything for. I also hope to use my pen and microphone to ensure he is always remembered, to make sure the world never forgets him in that vast expanse of ice and snow. So my unwillingness regarding Antarctica is like the tides that rise and fall day after day. Advancing today, retreating tomorrow, stirred by winds from nowhere, ceaseless and eternal. Even if evaporated into clouds, they will eventually fall as rain. Ming, do you think I have any chance of letting this go? Although Mi Sheng was smiling, Deng Weiming could feel the rain falling in her heart. Deng Weiming couldn't bear to look at those smiling eyes any longer. He opened his arms and gave Mi Sheng a hug. It was devoid of desire or passion, needing no words, just 2 wounded hearts offering each other comfort. For a long time, whenever Mi Sheng harbored resentment over losing the opportunity to be the journalist for the Antarctic expedition, everyone said she was ungrateful. They told her how fortunate she was to have her current position. No one understood her pain. But now here she saw the same pain reflected in another. She suddenly felt that staying here was fine. After all, if she couldn't go to Antarctica, one place was the same as any other. At least here someone understood her, someone shared her same regrets and unwillingness. She wrote up the interview report overnight and submitted it to Yuan Mingjia, who was very pleased with the result. When submitting the report, Mi Sheng told Yuan Mingjia, Jia, thank you for letting me watch that internal match. I think I've truly felt the appeal of this job and seen the charm of table tennis and the national team. I want to stay. Of course you'll love this job, Yuan Mingjia said, confident that no one could resist falling for the national team, the sport, and the players. Perfect timing. We're about to produce several articles on the Olympic preparations. I'll entrust them to you. Write them well and showcase all the charm of the national table tennis team. At 7:50, precisely the time for the national table tennis team to assemble, Yuan delivered a brief address before leading the squad to the cafeteria. Mi Sheng and the other journalists followed along. During the meal, Gu Cheng, having apparently committed some transgression again, was pulled aside by Yuan to eat, while receiving a private scolding. Observing Gu Cheng's aggrieved expression, Mi Sheng found the scene utterly amusing. Yuan Mingjia followed Mi Sheng's gaze and chuckled as well. Gu Cheng really is quite endearing. I've never encountered such a personality in the national team, a walking paradox. He's ferocious on the court, yet unruly and rebellious within the team, a thorn in the side. But off the court he's so childish. In my years I've always found that a player's style mirrors their character. But Gu Cheng defies that logic. Perhaps not entirely. Maybe we simply haven't uncovered what lies deep within him. As a journalist, Misheng found herself increasingly intrigued by Gu Cheng. What could possibly be going on in the mind of someone so steeped in contradiction? Yuan Minjiao smiled at Misheng. Good, you're taking an interest in the people here. But this assignment is yours alone. I'll be leaving after the Olympics this year. It's a bittersweet thought. Breakfast lasted an hour. After eating, some headed to the training hall for extra practice, others went to the track for a stroll and some stretching. And of course there were those who after their scolding went back for another bowl of rice. Gu Cheng, for instance. Misheng's target for today's interview was He Ziyuan, the head coach of the men's national team. He had retired from playing at 30 to become a coach, and within a year, he was promoted to head coach. His first act was to defy all opposition and recall Gu Cheng to the national squad. She found him in the training hall having just finished assigning tasks to the assistant coaches. She approached. Coach He, may I have a few words with you? He Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Misheng began. Coach He, with the Olympics approaching, this is your first games as head coach. Are you nervous? And how does it differ from the nerves you felt as a player? It was well known that He Ziyuan had been thrust into the role of head coach under extraordinary circumstances. He had never intended to coach at all, preferring administrative work within the association. But when the previous coach's philosophy led the team to a string of defeats, he was hastily appointed. Due to his youth and lack of seniority, He Ziyuan was frequently written off. As table tennis is the national sport, it attracts immense scrutiny, and the pressure on him was immense. Of course I'm nervous, perhaps even more than when I played. As a player, I only had to worry about my own game. But as a coach, there are countless responsibilities. You have to look after every single player. He Ziyuan joked. If I'd known managing players was this hard, I would have caused my own coach far less trouble back then. I feel quite sorry for him now. Misheng continued. Do you ever feel troubled by external commentary? We know fans are deeply invested in this team, with all sorts of opinions circulating. There are rumors that your tenure as head coach hinges on this Olympics results. Does that add extra pressure? I'm not concerned about that. Whether I remain head coach is not a source of anxiety, and I'm not afraid of what outsiders say. He paused. My only fear is letting this team down. Although you've only been here for 3 months, in my heart you have absolutely done right by this team. Misheng knew how dedicated He Ziyuan was. He monitored every player's competitive form and mental state, often holding meetings with the fitness coaches, physiotherapists, and technical staff until the early hours. His notebooks were filled with detailed tactical plans for different opponents. Have our Olympic selections been finalized? Yes. For doubles, we're sending the pairs of Zhang Buiyun, Yang Xiao, and Zhao Yuan, Dai Minghui. For singles, we've selected Dai Minghui, Jin Hao, and Gu Cheng. He Ziyuan's tone turned complex when he mentioned Gu Cheng. Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao were a renowned and experienced doubles pair, having won the gold medal at the previous Olympics. Being older, they were likely to retire after these games. Zhao Yuan, at 25, had partnered with Deng Weiming to win the doubles silver medal at the last Olympics. They were expected to team up again, but after Deng Weiming's injury, he chose to withdraw from doubles to avoid jeopardizing his partner's chances, a decision reminiscent of how the singles spots were ultimately determined. Dai Minghui was selected to replace Deng Weiming as Zhao Yuan's partner. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan is a left-handed player, which makes pairing with a right-hander like Dai Minghui relatively straightforward. However, despite their individual prowess, their synergy was far inferior to the established partnership of Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming. Dai Minghui, 26, was competing in 2 events and was a top contender for the singles gold. He had won the silver medal in singles at the last Olympics and was currently ranked number 1 in the world. Jin Hao and Gu Cheng were both 22-year-old newcomers. However, Jin Hao had joined the national first team at 16 and had already won 2 World Cup titles. Gu Cheng, in contrast, was a complete novice being thrust onto the Olympic stage. Misheng, sensing He Ziyuan's unease, asked, Coach He, are you particularly worried about Gu Cheng? He Ziyuan didn't deny it. How could I not be? There's no precedent for this in the national team. He's only been here for a year and a half, hasn't even competed in an Asian-level tournament, and now he's heading to the Olympics. Without the tempering of major competitions, an athlete doesn't know how to handle such a high-stakes event, especially the Olympics. It's the most sacred and hallowed ground for any athlete. Though not an athlete herself, Misheng understood the magnitude of the Olympics. Coach He, could you tell me more about Gu Cheng? I heard you brought him back against all opposition. Yes. I remember the first time I saw Gu Cheng was at the Table Tennis Super League that year. He was only 19, brimming with raw talent and astonishingly aggressive. Even when pushed off the table, he would attack. When it worked, it was sheer brilliance, unstoppable. When it failed, it was reckless, lacking in transition. It was the most daring offense, the most flamboyant and fiery style of play. I took an instant liking to him. I need players like him. A team needs the steady, calculated play of the cautious, but it also needs the bold, fearless, and unrestrained aggression he brings. Moreover, players with his kind of aggressive spirit are rarer. Maturity and steadiness can be cultivated, but the courage and abandon for the kill shot cannot be taught. He Ziyuan spoke of Gu Cheng with unbridled enthusiasm. He genuinely cherished the player. From what you're saying, Gu Cheng seems well suited for these Olympics. He's a big game player. Misheng echoed his sentiment, hoping the young man could live out a shonen manga narrative and create another miracle. However, it seemed most others did not share their expectation of a Gu Cheng miracle. Li Hongping, the men's team coach, whom Misheng interviewed next, was blunt. Gu Cheng does have a spark of genius and natural talent, but for the Olympics, he simply lacks the experience. The favorite for the title has to be Dai Minghui, and if not him, then Jin Hao. Gu Cheng's fundamentals aren't solid enough yet. Reaching the round of 16 or the quarterfinals would be a good result for him. His selection this time is mainly due to luck, a chance to gain some exposure. This was the prevailing sentiment. Among the coaches, informed fans, and casual observers, no one held much hope for Gu Cheng. During the evening training session, He Ziyuan did not rush Gu Cheng into practice. Instead, he stood by the sidelines with him chatting. Pointing at the athletes on the court, he asked Gu Cheng, "Aching, look, do you know what they are doing?" Gu Cheng was puzzled, but replied, "Playing training." He Ziyuan shook his head. "No, they are preparing for the Olympics." He sighed. "Aching, you need to temper your temper. You are too young, so young that you don't realize what opportunities you've missed. You are excellent, immensely talented. Standing here today in the national team in a place where everyone is a genius, I can still say that your talent for table tennis is among the very best. You are incredibly smart and formidable, reaching world number 5 in just 3 months. However, leaving the national team twice and spending roughly half a year in total in the second tier has left your fundamentals unpolished. That's why you weren't initially on the Olympic candidate list. If you hadn't been sent back to the provincial team twice, if you had climbed to the first tier step by step, honing your basics, you would have secured a spot for the upcoming Paris Olympics without needing a do-or-die match." Gu Cheng stood there feeling at a loss after hearing these words. "Master, so watching polish away that pride and those outbursts of temper. Calm your mind, play well, and make up for the shortcomings of your youth. I don't want you to miss great opportunities again because of a momentary whim. I've retired now. Standing here watching you is like watching myself back then. You have many great opportunities now, opportunities one would have yearned for, but I can no longer pick up a paddle and step onto the court. Gu Cheng, you are different. You can still play, so you must cherish every single opportunity." He Ziyuan spoke earnestly. "Aching, no matter how many people say you're just going to the Olympics to gain experience, you must never think that way yourself. I'm sending you there because I want you to strive for the gold medal. No one has decreed that a young player without major competition experience cannot win Olympic gold. Don't set limits for yourself. I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will definitely cherish this opportunity at the Olympics." Gu Cheng was not one to listen to lectures, but he always took He Ziyuan's words to heart. Others were merely coaches, but only He Ziyuan was his master. Being sent back to the provincial team twice was essentially a death sentence from the national team. Without He Ziyuan overriding all objections, he knew he would never have returned. He was not oblivious to the ways of the world. He knew He Ziyuan had taken on the role of head coach under pressure and faced much resentment. Before his position was even secure, he had offended many to bring Gu Cheng back to the first tier. Gu Cheng understood this and kept it all in his heart. Training time passed quickly, and the Olympic qualifiers were about to begin. Mi Sheng was busy writing and working, thinking that even if she couldn't let go of Antarctica, she could at least dull the pain with her busy schedule. But Song Jinyu returned, coming back with the Antarctic expedition team. Mi Sheng saw his face on CCTV news, a face marked by a bit more weariness and hardship, but still handsome. He held a microphone announcing to the world the successful conclusion of the 160-day Antarctic expedition. Seeing his triumphant demeanor, Mi Sheng felt a pang of bitterness and a turmoil of emotions. The university alumni group chat was also buzzing. Everyone was tagging Song Jinyu, the screen filled with congratulations and praise. Many classmates, unaware of the intricacies, tagged Mi Sheng. "Sheng, your boyfriend is back successfully. Why not say something to us poor singles? You two are the model couple, wishing you a long and lasting love." Yes, the second-place candidate who got the Antarctic opportunity that rightfully belonged to Mi Sheng was her boyfriend, also her childhood sweetheart. They had been neighbors since they were 12, attended the same middle school, high school, and even university. They got together in their freshman year and were envied by classmates throughout their 4 years of college. A power couple of academic elite, Song Jinyu and Mi Sheng alternated at the top of their grade rankings. He was handsome, she was beautiful, they were childhood sweethearts, the quintessential protagonists of a campus novel. Mi Sheng didn't know how to act or how to contact him proactively. She was happy and proud of Song Jinyu, but also felt indignant for herself. It was Song Jinyu who came to see her at the gym on his first day of rest. It was lunch break and the gym was mostly empty. Mi Sheng was there discussing camera angles for training photos with the team photographer. Song Jinyu walked towards her with a smile. "Sheng, how have you been lately?" "I'm alright. Congratulations on your successful return. You did a fantastic job on your first reporting assignment with the Antarctic expedition." Mi Sheng walked with him to a corner of the gym, speaking as politely as if she were answering a press conference. In truth, she had been following Song Jinyu's progress all along through mutual friends and the news. Given their years of relationship, she had been worried about his life in Antarctica. Song Jinyu sighed softly. "Sheng, you haven't contacted me since I set sail in November. I know you're struggling with this. It's unfair to you. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with you. You haven't done anything wrong." Mi Sheng didn't blame Song Jinyu, but she truly couldn't get over it. It was the leaders who chose with gender discrimination. "Sheng, after all this time without contact, do you still love me?" Song Jinyu had been thinking a lot during this period. "Jinyu, it's not that I don't love you anymore. It's just that when I see you, I'm reminded of the Antarctica I couldn't reach. My score was higher than yours, so why couldn't I go just because I'm a woman while you could? I know it's not your fault. But when I see you seeing you achieve your dream so triumphantly, while I'm stuck here in a table tennis gym, my heart feels like it's being squeezed in a bellows. I don't know where to go or what to do. I'm in pain, truly in pain. Mi Sheng had harbored the dream of Antarctica for 8 years, putting in countless efforts only to lose it so easily. She found it hard to accept. Song Jinyu paused for a moment, then voiced what he had been thinking for a long time. Sheng, I understand. I know what Antarctica means to you. So let's break up. In effect, I'm the one who took your spot. Sheng, there's no need to say sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. We came together because of joy and we part because of pain. This is only natural. The bond of our youth will always remain. If we each take a step back, we can still be the best of friends. I deeply understand your feelings. In truth, I am the one who received the opportunity that should have been yours. If I were still your closest boyfriend, you would be in agony. I don't want to see you in pain, so we take a step back. This is for the best. Song Jinyu smiled, his warmth as comforting as the breeze drifting across the river on an early autumn evening. This was the outcome Song Jinyu had anticipated when he accepted the position in Antarctica. At this moment, he felt they still had ample time to digest the pain and gradually gather their courage anew. Gu Cheng had only intended to catch a nap on the bay window behind the gymnasium curtains during his lunch break, but inadvertently overheard the conversation between Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu. He felt a pang of embarrassment, yet he couldn't simply walk out. That would only make things more awkward. Listening to their exchange, he came to understand why Mi Sheng always seemed so detached from the gymnasium and why she found no joy in her work. He now grasped the profound meaning of He Ziyuan's words to him with greater depth. He had been incredibly fortunate to secure the Olympic singles spot, but most people never receive such luck to chase their dreams, like Deng Weiming, like Mi Sheng. At the Olympic qualifiers, all the Chinese team members advanced without surprise. The Olympics were imminent, and everyone was packing their bags preparing to depart for Paris. This was Mi Sheng's first trip to Paris. They arrived in the old city at noon. The romantic plane trees, the leisurely bistros and French cuisine, the exquisite classical architecture, all of it filled her with wonder. But there was no time to soak in Parisian charm. The Olympic team settled into the Olympic village and the journalists moved into the media village. No sooner had she set down her belongings at the media village than the cameraman began setting up and scouting for angles. Mi Sheng stood for quite a while before finding a satisfactory spot. The news segment began, and she held the microphone introducing the Olympics, the table tennis athletes, and the competition schedule in detail. Journalists and athletes dined separately. Meals in the Olympic village were paid for journalists, and entering the cafeteria for coverage required approval, all to ensure athletes were disturbed as little as possible. As luck would have it, Mi Sheng had been granted permission that evening to report on the athletes' cafeteria. The athletes had time to adjust to the time difference and prepare for competition, but Mi Sheng and her colleagues had no such luxury. They hit the ground running. By the time she stood in the athletes' cafeteria smiling brightly, while introducing the meal options, her mind had already gone blank from exhaustion. It was this young female journalist's first time covering such a monumental event. Even after filing her reports at the press center at 2 a.m. and returning to the hotel, Mi Sheng couldn't sleep. She pulled out her phone to scroll through online reactions to her coverage. Comments about the journalist were few. Just scattered remarks like, "The reporter lady is really pretty," and "Is this reporter new? Where's reporter Yuan Mingjia? The new reporter isn't nervous at all, so poised and graceful, embodying our nation's grandeur." Kudos. Even though the praise was sparse, it was more than enough to make Mi Sheng secretly gleeful. Her roommate Yuan Mingjia noticed she still wasn't asleep and came over to see what she was doing. She chuckled. "Ought to be young, so concerned with what the outside world thinks. When I was young, I also cared deeply about how others judged me. We're quasi-public figures after all. There will be praise, but there will also be criticism, even abuse. Sheng, remember this: don't let compliments blind you, and don't cower in the face of criticism. Just be true to yourself and uphold the professional ethics of a journalist." "I understand. Thank you, Sister Jia." As Mi Sheng chatted with Yuan Mingjia, she continued scrolling through the comments, and the more she read, the more disheartened she felt. Few comments discussed the journalists, most focused on the athletes, especially Gu Cheng. This relatively unknown young player who had clinched the men's singles spot faced a relentless barrage of skepticism. Who is this Gu Cheng? I've never even heard of him, and he's going to the Olympics. There are plenty of male table tennis players with more strength and seniority. Why him? Can someone explain his background? Does he have some big shot backing him? Kicked out of the national team 3 times and brought back twice. Wow, dramatic. He's definitely connected. Gu Cheng is ranked 5th in the world, so he does have the ability. Those are just points tournaments, not major competitions. Mi Sheng had witnessed that life or death match. She knew Gu Cheng had earned his place through his own merit, yet she had no way to defend him. At times like this, words are futile. Only by fighting his way through achieving a stellar result can Gu Cheng silence these doubts with sheer strength. Yuan Mingjia had also seen the comments. Young people are mostly bothered by outside opinions just like you. I truly wonder how Gu Cheng will cope. I hope he can keep his composure. The men's doubles table tennis schedule began earlier than the singles. Gu Cheng's draw wasn't particularly fortunate. He was placed in the same half as Dai Minghui, the heavy favorite for the title, and grouped with Japanese star Matsumoto Jun and German star Basel, both of whom were widely regarded as top contenders for gold. During an interview, even He Ziyuan let out a helpless sigh. I hope Gu Cheng can steady his nerves when facing such experienced and formidable opponents. Coach Li Hongping, as usual, was less optimistic about Gu Cheng. Actually, we can count ourselves lucky. Since Gu Cheng and Ming Hui are in the same half, at least our half won't be lost. Gu Cheng was still young after all. Despite everyone's advice to stay off social media before the competition, he couldn't resist taking a peek. His roommate Jin Hao, however, was completely oblivious to the outside world. After training, he sat on his bed munching on snacks bought from the vending machine, all labeled in French, and watched Gu Cheng leaning against the headboard scrolling through the comments. Gu Cheng critiqued the overwhelming criticism. Look at this one saying I was in and out of the national team 3 times, so I must lack skill. That doesn't even make sense. It just means my discipline was questionable. And this one is hilarious, claiming I'm Coach He's nephew. They say nephews resemble their uncles, but how on earth did they spot my sharp jawline through Coach He's slightly puffy face? Jin Hao was successfully amused by Gu Cheng. His tone unconsciously took on a coaxing quality. Coach He was somewhat of a handsome man in his youth. He just put on weight after retiring. Come on, why bother with all this? Win your matches, and naturally no one will link your handsome face to Coach He's anymore. Though Jin Hao was the same age as Gu Cheng, he appeared far more composed. He found the guy across from him rather endearing, sharp like a thorn, yet brimming with youthful spirit. Moreover, he held a measure of respect for Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng had excellent mental fortitude, unlike himself. He avoided reading comments not just out of indifference, but out of fear. He was tense, good comments pressured him, and bad ones weighed on him even more. The table tennis competition commenced with the men's doubles taking the lead. Gu Cheng had a few days to train as he wasn't competing in the men's doubles. When Mi Sheng interviewed him about the draw, she was cautious, fearing it might affect his mood. However, Gu Cheng remained nonchalant, exuding confidence, and utterly undeterred. While He Ziyuan served as the sideline coach for the doubles match, Li Hongping, who was training with Gu Cheng, shook his head, disapprovingly wondering where Gu Cheng's confidence came from. It seemed to him that the young man was recklessly overestimating his abilities. As a journalist, Mi Sheng had to remain objective. Gu Cheng lacked experience in major tournaments, and had insufficient training compounded by his unfortunate draw. His chances of a stellar result at the Olympics were slim, though not impossible. Fortunately, he was young. This could be a learning experience, and every match he won was a bonus. But personally, she fervently hoped for his story to continue like a shonen manga, willing him to go all the way and claim the crown. Yuan Mingjia was covering the doubles matches, leaving Mi Sheng to focus on the men's singles training. Since doubles events drew less attention than singles, Yuan Mingjia was giving the younger journalist a chance to shine. The lower interest wasn't due to a lack of excitement, but rather the perceived lack of suspense. Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao were a decade-old golden partnership Grand Slam champions in doubles, having jointly lifted the Swaifling Cup at the World Championships, won 2 World Cup titles, and secured an Olympic gold. Zhao Yuan was just 1 Olympic gold away from completing a doubles Grand Slam, and his current partner Dai Minghui's abilities were well known to all. Yet no one anticipated that the formidable duo of Zhao Yuan and Dai Minghui would suffer a shocking defeat in the round of 16, losing to a Hungarian pair. Given Zhao Yuan's exceptional doubles prowess, and despite the relatively short 6-month partnership, Dai Minghui was the world's #1 in singles. They should not have been eliminated so early. The news sent shockwaves through the public. Dai Minghui was devastated. Despite his stellar singles record and experience with various partners, this time, with the renowned doubles expert Zhao Yuan with adequate training and high morale, something was inexplicably amiss. They always fell short by a fraction. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming. He felt like a secret, pitiful interloper who had broken up a perfectly synchronized pair only to fail to achieve success himself. Zhao Yuan was equally disheartened. He had entered the national team at 18 and partnered with many, but his most compatible teammate was always Deng Weiming. After 7 years together, he never imagined it would end this way. Deng Weiming sat beside him. Yuan, I'm sorry. If it weren't for the accident. Brother, please don't retire, okay? Let's continue playing doubles together. World Championships, World Cup, Pro Tour. Any tournament. Standing on the court today, I realized losing isn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing is not having you by my side. Zhao Yuan pleaded, looking at Deng Weiming. Deng Weiming gazed back at his ever-dependent younger brother. I won't retire. He didn't promise to resume their doubles partnership. He knew Zhao Yuan was still young. A talented left-handed shake-hands grip doubles player might face a temporary dip in form after switching partners, but with time and adjustment, he would surely return to the top. But Deng Weiming couldn't accompany him any longer. He was no longer young, and his arm had suffered a severe injury. He could accept losing himself, but he refused to be a burden that dragged Zhao Yuan down. The nation's hopes in doubles now rested solely on Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, the singles competition proceeded rigorously. Rounds 1, 2, 3 in the round of 16. All 3 men's singles players advanced successfully. In the quarterfinals, Jin Hao faced South Korea's Kim Taekyo. The match went to a deciding game, where Jin Hao narrowly lost by 2 points. This marked the fall of another half of the men's singles draw. The news triggered a wave of criticism questioning the men's team's ability, specifically targeting head coach He Ziyuan with calls for his dismissal growing louder. The men's doubles final was played first, and Zhang Buiyun, and Yang Xiao also suffered an upset, losing to a young French pair. Despite the loss, they secured a silver medal, ranking second in the world. However, fan expectations for the national team were immense, especially after China's clean sweep of both men's singles and doubles golds at the previous Olympics. The current results were deemed highly unsatisfactory. Now all pressure fell upon Gu Cheng and Dai Minghui. They had to secure the men's singles gold medal, or else He Ziyuan's tenure as head coach would certainly be over. Semifinals. Gu Cheng and Dai Minghui successfully advanced to face each other. Many Chinese spectators attended this match, with Dai Minghui's numerous fans hoping to cheer for their country on foreign soil. As for Gu Cheng, his presence in the semifinals had already surprised many. He was labeled with tags like lucky, accidental, and reached his limit. No one believed he could overcome the mountain that was Dai Minghui, so he garnered little support. In internal team matches, Gu Cheng had faced Dai Minghui many times with a losing record. Dai Minghui was in his prime with vast experience, so Gu Cheng losing was unsurprising. A win would have been the real shock. The match attracted high attention. Yuan Mingjia, having finished her doubles duties, joined Mi Sheng in the press section. The match began, and after 4 games the score was tied at 2 games apiece. During a break, Yuan Mingjia asked Mi Sheng, Sheng, who are you supporting? They're both from the Chinese team, so either winning is fine. Mi Sheng replied, echoing what most journalists and coaches likely thought. Yuan Mingjia feigned anger and slapped her hand playfully. Don't give me that press conference line. You're clearly rooting for Gu Cheng. Your eyes are practically glued to him. Mi Sheng then realized she had indeed been watching Gu Cheng. There was an almost terrifying charisma about him on the court. She had seen many top players recently, some as sharp as the cold wind, some as deep as an abyss, some as agile as a dragon, but she had never seen an athlete like Gu Cheng. Among them all, there was only one Gu Cheng. Everyone has their favorites, and Mi Sheng felt that Gu Cheng seemed born to be favored by the world. During internal matches, there was no coaching from the sidelines. Players had to guide themselves. Glancing at He Ziyuan seated nearby, Mi Sheng wondered what he was thinking. Did he have a favorite? Stop looking. You're probably the only one here supporting Gu Cheng. Yuan Mingjia nudged Mi Sheng with her elbow, then explained. The other semifinal is over. The winner is Sweden's Gudmundsson, an incredibly tough opponent. Historically, Dai Minghui has a 60-win rate against him. Gu Cheng, however, has lost both times he faced Gudmundsson in the open tournaments, holding a 0% win rate. For the sake of the final, everyone hopes Minghui wins. Besides, Minghui is only 1 Olympic gold away from completing a Grand Slam. Regardless of public opinion, after the break, Gu Cheng won the next 2 games, defeating Dai Minghui 4-2. During the post-match interviews, many reporters tried to offer Dai Minghui excuses, asking if he had underestimated his opponent or if he was feeling unwell. Despite his obvious disappointment, Dai Minghui offered no excuses. Instead, he said magnanimously, a loss is a loss. It simply means he was the better player today. I hope everyone will continue to support Gu Cheng and the Chinese team. The pressure on Gu Cheng was mounting by the moment. If he failed to reclaim the gold medal, he would inevitably face a torrent of abuse, accusations of being a lion at home and a lamb abroad. But what terrified him more than his own disgrace was the condemnation that would fall upon his mentor and coach He Ziyuan. The calls for his dismissal had already flooded every media outlet. For the first time, Gu Cheng felt nervous and afraid. Never before had he known such fear. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated he became. He was like a shark hunting amidst the surging waves, savoring the thrill of seizing an opponent's fleeting moment of panic at the razor's edge of victory and defeat tearing into their throat, and relishing the bloodlust. Many were disappointed by Gu Cheng's advancement. That evening, after the final training session, He Ziyuan offered no lengthy sermon. He simply said, Gu Cheng, you've earned your place here with your skill. Don't let others' words disturb you, and don't dwell on the consequences of winning or losing the final. Just stand there and enjoy the final that belongs to you. Gu Cheng nodded solemnly, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out of the arena. Mi Sheng was setting up her camera on the open ground in front of the venue with her photographer. They were shooting a time-lapse of the night sky, intending to use it as the accompanying image for tomorrow's article. Gu Cheng, who usually thrived on bustling interactions, uncharacteristically didn't approach to inquire. He simply stood quietly behind, watching Mi Sheng. The photographer chatted with Mi Sheng. Sheng, do you think Gu Cheng can win? Of course. Ever since the semifinals, Mi Sheng had witnessed an almost terrifying allure in Gu Cheng, and she never doubted his victory, whether from the standpoint of a journalist or her own personal conviction. I doubt it. He's never beaten Gudmundsson. Talk about bad luck. A guy who rarely won in team training somehow beat Dai Minghui at the Olympics. The photographer clicked his tongue, marveling at Gu Cheng's fortune. It's not luck. He was destined to win. Mi Sheng affirmed with absolute certainty. He will reach the summit. I believe in him. He will win. I have always believed that. The photographer teased Mi Sheng. You young ladies don't understand the game. You just look at faces. It's not about looks. He will win. I am certain of it. Just wait and see. Even the gods on Mount Olympus will turn their heads for his brilliance and fervor. The allure of competitive sports has never been about cold, sterile data or mere scores. It's about those who continuously rise above the rest, carrying a dazzling ambition to rival the heavens, matched by the strength and capital to back it up, scaling one peak after another. Mi Sheng herself didn't know why she was so earnest in her rebuttal to the photographer. Gu Cheng's heart suddenly ached at her words. It was the first time anyone had believed in him, and with such fervor. Her tone was as certain as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. The men's singles final. Gu Cheng faced Gudmundsson, the former Grand Slam champion. As the athletes entered, cheers and shouts rose in waves, but unfortunately none of them were for Gu Cheng. Seated in the press area, Mi Sheng cast a worried glance his way, hoping the young player wouldn't be affected by the overwhelming support for his opponent. As it turned out, Mi Sheng's concern was unfounded. Gu Cheng remained unshaken. Instead, he complacently raised his arms to the crowd, as if urging them to cheer even louder, acting as though every cheer was for him. Or perhaps he was confident that one day all the cheers would indeed be for him. Some spectators unfamiliar with him jeered at his audacious display, but Gu Cheng paid them no mind. Even if thousands doubted him, he knew there was at least one person who believed in him with unwavering faith. Before the match, various media and commentators made their predictions. Mi Sheng didn't bother to read them. While filing her reports at the press center the previous night, she had learned that many outlets had already drafted articles congratulating Gudmundsson on reclaiming the Olympic gold, ready to publish the moment the match concluded. Mi Sheng didn't believe in those data-driven predictions. She only knew that this was a match representing the highest level in the world. Gudmundsson was undoubtedly strong, but Gu Cheng was far from weak. No one gets lucky all the way. Gu Cheng stood here because he had fought for it match after match. He would win. Gudmundsson was a player renowned for his strategic calculation, possessing exceptionally high game intelligence, a gift honed by years of experience. Gu Cheng was at a disadvantage in this regard. In the first game, Gudmundsson probed Gu Cheng's tactics, and after losing that game, he stormed back to win 3 consecutive games, making the score 1-3. In a best-of-7 series, this was a perilous position. The Swedish coaches and players looked ready to celebrate early. Mi Sheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Gu Cheng. In the 5th game, the score reached 10-6. Gu Cheng was 1 point away from losing the entire match when he called a timeout. He Ziyuan gripped Gu Cheng's shoulders, giving his final instructions. When Gu Cheng returned, his entire playing style seemed to have transformed. Gudmundsson excelled at handling short balls near the table with a nimble and clever style. He had never been a power player, and with age his strength had waned further. Gu Cheng, in contrast, possessed the team's strongest bench press strength. He was renowned for his aggressive forehand attacks and a ferocious, all-out offensive style. Previously, he had been forced to play according to Gudmundsson's rhythm. But after the timeout, he found his own again. He threw caution to the wind, unleashing a barrage of powerful forehand smashes, desperate and explosive. His play was grand and sweeping, radiating a murderous intent that stopped at nothing, breaking through his opponent's defenses like a force of nature. When Gu Cheng's leonine roar echoed through the arena, Mi Sheng snapped back to reality. Gu Cheng had won. He had stormed back to take 3 consecutive games. The arena went silent for a second, followed by a thunderous eruption of cheers and applause. Regardless of who they had supported before, everyone was now captivated by Gu Cheng's sheer brilliance. Gudmundsson, his face etched with chagrin, nevertheless found himself applauding Gu Cheng. At 22, Gu Cheng was breathtakingly beautiful and breathtakingly arrogant, like a wildfire that burned its way into one's heart. He flaunted his violent aesthetic with unbridled abandon, compelling even his rival to bow to such stunning brilliance. Gu Cheng walked off the podium basking in the world's cheers. Cheers that were truly meant for him this time. Coaches, teammates, and journalists swarmed around him, many exclaiming, "Gu Cheng, I knew you could do it from the start. You really did it." He had no time for such fair-weather praise. Lifting his head, he looked past the thronging crowd and saw the girl in the press area smiling at him. She was the one who truly believed in him. Mi Sheng watched Gu Cheng walk towards her. His figure was so vivid in her eyes that everything else faded into the background. "See, I won. Thank you for believing in me." Gu Cheng had always considered himself resilient, prepared to go all the way even if the entire world turned its back on him. But no one is a solitary driftwood in this world, who every lonely path eventually finds its way home. Having someone believe in you is infinitely better than standing against the world alone. As the national anthem resounded, the 5-starred red flag fluttered high in the foreign arena. Gu Cheng stood atop the podium, medal draped around his neck, tears glistening in his eyes. Throughout every match of the Olympics, no matter how grueling, he had never shed a tear. The young man always held his head high, as if the world itself was beneath his notice. But at this moment, standing on an international podium for the first time, occupying the position every athlete dreams of, watching the flag rise, because of him, hearing the anthem play for him, his eyes suddenly welled up. Mi Sheng stood in the press section watching the flag ascend. Her heart beat in sync with Gu Cheng's to the rhythm of the anthem, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pride for that flag. She suddenly realized this job was far from the bore she had imagined. On the contrary, it was profoundly fascinating. In Gu Cheng, she witnessed the very essence of table tennis's allure and the embodiment of her profession's charm. At the post-match press conference, gold medalist Gu Cheng, silver medalist Gudmundsson, and bronze medalist Dai Minghui sat on the dais, offering brief summaries of the match before opening the floor to questions. The match had been spectacular, and the journalists were brimming with questions. A German journalist cut straight to the chase, asking Gudmundsson if at 32 and having lost to an unknown young player, he was considering retirement, given that a former Grand Slam champion had now fallen to a newcomer. The question was discourteous, disrespectful to both Goodmanson and Gu Cheng. Mi Sheng clearly saw Gu Cheng's interpreter glaring at the journalist. Goodmanson smiled gracefully, having heard all manner of comments since his rise to fame at 16. I won't retire. Losing to Gu Cheng is no disgrace. His skills are exquisite, and he plays with remarkable flair. I can say without hesitation that he is a genius in table tennis, a rising star. Gu Cheng may have been an unknown before today, but after today no one will think of him that way. Losing to him, I am completely convinced. Mi Sheng sighed in admiration at his words. Truly the bearing of a Grand Slam champion. The next question was directed at Dai Minghui. As a hot favorite for the Olympic gold, you ultimately secured the bronze. Are you satisfied with your performance? And could you also assess the performance of your teammate Gu Cheng? We all know the competition between you two is fierce. Dai Minghui pondered for a moment. I'm largely satisfied with my singles, but I regret my doubles performance. I should have done better. I feel I let my partner down. Zhao Yuan deserved a better result. As for Gu Cheng's performance, it was impeccable. His mental fortitude is exceptional. He is a born athlete. There are minor flaws in his technique, but he's still young. With targeted training, I believe his future is boundless. As for the rivalry between us, it's merely an internal affair. Whoever wins the victory belongs to Team China. At this Olympics, he secured this gold medal for our nation, and I am immensely proud of him. The journalist pressed Dai Minghui further. Mr. Dai, you and Gu Cheng are from the same country, so a win for either is a win for China. But as we all know, table tennis is an individual sport, and only one person can take the gold. You speak so magnanimously, but deep down aren't you envious of Gu Cheng? Envy? Not at all. Gu Cheng is my junior and the future of our national team. I'm delighted that we have such a young athlete. Each generation brings forth its own talents. Dai Minghui's answer was flawless, yet delivered with a hint of evasion. Goodmanson let out a hearty laugh. Minghui, you're not being honest. At a press conference we must speak sincerely. How could you not be envious? I'm envious of Gu Cheng myself. With such physical gifts, his shots sting my hand at the base of my thumb. And he's so young with many years left on the court. This old man is terribly jealous of him. He then turned to Gu Cheng. Young man, cherish it. I understand. Thank you, sir, Gu Cheng replied, showing respect to his senior. Another journalist asked, Gu Cheng, you've stood out among the younger generation. How did you achieve such skill and level at such a young age? I've been quite fortunate to receive an Olympic spot, and my technique happened to perform well at these games. I can't claim to be vastly superior to other players just because of this. I've never thought of myself that way. Gu Cheng's response was sincere. A journalist, seizing on his words, asked with a hint of provocation, Gu Cheng, you are indeed fortunate. Do you think your Olympic victory was more due to luck or skill? And what are your hopes for the future? We all know luck doesn't last forever. Typically, winners would attribute their success to luck as a humble platitude before vowing to work harder. But not Gu Cheng. He made a startling statement. I believe skill outweighs luck. At the Olympic stage, how could anyone succeed on luck alone without the ability? That would require the sort of luck one needs to win a massive lottery jackpot. If I had that kind of luck, I wouldn't be playing table tennis. I'd go buy lottery tickets instead. Mi Sheng was taken aback by his candor. Most athletes followed a standard script in press conferences, polite and conventional. But Gu Cheng spoke his mind, his bluntness bordering on endearing. Dai Minghui was also amused, stepping in to help. If Ah Cheng claimed he won without skill, that would be an insult, wouldn't it? That would be looking down on me. I can attest to Ah Cheng's abilities. After all, he defeated me. Gu Cheng continued, but my strength isn't solely my own. I know I have many shortcomings. My strength is the strength of this team. Alone I could never have come this far. If not for my coach master He Yuan, who always believed in me and devised targeted training for me. If not for brother Wei Ming, who willingly served as my practice partner and shared the international experience he'd accumulated over nearly a decade. If not for brother Minghui, who played several simulated matches with me before the games and helped analyze my weaknesses. If not for the team's fitness coaches, technical analysts, rehabilitation specialist team, doctors, team reporters, and many more. It's the effort of every single member of this team for us athletes that brought me here today. It's the strength of this team. I am proud to be a member of Team China. My greatest fortune is being part of this team. My hope for the future is to keep learning and improving within this team. As Gu Cheng finished, the entire room erupted in applause. The prowess of the Chinese table tennis team was undeniable, and so too were the unity and cohesion of this extraordinary team. Mi Sheng kept raising her hand, but the moderator never called on her. Perhaps it was because everyone present was a seasoned sports journalist from various countries, and as a newcomer, she naturally didn't command much attention. She glanced around and noticed many reporters still had their hands raised, signaling their desire to ask questions. A sense of urgency crept in as she feared the press conference would conclude before she got her chance. After a moment of thought, Mi Sheng retrieved a small national flag from her bag, raised its pole, and waved it, using the flag to replace her raised hand. This was also a clear reaffirmation of her identity as a Chinese journalist. The implication was obvious. With two Chinese athletes seated on the stage, shouldn't a Chinese reporter be given the opportunity to ask a question? The moderator silently applauded the young, unknown journalist's move. Her actions were both intriguing and appropriate. In all his years, he had seen many impatient young reporters vie for a chance to ask questions, often resorting to impolite behavior but Mi Sheng was clever. Gu Cheng also watched Mi Sheng waving the flag with keen interest. The moderator gestured for Mi Sheng to ask her question. She stood up holding the microphone and asked, "A question for Gu Cheng: how do you maintain your mental composure across so many matches? We've observed that you never seem to get nervous no matter how perilous the situation. Also, what does this gold medal mean to you? How do you feel right now? Can't bear to put it down." She had noticed that Gu Cheng had been subtly fiddling with the gold medal in his hand whenever he wasn't answering questions. Gu Cheng felt a degree of admiration for Mi Sheng's observational skills, though no one else had noticed he kept the medal in his hand the whole time. His gaze fixed on Mi Sheng, he said, "I was nervous too, you know. This is the Olympic stage, how could I not be? Especially in the fifth game of the final, I was so tense I had a slight ringing in my ears. Maybe I'm just good at acting a performer type of player. I thought to myself, I can't let my opponent see my nervousness, can't reveal any weaknesses. Besides, nervousness is accompanied by excitement. The more nervous I get, the more excited I become. For an athlete, a moderate amount of nervousness is a good thing." Everyone was amused by Gu Cheng's performer type of player remark. After the laughter subsided, Gu Cheng added, "As for my feelings, I'm very happy and excited. At first I was a bit incredulous. Holding this gold medal, I examined it for a long time. It's quite heavy, but it's not real gold. A pity that." Gu Cheng blinked, then raised the medal and tapped it twice against the microphone, seemingly trying to prove with the sound that the medal was indeed not made of real gold. The entire room was once again amused by his childlike antics. Mi Sheng had initially thought she spotted a detail perfect for a news angle, but she hadn't expected Gu Cheng's answer to be so simple. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed an excellent angle. Only with a youthful spirit could one see the medal so simply, just a piece of metal rather than the fame and desire it represented. The post-match press conference concluded in such a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere. The Olympics were not yet over, but the table tennis schedule had concluded, allowing He Ziyuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The calls for his dismissal, which had been loud, suddenly diminished, and even vanished now that his disciple Gu Cheng had clinched the gold medal. He looked at his young disciple, who was holding the gold medal like a beloved toy, eagerly seeking praise. He couldn't resist ruffling his hair, which was stiff and slightly prickly. "Ah Cheng, well done. Keep working hard from here. Not many athletes get to use an Olympic championship as their starting point. You need to go far, much farther." "I know, master. I won't let you down." At that moment, Gu Cheng was also filled with anticipation for the future. He wanted to keep moving forward, always forward, to climb the highest peak of Mount Olympus and see the view from there. "Master, thank you. Thank you for believing in me and giving me this opportunity. I know you've shouldered a lot of pressure for me all along, from recalling me to the first team against regulations to granting me the Olympic spot." Gu Cheng finally voiced the gratitude he had harbored in his heart for so long. According to the rules, someone like him, who had been sent back to the provincial team twice, was ineligible to return to the national team. The national team requires not just talented players, but disciplined athletes. Gu Cheng's two demotions had branded him as unruly and defiant of management, a label that was tantamount to exclusion from the national team. If it hadn't been for He Ziyuan withstanding the pressure and insisting over all objections on coaching him personally, he wouldn't have had the chance to stand here. He Ziyuan solemnly patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder. "Ah Cheng, it's me who should be thanking you. I've faced so much skepticism throughout my coaching career. Now with this gold medal of yours, you've proven my coaching ability to everyone." Indeed, when other athletes who had joined the team before He Ziyuan's tenure won championships, people would often say it was the previous coach's merit that He Ziyuan had just gotten lucky. But Gu Cheng was different. Gu Cheng was entirely He Ziyuan's prodigy. Without He Ziyuan, there would be no Gu Cheng. He Ziyuan gave Gu Cheng a hug. "The whole team is having a dinner gathering this afternoon, don't forget. I'll take you all out for some fun in Paris for the next few days to relax." Meanwhile, Mi Sheng also received the message about the dinner gathering, but she had to finish writing and submitting her article first. There had been a flood of news stories about Gu Cheng recently, most of them praising him. Social media comments had also turned into accolades, as if the whole world loved him now that he had won the championship. Mi Sheng titled her article, "Youth Soars with Lofty Aspirations." In truth, the 22-year-old man could no longer be called a youth. Even the term, young prodigy, could only be stretched to fit Gu Cheng for another 2 years. But Mi Sheng loved using the word youth to describe him. The youthful spirit in Gu Cheng was unrelated to age. His shoulders always carried the breeze, and the bright moon the gentle willows. His eyes always held an unquenchable light. He was a blazing sun of arrogance and defiance, burning away the long nights of obscurity in this world. He was a sharp sword of the frost-bitten 14 prefectures, his piercing edge cleaving through ancient sorrows. Mi Sheng did not over-glorify Gu Cheng like other media outlets. She portrayed him objectively, a youthful spirit, simple and clean, with an excellent mentality and a big heart player. He excelled in the forehand loop drive, but his table tennis skills weren't comprehensive. His backhand was noticeably weaker than his forehand. He also lacked a bit of composure, tending to rush his shots. But she was full of confidence in his future. It was only natural for such a young player to have technical flaws. Given time, he would surely ascend to a dominant position in the table tennis world. Looking at the descriptions from various media and the overwhelming praise from fans, everyone called him a stunningly talented young genius who burst onto the scene and achieved fame in a single battle. Even his 2 demotions to the provincial team were cited as proof that geniuses inevitably have their quirks. Mi Sheng felt a subtle worry. This kind of god-making frenzy could easily destroy a person. Moreover, this era loves to create gods, but it also loves to tear them down. By the time the reporters finished their work and arrived at the restaurant He Ziyuan had reserved, it was already late. The athletes from both the men's and women's teams had all arrived. Initially, everyone felt a bit reserved. The coaches sat at one table, the men's and women's teams were seated separately, and the reporters had their own table. Yuan Mingjia looked at her colleagues, and also at the newcomer, Mi Sheng, her emotions swirling. I came here right after graduation, 15 whole years. I've watched several generations of athletes come and go. Now it's our turn to pass the torch. The one taking over my position is Mi Sheng. Though she's young, her professional competence is truly commendable. Everyone please take good care of her from now on. I won't have you bullying the newcomer. Gao Longyuan, the reporter in charge of the women's team, nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sister Jia. We old-timers will definitely look after Sheng. And you should trust her too. She's more than capable of handling this job. Mi Sheng expressed her gratitude to Yuan Mingjia. In just a few short months of working together, she had already grown reluctant to see her go. As the meal progressed, and the wine flowed freely, the atmosphere gradually grew livelier. People began swapping seats, toasting, and drinking. The athletes, knowing Yuan Mingjia was being transferred, came one by one to offer their farewells. Even He Ziyuan came over. Yuan Mingjia had been a reporter when he first joined the team, and she had witnessed his transformation from athlete to coach. Noticing Yuan Mingjia was getting a bit tipsy, Mi Sheng steadied her. Sister Jia, are you alright? Let me take you back. He Ziyuan stopped her. Sheng, you stay. I'll take your Sister Jia. We'll take a walk and let her sober up a bit. Besides, once I'm gone, you young people can really let loose. With me here, they're all holding back. As soon as He Ziyuan left, the coaches also began to take their leave. With that, the party truly kicked off. The formal seating arrangements dissolved. Male athletes, female athletes, reporters, and team doctors all mingled together, managing to drink the expensive French red wine He Ziyuan had specially ordered, as if it were cheap white liquor. Gu Cheng, who had won the gold medal, was the center of attention at first. Everyone went over to share a drink with him. Deng Weiming sat beside Mi Sheng and chuckled. He's in for it. There's no way Gu Cheng isn't going to end up completely plastered today. Brother Ming, will he feel terrible? Mi Sheng hesitated before asking. Of course he will after drinking that much. Deng Weiming paused. As for me, there's nothing to feel terrible about. If Gu Cheng hadn't won the championship, that's when I would have felt awful. Now that he hasn't let the spot go to waste, I can finally find some peace of mind. But the rest, that's something I might never be able to let go of. What about you? How do you find this job now? It's a wonderful job. If I didn't have this obsession with going to Antarctica, it would be absolutely perfect. I also genuinely enjoy the sweat and the pounding heartbeats on the field. It represents the strength and resilience of humanity. Yet when she thought of Antarctica, Mi Sheng still couldn't let it go. She and Deng Weiming understood each other perfectly. Even though there was already a very good outcome, what was lost was lost. No happy ending could change that, and some things simply couldn't be released. I saw in the news that the Antarctic expedition team is preparing a new scientific research project setting sail in November, Deng Weiming mentioned to Mi Sheng. You told me before that your very close friend got the spot. How are things between you two now? An obsession is an obsession, but there's no need to hurt others because of it, especially friends. They didn't do anything wrong. Sheng, you're still young. When you're young, people are constantly coming and going in your life, and you don't always understand the value of friendship. But as you get older, you'll find your circle shrinking. People become more and more lonely. Cherish the friends you have. I know. I'll try my best. Thank you, Brother Ming. Mi Sheng hadn't contacted Song Jinyu since their breakup, and it had been a long while. But indeed, Song Jinyu was a friend she should cherish. Childhood friends growing up together. A decade of friendship untainted by any entanglement of interests was more precious than anything else. Gu Cheng finally finished his round of toasts and escaped to a corner. Spotting Mi Sheng and Deng Weiming chatting, he walked over with his glass. Brother Ming, let me toast you. Thank you. Thank you for all the tactical analysis you shared and for practicing with me. Don't mention it. It's only natural for an older brother to help his younger brother. Deng Weiming didn't hesitate or fuss. He downed his glass in one go, then stopped Gu Cheng, who was about to drink his. You don't have to drink. I know your heart. But if you have any more, you'll miss the fireworks over the Seine tonight. During the Olympics, the Seine hosted a fireworks display every night to celebrate the sporting event. The national table tennis team, having finished their matches, had planned to go watch together tonight. However, looking at the group of somewhat inebriated athletes, Mi Sheng felt the prospects for tonight didn't look very optimistic. Gu Cheng, however, was nonchalant. He downed his glass in one gulp. A toast to Brother Ming must be finished. And as for the fireworks on the Seine tonight, maybe watching them drunk will have its own unique charm. Brother Ming, I'm not good with words. Sometimes I can't say all the nice things, but truly thank you. I know, brother. Deng Weiming patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder, guided him to sit in his own seat, then stood up and went over to the athletes who were getting rowdy, shielding Gu Cheng from another wave of drinking. Noticing the flush on Gu Cheng's cheeks, Mi Sheng poured him a glass of honey water. Here, this should help settle your stomach. Gu Cheng downed more than half of the honey water in one go, feeling considerably better. He complained to Mi Sheng, French food is terrible. It's all so fussy and slow. My coach even told me he spent a fortune on this meal and asked if it was good. I really couldn't bring myself to say it wasn't. And he's even planning to treat us a few more times before we leave. If you keep badmouthing Kochi like that, I might just tell him. See if he doesn't scold you. Misheng teased Guqing playfully. Their relationship within the team had always been purely professional, with little personal interaction, as Guqing had been incredibly busy since she started. But she had always felt a sense of warmth and familiarity towards him. I'm not scared of him scolding me, Guqing's eyes flickered. I'm scared he'll make me run 10,000 meters. That's just too tiring. Misheng smiled and raised an eyebrow. So that's what you're afraid of? Well, I'll just have to have a good talk with Kochi about giving you some extra training. Maybe add another 10,000 meters. Oh, come on now, Aisheng. You can't do that to me, Guqing whined, drawing out the last syllable with a hint of pleading. Misheng was startled by the intimate tone of his Aisheng. Many people called her that, but for some reason, when it came from Guqing's lips, it made her feel inexplicably shy. A blush crept up her cheeks, even though she hadn't been drinking. Guqing, you. Call me Aisheng. That's what everyone calls me. Guqing didn't know why, but seeing Misheng made his heart feel inexplicably soft. He just wanted to carve out a close place for himself beside her. They weren't really familiar with each other. Both had their own work to focus on. In fact, Misheng had always seemed somewhat detached from this job, never appearing overly enthusiastic. But it was the words she had spoken on the eve of the finals that made him want to draw closer to her. All right, Aisheng. Misheng's blush deepened. She often used nicknames for others, and in this era where people casually called strangers baby, to feign closeness, she found the common nickname, Aisheng, felt overly intimate, like a lover's whisper. She shook her head, trying to dispel those inexplicable thoughts, attributing them to the dizzying effect of the alcohol fumes. Suddenly, a burst of cheers and laughter shattered the subtle rosy atmosphere between Misheng and Guqing. The athletes had found new targets for their drinking games: Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran. Zhu Xiaoran, a less prominent member of the women's team, who was there as a training partner, seemed an odd choice to Misheng. Seeing Misheng's bewildered look, Guqing tapped her water cup alternately with his index and middle fingers. When he had her attention, he asked, "Didn't you know Haozi and Xiaoran are a couple?" Huh. Misheng's eyes widened in surprise. She genuinely had no idea. Guqing teased her. How can you be a journalist with such a lack of awareness? You really don't pay attention to these things in the table tennis team. Misheng shot him a dissatisfied glare. I'm a sports journalist, not a gossip columnist. Guqing tried to smooth things over. It's understandable. You've been here less than 6 months. Haozi has been busy preparing for the Olympics, so they haven't had time for romance. Even though they're on the same team, the men's and women's squads train separately, and they haven't spoken in a long time. Indeed, Misheng's focus hadn't been on the table tennis team initially, and then she was swamped with Olympic preparations, leaving no time for gossip. Besides, she was never one for gossip. She believed in maintaining a comfortable distance in relationships, seeing no need to know everything about others' lives. Everyone should just mind their own business. Guqing pulled Misheng up. Come on, let's go tease them too. He led her from the corner to the center of the room, where everyone was chanting, "Drink a cross-capped toast. Drink a cross-capped toast." Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran's faces were flushed, whether from embarrassment or the alcohol they'd already consumed. Come on, everyone, stop it. Xiaoran is shy. Jin Hao said, his protest weak, only inviting more teasing. Haozi then give Xiaoran a kiss. She's shy, so you need to be a man about it. You two have been playing together since you were kids. What's there to be shy about? It's something to envy. The best mixed doubles pair growing up together and making it all the way to the national team. Watching the couple surrounded by the crowd, Misheng thought of herself and Song Jinyu. They were once like that, teased by their classmates, childhood sweethearts who became each other's first love, an enviable couple straight out of a youthful campus novel. The scene before her eyes began to blur, and she could no longer tell if she was seeing Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran or herself and Song Jinyu. In truth, she and Song Jinyu had drifted apart since she got the spot as the journalist accompanying the Antarctic expedition. After a few cold months, Song Jinyu understood her pain, and they amicably broke up, losing contact afterward. She suddenly felt a pang of regret, not for their lost love, but for losing Song Jinyu as a friend. 10 years of friendship, the beautiful memories of their youth together. Jin Hao stood protectively in front of Zhu Xiaoran, holding up his glass. All right, brothers and sisters, have mercy on us. I'll drink 3 glasses as a penalty, how about that? Seeing how red Zhu Xiaoran's face was as if it might bleed, the crowd decided to back off. After watching Jin Hao down 3 glasses in a row, they dispersed. Guqing returned to his seat with a smile, and enthusiastically filled Misheng in. Aisheng, you don't know Haozi and Xiaoran's love story, do you? It's truly enviable. They were paired for mixed doubles back in the provincial team, and when they both made it to the national team, they continued as partners, even winning a world championship gold medal. And they've been secretly dating since their provincial team days. It's been 7 or 8 years now. Misheng summarized, childhood sweethearts supporting each other through obscurity, encouraging each other through plateaus and slumps, and standing on the podium together to share glory. My partner in mixed doubles is always you. How romantic. Mixed doubles really fosters a deep connection. It requires incredible synergy between partners. There are always untold stories between the men and women in mixed doubles, and love often sprouts in those moments. In the previous generation of the team, there were a few who ended up marrying their mixed doubles partners. Doubles is similar. The bond between brother Zhaoyuan and brother Ming is incomparable. Doubles partners truly have hearts that beat in sync. Gu Cheng always envied that kind of bond between doubles partners. Sounds like you really admire it, Cheng. Do you have a doubles partner you're in sync with? Mi Sheng asked. I haven't found the right doubles partner yet. Since returning to the first team, I've mainly focused on singles. I really fell behind before. Gu Cheng sighed. Do you think a good partner is easy to find? A good partner is often harder to find than a good romantic partner. Brother Minghui hasn't found a suitable doubles partner after all these years. It's a matter of luck. Some are lucky, but some go their entire careers without finding a compatible partner. Then I wish you find your compatible doubles partner soon, Mi Sheng said. Seeing someone else go over to tease Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran again, Mi Sheng asked Gu Cheng, aren't you all afraid the coaches will find out with all this blatant teasing? She remembered that the national table tennis team discouraged early relationships, especially within the team, fearing it would affect the player's performance due to immaturity. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. The coaches all know. They're the golden couple. You're probably the only one in the whole team who didn't know. Haozi's results have always been good, and his mixed doubles results with Xiaoran are great too, so the coaches don't say anything. Sometimes my master even teases them. It's such a pity about Jin Hao at this Olympics, Mi Sheng said, a little worried. With everyone carrying on like this, won't he feel bad? Everyone's doing this precisely because they're afraid he feels bad, Gu Cheng sighed. Jin Hao's early exit in the round of 16 at the Olympics was a real shame. He lost his half of the draw and failed the task the country gave him. He's taking it hard. Haozi is a quiet guy, he keeps everything bottled up inside. Everyone's trying to help him relax. And if everyone started walking on eggshells around him, he'd feel even worse. The best thing we can do now is just act normal. I didn't peg you as so considerate, Mi Sheng said, having thought Gu Cheng with his casual demeanor would be more careless. Gu Cheng drank the rest of his honey water. Some things aren't worth caring about, so I just let them go. But some things are worth caring about. Haozi is my brother, so of course I take his matters to heart. Mi Sheng appreciated Gu Cheng's attitude towards such matters. Have you been sharing a room with Jin Hao ever since you joined the team? I initially thought it was to spur competition between you two athletes of the same age. Competition is competition and brothers are brothers. Whether we win or lose on the court is a matter of skill, it shouldn't affect our personal bond. A thought seemed to strike Gu Cheng, and a broad grin spread across his face. Let me tell you a secret. Haozi used to sneak out over the wall with me to grab late-night snacks all the time. I also covered for him and Xiaoran on plenty of dates. The two of us have had countless battles of wits with our coach. If competition really hurt our relationship off the court, he would have turned me in to get me punished instead of sharing midnight snacks with me. And I would have ratted him out too, rather than letting them cuddle up warmly in their romance, while I stood watch miserably in the cold wind. Amidst the intense rivalry, they were at heart just two big boys who still loved to eat and play. The gathering stretched from lunch all the way to dinner. It was less about eating and more about merrymaking, as the pressure of the Olympics had melted away, leaving everyone in high spirits. After the meal, everyone strolled towards the Seine, ready to watch the fireworks together. Mi Sheng had initially worried that her group carrying the scent of alcohol might seem out of place. But as she walked along the Seine, she realized her concern was unfounded. Plenty of locals were there with their wine and lovers, sitting by the riverbank, drinking and kissing, their romantic air mingling with the river's mist. The sight inevitably sparked some teasing remarks directed at Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran. Beneath the Eiffel Tower, numerous tourists were taking souvenir photos. Mi Sheng took a couple of pictures with the table tennis team, and then stopped, whereas several girls from the women's team were brimming with excitement, snapping photo after photo. Gu Cheng held up his camera and asked Mi Sheng, "Sheng, do you want to take some check-in photos? Everyone seems to love getting their picture taken here." "Thanks, but I'm not one for taking photos. Rather than documenting my visit with a series of pictures, I prefer to appreciate the scene with my own eyes and etch it into my memory. Even if my memory fades years later, my recollections of Paris will hold a mysterious, hazy beauty. I find that quite romantic in itself." Mi Sheng disliked spending time on photography. She valued the experience itself. "I'm the same," Gu Cheng said. "After taking photos, I probably wouldn't look at them again for years anyway." Gu Cheng lacked Mi Sheng's poetic sentiment. He was simply too lazy to bother with a camera. Summer nights in Paris arrived late. When they boarded the Seine cruise ship at 9 o'clock, the sky was still bright. The cruise ship was crowded with tourists from all over the world, and Mi Sheng was surrounded by a cacophony of languages that sounded like heavenly music. She wasn't fond of bustling crowds, and the dense throng made her feel slightly uneasy. Yet the evening breeze laden with the river's moisture brushed against her skin, soothing her discomfort. She sat quietly absorbing the foreign ambience. Gu Cheng, however, seemed to have ants in his pants. He looked here and there, tugging at Mi Sheng to point out pigeons stealing bread from passers-by on the bank, then nudging Jean how to watch a bickering couple on the boat. He was curious about everything, buzzing with excitement like a little boy. The Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame, the Pont Alexander III, the Pont Neuf, the Musée d'Orsay, the Louvre. All unfolded before their eyes, a fleeting glimpse of beauty in the golden glow of sunset. Mi Sheng listened as the group sang songs with wildly off-key tunes, feeling a sense of warmth. She had thought many would be disheartened after the Olympics with only one gold medal available and everyone carrying their own regrets. But seeing them still able to enjoy themselves in such a relaxed and joyful manner, she grew increasingly curious about this team. The crews departed from the foot of the Eiffel Tower. By the time the journey ended, and they returned, darkness had fallen. The tower's lights were ablaze, presenting a completely different spectacle from its daytime visage. The group found a spot by the riverbank to sit. Seeing many people with drinks, they decided to send Gu Cheng and Jin Hao to buy some wine, intending to emulate the locals by chatting and drinking in the evening breeze. As Gu Cheng and Jin Hao were about to leave, Mi Sheng stood up. "I'll come too. I need to find a quiet spot to return a call." It was from Song Jinyu, who had called while she was on the boat, but it had been too noisy for her to hear. As she dialed the number, Mi Sheng felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. She didn't know why Song Jinyu was suddenly contacting her, or how to face him. She knew she was the one who had wronged him. He had done nothing wrong, it was her own inner turmoil that had caused him distress. The call connected. Song Jinyu spoke first. "Sheng, your article is really well written now. Our teacher even praised you in the group chat, saying he'd use your news piece as a model for next year's students." Mi Sheng was taken aback by his familiar tone, as if no awkwardness had ever existed between them. "Oh, is that so? Then, thank the teacher for me. What are you up to now?" "I deliberately waited until evening your time after the table tennis events were over to call. You shouldn't be working, right?" Song Jinyu made small talk. "I'm with the national table tennis team, getting ready to watch the fireworks by the Seine. It was too loud on the cruise ship earlier, so I missed your call." Mi Sheng suddenly realized it must be around 4 a.m. "Back home for you. Why aren't you asleep? Has something happened?" While waiting for his answer, she grew tense. Song Jinyu had always been considerate and gentle. She feared he might have stayed up just to make a friendly call, something they shouldn't be doing now that they were no longer together. "Nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could buy me some Parisian specialties. I wasn't sure when you'd be heading back after the competition, and I was afraid you might leave for home tomorrow before I could ask." Song Jinyu's tone was casual. Mi Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. "What kind of specialty?" "La Douce macarons. Get a good amount, I want all the flavors. And also la praline, that famous pastry. Bring some of that back for me too." Song Jinyu stated his request without a hint of shame. Mi Sheng felt her blood pressure spike. "Song Jinyu, are you kidding? You can't bring that stuff back, it'll go bad. Let me get you some souvenirs instead." Gu Cheng, who had been walking and chatting with Jin Hao, froze for a second when he overheard Mi Sheng address the person on the phone as Song Jinyu. He recalled the name of her ex-boyfriend he had inadvertently heard mentioned. It was indeed Song Jinyu. Moreover, in his memory, Mi Sheng, always so calm and gentle, spoke with clear logic and a placid tone. It was rare to hear her voice so unguarded and emotionally charged. He continued his desultory conversation with Jin Hao, but his attention was increasingly fixed on Mi Sheng. He found himself intensely curious about this ex-boyfriend of hers. What kind of relationship had they shared? They seemed able to remain friends after the breakup. Were they clinging to lingering feelings, or had they truly moved on? Song Jinyu smiled ingratiatingly. "Sheng, help me out here. I really want to eat them. Can you find a place that does vacuum packing? Buy them before you leave, get them vacuum packed, and they'll be fine. Since when did you have such a sweet tooth?" Mi Sheng frowned, slipping into detective mode. "I don't recall you having this preference." Song Jinyu, which girl are you currently chasing who loves desserts? Mi Sheng found it amusing. She had indeed been overthinking things, feeling guilty towards Song Jinyu when he hadn't even given it a second thought. "Not a girl, it's my mom." Song Jinyu said helplessly. "You know my mom adores you. She blamed me plenty for our breakup. Do me a favor, get some macarons to cheer her up. If you can't be her daughter-in-law, you can be her honorary daughter. It'll soothe her wounded heart and stop her from nagging me. My ears are growing calluses. If you bring her some trinket or craft, she'll think you treat her no differently than your colleagues or friends. The more troublesome the gift, the happier she'll be. Otherwise, she'll start in on me again." Hearing Song Jinyu speak so casually about their breakup, Mi Sheng felt relieved and thought she had been overly sensitive. They had been friends for so many years, their friendship shouldn't be destroyed by a failed relationship. "Alright, I'll buy desserts for my mom and yours too. That should make Annie happy." Mi Sheng recalled Song Jinyu's mother, a neighbor, who had watched her grow up. When she was a child, her parents were often busy and she sometimes ate at their house. She was a gentle woman who often said she wanted Mi Sheng as her daughter. Song Jinyu thanked her with satisfaction. "Great, thanks. Have a good trip." After hanging up, Mi Sheng felt a bit dazed, as if she and Song Jinyu had never dated or broken up and had always just been good friends. She smiled. Since Song Jinyu was so carefree, clinging to the past would only make her seem petty. Jin Hao watched her hang up and asked curiously, "Sheng, are you planning to buy some local specialties?" "I was thinking of getting some to take back too. We could shop together. This specialty might be hard to carry. Desserts are too troublesome to bring back. Brother, how I still need to buy some perfume and crafts anyway. Let's go together then. Those are easier to carry." Mi Sheng needed gifts for other friends. Jin Hao nodded sure. "But Sheng, who are the desserts for? It must be someone important for you to go through the trouble of bringing them back." Gu Cheng's eyes lit up. It was a question he also wanted to ask. He remembered that Song Jinyu was Mi Sheng's ex-boyfriend. How could they still be on such good terms after breaking up? He was genuinely curious, but hadn't found a good opening, afraid of upsetting her. Now that Jin Hao had asked, he mentally awarded Jin Hao a little red flower. He could be useful in crucial moments. "He's my childhood friend, we were neighbors. We've always been close." Mi Sheng was happy she hadn't lost her best friend over a relationship. Jin Hao didn't press further, not being particularly interested. Instead, he teased Gu Cheng about Misheng, calling him Brother Hao. Cheng, did you hear how polite she was? Even though we're the same age, I'm a few months older. You should call me Brother Hao too. Don't flatter yourself. She only calls you that because you look older, Gu Cheng retorted mercilessly. Although Jin Hao and Gu Cheng were the same age, only a few months older than Misheng, and Gu Cheng, Misheng felt he seemed much older. His style was the complete opposite of Gu Cheng's. He was steady, almost to the point of being old-fashioned. Entering the convenience store, Jin Hao grabbed a basket to pick out alcohol, while Gu Cheng, with an arm on Jin Hao's shoulder, critiqued the bottles on the shelf. A few Chinese girls who looked like tourists saw Gu Cheng and Jin Hao and whispered excitedly. They seemed shy about asking for autographs and photos. Finally, they pushed one girl forward who blushed and walked over to ask, "Excuse me, are you Gu Cheng and Jin Hao?" She kept her head down, not daring to look at Gu Cheng. "Yes, we are." Gu Cheng was a bit bewildered. Jin Hao, being more experienced with fame, smiled warmly at them. "Are you fans? Need an autograph?" "Yes, we really like you. Could we have your autographs?" The girl followed Jin Hao's lead and made the request. "No problem." Jin Hao was adept at handling such situations. The girls were thrilled to get autographs on their notebooks. Seeing how approachable Jin Hao and Gu Cheng were, they ventured another request. "Could we take a photo with you?" "Sure." Jin Hao nodded. The girl handed her camera to Misheng. "Could you take a picture for us, please?" "Thanks." Misheng silently mourned her role as the designated photographer for a few seconds. "No problem." As she pressed the shutter, she saw Gu Cheng in the photo surrounded by girls, looking awkward and not knowing where to put his hands or feet, and couldn't help but laugh. The girls left satisfied. The men continued picking out drinks. Jin Hao received a call from Zhu Xiaoran asking him to buy other snacks, so he headed to the snack aisle. Misheng then rounded the shelf and stopped Gu Cheng holding a notebook she had just bought. "Gu Cheng, I'm your fan too. Give me your autograph." She tilted her head, looking at him with an amused expression. Gu Cheng, faced with her smiling eyes, suddenly felt at a loss. You." Misheng hadn't expected the fierce, fearless player on the court to blush so easily off it. Amused by the contrast, she teased, "Cheng, you better get used to having fans. You became a star overnight at this Olympics. Stop teasing me." Gu Cheng turned his head away, shyly pretending to look at the drinks, deliberately avoiding her gaze. "I'm not teasing." Misheng said seriously, "I really am your fan. And remember, I was your first fan. I started liking your game from that match that decided the Olympic spot, and I've supported you through every game at the Olympics. This isn't just polite talk. It's the truth. I believe you." Gu Cheng replied with equal sincerity, knowing she spoke the truth. She had believed he could go all the way when no one else did. Though shy, Gu Cheng signed the autograph for her. The three of them bought their drinks and returned to the riverside where the national table tennis team was drinking and chatting, reminiscent of heroes toasting over wine. Misheng picked a fruit wine and sat sipping it, waiting for the fireworks. At exactly 11 p.m., the Eiffel Tower's lights began to sparkle. Startled by the sudden shimmer, Misheng quickly tugged at Gu Cheng's sleeve, pulling him and Jin Hao out of their conversation. "Look, it's beautiful." Bang! The fireworks exploded. Under a clear night sky, fiery bursts shot into the clouds, exploding into a dazzling cascade of star-like sparks that illuminated the darkness, turning the world below as bright as day. Misheng noticed tears gradually welling up in Jin Hao's eyes beside her. The moment they threatened to spill, he turned his head and kissed the cheek of the girl beside him, who was making a wish with clasped hands. Such regrets are not easily forgotten, though countless people paper over the cracks. His tears could only flow inward. Indeed, how could there be no regret? But this is competitive sports, full of unpredictability and uncertainty. Until the very last moment, no one ever knows who the victor will be. Misheng turned to watch the fireworks, the ephemeral, brilliant display blooming in everyone's eyes and etching itself into their hearts. The multicolored glow of the pyrotechnics reflected on her face, making her look as beautiful as a work of art. In that instant, Gu Cheng felt that even Paris, the city of art with its vast array of artistic treasures, could not compare to Misheng in that very moment. He picked up his camera and, catching her off guard, captured the moment. The beautiful girl gazing at the fireworks, the spectacle blossoming beside the Eiffel Tower being the scenery in her eyes, while she bathed in the fireworks glow, was the most breathtaking view in Gu Cheng's. Gu Cheng was not one fond of photography, but he desperately wanted to preserve this instant, and besides the photos he usually disliked, he could think of no other way. After the fireworks display, exhausted from the day's activities, everyone returned to the hotel. The next day was free, and Misheng planned to buy souvenirs with Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran. Gu Cheng, upon hearing this, decided to join them. Misheng purchased several niche perfumes and handcrafted items as gifts for friends back home. After a few more days in Paris, the national table tennis team prepared for their journey back to China. Before leaving, Misheng hastily bought the dessert Song Jinyu had mentioned and found a Chinese restaurant owner who kindly vacuum-sealed them for her. Watching her fuss about, Gu Cheng grumbled inwardly, yet was willingly devoted. His curiosity grew about this man named Song Jinyu and the history between him and Misheng. He wasn't a nosy person, but for some reason, he just wanted to know more about Misheng. Upon returning home, setting foot on their homeland soil felt familiar and comforting to everyone. No country could ever compare to one's own. Misheng, groggy from the long flight, yearned only to get home and sleep, but upon exiting the plane she was immediately swarmed at the airport, unable to move an inch. Or rather, it was the table tennis team that was besieged by fans, and Mi Sheng was merely collateral damage. Gu Cheng, having clinched the title with astonishing talent and skill, had seen his fanbase skyrocket. At this moment, enveloped by fans clamoring for autographs and photos, he couldn't even tell north from south in the airport. Mi Sheng finally managed to escape the encirclement, but she couldn't leave just yet as several journalists approached them. Once everyone finally boarded the shuttle bus, Gu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow and showed his teammates his shirt, which had been stretched out of shape by the fans complaining. "You see how terrifying these fans are. I was afraid if I stayed any longer they'd tear my clothes to shreds. I felt like a gorilla at the zoo with all those cameras practically shoved in my face." "You're nothing like a gorilla. No gorilla is as good looking as you," Mi Sheng teased Gu Cheng with a laugh. Gu Cheng, no longer as easily embarrassed as before, nodded and played along. "That's true, this face of mine is indeed quite handsome. Cheng, winning the gold has really gone to your head. You need to be careful and stay grounded," He Ziyuan, who always enjoyed teasing his young disciple, chimed in. "Well then, master should be the one most prone to that, with far more gold medals than me. And besides, my gold medal is a result of your coaching, master. You should be careful and stay grounded too," Gu Cheng mimicked He Ziyuan's tone. "What a cheeky kid," Mi Sheng couldn't help but remark. After the joke, He Ziyuan announced to everyone, "Rest today. There's a meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the arrangements for returning to your provincial teams for the Table Tennis Super League." Got it. The mention of rest invigorated everyone. Months of intense Olympic training coupled with the high-pressure competition had left each of them utterly exhausted. Mi Sheng finally returned to her long-vacant apartment, a gift from her mother after graduation, for work convenience. But she soon joined the national team, often residing at the training center, leaving the apartment unused for a long time. She first sent the desserts back via SF Express, then took a shower, lay on the bed, cleared her mind, and slept soundly. Upon waking, she saw a new assignment in the workgroup chat. Gu Cheng's meteoric rise had prompted CCTV to produce a documentary special on him. Coinciding with the Table Tennis Super League, Mi Sheng's team was tasked with following Gu Cheng, interviewing his parents' neighbor's provincial team coach and teammates. Due to the filming, Gu Cheng took the high-speed rail home, with Mi Sheng's team right after the meeting the next morning. While the others got an extra 2 days off, Jiang Yichuan being on the same team, as Gu Cheng naturally accompanied them. On the train, as the group chatted, Gu Cheng leaned against Jiang Yichuan, who asked him, "So you've been back for over a year now, and even won an Olympic gold. Do you feel adjusted?" "Pretty much, but the national team is definitely stricter than our provincial team, and the training intensity is much higher," Gu Cheng said with a yawn. "In this past year and a half, I've had less than a week off in total, including those 2 days we spent in Paris." Jiang Yichuan patted Gu Cheng's shoulder. "You're lucky. Coach, he likes you a lot, and he's flexible with training, sometimes accommodating you. My coach Li Hongping, now he's a real iron-fisted coach. If you were under him, he wouldn't show any mercy." They chatted for a while longer. As the train neared their destination, Jiang Yichuan asked Mi Sheng, "Sheng, from your accent, you're from the Northeast too, right?" "Yes, but do I still have an accent?" Mi Sheng covered her mouth, puzzled. It shouldn't be so. She was a journalist handling both writing and camera work. How could she have an accent? "Don't worry, you don't have any accent when you're live on air, but you do carry a bit when you speak casually," Jiang Yichuan joked. "Especially in an environment like the national team, where the unofficial language is Northeastern dialect, it's easy for some regional flavor to slip out." Mi Sheng then gave a brief self-introduction. Gu Cheng seized the opportunity. "So we're practically fellow townsfolk. Though they weren't from the same province in the Northeast, anyone from the region is considered a Laoxiang fellow local, so it was all in good fun." Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan, hailing from the same province and the same batch of athletes, had been close friends since provincial sports school, knowing all of each other's embarrassing stories. Listening to them chat was like enjoying a free crosstalk show. By the time they arrived, Mi Sheng and the other journalists' cheeks ached from laughing so hard. Gu Cheng had not returned home even for the Spring Festival last year. This was his first time setting foot on his native soil since he made it into the national team. A banner was already unfurled at the station. "Warm welcome home for Olympic champion Gu Cheng." Coaches and teammates from the provincial team, leaders and staff from the Provincial Sports Bureau, along with Gu Cheng's family and friends, were all waiting for him at the exit. Mi Sheng and her crew had adjusted their cameras and officially began filming. They had anticipated that the welcome scene might be somewhat chaotic, but not to this extent. The moment Gu Cheng stepped out, he was swarmed at the center of the crowd, and Mi Sheng and the cameraman simply could not squeeze their way in. Jiang Yichuan was amused by the cameraman's futile effort to push through the crowd with all his might, and even found the leisure to joke with Mi Sheng, "See that? This is the stature of our Olympic champion." With that, he seized an opening and slipped away himself. Standing at the center of the crowd, Gu Cheng looked around, utterly bewildered. Clearly the young man was not accustomed to such overwhelming enthusiasm. He resembled a lost, oversized puppy, unsure of what to do, passively enduring one embrace and compliment after another. After the sports bureau leaders finished hugging him, the provincial team coaches and teammates stepped up for their turns. At some point, a staff member draped a red sash over the dazed Gu Cheng and pinned a medal on him, making him look even more like a mascot at a tourist attraction posing for photos. While Mi Sheng found it amusing, she also felt a subtle undercurrent of concern. Could this young prodigy who had achieved fame so early and sailed through life with such ease still maintain a clear sense of his own identity amidst this overwhelming wave of praise and continue to play with his feet on the ground rather than getting swept up in it all? She asked herself whether she could withstand such adulation, as she doubted it, for too much applause and adoration could easily make one lose their way. The footage they managed to capture at the station was ultimately too shaky, swaying so much it made one dizzy. Fortunately, the provincial television station had set up fixed cameras that captured some usable shots, and Mi Sheng's team requested 2 segments of that footage for their use. After being embraced by nearly everyone, it was finally his parents' turn. Gu Cheng's mother, overcome with emotion at seeing her long-absent son, choked up and said, "Son, you've grown thin." His father remained silent, simply patting Gu Cheng on the back. Mi Sheng distinctly noticed him discreetly wiping away tears when he thought no one was looking. Next came the lengthy commendation ceremony. Once all these formalities were finally over, Gu Cheng boarded the bus arranged by the sports bureau for him, his family, and Mi Sheng's team, heading towards his hometown. Gu Cheng's hometown was Jiangning City, a rare coastal city in the northeast. Mi Sheng finally found the opportunity to introduce herself to Gu Cheng's parents. "Uncle Annie, hello. My name is Mi Sheng, and I'm the embedded reporter for the table tennis team. We've come back with Gu Cheng because CCTV is producing an exclusive documentary about him, covering his growth, family background, sports career before joining the national team and this recent table tennis Super League. So we'll need to trouble you both for interviews over the next few days and also film some of the home environment. We hope you can support our work. If we intrude on your daily life, or if any of our questions feel intrusive, please don't hesitate to let us know. I recognize you. I saw you on the news link up with the Olympic Stadium during the games. I even told Gu Cheng's father, then praising you as a young lady who's both beautiful and composed in your reporting. You can film whatever you need this time, no problem at all." Gu Cheng's mother waved her hand generously. "Would you like to interview us about Gu Cheng's childhood? Once we're home, I'll dig out the old photos for you. There are so many funny stories." "Mom," Gu Cheng quickly interjected, "don't you dare tell them my embarrassing stories. Leave me some dignity." Gu Cheng's mother paid no heed to her son's protest. "I just love showing people those old photos. Don't worry about it. Since you're finally home, get some good rest. Tell me what you want to eat." I'd have thought there wouldn't be many childhood photos of an athlete, since professional athletes leave home for sports schools at such a young age. And Gu Cheng doesn't seem too fond of having his picture taken either. Mi Sheng hadn't expected Gu Cheng to have many photos. Gu Cheng's mother smiled and pulled a camera out of her bag. "Come on, let me take a group photo of you all." Reporter Mi, you see, although Cheng doesn't like being photographed, he can't do anything about having a mother who loves taking pictures. "I'm always pointing my camera at him, snapping away. I just love photographing beautiful people." Cheng, aside from everything else, has a face that is absolutely stunning. Even his kindergarten teachers said you couldn't find a child more handsome than him in the whole school. "Auntie, please just call me Cheng," Mi Sheng said with a smile, flashing a peace sign for Gu Cheng's mother's camera. They finally arrived at Gu Cheng's family's residential complex, a relatively upscale neighborhood with pleasant landscaping and greenery. Before they even got off the bus, Mi Sheng heard the crackling sound of firecrackers. The property management and neighbors had strung up banners at the gate welcoming the Olympic champion Gu Cheng. This was followed by a repeat of the welcome ceremony from the train station, but Gu Cheng still looked dazed. Many neighbors swarmed around, vying for photos and autographs. Seeing that Gu Cheng wouldn't be able to get inside anytime soon, Mi Sheng decided to set up the camera right there and conduct some street interviews with the neighbors. She approached a middle-aged woman who had just gotten a photo taken and asked, holding out the microphone, "Hello, ma'am. I'm a reporter for CCTV Sports. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Did you know Gu Cheng before this?" "Of course I did. What a handsome child he is. Who in this neighborhood doesn't know him? And being on the national team, winning an Olympic gold medal. We're all so proud of him." The woman beamed. Mi Sheng felt something was off. He was so handsome that the entire neighborhood knew him. That reasoning didn't quite add up, even if Gu Cheng was indeed good-looking. She asked further, "Ma'am, how long have you lived here? Has Gu Cheng's family always been here?" The woman answered truthfully, "I've lived here for 10 years. Our family was among the first to buy a house when the complex was newly built. Gu Cheng's family moved here later, maybe 5 or 6 years ago." Mi Sheng found this even more suspicious. 5 or 6 years ago, Gu Cheng should have been with the provincial team, with little time to come home. How could he be known by the whole neighborhood just for being handsome? "Ma'am, since it was around that time 5 or 6 years ago, you must also know about Gu Cheng's 3 entrances and 2 exits from the national team. How do you perceive Gu Cheng? People say he's unruly and defiant. Is he really that mischievous and troublesome in private? Does he often do very outrageous things?" "Unruly and troublesome. That's too harsh," the woman said, shooting Mi Sheng a displeased look. "He was just a bit of a naughty kid. The most outrageous thing he ever did was break someone's window with a football. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone in our neighborhood adored him. Back then there was this big, burly guy who practiced Muay Thai and was harassing a young girl, a minor, who was the same age as Gu Cheng. When Gu Cheng saw it, he charged in and got into a fight with the man. It caused quite a stir. If it hadn't been for Gu Cheng, that little girl." The auntie suddenly realized she had said too much and quickly covered the camera. "This must not be broadcast. Gu Cheng is an Olympic champion. The property management specifically told us before that we can't associate him with anything like fights. Through her deliberately guided questions, Mi Sheng learned why Gu Cheng was famous in the neighborhood, but she never expected it to be for this reason. She reassured the Annie, "Don't worry, we know exactly what can be aired and what cannot. This part won't be broadcast." She had the cameraman pack up the equipment and chatted casually with the Annie. What exactly happened back then? At first, none of us knew what was going on. The two families were arguing in the neighborhood group chat. The guy who practiced Muay Thai had a head injury, and Gu Cheng was hurt as well. Although the Muay Thai fighter was the one who first harassed the girl, Gu Cheng was the one who threw the first punch. He was young and hot-blooded. The other family seized on that, and upon learning Gu Cheng was a provincial team athlete, demanded a hefty compensation, threatening to give him a criminal record that would end his athletic career. The anti-side, that family was utterly shameless. They said their son wasn't part of the state system anyway, so he wasn't afraid of a record. Truly the barefoot don't fear the shoe wearers. And then what happened? Mi Sheng genuinely hadn't expected there to be such a story. Afterward, everyone in the neighborhood helped Gu Cheng figure things out. We gave that shameless family a piece of our minds, and with his parents' mediation, it was finally settled amicably. That family moved away. The auntie smiled. But since then, Gu Cheng has been a celebrity in the neighborhood. Such a righteous kid, there's no one who doesn't like him. Mi Sheng nodded. For this shoot, the leadership had advised against filming anything controversial. Though this story couldn't go into the documentary, she would remember it. What an endearing Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng finally finished taking photos and signing autographs. Mi Sheng and her team went with him to his home. His mother had already prepared an abundance of food and warmly cut a large watermelon for them. They ate until their bellies were round before finally finding a moment to start filming. Gu Cheng's family was well off. His father had been a professional basketball player and after retiring opened his own basketball club. His mother had her own career in foreign trade. Mi Sheng curiously asked Gu Cheng's father, "Uncle, you're a basketball player. How did you come to let your son play table tennis instead?" Gu Cheng's father replied, "Sports are about talent." His basketball talent was quite mediocre, but his table tennis coaches all praised his gift. He loved table tennis himself, so he went down that path. Mi Sheng pressed further, "So did you initially expect your son to pursue sports?" "Not at all. Training in sports is truly arduous. I didn't want my son to walk the same path as me. Back then I hoped he would study hard, and if he could eventually work in literature or the arts, that would have been ideal." Gu Cheng's father looked at Mi Sheng with a hint of admiration. "Look at you. This is wonderful. Anyone can tell you're a child who loves reading. Such elegance. No wonder they say one who is filled with poetry and books radiates brilliance from within." Mi Sheng blushed at the compliment. "Uncle, you flatter me. Gu Cheng is an Olympic champion. I could never win an Olympic gold in my lifetime. At most I'll hold a microphone and interview Olympic champions." Gu Cheng's mother added, "He was too mischievous as a child. Clearly not cut out for academics. I used to tease his father saying neither of us has scholarly genes, so how could we possibly produce a top scholar?" "Mi Sheng, what do your parents do? They must be intellectuals, right? My mother is a police officer and my father is a member of the Antarctic expedition team." Mi Sheng revealed nothing more. She didn't want to affect the interview. Gu Cheng's mind stirred. Antarctica. It seemed Mi Sheng and her ex-boyfriend had broken up over some quota related to Antarctica. "See, a true scholarly family," Gu Cheng's mother said, playfully nudging her husband. "So if our son doesn't love reading, you should look for the problem in yourself, not keep blaming him." Fine, my fault," Gu Cheng's father replied with affectionate indulgence. It was evident the couple shared a deep bond. So how did Gu Cheng end up on the path of sports, and specifically table tennis? Mi Sheng promptly steered the conversation back on track. Gu Cheng's mother laughed. "Little Cheng was like a child with hyperactivity, endless energy every single day. I thought let him train in sports, once he's exhausted he'll stop tormenting his poor parents. At first he just played ball at his dad's gym. Then his dad got annoyed with him and sent him to a friend's place. That friend was a table tennis player and thought Cheng had exceptional talent. Cheng also loved playing table tennis, so he just kept at it. It sounds like Gu Cheng and table tennis share a kind of destined connection." Mi Sheng actually wanted to laugh at his mother's account, but to preserve material for the documentary, she deliberately steered it back to destiny. Gu Cheng's mother continued with immense pride. "Our Cheng is indeed destined for table tennis. Not a single coach ever said he lacked talent. As a child, he kept defeating older opponents and was quite famous in Jiangning. You could say we planted a willow and got shade by accident. He has always been my pride." "So when Gu Cheng was sent back from the provincial team twice, how did you feel? Did you think your son was suited for the sport, but not for the national team's management style?" Mi Sheng asked curiously. "I truly never imagined he would come this far." Gu Cheng's father recalled, "When he was sent back twice, I vaguely felt his athletic career was over, essentially a death sentence. I was once on the national basketball team myself. Talent is the last thing they lack there. They need promising prospects, but more importantly, they need to manage the team and build cohesion." Gu Cheng's defiance of discipline indeed made him ill-suited for the national team. "When he was sent back the second time, I was already preparing to find him a school to return to his studies. It was truly thanks to Coach He Ziyuan for not giving up on him. Otherwise, he might not be an athlete today. But honestly, through all these years, win or lose making the national team or being sent back, I have always been proud of Cheng." Gu Cheng's mother smiled as she watched her son munching on an apple while listening to the interview. As long as he grows up healthy and happy, stays this cheerful and warm-hearted, and remains loyal to his friends, that is more than enough to make me proud. A person like Gu Cheng would shine brilliantly even if he never played sports. He was born to be a radiant young man. Mi Sheng's words were not merely the polite pleasantries of a journalist during an interview. They came straight from her heart. Gu Cheng's face flushed crimson upon hearing Mi Sheng's summary, even redder than the apple he was biting into. The next day, Mi Sheng and her team followed Gu Cheng around Jiangning, filming the places where he had grown up. Gu Cheng first took them to meet his first coach. The coach was pleasantly surprised to see him. "Ah Cheng, you're here. Busy as you are, you still found time to visit me. Master, I'm here to thank you. If you hadn't discovered me and brought me into the sport, I wouldn't be where I am today." Gu Cheng embraced his first coach joyfully. After brief introductions, Mi Sheng held up her microphone and asked Gu Cheng's first coach, "Coach, were there any particularly amusing or memorable incidents from Gu Cheng's childhood that you could share with us?" Ah Cheng had an aggressive playing style from a young age. When he played, no one his own age could beat him, so he used to play against older kids, winning more often than losing. He often made boys a head taller than him cry. But he wouldn't comfort them. Instead, he'd run over and yell fiercely, "Stop crying." He'd even startle the other coaches with his yelling. It was really funny. The coach chuckled heartily at the memory. Mi Sheng, recalling the childhood photos of Gu Cheng she had seen over the past few days, imagined a chubby-faced little Gu Cheng with his hands on his hips, trying to look fierce, while shouting adorably. It was truly endearing. And what would happen if he lost? Mi Sheng asked curiously. When he lost, the coach's smile grew wider. He would chase after the opponent and keep challenging them until he won. He wouldn't go home otherwise. Sometimes if the other kid had already left, he'd be so upset, he couldn't eat for days, sulking like a pufferfish. He'd insist on extra training and drag me to arrange a one-on-one rematch. He couldn't let it go until he won. It seems Gu Cheng has always had a strong competitive spirit, Mi Sheng summarized, struggling to contain her laughter. Gu Cheng watched Mi Sheng's face turn red from holding in her laughter and complained with a hint of playfulness, "Ah Sheng, are you here to dig up my embarrassing stories? Exposing all my childhood secrets like this is too much. And master, how could you do this to me? Instead of singing my praises, you're telling all these stories I don't like hearing." Gu Cheng's first coach gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "This is me praising you. Be grateful. If I really wanted to tell your embarrassing stories, there are plenty losing a match and then fighting the opponent off the court, and still losing, getting distracted watching a girl get hit in the face with a ball during mixed doubles, faking a stomach ache to skip physical training, and almost getting your appendix removed at the hospital, and..." Okay, master. Why are you telling everyone everything? Leave your poor disciple some dignity." Gu Cheng covered his coach's mouth, blinked his eyes at the camera across from Mi Sheng, and gave the cameraman a placating smile. "Bro, cut this part out, don't broadcast it." The cameraman was laughing so hard, he could barely stand straight. Mi Sheng, as a reporter, abandoned her usual composure and laughed along with them for a long while. After leaving Gu Cheng's first coach's place, Mi Sheng thought of something and asked, "I noticed you call your coaches master. Last time at the Provincial Sports Bureau, I heard you call your provincial team coach master too." "Yes, I call all my close coaches that," Gu Cheng said, scratching his head. "What do you mean by close coaches?" Mi Sheng found it intriguing. Gu Cheng thought for a moment. "They're the coaches who took me under their wing from the start, genuinely cared for me, liked me, taught me so much, and earned my respect and trust." "You're very lucky to have encountered coaches who liked you and favored you like that," Mi Sheng remarked with genuine emotion. It really was a stroke of luck, she thought. If she could have a leader who favored her like that, would she have a fair chance to compete for a spot on the Antarctic expedition? "I think so too. I am a very fortunate person," Gu Cheng said, looking at the sky. "Sometimes I feel my luck is almost unreal, as if all the best things in the world revolve around me. Occasionally I'm afraid of losing everything I have." Mi Sheng looked into Gu Cheng's eyes and said seriously, "That won't happen. You deserve the world's favor, and you are worthy of it all." Indeed, who wouldn't adore a spirited, radiant youth like Gu Cheng, who always brightens others' worlds like a little sun? Gu Cheng had his table tennis Super League commitments coming up and couldn't stay home for long. After finishing the hometown shoot, they headed to the provincial team the next day. The head coach of Gu Cheng's provincial team was also the coach for their provincial Super League team and was very familiar with Gu Cheng. In the car, Gu Cheng introduced him to Mi Sheng. "Coach Wang is a coach I deeply respect. He's been guiding me ever since I joined the provincial team. He's been incredibly kind to me. When I was sent back to the provincial team twice, he was the one who constantly comforted and encouraged me. And I got discovered by Coach He thanks to him being willing to give a chance to a newcomer during the Table Tennis Super League that year, which gave me the opportunity to face Wei Ming. Coach Wang is another talent scout for you. You're a fine horse that has certainly found many bull," Mi Sheng said, half jokingly, half seriously. In truth, being favored by so many coaches was Gu Cheng's fortune, but it was also a testament to his exceptional talent and ability. A truly outstanding horse would always be discovered by discerning eyes. When they met Coach Wang, he was scolding the junior players on the provincial team, leaving each of them with their heads hung low. Mi Sheng noticed he was different from what she had imagined. From Gu Cheng's description, she had expected Coach Wang to have a gentle and loving coaching style, but he was actually very strict and serious. Finally, after a long scolding session, Coach Wang dismissed the players for their training. Master Gu Cheng, completely undeterred by Wang's stern face, rushed up with an enthusiastic smile and embraced him. Mi Sheng was startled, but then she saw the icy expression on Coach Wang's face melt instantly. The 1.8-meter-tall man, whose face bore many wrinkles, even showed a look of deep affection. "Ah Cheng, you're finally back." He reached out and ruffled Gu Cheng's hair, giving him a gentle head pat. Mi Sheng walked over to interview him. "Hello, Coach Wang. I'm Mi Sheng, a sports reporter from CCTV. I'd like to have a chat with you about Gu Cheng." "Ah Cheng, what a wonderful kid," Coach Wang said, leading them to a corner of the training hall. "He has always been an outstanding athlete. Winning the Olympic championship this time is a tremendous achievement. I am extremely proud of him." "It's because you never gave up on me, Master," Gu Cheng said, turning his head to look at Coach Wang with a gaze full of affection and dependence. Mi Sheng couldn't help but see Gu Cheng as a well-behaved little animal, a surge of tenderness welling up inside her. "We all know that Gu Cheng was sent back to the provincial team twice. As his provincial coach, what were your thoughts and feelings at that time? And how did you help him get through those difficult moments?" "When he was sent back the first time, I was quite surprised. In all my years of coaching, I had never had a player sent back for disciplinary issues. He had only been in the national second team for half a year at that point." Coach Wang's thoughts drifted back 6 years. "Then I felt a sense of frustration like iron that couldn't be forged into steel. Cheng was truly the best table tennis prospect I had ever seen. He belonged in the national team, shining brightly. The provincial team would only hold him back." "But you still came to pick me up at the train station." Gu Cheng recalled that time 6 years ago as well. "You told me it was alright, that I should just train hard, and I would get another chance to go back." "That's right. Although I was angry, I thought about how young you were. Facing something like that, you probably didn't know what to do either. How could I blame you? I'm your master, it was my job to reassure you." Coach Wang shook his head helplessly, continuing to explain to Mi Sheng. "Back then, I was so anxious about Cheng that my mouth was covered in sores. But when I saw him, I had to tell him it was okay. I still had to create a training plan for him. I couldn't let such a good prospect be ruined on my watch. Being a coach is truly not easy." Did Gu Cheng really not notice his coach was so worried and anxious for him back then? Mi Sheng asked Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng shook his head in a daze. "I really didn't notice. At the time, Coach acted perfectly normal in front of me. Everyone in the provincial team treated me the same as before. Coach even made me the team captain. I thought it wasn't a big deal. Cheng has a pretty broad mind. He didn't get stuck in a rut over it himself." Coach Wang sighed. "Later, he was finally called back to the second team. I felt like that huge boulder pressing on my chest was finally gone. But then 3 months later, they told me he was being sent back again. Still for disciplinary issues. My blood pressure spiked just hearing it. Gu Cheng should buy his coach more nutritional supplements." "Coaching you must be like riding a roller coaster for him," Mi Sheng teased. "Absolutely right." Coach Wang agreed wholeheartedly. "The second time he was sent back, I was absolutely furious. I wished I could have given him a good beating right then and there." Gu Cheng frowned slightly. "But Coach, I remember you still came to the train station to pick me up. You weren't as gentle as the first time, but you didn't scold me either. You just told me to keep training hard, but also to reflect on myself, to be obedient and follow the rules. I didn't want to scold you and hit you. But then I thought, what's done is done. Scolding or hitting you wouldn't change anything. You were still a kid, you didn't know any better. Why should I hold it against you?" Coach Wang had managed to convince himself back then. Listening to Coach Wang's words, Mi Sheng couldn't help but feel moved. He truly cared for Gu Cheng. The second time Gu Cheng was sent back to the provincial team, he was already 18, an adult. In table tennis, it's common for players in their teens to compete internationally. You couldn't really call him a child anymore. It was only because of genuine affection that he could always see Gu Cheng as a child, and that he could convince himself not to get angry with him. "I started to reflect on myself. Was there a problem with how I was teaching you? How should I manage your temper from now on?" As he spoke, Coach Wang walked over to his coaching cabinet and rummaged through it, pulling out a thick notebook. He handed it to Mi Sheng. "Reporter Me, take a look. This is what I wrote when I was reflecting and creating a new guidance plan for Cheng." Mi Sheng and Gu Cheng both looked at the slightly yellowed notebook in surprise. It contained detailed records of every one of Gu Cheng's matches, from technique to mentality, even including his diet and sleep during competitions. Mi Sheng showed the notebook to the camera. "You can see that Olympic champion Gu Cheng's achievement of winning the singles title wasn't accidental. He had such a dedicated and responsible coach who laid a solid foundation for him. As long as I didn't hold him back, that's enough." Coach Wang said, his face slightly flushed. Gu Cheng hadn't realized his coach had done so much behind the scenes. He hugged Coach Wang, burying his head in his chest, his voice muffled. "Thank you, Coach. You call me Coach, so this is all my duty." Coach Wang patted Gu Cheng's back with a loving gaze. "But I'll say this up front. If you get sent back to the provincial team again, I won't have anything to do with you. You need to train hard in the national team now. Those coaches there are all better than me. You should learn from them. And also tone down that bad temper of yours. I'm afraid you'll get yourself into trouble." Mi Sheng and the cameraman exchanged a glance, both with reddened eyes. Who wouldn't be moved by such a touching bond between master and disciple? Afterwards, Mi Sheng interviewed some other provincial team members. The younger players all idolized Gu Cheng, saying he was their hero and they wanted to learn from him. At those times, Gu Cheng would deliberately put on a stern face and act mature in front of his juniors. "Don't follow my example. Don't cause trouble for Coach like I did. You all need to be obedient and not make him angry. Then lowering his voice he added, or else I'll beat you up. Mishing thought to herself the 22-year-old Gu Cheng couldn't pull off the mature act at all. His threat to the young players was comical and endearing, and it was clear the young players didn't believe a word of it. After finishing the interviews, Mishing thought for a moment, then reminded Gu Cheng, Cheng, you're going to face a lot of media in the future. You need to be careful about what you say and do. Sometimes you're just joking saying things like beat you up, but when it gets edited and broadcast it might not come across that way. I know, but it's you interviewing me right now, Gu Cheng said nonchalantly. Misheng's heart jolted. When had Gu Cheng started trusting her this much? Being so quick to trust others, she didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Jiang Yichuan had also returned. The club was going to have a training camp for the next few days. The club's management was much more relaxed than the national teams. In the evening, Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan invited Mi Sheng and her crew out for northeastern Chinese cuisine. Mi Sheng and her team arrived after finishing their meeting and planning the next day's shoot. Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan had already ordered, including the northeastern specialty gobera. She hadn't had authentic gobera in a long time. The look she gave the dish was like a fellow townsman meeting another, tears welling up in both their eyes. She ate a piece, then noticed Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan weren't eating. Realization dawned on her. Right, you athletes can't just eat any pork from outside. How could I forget that? I'm so sorry. Gu Cheng spoke up before Jiang Yichuan could. We ordered it just for you guys. This place is a century-old establishment. Their gobera is as authentic as it gets. We can't eat any, so we'll just have to live vicariously through you. Jiang Yichuan shot Gu Cheng a look, inwardly mocking his friend for being so eager to take credit. Look at him grinning like an idiot. Well, thank you. The cameramen were all delighted. The dish was indeed delicious. Finally back to this familiar place. Jiang Yichuan sighed. Since I joined the national team at 17, I could count the number of times I've been back in these 5 years on one hand. Do you get homesick being on the national team? It must be tough being a professional athlete, Mi Sheng remarked with a hint of empathy. Jiang Yichuan took a sip of beer. Of course I get homesick. Even back in the provincial team, I missed home. Cheng here has experience with that. Gu Cheng, suddenly put on the spot, looked a bit flustered. Why do I have experience again? I've noticed that since I've been back, everyone seems intent on dissecting every part of my life. I remember when we joined the provincial team at 12, Cheng missed home so much he'd hide under his covers crying every night. He'd soak his own blanket through, then come crawl into my bed and fight me for mine. Jiang Yichuan laughed heartily. A few times we fought over the blanket and ended up both catching colds because neither of us was covered. Gu Cheng had moments like that. The photographer teased him. You wouldn't know it. I've been filming you for so long, I thought you were the strong, stoic type. Winning Olympic gold with so many people crying on the podium, you just got a bit emotional, your eyes reddened, but not a single tear fell. Turns out you were a little crybaby as a kid. Gu Cheng was at a loss for words, his face flushing red before he'd even touched his drink. Who's a little crybaby? Mi Sheng came to his rescue. You can't expect a 12-year-old not to miss home. That's unrealistic and inhumane. Leaving your family to train alone as a teenager, it's normal to feel homesick. I was 18 when I first left home for university, and I still cried at night in the dorm because I missed home. Besides, are you telling me Yichuan never missed home or cried? I missed home too, Jiang Yichuan said, refilling his glass. Sheng is right, how could we not? We were just kids. But I wasn't as lucky as Cheng. My parents were strict and demanding. When I acted spoiled, it got me nowhere, so eventually there was nothing left to miss. Cheng's crying was just his way of acting spoiled. His parents doted on him. Whenever he cried, they'd come to the provincial team to see him. If they couldn't visit, they'd send him things. Every parent expresses their love differently, Mi Sheng said, her eyes dimming as a thought crossed her mind. Noticing her low spirits, Gu Cheng changed the subject, raising his voice in mock indignation. I'm a grown man, how can you call that acting spoiled? Well, aren't you the perfect example of a spoiled man living the good life? You've got a handsome face that people find endearing, and you know how to act cute. Jiang Yichuan filled Gu Cheng's glass and offered a toast. I was really envious of you back in the provincial team. Coach Wang always favored you. Even when you messed up, he couldn't bear to punish you. His reprimands were always a storm in a teacup. And when you got to the national team, coach, he treated you just as well. Sure, he'd make you train extra, but we all knew that was his way of showing he liked you. He was all business with us, but with you it was different. He might as well have had, I love Gu Cheng tattooed on his forehead. Even when he scolded you, you could feel the affection. I don't think I'm acting spoiled, Gu Cheng said, puzzled. That's exactly what I mean, Jiang Yichuan said. It's a talent. Jiang Yichuan nudged Mi Sheng playfully. Sheng, you should learn from Gu Cheng. Master his art of acting cute, and you'll have your partner wrapped around your finger in no time. After all, Gu Cheng managed to win over Coach He and Coach Wang, two of the most stubborn and unyielding men I know. I doubt there's a tougher nut to crack out there. Say that about my coaches again, and I'll tell them when I get back. Gu Cheng joked. You'd tattle on me. Jiang Yichuan raised the glass to Gu Cheng's lips. Come on, drink up. My goal tonight is to get you so drunk you won't remember a thing, so you can't go running your mouth tomorrow. After a while, the photographer and the rest of the crew finished their meal and left to sort through the footage. They suggested Mi Sheng stay behind and chat with Gu Cheng to find an angle for the interview. Jiang Yichuan offered to take Mi Sheng for a walk. As night fell over the city, the late summer air in the northeast was cool, and pleasant the breeze carrying a refreshing chill. Gu Cheng took off his jacket and handed it to Mi Sheng. Sheng, wear this. Don't catch a cold. Mi Sheng tried to refuse. It's okay, Cheng. You're the one with training and competitions. You're the one who can't get sick. Jiang Yichuan firmly took the jacket and draped it over Mi Sheng's shoulders. Sheng, just wear it. With Gu Cheng's physique, you think a little breeze is going to make him sick. You're underestimating our Olympic champion. Mi Sheng didn't refuse this time. Jiang Yichuan continued to tease. Cheng's always been a gentleman. That's why he's so popular with the ladies. A thought struck Mi Sheng as she listened. She hopped in front of Gu Cheng, blocking his path. Cheng, I remember you got sent back to the provincial team the second time because you want to see a girlfriend. Tell me about that. Who was your girlfriend on the provincial team? Did I meet her during this shoot? Gu Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. We broke up, actually. He paused, thinking for a moment, then a sly smile crossed his face as he thought of Mi Sheng's ex-boyfriend, Song Jinyu. Sheng, let's make a deal. I'll tell you my story, but you have to tell me about your ex-boyfriend. It's only fair. And each one can tell us about his secret crush too. Sounds good to me. Before Mi Sheng could even agree, Jiang Yichuan began openly. I've always had a thing for a girl on the provincial gymnastics team. I first saw her when I was 15. She was training in the gym as graceful as a white swan. I was smitten instantly. You could call it love at first sight. And then, oi, Mi Sheng asked, curious. Did you go introduce yourself, Yichuan? I was too timid back then, I couldn't muster the courage. I just secretly watched her train and compete for over a year. It wasn't until Gu Cheng was first sent back to the provincial team that I finally got to know her. Mentioning his crush made the usually forthright Jiang Yichuan blush. Gu Cheng had a hand in this. Mi Sheng found the story even more intriguing. Of course, Gu Cheng said, proudly puffing out his chest. If it weren't for me, that girl probably still wouldn't know his name. When I first got sent back, I was feeling down. Yichuan kept dragging me to the gymnastics gym, saying it would cheer me up. But I could see his eyes were practically glued to that girl. I knew what was going on. So I took the initiative to get to know the girls on the gymnastics team, especially her best friend. Within a month, I'd arranged to get together, and I made sure to invite Yichuan along. That's how I set things up for him. You have the nerve to bring that up. Jiang Yichuan gave Gu Cheng a shove. Within 3 months, her best friend had become your girlfriend. You two would go out and not invite me or the girl I liked. The group outings turned into dates for two. So were you really setting me up, or were you just setting yourself up? Huh. Mi Sheng chuckled at the story. So your stories are actually one and the same. My unlucky teammate built a bridge for me, but ended up crossing it himself. Later I went to the national team, and kept in touch with that girl sporadically. But I felt she wasn't very enthusiastic, just treating me as an ordinary friend. I don't know when my story will progress further. Jiang Yichuan's expression turned somewhat wistful. Yichuan, you should seek advice from Cheng on this. Cheng seems quite adept in matters of romance. Mi Sheng patted Gu Cheng's shoulder. Go on, tell us. How did you manage to become a couple in less than 3 months? I'm curious too. Jiang Yichuan's tone carried a hint of grievance. Our training is hectic every day, and the gymnastics team is just as busy. By the time we got our phones, it was very late. We could chat for half an hour at most, and often we weren't resting at the same time, so we couldn't even catch each other for a conversation. Gu Cheng proudly patted his own face. With this face of mine just sitting there, what girl couldn't I win over? Jiang Yichuan kicked him. Speak properly. I truly liked her back then. She was my first love. Gymnasts have to maintain their figure, so there were many things she couldn't eat. But after training at night, she was genuinely tired and hungry. So I'd sneak over the wall to buy late-night snacks and share them with her. That way she wouldn't gain weight, but could still satisfy her cravings. Gu Cheng recalled the beauty of his first love. If she finished early, she'd wait for me. If I finished early, I'd wait for her. After the evening room check, we'd sneak out to the track to look at the stars. Once we were so tired we fell asleep on the grass. When we opened our eyes again, it was sunrise. That sunrise was incredibly beautiful. Jiang Yichuan grew indignant. So that's it. So when you bought late-night snacks back then, and didn't call me, it was just to have me cover for you. I remember that time. When I woke up in the morning, you weren't there. When I asked you, you had the audacity to tell me you went out early because you were in a bad mood, and went for a run. And I actually believed you were upset about being sent back from the national team. I even got you meals, and I even washed your stinky socks. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became. Mi Sheng was laughing so hard, she couldn't stand straight. I brought you late-night snacks, didn't I? Gu Cheng looked innocent. I thought that's how everyone chased girls and fell in love. Who would have thought you didn't know? Besides, you went to the national team later, so I couldn't teach you even if I wanted to. Jiang Yichuan was so angry, he kept pounding Gu Cheng. Come on, tell me more. What other romantic stories are there? Let me see if I've been the unlucky one any more times. That's all. That's all. Gu Cheng laughed and dodged behind Mi Sheng, so Jiang Yichuan couldn't hit him. The most romantic thing was probably another time. She didn't win a medal in her competition, so I took one of my medals, engraved her name on the back, and gave it to her. She was deeply touched. Even after we broke up, she always told me it was the best gift she had ever received, and that she would keep it forever. Do you remember? Jiang Yichuan found an opening and pulled Gu Cheng out from behind Mi Sheng. Coach Wang wanted to see your medal, but you said you lost it. The team searched for ages and couldn't find it. The last place that medal was seen was in our room with my silver medal and your gold medal placed together. In the end, everyone concluded that your roommate was so resentful that you got gold, while I only got silver that I threw your medal away. As he spoke, Jiang Yichuan unleashed a flurry of punches on Gu Cheng. Mi Sheng laughed and pulled Gu Cheng, who was on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. So you see, there's no such thing as a sweet love story in this world. It's just your unlucky roommate carrying the burden for you. After fooling around for a while, they got tired and found a bench by the roadside to sit and continue chatting. Such a sweet love story, to the point where you got sent back to the provincial team for her a second time. Why did you break up? Mi Sheng looked up at the starry sky. A few years ago, it was under this very sky that Gu Cheng had his first love. Gu Cheng shrugged. Her grades were never that good. When she saw me go to the national team, she also wanted to get in so we could be closer. But the competition in the national team was fierce, and she could never make it. The career of a gymnast is even shorter than ours. She felt quite desperate, but I wasn't by her side to comfort her. And at that time, things weren't going smoothly for me in the national team either, so I didn't have the heart to comfort her. The reason I was so eager to come back early that time was because we had broken up a while before that. I thought she was a fragile girl, her athletic career wasn't going well, and I wanted to comfort her so that the breakup wouldn't affect her competitive performance. Gu Cheng sighed. But it turned out I couldn't comfort her properly, and I ended up getting myself sent back to the provincial team. So you had already broken up by then? Mi Sheng was a bit confused about this part. Yes, Gu Cheng replied. Mi Sheng still didn't quite understand. Did you want to return to the provincial team early because you couldn't let go and wanted to win her back? Was it she who initiated the breakup? Jiang Yichuan took over the conversation. They both agreed to the breakup. Oh, it was quite amicable. I was comforting Gu Cheng about it back then. Gu Cheng didn't want to win her back either. He simply felt that this shouldn't affect her competition performance. He wanted to go back, clear things up, and comfort her. That's just what he told you. In his heart, he still couldn't let go and wanted to reconcile. Mi Sheng, thinking of Jiang Yichuan's unlucky streak, didn't believe his version. Gu Cheng also looked up at the starry sky. It really was as Yichuan said. We agreed to the breakup together. I wasn't trying to salvage the relationship because I genuinely felt we couldn't go on. The initial spark was gone. We were too young, and our feelings weren't mature. But I believed that even if we couldn't be lovers, we could still be friends. Even if the romance was over, we should still be loyal and righteous. In life, loyalty and righteousness are very important. That's the kind of person Gu Cheng is. We were roommates for 5 years starting from the provincial team, and we remained close in the national team. It's because he's such a loyal and righteous person. He's a true friend, warm and radiant like a little sun. Everyone wants to be his friend. Cheng is truly a sincere person, Jiang Yichuan said as he put his arm around Gu Cheng's shoulder. Watching their two fuzzy heads lean firmly together was somewhat comical, but also very heartwarming. Gu Cheng was indeed a passionate person, warm and loyal to his friends. Mi Sheng found herself admiring Gu Cheng more and more. No one dislikes the sun. What about you, Cheng? You can't just listen to mine and each one's love stories for free. Gu Cheng, even in his cheerful mood, didn't forget to ask Mi Sheng. His purpose wasn't just to reminisce about his own first love. At this moment, he still hadn't realized why he, a person who wasn't usually nosy, was so interested in Mi Sheng's love story. He thought he was simply curious about why his first fan in his career, his good friend, would occasionally look at the gymnasium with such a lost and sorrowful gaze. As for me, I've only ever been in one relationship before. Mi Sheng thought of Song Jinyu. He's my childhood friend. When we were 12, our families moved into a new neighborhood, and we became upstairs-downstairs neighbors. From then on, we attended the same schools through middle school, high school, and even university. We were even in the same classes during middle and high school, and majored in the same subject in college. Childhood sweethearts, huh? Jiang Yichuan looked at Mi Sheng. How wonderful. You went through school step by step, and you had a childhood sweetheart as a lover. Campus romance must have been truly beautiful. Unlike us who spent most of our time training. I actually wish I could have had something like that, Sheng. Campus romance. That term does feel a bit distant for us. So, Sheng, tell us more about it. Gu Cheng took the opportunity to coax more stories from Mi Sheng, his gaze dropping to the bricks beneath his feet with a hint of guilt. Mi Sheng drifted into recollection. During middle and high school, our relationship was always incredibly close. When I was young, my mother was busy with work, so I often ate dinner at his house. His mother was a stay-at-home mom and had more time to look after the kids. Once we entered university, we got together. He's the type of person who's incredibly perceptive about others' feelings, gentle, considerate, and always a gentleman towards women. So being with him, I was genuinely happy. Did you two break up? Jiang Yichuan had initially assumed Mi Sheng was single, seeing as no man ever picked her up from work. But hearing her describe her first love with such tenderness today made him uncertain. We did break up, Mi Sheng said, a pang of pain shooting through her heart at the thought of Antarctica. It was a very amicable split. At first, I felt incredibly awkward after the breakup. I didn't know how to handle our relationship or how to go back to being friends without any lingering resentment. But he was so remarkably open and magnanimous about it, like an ancient demon king who had finally attained enlightenment and could casually down a bottle of Realgar wine without a care. So I let it go? Thinking about it, we dated for 4 years, but we'd been friends for 10. How could a decade-long friendship just dissolve so easily? Jiang Yichuan felt Mi Sheng was glossing over many details. So why did you two break up? It was because of work. My lifelong dream was to be a journalist attached to the Antarctic expedition team. But because I'm a woman, the opportunity was given to him instead. I was devastated, and he felt terrible about it too. We grew distant over time, and eventually just drifted apart. Mi Sheng felt the night wind growing colder, and instinctively pulled Gu Cheng's jacket tighter around herself. You two were competing for the same position. How could anyone compete with their girlfriend for a spot? Zhang Yichuan didn't understand what Antarctica meant to Mi Sheng and thought the breakup reason seemed rather flimsy. Because he wanted to go too. Honestly, if I had lost in a fair competition, I wouldn't have been so upset. The problem was I was eliminated solely because of my gender. I couldn't accept that. I had worked so hard for so long, poured in so much effort only to be told my failure was because I'm a woman. Mi Sheng didn't want to delve deeper into what Antarctica meant to her. Zhang Yichuan chuckled wryly. So you broke up over that. Your feelings for each other couldn't have been that deep then. How did you even get together in the first place? Back then we were just so close that if we hadn't started dating we would have sworn brotherhood, Mi Sheng joked with a smile. Although Gu Cheng sensed that Mi Sheng was holding back on many things he wanted to know, he didn't press further. He was afraid of upsetting her, and even more afraid of touching upon painful memories that would cause her distress. The three of them sat outside for a while longer, chatting casually until the streets began to empty, before heading back. Next came the training for the Table Tennis Super League. After several days of intensive preparation, the league teams along with Mi Sheng and her group set off for Guangzhou, the host city for this year's event. Late summer in Guangzhou was as sweltering as ever, the sun so intense it was blinding. Mi Sheng despised this kind of weather. While filming and conducting interviews outdoors, she felt like she was melting into the asphalt. Now she stayed put in her air-conditioned room whenever she possibly could. Gu Cheng disliked the heat as well, but he remained restless. Although the national team members were on different league teams, they all stayed in the same hotel. They frequently visited each other and made plans to explore Guangzhou together, with Gu Cheng being the most enthusiastic of them all. The Table Tennis Super League was set to begin the next day. The teams were training at the venue, and Coach Wang had Gu Cheng and Zhang Yichuan pair up for doubles practice. Mi Sheng was conducting an interview on the sidelines. Coach Wang: Gu Cheng primarily focuses on singles in the national team and rarely plays doubles. What made you confident in assigning him to pair with Zhang Yichuan? Although Gu Cheng doesn't train much for doubles on the national team, he's exceptionally skilled at it. Yichuan is a left-handed player, which is ideal for doubles combinations. Most importantly, doubles rely heavily on the synergy between partners. Yichuan and Cheng have shared a dorm room since they were kids. They get along well and have great chemistry. Both are also excellent singles players. I have no doubts about them. Coach Wang added jokingly. I'm confident that if they could pull off their mischievous antics right under our noses as kids, they can definitely pull off a synchronized doubles performance now. From our interviews and observations over the past few days, you seem to have a special fondness for Gu Cheng. You're incredibly strict with him, yet also particularly gentle. You hold him to the highest standards in training, but show him a unique warmth in daily life. What's the reason behind your affection for him? Mi Sheng finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Cheng is an exceptional table tennis player with top-tier physical gifts and innate talent for the sport. I'm afraid of squandering his potential under my guidance, of failing him. That's why I'm so demanding. If he makes the slightest mistake, I have to call him out. In table tennis, there's no such thing as good enough. It has to be perfect, because a minor error can lead to a monumental defeat. Coach Wang watched Gu Cheng, who was engaged in doubles reaction drills in the distance, with a tender gaze. After a moment's thought, he continued, Cheng can be quite infuriating at times. He has a quick temper and is stubborn, making him hard to manage. Sometimes when he'd argue with me, jutting his chin out defiantly, I'd think about just assigning him a different coach. But then he always manages to soften my heart, and I can't bear to let him go. Every time we fought and I was too angry to eat, he would secretly slip away, traveling a long distance just to buy me the cold chicken salad from my favorite shop. That shop is incredibly far, tucked away in a narrow alley where cars can't go. You have to walk quite a distance, and because it's so popular, you have to wait a long time. I wouldn't even bother going myself. But Cheng, as impatient as he is, would patiently endure all that just to get it for me. Every time I'm angry with him, I think of that, and my anger just fades. I find myself having more patience for him than I ever thought possible. I'm surprised by it myself, wondering where all that patience comes from. Coach Wang's gaze towards Gu Cheng grew even more affectionate. Mi Sheng nodded. Gu Cheng was such an endearing soul. Though admittedly childlike at times, he was sincere and fervent, and everyone who drew near him couldn't help but adore him. Coach Wang pondered for a moment, then instructed Mi Sheng, better not air this part. Let's just consider this a casual chat between us. If Gu Cheng hears it, he'll get insufferably conceited. He's the type who blossoms with the slightest bit of praise. All right, Mi Sheng agreed. Honestly, I worry about Gu Cheng's temperament, Coach Wang continued. I'm afraid he might clash with the national team coaches. Seeing that Mi Sheng had the camera turned off, Coach Wang grew more at ease and spoke with greater candor. Gu Cheng. Mi Sheng reflected on what she had observed of him during her time with the national team, slightly puzzled. Although many have told me he's a player with a strong personality, from what I've seen, he's quite obedient and gets along very well with Coach He. That's because Coach He appreciates him, Coach Wang said. Reflecting on his years of coaching, he added, I've encountered countless players and coaches. Every coach claims to treat all players equally, and indeed impartiality is a coach's duty, But coaches are human too, and humans harbor favorites. A player like Gu Cheng. Coaches who appreciate him genuinely do, but those who don't truly don't. Fortunately, coach, he favors him, and that's why he's come this far. Gu Cheng is like a puppy that needs gentle coaxing. Rub him the right way and he's fine, but if you lock horns with him, he'll infuriate you to no end. But one can't always be lucky enough to have every coach appreciate and favor you. I wonder when Gu Cheng will ever grow up. Coach Wang gave a helpless smile. Never growing up is itself a stroke of great fortune, Mi Sheng said, gazing at Gu Cheng swinging his racket on the court. She wished he could remain forever as he was now, carrying the fervent blaze of youth. As the Table Tennis Super League commenced, Gu Cheng's team was not particularly formidable. Only he and Jiang Yichuan were national team members. The national team coaches all came to observe the matches daily, assessing where their players needed improvement and scouting for promising new talent. Having just clinched the Olympic gold, Gu Cheng's name alone sent a thrill through every athlete. Who wouldn't yearn to defeat Gu Cheng to conquer the gold medalist? But having just emerged from a major tournament, it was natural for Gu Cheng's competitive form to fluctuate. That day he had a singles match against Chi Hongyu. Chi Hongyu, also a national team member, was 2 years older than Gu Cheng. He trained under the same coach as Jiang Yichuan, Li Hongpeng, and was considered Li's finest player, having won the Asian Championships and ranking 6th in the world. Mi Sheng watched Gu Cheng on the court. It was the first match of the team event, carrying little pressure of decisive victory or defeat, yet his performance was less than ideal. She then turned her gaze to Chi Hongyu. He was in exceptional form, his eyes blazing with intensity. The way he stared at Gu Cheng was aggressive, yet distinctly different from the ferocious glare Gu Cheng himself often wore during matches. Mi Sheng felt a vague, inexplicable unease. She chuckled at herself. Here she was acting like a devoted fan. Whenever the athlete she supported fell behind, she began to view the opponent with irrational disdain. She shook her head, banishing these strange thoughts. She was a journalist, after all, though objectivity was paramount. Unsurprisingly, Gu Cheng lost the match, his condition visibly inferior to Chi Hongyu's. The instant Chi Hongyu secured the victory, he let out a fierce roar, tilting his head back and howling with overwhelming excitement. Defeating Gu Cheng meant defeating the newly crowned Olympic men's singles champion, a cause for elation for anyone. Yet Mi Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that Chi Hongyu unsettled her. The Super League had its own dedicated cameras, so Mi Sheng and her photographer weren't required to shoot. Seated in the press area of the spectator stands, the photographer leaned in and whispered gossip to her. If you ask me, the one on this team who dislikes Gu Cheng the most is definitely Chi Hongyu. Why? Mi Sheng was taken aback. So her intuition hadn't been wrong. Chi Hongyu did give her an odd feeling. Earlier when Jin Hao had beaten Gu Cheng, she hadn't felt this way at all. The photographer began to enlighten her. You arrived late, so you wouldn't know. By the time you got here, Gu Cheng was already being groomed as a core player. And after Deng Weiming's injury, he was even developed as the absolute ace. But before you came, or rather before Gu Cheng rose to prominence, Chi Hongyu was the one being cultivated as the main player. Then Gu Cheng showed up and swept up all those tournament slots, his world ranking climbing right past Chi Hongyu's. Mi Sheng thought it over carefully and nodded. That's true. Since I've been here, Chi Hongyu has been serving as a practice partner. I assumed that aside from the Olympic core players, everyone else just did sparring duty during the Olympics. If Gu Cheng hadn't come along, Chi Hongyu would have had no trouble rising to prominence. Even this time, with Deng Weiming injured, the singles opportunity would likely have fallen to him. But unfortunately, Gu Cheng appeared, younger and more talented than him. The photographer watched Gu Cheng and Chi Hongyu shaking hands on the court and sighed with emotion. Competitive sports are brutal, and so is the national team. There are only a handful of tournament slots. Not everyone gets to compete. I understand. It's a highly competitive environment, but ultimately strength prevails. If you're not skilled enough, you train harder. That shouldn't be a reason to hold a grudge against Gu Cheng, Mi Sheng remarked, believing the players she'd met were all genuinely lovely and magnanimous. The photographer found Mi Sheng rather naive. In the national team, if you can't break through within about 2 years, you're essentially written off and relegated to being a practice partner. Opportunities in major tournaments are too precious to waste on you. Chi Hongyu was displaced by Gu Cheng. Everyone could see it. Gu Cheng's gold medal secured him an undisputed position as a core player. In the current squad, the older generation includes Dai Minghui and Zhao Yuan. In Chi Hongyu's cohort, and even younger, there are Jin Hao and Gu Cheng. Deng Weiming may have stopped competing in the Olympics, but he still has fight left in him for other events. And the younger prospects are all eager to make their mark. Chi Hongyu's position is truly awkward. He glanced at the young journalist who had just left school and couldn't resist offering a word of advice. Don't assume everyone is inherently good. Human nature is complex. Whether athletes or journalists, countless people have turned against each other over competing interests. I understand, Mi Sheng replied, her tone subdued. She always viewed the world as bright and beautiful, and she wasn't yet ready to believe in the corners where sunlight never reached. Sensing her disquiet, the photographer consoled her, don't feel too down. Just keep watching from here. On the field of competition, you'll witness both the harshest severance of bonds and the most touching camaraderie. There is genuine sincerity in this world, of course. I just hope you'll keep your eyes open and not be so trusting all the time. Thank you, Mi Sheng said, knowing the photographer with far more years of experience was offering guidance from the perspective of a seasoned elder. As the day's competition drew to a close, Mi Sheng intended to console Gu Cheng, who had suffered defeats at the hands of Chi Hongyu Dai Minghui, and a young upstart. She knocked on Gu Cheng's door, hearing a commotion from within, but no one answered. Assuming the noise had drowned out her knock and that he had visitors, she turned to leave. Just as she was about to walk away, the door swung open. Gu Cheng poked his head out, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing her. "Ah Sheng, it's you. Come in." Seeing his beaming smile devoid of any shadow from his losses, Mi Sheng silently chided herself for worrying unnecessarily. "You have company, so I won't intrude. It's nothing important." As she turned to leave, Zhu Xiaoran emerged from the room and caught her arm. "Ah Sheng, come in. Jin Hao and I brought some delicious food. You should join us." "Yeah, come on, save me. I can't take being the third wheel while watching these two show off their affection all by myself," Gu Cheng chimed in with a pleading tone. Mi Sheng's heart softened. She followed him inside and asked, "Where's your roommate Jiang Yichuan?" "That traitor. He bolted the moment this lovey-dovey couple showed up," Gu Cheng grumbled. "Ah Sheng, have a seat," Zhu Xiaoran said, gesturing for her to sit, then had Jin Hao fetch a fresh set of disposable chopsticks and a bowl for her. Rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, boat, congee, wonton noodles, glutinous rice chicken. All were renowned delicacies from Guangzhou. "I had a friend who was visiting send these over right on time to keep them as fresh as possible," Zhu Xiaoran explained, piling food into Mi Sheng's bowl. "Ah Sheng, you're my lifesaver. You have no idea they were kissing right in front of me. It was so cringeworthy, I'm afraid I'll get a sty," Gu Cheng said, leaning towards her as he spoke. Jin Hao swiftly pushed him away. "Don't use us as an excuse to flirt. If you've got something to say, say it. No need to lean all over her." Gu Cheng was at a loss for words. He hadn't thought anything of it, it was just a natural posture. It wasn't until after being shoved that he realized how it looked. He really needed to watch his boundaries with people he'd just met. "It's fine," Mi Sheng said, seeing him flustered and red-faced, and decided to change the subject to let him off the hook. "I mainly came to see how you're doing, and to talk about tomorrow's filming. Once this documentary about Ah Cheng airs, who knows how many more female fans he'll gain." Jin Hao shuddered, recalling the scene in the stands over the past few days. "I got scared half to death by Gu Cheng's fans today. He ran off fast, but they cornered me instead. They found out I'm his roommate, and kept asking if he has an 8-pack. I was speechless." Zhu Xiaoran confirmed this. "It's true. Jin Hao was just signing autographs for his own fans when Gu Cheng's avid female admirers swarmed him. He lost a shoe while escaping." Mi Sheng found the image amusing. She raised her hand. "That was me. I wrote in a previous article that Hao Gu was Ah Cheng's roommate. So you're the source." Jin Hao pretended to be angry and made a move to swat at her, but Gu Cheng blocked him, laughing. All right, I'll make it up to you. I'll wash your stinky socks for a week when we get back." "Yeah, right. You don't even wash your own," Jin Hao retorted, ready to expose him. "I remember last time someone's stinky socks were piled up for." Gu Cheng quickly clamped a hand over Jin Hao's mouth. "Don't slander me. I'm very clean." He then blinked innocently at Mi Sheng, as if to prove his virtue. Mi Sheng looked at his puppy dog expression and nodded with a smile. "Of course I believe you're clean. I'll be sure to mention that in my next article." After more playful banter, they finished their meal. Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran took their leave, saying they shouldn't interrupt Mi Sheng and Gu Cheng's work discussion. While the guys were talking, Zhu Xiaoran pulled Mi Sheng aside and whispered, "Ah Sheng, please comfort Gu Cheng. He didn't play well today. Jin Hao wants to console him, but doesn't know how, so he's just trying to cheer him up with food. You're a journalist, you're better with words than we are. We're counting on you." "I'll try my best," Mi Sheng said, glancing at the two men laughing over there, then added, "Sharon, Hao Gu is so thoughtful. You're really good at picking boyfriends." "That's because Ah Cheng is thoughtful too. When Jin Hao lost at the Olympics, he seemed fine on the surface, but he was really hurting inside. In Paris, he couldn't sleep all night, and Ah Cheng stayed up talking with him." Jin Hao said Ah Cheng insisted on squeezing into his bed and fighting over the blanket, clinging to him like an octopus. He claimed it was because he was scared after reading a horror novel, but really he just wanted to hold Jin Hao and comfort him. Zhu Xiaoran paused, then joked, "I personally think the whole sharing a bed and fighting over a blanket thing is a bit ambiguous, but maybe I just don't understand boys' friendships." "Yeah, it does sound pretty ambiguous," Mi Sheng agreed, imagining the scene and giving a slight shudder. After seeing Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran off, she decided to get straight to the point. "Ah Cheng, does it bother you that you lost 3 matches today?" She had figured out that Gu Cheng was a straightforward person, so it was better to be direct than to beat around the bush. As a journalist, she appreciated interview subjects like him, whose thoughts were written all over their faces. "It's normal for competitive form to fluctuate," Gu Cheng shrugged. "As an athlete, you have to learn to take a loss. Losing is just part of the game." Mi Sheng was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected him to be so nonchalant about it. But when you were a kid, you used to get so mad after losing that you couldn't even eat. Some matches shouldn't be lost, so losing them is frustrating. And back then, in the small circle where I first started playing, I was the best. Losing was a legit reason to be angry. Plus, it's easier to get angry when you're young, especially when you haven't experienced losing much. Gu Cheng rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly reminiscing. "But as I got older, played more matches, met more skilled players, and lost more often, I realized that some losses are just because I wasn't good enough or wasn't in form. It's normal, and you have to accept reality. Mi Sheng was at a loss for words, seeing how well he had come to terms with it. All the comforting words she had prepared were now useless. Seeing her words die in her throat, Gu Cheng added, "But I do need to reflect. Some matches are okay to lose, but others aren't. I was really off today, I let my opponents dictate the pace completely." Then, Mi Sheng fumbled for words, finally managing to say, "I hope you play well tomorrow." "Thanks," Gu Cheng said with a smile, looking every bit the radiant young man he was. Having followed the entire table tennis Super League, Mi Sheng realized that Gu Cheng's performance was heavily dependent on his daily form and feel. When he was on, he could beat anyone, and when he was off, he could lose to anyone. She couldn't help but worry about his inconsistency. What if he was out of form during a major tournament? He couldn't always rely on being as energized as he was at the Olympics. After the league ended, there were a few days of rest, but Mi Sheng couldn't take a break. She and her cameraman were holed up in a dark editing room, burning the midnight oil to finish cutting the footage and submit it before she could finally catch her breath. By the time she returned to her apartment in Beijing, she was utterly exhausted. She tidied up briefly before collapsing into bed, as she had plans to meet a few close university friends the next day. This was her first brief respite since covering the Olympics and the Table Tennis Super League, a chance to finally see friends she hadn't met since joining the national table tennis team. The next day, Mi Sheng arrived at the private dining room with the gifts she had bought in Paris. Song Jinyu was already there, while Su Yiji and Yin Yueshi had yet to arrive. During their university days, the four of them, though from different majors, Song Jinyu and Mi Sheng studying journalism and communication, Su Yiji studying acting, and Yin Yueshi studying dance, had always shared a close bond. "You're here," Song Jinyu said, naturally taking the bags from Mi Sheng. "Have you eaten? You should have a bite first. I saw you've been swamped with work lately. You must be exhausted." Su Yiji and Yin Yueshi, those two have never been on time. "Haven't eaten yet. Yesterday was too tiring, so I woke up late today." Mi Sheng handed Song Jinyu the gift, a pair of cufflinks. "I thought these would suit you." "Thanks." Song Jinyu opened the box and examined them. He liked them. Their aesthetic sense had always been remarkably in sync. He poured water for Mi Sheng. "My mom said the desserts you brought last time were delicious. They really touched her. I'm glad Annie liked them." This was the first time Mi Sheng had been alone with Song Jinyu in an enclosed space since their breakup, and she still felt a bit awkward. Song Jinyu gestured for the waiter to start serving the dishes. "Not waiting for them?" Mi Sheng asked, tilting her head. "Who knows when they'll show up? Let's eat first." Song Jinyu knew their two good friends all too well. It's definitely Su Yiji who's slow. No idea what he's doing. That guy has always been lackadaisical. When they get here, we can just order more for them. "All right." Mi Sheng nodded. The four of them had been best friends in university and understood each other well, so starting without them wasn't a big deal. Besides, she was genuinely hungry, and Su Yiji truly had no concept of time. While waiting for the food, Song Jinyu chatted with Mi Sheng. "Sheng, could you get me 2 signed paddles? Preferably with signatures from all the well-known players on the team." "What do you need those for?" Mi Sheng asked curiously. "You were never much of a table tennis fan before." "They're for someone else. Just maintaining good relationships with colleagues." Song Jinyu noticed the dishes starting to arrive and gestured for them to be placed in front of Mi Sheng. Mi Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll get them for you." Though it would be a hassle, Song Jinyu was a friend of many years. Looking at his casual demeanor, she wasn't sure how she felt, but relief was certainly part of it. He truly hadn't dwelled on their breakup, and they could still be close, candid friends. Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu had been eating for a while when Su Yiji and Yin Yueshi finally arrived. Su Yiji launched a preemptive strike as he walked in. "You two couldn't even wait for me. How heartless to an old classmate. Yiji, you were just too late." Mi Sheng wasn't about to let him get the upper hand. "I came straight from work to see you without even having breakfast. And you show up this late. Aren't you afraid of starving me? You have no classmate loyalty at all." Sheng. Yin Yueshi rushed over excitedly and hugged Mi Sheng. "Ignore Yiji. I haven't seen you in so long. Ever since you joined the table tennis team, we've practically become online friends instead of besties. But you've gotten prettier and you've lost weight." "Really?" Mi Sheng touched her face, skeptical. "Traveling with the national team, the first thing I do is feast on local delicacies. How could I possibly lose weight?" "Well, you're more beautiful than ever," Yin Yueshi said, gazing at Mi Sheng with utter sincerity. Su Yiji, however, plopped down carelessly. "Enough with the flattery. Sit down, let's order a couple more dishes." Seeing his insufferable demeanor, even Song Jinyu couldn't resist giving him a smack. Mi Sheng, delighted to see her long-missed friends, asked, "Yiji, you achieved your dream right after graduation, becoming a stage actor at the National Art Theater. How does it feel?" "Not bad, I guess. We're currently rehearsing the play Tea House, and the colleagues are very professional." Though his words were affirmative, his tone lacked enthusiasm. "Our Yiji is incredibly amazing. The National Art Theater only recruited 1 male and 1 female graduate, and they gave Yiji such an important role right away." Yin Yueshi looked at Su Yiji with sparkling, adoring eyes, oblivious to his mood. But Mi Sheng, being a journalist, was keenly perceptive and noticed. "What's wrong?" she asked. "What role are you playing?" "The young Master Qin II," Su Yiji said, picking up a bite of food with his chopsticks and staring at his plate. "That's great," Mi Sheng said, her tone comforting. "A reformist capitalist in his 20s when he first appears, young and ambitious. It fits you well. And it's a very standout role." He struggles alone in those dark times, walking a solitary path, outwardly obsequious to the eunuchs, but inwardly harboring sharp ambition. To land this role right after graduation, Iji, that's truly impressive. It's good, but I feel this script has too many precedents. It's hard for anyone to bring something new to it. Suiji paused. And you know my ambitions aren't limited to just acting. Iji. Inueshi's tone was full of disapproval. Why bring this up again? Your current job is perfect. Countless people would kill for a spot at the National Art Theater. And you got such a good role right away. You should be grateful. What do you mean by grateful? Suiji slammed his chopsticks onto the plate with a sharp clatter. Ashung, you're in a great position too. Are you satisfied? Aren't you still pained because you can't go to your dream destination, the Antarctic? We're talking about you. Why drag Ashung into it? Song Jinyu kicked Suiji under the table. The others didn't know what the Antarctic meant to Mi Shang. They just saw it as a dream of hers. But Song Jinyu knew, and he didn't want anyone bringing it up to hurt her. Mi Shang smiled gently. It's fine. Iji, we all know you love innovation and want to direct, but you have to take it one step at a time. No one can become an expert overnight. Song Jinyu gave Suiji a deep look and refilled his glass. I remember back then Iji used a script Ashung wrote, and we all put together a small play. We even won a national first prize. That's when Iji fell in love with directing, isn't it? Having the entire stage under your control. Yeah, I'm not one for competitions or events really. I prefer tinkering with my own projects. But Ashung's script back then was so brilliant that not staging it would have been a lifelong regret. At that thought, Suiji suddenly looked up at Mi Shang. Ashung, are you sure you want to be a journalist? Is that what you want to do for the rest of your life? I think your talent lies in playwriting. You could definitely become an outstanding playwright. If you can't make up your own mind, why are you trying to persuade Ashung to change her career? Ashung is an outstanding journalist. During school, she was always ranked in the top 2 in her major, won the National College Student Reporter Challenge Grand Prize once and the first prize twice. With such a beautiful camera-ready face, she was recruited by CCTV right after graduation. Inueshi held Mi Shang's hand. Ashung, ignore him. He hasn't even figured out his own affairs. Speaking of resumes, both Ashung and Jean, you have truly impressive ones. You two were really diligent when studying, with resumes listing several pages of awards. I'm not like that. Suiji took a sip of water, paused, and deliberately teased. My resume isn't impressive either, just a single page. But with this face and this acting skill, I outshine all those resume-obsessed people at any interview. Iji, if you can't speak properly, it's better to stay silent. If you can't use your mouth, you can donate it. Mi Shang pretended to puff up in anger and put food on Suiji's plate. Eat more, talk less. Then she turned to Inueshi and asked, Ueshi, how about you? Is everything going well at the dance troupe? Just SOSO. It's quite tiring. Inueshi leaned against Mi Shang. Ashung, working to earn money is way more tiring than studying. It's the growing pains. Mi Shang patted Inueshi's back. When we were young, we always wanted to grow up quickly. But when we do, we find there are still many worries. Just go through it slowly, things will get better. Ashung, I feel like I'm just like those athletes you interview. We're both manual laborers. Training every day is so exhausting. How do they manage to keep going? Inueshi was curious. Being a national team athlete is a profession far removed from ordinary people. Mi Shang thought for a moment. Probably because they truly love it, plus the high level of competition. They strive for gold medals and championships. Competition. I want to compete for the lead dancer position too, but with seniority-based promotion, it'll never be my turn. Thinking about her marginalized position in the troupe, Inueshi felt a little melancholy. There's no such thing as seniority-based promotion in this world. Suiji disagreed with Inueshi. As long as you have enough talent, the center spot on the stage belongs to you. Take Gucheng from the table tennis team, who won the gold medal this time. If it were by seniority, he wouldn't even rank. But he won the gold anyway. Suiji was indeed a very talented person, famous throughout the acting department, and even the entire school. He had the credentials to say such things. Inueshi frowned, unwilling to continue this conversation with him. Mi Shang noticed this and changed the subject. Speaking of Gucheng, he's really surprising. A truly brilliant young man. Even in the table tennis team, few could have predicted he'd win the championship. And he's so handsome with such a cool playing style. Inueshi's eyes sparkled. Ashung, can I come find you when you're free? I want to get a photo with him. You can come find me, but you usually can't enter the training ground. You can only enter during their non-closed training breaks. However, you probably won't find Gucheng then either. He's not the type to do extra training during his rest time. Mi Shang thought for a moment. I'll get you his autographed photo instead. Inueshi hugged Mi Shang and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Great, thank you, Ashung. We really have the advantage of being in the right place at the right time. When I post this on my moments, those girls in the dance troupe will be so envious. After chatting for a while, Mi Shang suddenly remembered something. She brought out gifts for the two of them, perfume for Inueshi, a notebook for Suiji, and scented candles for them both. Wishing our Ueshi more charm, Iji more talent, and for you two to continue being sweet and happy. Thanks. Inueshi sprayed some perfume. It was her favorite scent type. I really like it. After Suiji expressed his thanks, he whispered to Inueshi with a smirk. Ueshi, the French are romantic, right? Tonight we can also bask in Ashung's generosity. How about we light the scented candle and get a little romantic? What romance? Song Jinyu asked deliberately. Is there some romance I'm not supposed to hear? Su Iji gave him a push. Mind your own business. Stop meddling in us lovebirds' affairs. Song Jinyu looked at Mi Sheng with a hurt expression. Sheng, look at them. Why are they showing off their love? Don't they know we're all single dogs now? Of course we know. That's exactly why we're doing it. Su Iji wore a look of, that's how it should be. You're the most annoying one. Mi Sheng laughed and pulled the dish Su Iji loved most in front of herself. You who has a girlfriend to show off to should stop eating. It's better for us single dogs to have it. In Yueshi's expression wavered. Her gaze shifted between Song Jinyu and Mi Sheng. She asked weakly, Jinyu, Sheng, did you two really break up? Song Jinyu admitted generously, yep. We couldn't escape the curse of breaking up after graduation. But you two broke that curse. Mi Sheng added, speaking of which, Iji and Yueshi are a perfect match. Even your names sound like a couple's names. What's that about? Past life lovers. Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu, Su Iji and In Yueshi were the two most famous golden couples in school back then. Su Iji and In Yueshi studied art, while Song Jinyu and Mi Sheng studied journalism. A perfect match of handsome men and beautiful women with shared interests. Back in freshman year when Sheng and Song you were dating, you two didn't hesitate to flaunt your love in front of this single dog. Now the tables have turned. 30 years east, 30 years west. Although Yueshi and I only got together in our junior year, you two broke up while we're still together. Su Iji clapped his hands in triumph. Fine, fine. I wish you two a long and happy relationship, alright. Seeing that even Su Iji, Song Jinyu's best buddy, could joke about their breakup so casually, Mi Sheng felt that Song Jinyu truly hadn't taken it to heart. She also felt more at ease. I have to thank Iji too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met such a wonderful girl like Yueshi. That's because we have good taste. Su Iji said smugly, then changed his tone. It's such a pity though. You two were the golden couple, the universally acknowledged perfect match in school, and yet you broke up. Sheng, any new prospects now? How could I have any new prospects? Mi Sheng thought about how she'd been swamped with work lately, and sighed softly. Work is so busy with a ton of things to do. How would I have the time? Why don't you ask Song Jinyu instead? What prospects could Jinyu have with a bunch of mostly male scientists on a research team? But Sheng is different. The table tennis team is full of handsome guys with six-pack abs. Su Iji winked at Mi Sheng. Haven't you set your sights on any of them? Even Yueshi, who only occasionally watches a game, has a crush on the good-looking guys on the team. You're with them day in and day out. Nothing there. I'm there to work, okay? Mi Sheng pursed her lips, feeling helpless. You haven't changed. Su Iji complained to the other two. Sheng has been like this since school. Always gently pushing people away. She's such an excellent girl. Calm, quiet, always on the teacher's praise list, always getting the national scholarship, and very beautiful. So many people pursued her, but all they ever got was a rejection. Privately, everyone says she's like the moon. Always bright and pure, but hanging in the sky, cool and distant, polite, but aloof. No one can have her. It's only because Song Jinyu was her childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance either. Mi Sheng had heard such remarks before, so she quipped, isn't the moon sitting right beside you now? Do you feel cold? Once you get familiar with her, she's quite warm. Sheng is very enthusiastic with her close friends. Of course, it could also simply be that she's enthusiastic towards handsome friends like me. Su Iji said with a self-absorbed air. After dinner, the four of them strolled around together for a while, before heading home as dusk fell. Song Jinyu drove Mi Sheng home. On the way, he asked while driving, Sheng, are you still writing plays? I have a few ideas, and I'm trying to write them down slowly. You know, without competitions, my job isn't that busy. Mi Sheng had always loved writing scripts. It was her way of connecting with the world, a bridge between her inner self and the outside world. Song Jinyu nodded. You really do have a talent for it. If you finish writing, you could try getting it staged. I think it would be wonderful. But it's not like we work in that field. I don't know if any director would like my script. I just write it as an emotional outlet. Mi Sheng felt that playwriting was a world away from her. Just write for now? It's good to have a hobby, Song Jinyu said, admiring her literary skill, something he had always envied. He then asked, how's the work with the table tennis team? I read your article, and it seems you genuinely enjoy this job now. Competitive sports are truly captivating, full of passion, fervor, and endless vitality. Honestly, I really like my current job. Afraid that Song Jinyu still felt guilty about the Antarctic incident, Mi Sheng added, don't worry, I truly love the arena and the people in it. I see incredibly brilliant light radiating from those athletes. That's really good to hear. Song Jinyu felt somewhat relieved. By the way, when are you taking leave to go home? Let me know, and if our schedules align, we can travel back together. There's the World Cup singles tournament coming up, then the ITTF World Tour finals. I probably won't get to go home until the Spring Festival. Mi Sheng calculated the time and asked Song Jinyu, are you spending the Spring Festival in Antarctica again this year? Yes, we set sail on November 20th, and probably won't be back until April next year. Song Jinyu sighed. I haven't been home for the new year these past 2 years, and my mom feels terrible about it. Make sure to visit her more when you go back. She treats you like her own daughter. If she can't see me, seeing you is fine too. Don't worry, Mi Sheng said, looking out the car window. Even if you didn't ask, I'd go visit Annie. I ate at your house plenty when I was little. They were silent for a moment before she spoke again. Jinyu, the work in Antarctica must be tough. Take care of yourself, don't stay up too late, eat well, and keep warm. It is tough, and it's also very cold with strong winds blowing there. Song Jinyu remembered something amusing. Once during a live outdoor broadcast I was standing on the ship when a gust of wind nearly blew me over. I quickly grabbed the railing. Just as I started speaking, a wave crashed over, filling my mouth with seawater. And it was live. The whole nation watched me spit out seawater. It was a classic, cringeworthy moment. That sounds hilarious. Send me that clip later, I'll save it for when I need a laugh, Mi Sheng said with a smile in her eyes. How's life at the research station? The facilities at the station are excellent now. It's over 20 degrees indoors, all year round, very comfortable. I sometimes even wear short sleeves. The general warehouse, the power building, the wintering building. All newly renovated, quite comfortable. But it wasn't always this good. I heard from the veteran team members that they used to sleep in shipping containers and simple prefab houses. As he drove, Song Jinyu carefully sensed the subtle shifts in Mi Sheng's emotions. He continued, overall the work is manageable, though collaborating with the research scientists can be exhausting. Of course they have the toughest jobs. They conduct scientific research like ice core drilling, sometimes staying outdoors for over 10 or even dozens of hours at a stretch. My favorite is assisting with astronomical observations. The atmosphere above the Antarctic dome is thin and clear, almost comparable to space, allowing you to see so many beautiful celestial phenomena. I know. The average wind speed at the Antarctic dome is below 2 meters per second, and it has the clearest sky view on Earth. It must be an unparalleled location for astronomy, with truly breathtaking starry sights. As Mi Sheng imagined the Antarctic starry sky, a pang of regret echoed in her heart. Song Jinyu was delighted to hear this. It was the first time Mi Sheng had proactively talked to him about his work in Antarctica. He thought that perhaps after all these years of friendship, they could finally begin to mend their bond. Ah Sheng, people remember your father. Song Jinyu finally said the words he had wanted to tell her since his first expedition with the research team. The smile on Mi Sheng's face froze. I met your father's former colleagues, some of the most experienced veteran members of the team. They all remember him. Song Jinyu slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned to face Mi Sheng, his gaze gentle. Ah Sheng, they told me that back then conditions were harsh, and even unloading supplies was a tremendous challenge. Once a snowcat broke through the sea ice and plunged into the deep ocean hundreds of meters down. The mechanic narrowly escaped with his life. But your father was always an excellent driver, often driving continuously for hours. You have to understand that's on the ice sheet plateau at an altitude of over 4,000 meters. I tried driving a snowcat myself. Within half an hour I started hallucinating. Even though I was driving on a flat ice sheet, it felt like icebergs were looming towards me. The construction of the research station was incredibly difficult, battling severe cold and high-altitude hypoxia. There was a severe shortage of machinery, then relying only on the cranes attached to the Caterpillar vehicles. Your father, aside from eating and sleeping, dedicated every waking moment to the work, laying foundations, installing steel structures, assembling building modules. The central spot on the station's wall is occupied by a group photo that includes him. As he spoke, Song Jinyu opened his phone's photo album, found the picture he had taken, and showed it to Mi Sheng. She took the phone, and upon seeing her father's smiling face on the screen, large tears began to stream down her cheeks. Don't cry, Ah Sheng, Song Jinyu said softly, patting her back. The thing you fear will never happen. Your father is not forgotten, and he will never be. As long as that research station stands upon the Antarctic inland ice sheet, the whole world will remember that there were people who forged a new frontier in the frozen wilderness. Your father's life wasn't buried by the Antarctic ice and snow. He became a star of the South Pole, guiding and illuminating the path for all who follow. With every word Song Jinyu spoke, Mi Sheng's shoulders trembled more violently. Finally, she could no longer hold it in. She covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. That was the Antarctica her father had given his life for, and how she longed to see it herself. Song Jinyu gently patted Mi Sheng's back in silence, understanding that some things she needed to process on her own. After a long while, Mi Sheng returned his phone. Thank you, Jinyu. We're friends, aren't we? Song Jinyu restarted the car. I still have that necklace your father made by hand. Do you remember it? Mi Sheng frowned. Of course she remembered. When she was a child, her father would come home on leave and tell them stories about the South Pole. Both she and Song Jinyu had been utterly captivated. It was then that the seed of longing for the South Pole was planted in Song Jinyu's heart. Later, her father decided to craft 2 Earth-shaped necklaces for them. He finished the first one, but Mi Sheng thought it was ugly and gave it to Song Jinyu, hoping for a prettier second one. Her father's leave, however, ended all too soon. He promised to bring the second necklace on his next return. Tragically, her father never had another leave. That necklace was one she would never receive. She never asked Song Jinyu what had become of his necklace. Partly because she was too grief-stricken then, and partly because she assumed he had likely lost such a plain, unrefined ornament that no boy would wear. As long as she didn't ask, she could pretend it was still with him, holding onto that sliver of hope rather than facing its loss. You still have it. It was beyond her expectations. Song Jinyu nodded. Of course, I've kept it all this time, treasuring it like a precious gem. Since you never brought it up, I didn't mention it either, afraid it would only sadden you. Could you give it to me? Mi Sheng's question was laced with caution. No problem, Song Jinyu said with a smile. I was planning to give it to you anyway. But I don't have it with me right now. I'll bring it next time I see you. Okay. A wave of warmth washed over Mi Sheng. Thank you, Jinyu. You're thanking me again. We've grown up together since we were kids, there's no need for that. Song Jinyu's tone was light. After seeing Mi Sheng to her door, he left, without going upstairs, knowing she needed space to reconcile with her own heart. Back in her apartment, Mi Sheng felt a profound emptiness. Though she had filled the small space with exquisite ornaments to make it cozy, it felt vast and hollow, making her feel tiny and insignificant within it. Lying in bed, closing her eyes brought a flood of childhood memories. Her father holding her, telling tales of the South Pole. Then in an instant she was at the airport, clinging to him, weeping and begging him not to leave, only for him to push her away ruthlessly. Mi Sheng turned over, as if transported back to that day. School was about to start. Everyone was frantically finishing their homework and complaining about the short holiday. But she was happy because it meant her father's return was drawing nearer. But what awaited her was not her father, but his ashes. Little Mi Sheng couldn't comprehend how her father, who just months ago had promised to bring her the necklace, who told her stories, whose embrace was so warm, could now be contained in such a cold, lifeless urn. She was in disbelief, racked with sorrow, hysterical, until she cried herself unconscious. Yet her father could never hold her again, nor could he ever place that necklace around her neck himself. She still remembered that day vividly, being mechanically dressed in mourning clothes, seeing her father's black and white portrait, a blur of unfamiliar faces passing before her, all uttering the same hollow words, "My deepest condolences." And then, eventually, it seemed people forgot about her father. After all, the living must carry on. Her grandparents continued their lives, her mother continued working, her father's friends continued theirs, and the Antarctic expedition team continued its mission. It was the most natural thing. Everyone must move forward. Mi Sheng continued studying and working too. What saddened her wasn't that everyone had moved on while her father remained in the past. What saddened her was how his memory was being diluted, from one who gave his life for Antarctic scientific research, to died in the line of duty, and finally, to just deceased, becoming more simplistic and impersonal with each mention. Her father gave his life to the South Pole, yet the South Pole didn't remember him, and neither did the world. Only Mi Sheng remained indignant about this injustice. She wanted everyone to remember that her father was the most fervent red in that vast white desert, the most blazing warmth upon that frozen plateau. A person dies 3 times. The first is when the breath stops, the biological death. The second is at burial, the social death. And the third is when the last person forgets them, the eternal death. Mi Sheng was powerless against the first 2 deaths. She couldn't keep her father. But she was determined to stave off the third to protect his memory. She had believed that picking up a pen and a microphone would allow her to accomplish this. Yet she was stripped of that opportunity for a ridiculously superficial reason: her gender. She had never been able to reconcile with this injustice. Mi Sheng got up, drew open the floor-to-ceiling curtains, and looked up at the night sky. The city's skyline offered little beauty, with only a few faint stars scattered across the darkness. Perhaps Song Jinyu was right. Her father had become a star over the South Pole, guiding and guarding every one of those who came after him. Yet she was still filled with regret. The South Pole was her original aspiration and driving force for becoming a journalist. She had strived for nearly a decade for it, only to find herself confined to covering table tennis. How she wished she were writing about the South Pole, about her father. How she wished she could go to the place where he had dedicated his entire life, to understand firsthand why he was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Lost in these thoughts, Mi Sheng barely slept a wink all night. It wasn't until dawn that she finally drifted into a restless slumber. But she had barely been asleep when she received a call from her supervisor about a meeting. She felt disoriented. Hadn't she just finished editing the table tennis Super League footage and gotten a day off? Shouldn't she have 2 more days of rest? Well, there goes that. As she was getting ready for the meeting, Gao Longyuan, who was in charge of the women's team, called her. Sheng, how are you planning to handle this news story? What news? Mi Sheng was startled, worried that one of her previous articles had caused a problem. Gao Longyuan raised her voice. Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran were photographed. Haven't you seen it? Huh. Mi Sheng was stunned. I haven't had a chance to look yet. I was just sleeping. Let me check now. After hanging up, she quickly grabbed her phone. The top trending searches were all about them. Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran's relationship exposed. Jin Hao loses Olympic match due to relationship. Jin Hao, Zhu Xiaoran, and so on. Mi Sheng clicked on the topic and found a series of candid photos that had started from the Table Tennis Super League. They captured Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran taking a trip together before the league, meeting her friends after a match during the league for signing and photos, and finally on their day off yesterday, the two holding hands as they returned to the same apartment. The photos were clear and numerous. Mi Sheng frowned. Table tennis players weren't entertainment celebrities. The media shouldn't be so aggressively exposing their private lives. The online comments were rather unkind. No wonder they lost. Too busy dating. So young, they should focus on their careers. Who is Zhu Xiaoran? Just riding on Jin Hao's fame. It's one thing to play poorly herself, but she affected Jin Hao's performance and cost him the Olympics. The national team's management is too lax, which is why so many veteran players had problems this Olympics. With internal team dating, how can they focus on the game? Mi Sheng was worried reading these comments, uncertain how the national team would handle the two of them. Although the team had known about their relationship and had turned a blind eye, the coaching staff indeed did not encourage it. Now that it had blown up like this, the team was bound to take action. She tidied up quickly and went to the meeting. Upon arriving at the conference room, she found not only the accompanying table tennis reporters present, but also He Ziwan Jinhao Zhu Xiaoran and their respective head coaches. On the media side, the director of the sports center cleared his throat and said, "Let's address the issue. Now that Jinhao and Zhu Xiaoran's relationship is exposed, many are questioning the national team's management. Sheng, I'd like you to interview Coach He afterwards and write an article about the team's management of relationships, just to have it ready." Sheng agreed, understood. The director continued, "Coach He, the decision on how to respond to this relationship matter rests with you. Do we acknowledge it, deny it, or avoid a direct response?" He Ziwan looked at Jinhao and Zhu Xiaoran. "What are you two thinking? Holding hands back to the same apartment and claiming you're just good friends. Salute, shake hands, you are my good friend. That's not realistic, is it? Coach He, we're both 22 adults who have reached the legal marriage age. Isn't it normal to be dating? It can't be considered puppy love." Jinhao didn't directly answer how to respond to the public. Is the question here whether it's puppy love? Jinhao's head coach tapped the back of his head. "They're saying you lost because you were too absorbed in your relationship." Zhu Xiaoran's coach disliked what Jinhao's coach said. They've been together for years. If there were going to be problems, they'd have surfaced long ago. People are just unhappy with Jinhao's performance and need a scapegoat. It'll blow over. Let's just not respond. Jinhao's coach disagreed with this approach. So what do we do about the public opinion now? Let them keep attacking Jinhao. We need to come up with a solution. Handle this relationship the same way we've handled past ones. Sheng's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know how He Ziwan currently dealt with internal team romances, but back when he was an athlete, such situations typically resulted in one person leaving the team. Usually the one with poorer performance staying was the better player. Zhu Xiaoran's achievements over the years were nowhere near Jinhao's. Jinhao's coach was essentially suggesting Zhu Xiaoran should be the one to go. Zhu Xiaoran's coach was fiercely protective and would not tolerate anyone criticizing her athlete. To put it bluntly, when you lose, this is what happens. Getting criticized is normal. If Jinhao had performed well at the Olympics, you can bet the comments now would all be praising him for balancing career and love. Jinhao's coach took a deep breath and raised his voice. "What kind of talk is that? It's normal for an athlete's form to fluctuate. Who can be a perpetual champion and never lose?" Seeing the two coaches about to argue, He Ziwan stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Regardless of anything, we all want to protect our athletes. Dating itself isn't the problem. The issue is dating within the team, much like companies prohibiting office romances. Usually we turn a blind eye, but now that a problem has arisen, we must address it openly and clearly. "Coach He, it's my fault. It's my problem. Don't blame Xiaoran." Jinhao was tense, fearing that one of them would be forced to leave the team. He Ziwan picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. "I don't want to split you up, nor do I want to lose an excellent athlete from the team. But if it truly affects performance, we still need to reach a conclusion. Everyone is here today. Media matters will naturally be handled by the media. That's not the athlete's concern. What I want to discuss is whether this internal relationship is currently impacting the competitive state of these two athletes. On the media front, we can start drafting a few articles about the team's management issues. As for Jinhao and Xiaoran's situation, the coaching staff will discuss it in a meeting. There's no need to argue here." He Ziwan intended to conclude the meeting. "Coach He, sorry, just a moment." The sports center director stopped everyone. "I understand the coaching staff is eager to deal with the internal management issues, but the most pressing problem for the media side hasn't been resolved. How do we respond right now? Regarding public relations." He Ziwan paused. "We're not professionals. Let's hear the opinion of you experts." The director turned to Gao Lanjun. "Lanjun, you've been covering the table tennis team for years and are one of our more experienced reporters. What do you think we should do?" Gao Lanjun put down her pen, prepared for this. "Director, table tennis players aren't entertainment celebrities. There's no need for a personal response. Once Coach He's team reaches a decision, we can just issue a statement. There's no need to address whether they were dating. We can simply state that certain decisions have been made due to violations of team regulations. At the same time, I believe our main effort should be on shifting the focus. We must aggressively publish articles condemning this act of voyeurism. The private lives of athletes should not be excessively exposed. Shifting the focus like this is, in my opinion, the best way to protect our national team and athletes amidst this storm of public opinion." Shift the focus of public opinion. The sports center director nodded noncommittally. "Coach He, what's your view?" He Ziwan didn't respond directly, but scanned the room and asked Sheng, "Reporter Me, what do you think? I recall you've been following the athletes closely during the Table Tennis Super League." Sheng hadn't expected to be called upon. She cleared her throat. "Personally, I'm not entirely in favor of shifting the focus. I think condemning the voyeurism is definitely necessary. However, we should also give a direct response regarding the relationship. But we must be careful not to over-respond and fuel the fire further." The sports center director raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How so?" Regarding the relationship response, while table tennis players aren't entertainment stars, the national team represents our country's honor. Now that a problem has occurred, we must answer to the fans, the people, and the nation. However, once the coaching staff finalizes the disciplinary outcome, we can address all questions in one go. We shouldn't let the public opinion spiral into a second wave. Sheng thought for a moment, then added, "I think sincerity is more easily accepted by the public. If the media adopts a condescending stance, it will trigger backlash, which won't help solve the problem. The director nodded again, then looked at Hee Yuan. Hee Yuan made the final call. Let's go with reporter Mi's suggestion. Sincerity is very important. Alright, the director assigned the tasks. Sheng, you'll be the primary writer for this response. Lanjun, you'll assist and support Sheng. Understood. Gao Lanjun felt a slight sting at being directed by a newcomer like Mi Sheng, though she tried not to show it. With that, the meeting concluded. The coaching staff reconvened to discuss how to handle Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran's situation, while Mi Sheng waited outside for Hee Yuan to finish the meeting for an interview, also keeping Zhu Xiaoran and Jin Hao company as they awaited the outcome. As they waited, the three of them sat in silence, exchanging no words. Zhu Xiaoran was the first to break the silence. Jin Hao, we've known each other for 10 years now. I joined the provincial team when I was 12, and the first time I ever played mixed doubles was with you. Back then, neither of us could have imagined we'd end up as partners for so many years. Sometimes I find it amazing too. Jin Hao recalled their past. How did we ever become so in sync with each other? We really were childhood sweethearts, weren't we? That summer night, when we were 15, the first time I held your hand on the playground, we were both so nervous our palms were sweating, yet neither of us let go. You were such a sly one back then. You didn't even give me a proper confession, just held my hand and tricked me into dating you all these years. Zhu Xiaoran's gaze grew distant, their 7 years of romance playing out in her mind like a movie. After a long while, she asked Jin Hao, how do you think we'll ever get married? Jin Hao replied with absolute certainty, of course. You know I've always wanted to marry you unless you decide you don't want to be my wife anymore. Mi Sheng listened, feeling a momentary daze. The word marriage had always seemed so distant to her. She never imagined that Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran would be thinking about it at just 22. Perhaps truly good love was what made people yearn for marriage. After another pause, Zhu Xiaoran spoke again. Jin Hao, I'll retire. Mi Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoran, calm down. Coach, he hasn't even told us the coaching staff's decision yet. Actually, since he lost that match, I've been wondering if it's my fault. Am I affecting his competitive state? Ever since I joined the first team, my singles results haven't been outstanding. I only barely managed to win a world championship relying on my mixed doubles partnership with Jin Hao. Zhu Xiaoran nudged Jin Hao. Jin Hao, we both know there are only two ways the team handles intra-team relationships, either break up or one of us leaves. She sighed. I don't want to break up. What about you? I don't want to either. Jin Hao replied, clearly unwilling to end things. Your results are better than mine. I'll be the one to leave. Zhu Xiaoran had always been a decisive person. Mi Sheng couldn't help but admire her for it. Many men wouldn't have been as resolute. Jin Hao didn't want Zhu Xiaoran to sacrifice her career for him. Xiaoran, maybe coach, he has another solution. Don't put Coach He in a difficult position. He's already having a hard time within the team. Being a young coach in a high position makes the older coaches uneasy. The fact that we've been able to date openly these past few years is thanks to him. He covered for us when he was team captain. And even when it couldn't be hidden anymore, he never made things difficult for us as a coach. It was his lenient attitude that allowed us to be together so easily. Zhu Xiaoran didn't want to cause Hee Yuan any more trouble. Inside the meeting room, Hee Ziwen was arguing on behalf of the two young athletes. Can we take a closer look at this? Jin Hao's loss was due to multiple factors. We can't simply blame it on their relationship. We should be looking at tactical choices and technical training for the real reasons. Coach, you were an athlete too. Young athletes have unstable mental states. Even a small thing can affect their performance, let alone a relationship that seems like the most important thing in the world when you're young. Remember, in our day, young athletes weren't even allowed to date. Now society is more lenient, and we don't say much about it. But I still firmly believe we must oppose relationships within the team. Coach Li Hongpeng was adamant. He continued, with intra-team dating you see each other all the time. A small spat can ruin both their games for days. And once they make up, they're always distracted, sneaking glances at each other during training. It's too detrimental to an athlete's performance. A short-term pain is better than a long-term gain. We can't let a relationship ruin two promising athletes. They're still young and can't discern what's most important in life. But we've been through it. We need to help them make the right choice. Jin Hao's head coach agreed with Li Hongpeng. Coach Li is right. When I first learned about Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran, I didn't approve. Coach He insisted that times have changed, and so should our views. But now the facts prove that our team's long-standing rule against intra-team relationships is correct. The table tennis team isn't just about the Olympics. There are many more competitions ahead. Jin Hao can't afford any more problems. A person's energy is limited. If you take some of it and put it into a boyfriend, you have less to put into table tennis. I hope the team will step in and make Xiaoran and Jin Hao break up. Zhu Xiaoran's coach also disapproved of their relationship. Just then there was a knock on the door. Zhu Xiaoran's voice came through. Excuse me, coaches, may I come in? Mi Sheng couldn't stop her. She watched as Zhu Xiaoran's sleeve slipped through her fingers. Jin Hao was startled as well. Coaches, thank you all for taking care of Jin Hao and me all this time. We don't want to cause you any more trouble. I am willing to retire. Zhu Xiaoran's tone was resolute. Mi Sheng watched her retreating figure, standing tall and proud like a hero facing the apocalypse, ready to sacrifice herself to save the world despite knowing she might not return. She never realized Zhu Xiaoran was such a courageous girl. Zhu Xiaoran. Her coach was the first to object, slamming his hand on the table. This is a coaching staff meeting. Who gave you the right to speak? Get out. Coach, thank you for all your guidance over the years. I'm sorry to let you down. Zhu Shaoran bowed deeply to her coach. You. Her coach was so angry, he was momentarily speechless. He Ziyuan took a deep breath. Shaoran, you need to think this through carefully. This is a major decision that affects your whole life. I've thought it through, Zhu Shaoran said with a firm nod. He Ziyuan fell silent. The entire meeting room was enveloped in silence. Standing outside the door, Jin Hao was caught in a dilemma. He loved Zhu Shaoran and didn't want to be apart from her, but he also didn't want her to retire for his sake. After a long pause, He Ziyuan asked Zhu Shaoran to step out, stating that the coaching staff needed to deliberate further. When the meeting room door opened again, He Ziyuan simply said, Shaoran, I'll ask you one last time. Are you absolutely sure you want to retire? Yes, I am, Zhu Shaoran replied with the same finality. All right. You are an adult now, and you must be responsible for your own decisions. The coaching staff approves your retirement. With that, He Ziyuan said no more and left without another word. Mi Sheng glanced at Zhu Shaoran and Jin Hao, who were still standing there then, at He Ziyuan's retreating back. Although she wanted to comfort her friends, she had to get back to work. She hurried after He Ziyuan. Coach He, so the coaching staff ultimately respected Zhu Shaoran's decision. My question is, does the current coaching staff have any new regulations regarding athletes' relationships? Regarding relationships, we respect the objective laws of society and human emotion. We train athletes, not machines. Having feelings is normal. However, we hope athletes will pursue relationships when they are older and more mature. Only with a mature mind can one avoid being blinded by love. He Ziyuan returned to his office, sat down, and offered Mi Sheng a bottle of water. Mi Sheng nodded, jotting down what He Ziyuan had said, and continued, how does the coaching staff view romantic relationships within the team? We don't encourage them, as they can objectively affect an athlete's performance. But as I said, we must respect objective laws. Love is not something one can easily control, so we must analyze the situation on a case-by-case basis. As long as it doesn't affect performance, the coaching staff won't intervene forcibly. As a young coach, He Ziyuan was often more empathetic towards the athletes, and thus he had changed the old rule that required couples within the team to break up or for one to leave. Was Jin Hao's Olympic defeat related to his relationship? Mi Sheng inevitably asked this question. Jin Hao's defeat was influenced by many factors: technical flaws, competitive state, psychological issues, even diet and sleep. It cannot be simply attributed to his relationship. He Ziyuan felt it was a pity. His relationship with Zhu Shaoran didn't significantly impact him. But at the top level, even the slightest psychological shift can determine the outcome of a match. So when Zhu Shaoran offered to retire for Jin Hao's sake, the coaching staff respected that decision. We all share the same goal, to see Jin Hao improve. Understood. Mi Sheng nodded, closed her notebook, and asked a personal question. Coach, if Zhu Shaoran hadn't decided to retire, how would the coaching staff have handled it? This is just my personal curiosity, you don't have to answer. He Ziyuan sighed, that's Shaoran for you. Such a good kid, she wouldn't put the coaching staff in a difficult position. If it were up to me, I would have kept both her and Jin Hao and observed them further. I don't believe Jin Hao lost at the Olympics because of her. His psychological immaturity is his own issue. His performance fluctuates greatly in major competitions. This is his inner demon, and he must overcome it himself. To be an athlete who reaches the pinnacle, one must conquer their inner demons. Is this true for every athlete? Mi Sheng thought of Gu Cheng's fluctuating form in the Table Tennis Super League, and asked, Coach, where do you think Gu Cheng's inner demon lies? His form also seems to fluctuate considerably. Is that also a psychological issue? Gu Cheng's problem isn't psychological. He Ziyuan opened a bottle of mineral water for himself, took a sip, and continued. On the contrary, Gu Cheng has a very steady mentality. He's a natural big game player. The more perilous the situation, the bolder his moves. His problem lies in obvious technical flaws. One reason he shot to fame is that he emerged suddenly, and few outsiders knew his technical data, so his weaknesses weren't exposed. When he was young, he spent too much time bouncing in and out of the national team, so his fundamentals were never solid. Jin Hao is the exact opposite. Jin Hao has a very solid foundation, but his mentality is weak. In major competitions, especially during critical points, he tends to hesitate. He Ziyuan said helplessly, he needs to be tempered. He must adjust this mindset himself eventually. It sounds like Gu Cheng's problem is smaller. I believe fundamental issues can be properly resolved with the training plans set by the national team's coaching staff. Mi Sheng felt that adjusting one's mentality was much harder than practicing fundamentals. He Ziyuan rubbed his brow, not exactly. Gu Cheng's strong mentality also has its fatal flaw. He is truly unaffected by external factors. Whether it's a critical point who he's facing or what's at stake, he just focuses on playing his own game. Such focus is a rare gift for an athlete. It's a talent. However, he is affected by his own emotions. He's too childish and not composed. Once he gets anxious, he can lose very sloppily. I hope that athletes like Jin Hao and Gu Cheng can overcome their problems, reach the pinnacle, and live up to your expectations, their own potential, and the team. Seeing the deep frown lines on He Ziyuan's brow, Mi Sheng didn't say more and left his office. She immediately began writing the article upon returning. Jin Hao came to her. Sheng, how are you planning to write it? I'll write exactly what Coach he said. Mi Sheng felt a hint of resentment towards Jin Hao. Why did Zhu Shaoran have to be the one to sacrifice? Why did he just watch his girlfriend give up her career? Could you add a few words for me? Jin Hao looked down at the floor, his expression hidden from Mi Sheng. What words, eh? I need to confirm with Coach He before publishing. You know the final response has to get his approval. Mi Sheng said in a businesslike manner. Just write this for me. I apologize to all fans for losing the match. I let everyone down and the criticism is deserved. But my loss has nothing to do with Shaoran. I hope everyone will stop making negative comments about her. Jin Hao paused. And I will continue to work hard, play well, and strive not to disappoint the fans' expectations again. Got it. Mi Sheng typed on her keyboard without looking up. Jin Hao didn't linger and left. After he left, Mi Sheng snapped her laptop shut. She felt inexplicably restless. She wasn't particularly close to Zhu Shaoran. Their connection was only through Gu Cheng and Jin Hao. She felt a sense of pity and perhaps saw a reflection of herself. She quickly finished the draft and took it for review by the sports center director and He Ziyuan. In He Ziyuan's office, Zhu Shaoran was present. He Ziyuan skimmed through the draft. Very good. It fully captures the sincerity of our table tennis team. Publish it as is, no changes needed. Hao Zi's words were well put. After confirming the publication, Mi Sheng prepared to leave, but Zhu Shaoran called out to her. Sheng, let's walk out together. I'm done here too. After the article was published, Zhu Shaoran invited Mi Sheng. Sheng, let me treat you to some barbecue. Okay. Seeing the faint smile that lingered on Zhu Shaoran's face, Mi Sheng felt a pang of sympathy. What a graceful young woman. She was still able to smile at everyone, even while giving up a career she had strived for over many years. At the barbecue restaurant, Zhu Shaoran continued to smile. She ordered a variety of pork dishes, so much that it was clearly more than two people could eat. Mi Sheng didn't stop her, understanding that Zhu Shaoran needed this outlet. Zhu Shaoran closed the menu, then looked at Mi Sheng as if a thought struck her. Sheng, is there anything else you'd like to eat? I'm sorry, I was only thinking about what I wanted. It's fine, I like everything you ordered. Let's just start with this. Mi Sheng handed the menu to the waiter. Plate after plate of marinated pork was brought to the table. Zhu Shaoran looked at the array of pork and the sizzling meat on the grill and suddenly smiled. So this is what pork from outside tastes like. A tear rolled down her cheek and splashed onto the meat in her bowl. Mi Sheng handed her a tissue, knowing that any words of comfort would be futile. All she could do was listen. It's been a long time since I've had pork from outside. I could only eat the special supply from the cafeteria. But honestly, this barbecue doesn't taste as extraordinary as I imagined. Zhu Shaoran stuffed a piece of grilled meat into her mouth as she spoke. She continued, her voice muffled. I started playing ball at 5, joined the provincial team at 12, the national team at 16, and now at 22, I've officially retired. The training was too brutal. I hate table tennis. Sheng, I absolutely hate it. Tears welled up in Zhu Shaoran's eyes, and she fought hard to hold them back. We trained 10 hours a day. It was monotonous and dull. When I was a kid, my arms would be so sore after practice that I couldn't even lift them, couldn't even hold chopsticks. I left home to train at a very young age. While other kids were crying and acting spoiled in their parents' arms, I was already being drilled by my coach with the mantra, shed blood and sweat, but don't shed tears. When ordinary people got sick, they could rest, but I had to keep practicing even when I was ill. I started out as a prodigy, believing I had unparalleled talent. But then one by one, I was defeated by other athletes in the national team. I went from being the absolute core player in the provincial team to a mere practice partner in the national team. Standing off the court watching others compete, I lost count of how many times I wanted to throw away my paddle. I truly hated this sport. Mi Sheng listened quietly. As soon as Zhu Shaoran finished her angry outburst, it was as if the steam had gone out of her. Her back softened and tears began to fall freely. But I also love this sport with all my heart. Sheng, I've spent 17 years playing. I've had my moments of glory on the court, and I've stood on the podium basking in flowers and applause. Sheng, you might not understand, but if you had ever tried to defeat an opponent with your paddle on the court, if you had ever felt the wind it creates when you swing, you'd find it hard to leave too. This is the place Wei Mingge wants to stay, even if it means losing. As she spoke, Zhu Shaoran mechanically stuffed barbecue into her mouth, like an emotionless machine. Mi Sheng pushed a drink towards her. Eat slowly. Zhu Shaoran kept her head down, still shoveling meat into her mouth. If you're so reluctant to let go, why give it up? Mi Sheng didn't understand. Zhu Shaoran's chopsticks paused. She still didn't look up, but asked Mi Sheng, Sheng, have you ever truly loved someone? Mi Sheng was taken aback by the question. Loved? She thought of her only relationship. Yes, I have loved before. When you love someone, you want what's best for them. Jin Hao's mental state is fragile, we all know that. I don't want to be a ticking time bomb that could affect his performance at any moment. Zhu Shaoran thought for a moment, put down her chopsticks, and looked up. Besides, I don't want him to resent me in the future. Resent you? Mi Sheng was confused. Zhu Shaoran looked into Mi Sheng's eyes with utter seriousness. He doesn't think I'm a distraction now, but if enough people talk and he hears enough rumors, it's inevitable he'll start to think that way. I don't want us to reach a point where he blames me. Does it have to be him? Mi Sheng tried to put herself in Zhu Shaoran's shoes. She thought she would have chosen to break up rather than give up her career and retire. You love table tennis so much. Is it worth giving up a career you've worked towards for nearly 20 years? Instead of answering, Zhu Shaoran asked her, Sheng, may I ask why you broke up? We broke up because of our careers, I suppose. A similar situation to yours. I wasn't willing to give up my career, and neither was he. Mi Sheng didn't want to elaborate. Sheng, you've never truly loved someone. Zhu Xiaoran smiled. It was the first genuine, unforced smile Mi Sheng had seen from her all meal. I love Jin Hao. My consideration is for us, not just for myself. Objectively, I'm just a practice partner on the table tennis team, but Jin Hao is the new rising star. For the sake of our shared future, I'm willing to step back. Being together requires compromise and concession from both sides. All right. Mi Sheng didn't agree, but she respected a different outlook on life. Looking at the girl grilling more meat, she couldn't help but ask, what if in the end you and Jin Hao don't end up together? She always felt that pinning one's hopes on something as intangible as love was unreliable. We will strive to reach a happy ending. Zhu Xiaoran placed 2 slices of meat on Mi Sheng's plate. If we fall out of love, or our relationship fails, and we don't make it, I still won't regret it. Because right now at this very moment, I'm willing to take this gamble. I hope you win your bet. Mi Sheng raised her glass, toasting with her drink in place of wine. Thank you, I'll take that as a good omen. Zhu Xiaoran's emotions had calmed down considerably. A Sheng coach, he was just talking to me about what to do after retirement. So do you have any plans? You're still so young. Mi Sheng thought it was a shame to give up table tennis. She could tell Zhu Xiaoran loved it. You could just leave the national team, but you could still play, right? Go abroad or return to the provincial team. That would go against my original intention. My choice now is precisely because I don't want to leave him. If I went abroad or back to the provincial team, I'd be too far from Jin Hao. He gets so little time off as it is. If I left, I doubt I'd have the confidence to overcome such a long distance. Zhu Xiaoran had truly given up so much for this relationship. Mi Sheng sighed. Although she felt it was a pity that Zhu Xiaoran was giving up table tennis, since it had come to this, she had to think about the future. If you're completely giving up table tennis, what do you plan to do? Zhu Xiaoran found the barbecue a bit greasy and ordered 2 servings of ice cream to cleanse her palate. I don't know what else I can do besides playing. I guess I'll just go back to school for now. Coach, he was talking to me about going back to university. A university has a finance class specifically for athletes. He thinks it's a good option, but I haven't decided yet. Finance, huh? Mi Sheng pondered. I recall quite a few table tennis players go on to study economics or management. But finance and economics require a strong foundation in math, especially econometrics. It can be quite challenging to learn. Well, I'll have plenty of time now that I'm retired. I can take it slow. Zhu Xiaoran scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, and after eating it felt much more refreshed and comfortable. That's good then. Mi Sheng agreed. I think a person should always have their own pursuits and career no matter what. Maybe when one door closes, another opens. So you're giving up table tennis, but you might find a new goal. Well, I'll be going back to school soon. The schedule will be much more relaxed than in the team. That sounds pretty good. Even as she said good, the loss in her eyes was undeniable. Mi Sheng packed up the leftover barbecue, saw Zhu Xiaoran safely home, and only then returned to her own place feeling at ease. That evening, Mi Sheng scrolled through the comments beneath the press release she had issued. Most of them read, competitive sports inherently have wins and losses. We support Jin Hao. Which media outlet is so unscrupulous? Focus on the matches, less on athletes' private lives. The relationship still affected Jin Hao, otherwise why would his girlfriend retire? And less romance, more training. Don't let us down. Of course, there were also scattered comments cursing Jin Hao, cursing Zhu Xiaoran, and questioning the team's management. This was roughly what Mi Sheng had anticipated. The crisis public relations had been relatively successful, yet she did not feel particularly elated. She still couldn't comprehend what kind of love could compel someone to abandon a career they had poured their sweat and passion into, a career they cherished so deeply. Her own relationship with Song Jinyu had been quite strong once. They were not only lovers, but also the closest of confidants. Even without a direct conflict in their careers, they had still drifted apart and eventually broken up. Before Mi Sheng could dwell on this further, the national table tennis team resumed training. The upcoming World Cup singles event had invited Deng Weiming, the previous World Championships title holder, and Dai Minghui, the previous Asian Cup champion. Hot on the heels of the World Cup was the ITTF World Tour Grand Finals. Based on this year's tour points ranking, the men's singles participants included Dai Minghui, Gu Qingjin Hao, and Qi Hongyu. Zhang Boyun and Yang Xiao secured the men's doubles berth. Due to injuries causing him to miss numerous tournaments, Deng Weiming's ranking had slipped considerably, and he failed to qualify. The two events were scheduled close together. The World Cup contingent and their sparring partners were to be led by Dai Minghui's coach. The remaining Grand Finals participants stayed in Beijing to train. The journalist team was also assigning tasks based on the upcoming competition schedule. During the meeting, Gao Lanjun stated directly, "Sheng, you're new to journalism and still unfamiliar with the ropes. Besides, you just finished Gu Cheng's feature interview. So I'll cover the World Cup. You stay with the team during training and get some rest. You can head to the Grand Finals later." Mi Sheng looked at Gao Lanjun. Despite her youth and limited workplace experience, she understood that Gao Lanjun was trying to reclaim the ground she had lost when Mi Sheng had handled the Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran relationship response. The prestige of the World Cup and the ITTF World Tour Grand Finals was incomparable. The World Cup was one of the three major events drawing intense attention from table tennis fans annually, while the Grand Finals generated significantly less buzz. Moreover, the highlight of this World Cup was whether Deng Weiming, who had already clinched Olympic and World Championship singles titles, could secure the World Cup title and complete the Grand Slam. Wu Yushu, the photographer she always collaborated with, glanced at her and gave a slight shake of his head. Misheng knew this was a signal not to agree. In truth, she didn't mind much. She nodded in acquiescence. No problem, thank you for looking out for me, Sister Lanjun. After the meeting, Wu Yushu grabbed Mi Sheng with a look of exasperation. Sheng, what were you thinking? She offered a placating smile and gestured towards the now distant meeting room. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else, Brother Su. They walked to the sports ground where athletes were doing their physical conditioning runs. Sitting on the steps nearby, Wu Yushu asked in bewilderment, Sheng, did you really not catch Gao Lanjuan's meaning, or are you just pretending not to? You can't be that naive, kid. Of course I caught it, Mi Sheng replied with a nonchalant smile. Sister Lanjun simply wants the more high-profile news story. If she wants it, let her have it. Wu Yushu was so frustrated by her indifferent attitude that he slapped his own thigh. You know very well what exposure means for us journalists. Sheng, this isn't about giving in, it's about how you give in. Cooperation is normal within a team, but you can't let her walk all over you, letting her decide everything. Once you start playing by her rules, it's incredibly hard to break the pattern. I know, Mi Sheng said. She wasn't oblivious, she had her reasons. But I think my arrival has indeed made Sister Lanjun uncomfortable. I'm willing to take a step back. When I published the news about Jin Hao and Zhu Sharon's relationship, I undermined her authority. Now I'm simply giving her the chance to save face. You're being too naive, Wu Yushu said, looking into her clear eyes and even reaching out to feel her forehead. Do you have a fever? In the workplace, it's a zero-sum game. Do you think you can just take turns having the upper hand and split things fairly? Stand up for yourself, Sheng. Your professional skills are obvious to everyone. You shouldn't be overshadowed by Gao Lanjun. Brother Su, I know you mean well for me, Mi Sheng said, genuinely grateful. In this day and age, few were willing to mentor newcomers. It's just, I can understand why Sister Lanjun is upset. The moment I joined the national team, I took over Sister Minjia's work, became the frontline reporter for Olympic table tennis on CCTV News, and later produced the documentary feature on Gucheng. All of it was top-tier news. She feels I've taken the best assignments despite her seniority, so she's bound to be unhappy. So for now, I'm willing to concede. We're colleagues, there's no need to be so petty. Wu Yushu looked her over for a long moment. Sheng, either you're an absolute saint, or you simply don't care about this job deep down. Mi Sheng was stunned for a second, feeling an awkward pang of being seen through. She quickly tried to cover it up. I just don't want to have a terrible relationship with my colleagues. You're not passionate about this work, so you avoid trouble and don't want to fight for it. You even agreed with Gao Lanjuan's arrangements because that was your plan anyway. No passion, no desire to chase headlines. You'd rather just coast by if possible. With over a decade more experience than Mi Sheng, Wu Yushu found it all too easy to see through a newcomer. Mi Sheng, flustered by his words, averted her gaze and pretended to watch the athletes running on the track. Seeing her guilty look, Wu Yushu let out a long sigh. Sheng, I remember Minjia mentioning once that your dream job was to be an embedded journalist with the Antarctic expedition team. Mi Sheng didn't respond. She wasn't sure how she truly felt about her current job at the table tennis hall. She had thought she had grown to like it. But now it seemed she had merely accepted the job. It was a compromise of adulthood, not a true passion for the place. Without waiting for her reply, Wu Yushu continued. But Sheng, life is full of disappointments. You're here now, you're the team's embedded journalist. Why not try to fall in love with it? Why not put your heart into the work? You are suited for journalism. I really admire your professional competence. Thank you, Brother Su. Mi Sheng could think of nothing else to say, but thanks. Wu Yushu waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to thank me for. I genuinely admire your professional competence. Working alongside you these past 6 months has been a pleasure. He paused, then shifted his tone. But that was true before today. After today, I find there is nothing left in you worthy of my admiration. So young, yet already coasting along without ambition. A young woman like you, just going through the motions, doing the bare minimum day after day. If you truly dislike this job so much, then request a transfer. If that doesn't work, resign and go pursue a career you actually love. But if you choose to stay in this position, then you must love it. This isn't merely a job to make a living, it's your career. Seeing Mi Sheng rooted to the spot, stunned by his words, Wu Yushu did not soften his stance. You are wasting your professional skills and squandering your youth. If you decide your future will be spent with this attitude, I will be deeply disappointed that such a promising talent has given up on herself. But since I can do nothing about it, let's just maintain a purely professional relationship. With that, Wu Yushu stopped looking at Mi Sheng, rose, and left the sports ground. The athletes who had just finished their 10,000-meter run were now strolling around the track, doing stretches to relax and protect their muscles. Gucheng and Jin Hao spotted Mi Sheng sitting on the steps of the bleachers and walked over. Jin Hao spoke first, expressing his gratitude. Sheng, thank you. Your news article was well written and sincere. Many netizens who were previously cursing me and Xiaoran have fallen silent. The media outlet that took the invasive photos has also deleted the piece and issued an apology. Thank you. It's nothing. It's my job. Mi Sheng was in no mood to discuss this with Jin Hao. Jin Hao's spirits were low as well. After expressing his thanks, he walked away alone. Gucheng sidled up to her. Sheng, what's wrong? You look like a wilted flower. Mi Sheng didn't answer his question, instead sighing. Sheng, you are truly fortunate to have a career you are passionate about. But most people don't get that chance. They can only settle for a job that's just Okay, do you not enjoy being a journalist? Or is it that you don't enjoy being a journalist here? Gu Cheng recalled the South Pole she had mentioned. My original intention for becoming a journalist wasn't because I loved the profession. So was I wrong from the very start? Misheng began to doubt if she had made a mistake from the beginning. Gu Cheng stretched beside her as he continued the conversation. So what was your original intention? I told you before. I wanted to be a correspondent for the Antarctic expedition team. I wanted to ensure the world never forgets that there are people who dedicate their most fervent lives to the most frozen lands. They devote everything, even their lives, to scientific exploration. But how many people actually remember them? Misheng hung her head, her eyes and brows drooping, looking utterly dejected. Gu Cheng pondered for a moment, then said, I think the pen and microphone of a journalist exist to record how within this vast universe even the most insignificant humans can give their all to shake the stars. As a correspondent for the table tennis team, you may not be able to chronicle the greatness of the Antarctic expedition members, but you can record the efforts of these athletes striving to ascend their own Mount Olympus. There is only one gold medal. The world may not remember every single member of a scientific expedition, just as it doesn't remember the runner-up. But does that make the runner-up any less great? Even the sparring partners who never get to compete, are they not great? Gu Cheng had witnessed too much regret in competitive sports. He always felt that beyond the gold medal there was more meaning, but it seemed all people cared about was the gold. He stopped his stretching, crouched in front of Misheng, looked into her eyes, and said with utmost seriousness, Sheng, I have always admired you journalists. We can't show the world those others who exist in the shadow of the gold medal, even though they have their own struggles and greatness. But you can. With your pen and your microphone, you can dispel that shadow. You can show the world that competitive sports means so much more than just the gold medal. Really, Misheng had never considered her work could hold such significance. She simply reported on whatever events came her way, entirely dependent on the tasks assigned by the sports center. Perhaps you can't yet grasp the meaning of competitive sports beyond winning and losing, but look at the recent example. You helped Jean Hao with just one news article. Gu Cheng smiled, his eyes full of sincerity. Sheng, I have my moments of confusion too. I think if I hadn't chosen to play professionally, what major would I have picked in university? My life could have taken so many other paths. But you only live once. Since I've already walked this far down this road, I might as well keep going. Don't let life down. Most people in this world are unlucky. Having a job that's considered decent by others is already quite good. Perhaps, as you say, most people are letting their lives down. Misheng was deeply disheartened by the Antarctic situation. Why did I think I was so special that I deserved the job I dreamed of? Gu Cheng couldn't bear to see the dejection and dullness in Misheng's eyes. He straightened up. Sheng, when you were handing over duties with Sister Minjia, why did you choose to stay? You had only just arrived, then you still had the chance to leave, right? At first in the gym, I saw pain and regret that mirrored my own, Brother Weiming. He was also forced to give up the dream he had pursued for years. Misheng recalled her experiences over the past 6 months. Later I saw many athletes. I witnessed passion, fervor, and an inexhaustible vitality. Sheng, when I said I'm your fan, I meant it. Misheng realized belatedly. It's only now that I see none of my reasons for staying had anything to do with table tennis, nor with the profession of journalism. She began to question whether accepting this job was right or wrong. Gu Cheng silently turned around. It wasn't that he disliked what Misheng said, he was just trying to hide his flushed cheeks. Did Sheng stay here because of me? The thought made his cheeks even redder. He seemed to automatically filter out Deng Weiming and the other athletes from her words, hearing only his own name. Then, thinking of something else, Gu Cheng frowned, as if hesitating over a decision. He said, Sheng, if you still feel unhappy, then leave. Forcing yourself brings no joy. I want you to be happy. Do you still have a chance to join the Antarctic expedition as a correspondent now? Not for the next few years. That was the most despairing part for Misheng. Hearing this, Gu Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of relief, which he immediately chastised himself for thinking it selfish and unworthy of a friend. Yet he couldn't help but feel glad. Then, Sheng, stay here. Feel the allure of competitive sports. Look with your heart, and who knows, you might see something different. I'll give it my best try. Misheng took a deep breath, thinking that she should truly open her heart to this experience. She shouldn't just be idling away her days here. If she truly didn't like it, leaving wouldn't be a bad choice either. Life is short and shouldn't be wasted. Gu Cheng took a long moment to recover, vigorously patting his cheeks with his hands, hoping to appear normal again. Only then did he turn back around, sitting beside Misheng in a rather transparent attempt to conceal his flushed face. He tried to steady his voice and said, Sheng, I don't know why the Antarctic expedition team holds such special meaning for you. Perhaps it's because of your father. You've mentioned he was also a member of an expedition team, so it's understandable that you grew up influenced by it. Misheng hadn't expected Gu Cheng to remember her words so vividly. She had shared those scattered remarks on various occasions, yet he had pieced them all together, forming a surprisingly complete picture. She looked at Gu Cheng and was startled by his bright red face. Cheng, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Should you go see the team doctor? It's over. I've been caught. Gu Cheng thought, his face growing even redder. He stammered an excuse. No need. I just got choked by the wind while running, and then I patted my face a bit too hard while relaxing my muscles. It's nothing serious, it'll pass soon. Mi Sheng frowned, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Do athletes relax the muscles on their faces too after a run? Well, since I'm rather handsome, I tend to pay a bit more attention to my face. Gu Cheng wanted to slap himself for his thoughtless explanation. He quickly changed the subject. Sheng, if you want the world to remember the greatness of the expedition team, being a team reporter isn't the only way. The pen in your hand isn't just for writing news articles. Literary works like novels and stories can also immortalize them in people's memories. Novels. Mi Sheng's attention was successfully diverted from Gu Cheng's face. Perhaps you're right. I've always pursued only the factual truth in my reports about the expedition team. I was afraid that a literary work couldn't truly capture the vibrancy of those lives. But I can give it a try. What I want the world to remember isn't just his name or how many hours he drove across an ice shelf, but his spirit and his very soul. You can definitely do it. You can even write a news report that touches people's hearts. Gu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Mi Sheng's gaze was no longer fixed on his red face. Mi Sheng's mood lightened, and she felt like teasing him. Cheng, so which of my articles has touched your heart? If you can't name one, I'll just assume you were flattering me. Of course there is. Gu Cheng recalled the news article, his face turning even redder as he lowered his head. The youth aspires to the clouds was exceptionally well written. Oh, seeing Gu Cheng's shyness, Mi Sheng was even more inclined to tease him. So it's not that you like my writing, but that you're just vain and enjoy seeing yourself praised. No, that's not it. Truly. Gu Cheng struggled to find the right words to explain. Mi Sheng stopped teasing him. I know you genuinely appreciate my writing. Back then there were countless articles praising you. If you liked them just because they praised you, you'd have too many to like. Gu Cheng didn't know what was wrong with him. In front of Mi Sheng, he could never express himself properly. The clever quips and smooth talk he often used with his coaches and teammates seemed to evaporate completely. Mi Sheng stood up. Alright, Cheng, you should head back. Your teammates are probably almost all back in the gym. Be careful, coach, he might accuse you of slacking off if you're too slow. I'm going back too to start looking for that charm beyond the gold medals in competitive sports that you mentioned. After the athletes gathered in the gym, He Ziwan began outlining the tasks for the World Cup and the ITTF Pro Tour finals. Dai Minghui and Deng Weiming's group would first head to Magdeburg, Germany for the World Cup singles competition. After that, Dai Minghui would go directly to Bangkok to join another group for the Pro Tour finals. About 2 weeks later, Dai Minghui and Deng Weiming set off first. The day before their departure, Mi Sheng went to see Deng Weiming off. They sat in the convenience store where they had once talked. Deng Weiming bought a peach-flavored soda, opened it, and handed it to her. This flavor is really good. I thought you girls would probably like it. Thank you, Minggu. You're the one going to the competition, so I should be the one treating you to a farewell drink. Mi Sheng raised her soda like a toast and clinked it against his. Then consider it a debt you owe me. When I get back, you'll have to treat me to a proper meal. Don't think you can fob me off with just a soda. Deng Weiming took a sip of his soda, also peach-flavored. He found the taste overly sweet, but right now he liked it. Fate had been cruel to him, and a little sweetness was a welcome reprieve. Alright, it'll be a victory feast then. Mi Sheng's eyes sparkled. Minggu, I'll be waiting to celebrate your victory. Why do you look so silly? Deng Weiming averted his gaze from Mi Sheng's clear, bright eyes, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Victory? I really don't know if that word will ever apply to me again. Deng Weiming was incredibly nervous about this competition. The World Cup was the only title he was missing to complete the Grand Slam. The Grand Slam is the ultimate glorious honor for any athlete. He was just one step away, but could he actually reach it? You will. Mi Sheng's answer was decisive. Minggu, you definitely will. In her heart, even if Deng Weiming didn't win the gold, she would still consider him a champion. Even if no one else celebrated him, she would cheer for him. But she was also fully aware of the immense significance of this match for him. After his injury, opportunities for major competitions like this were rare. If he missed this chance, the Grand Slam would slip through his fingers forever. Deng Weiming nodded. Alright, I'll hold you to that. This isn't over until you treat me to a grand feast. Minggu, no matter what happens, you are already a legend. Enjoy the competition, enjoy the arena, enjoy the table tennis that you love. Mi Sheng knew her words were inadequate, but she truly didn't know how else to comfort him. After Deng Weiming and the others left, the team felt much emptier, and many tables in the gym were vacant during training. Gu Cheng was someone who thrived on excitement. With fewer people around, he sought his own amusement. One day during the break before afternoon training, he made a bet with Jean Hao playing a match on a mini table tennis table. The loser would have to crawl under the table. Mi Sheng found it amusing and sat on the sidelines to watch the fun. While they were competing, Song Jinyu happened to come looking for Mi Sheng. He saw her sitting by the edge of the gym, chin resting on her hand, idly watching the athletes practicing. He quietly came up from behind and fastened the necklace around her neck. Mi Sheng was startled at first. Turning to see it was Song Jinyu, she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked down at the necklace around her neck, picking it up and rubbing it gently. You've kept it so well. Gu Cheng was clearly in a betting match with Jean Hao, and as someone with exceptional focus during competitions, he still found his attention diverted by the commotion from Mi Sheng's side. What fell into Gu Cheng's eyes was a decently handsome man walking over and familiarly putting a necklace on Mi Sheng, who surprisingly didn't refuse. Could she have fallen in love again so quickly? Or was he a new admirer? Or perhaps she had a brother. Gu Cheng had only heard the conversation between Song Jinyu and Mi Sheng last time, never having seen his face, so his mind raced with wild guesses. Jin Hao seized the opportunity of Gu Cheng's distraction and won the round. Such an important item, I usually keep it vacuum sealed to prevent oxidation. But since Uncle used a silver chain for this necklace, oxidized silver jewelry is also easy to clean. Song Jinyu also examined the necklace. You see, the blue spinning globe, though small, has every continent and ocean. Uncle's ambition is the vast starry sea. The starry sea, so that excludes me and my mother. That's why he could abandon us so easily. Mi Sheng still got emotional every time she mentioned her father. She paused, looking around at her workplace, unwilling to lose composure here, and forcibly reined in her emotions. Song Jinyu naturally understood Mi Sheng, after knowing her for so many years a single glance from her was enough. He smoothly shifted to a lighter topic. Sheng, since I'm here for a rare visit, how about we play a round in this professional arena? Alright, let's practice. I watch world champions play every day now. Watch me beat you to a pulp. Mi Sheng stood up, saw Jin Hao and Gu Cheng resting after their matches, and walked over to ask, Brother Hao Cheng, do you have any spare rackets I could borrow for a couple of rounds? I do, Jin Hao said, already walking to grab a racket from his bag. Mi Sheng looked at Gu Cheng, signaling with her eyes for a racket. Gu Cheng froze, and after a moment ran to get one. I have one. Jin Hao handed the racket to Mi Sheng without a word, while Gu Cheng seemed to hesitate and start to speak several times. What's the score between you two? Mi Sheng assumed Gu Cheng's demeanor meant his match wasn't going well. Upon hearing her question, Gu Cheng turned away sulkily. 1-2, he's got one, I've got two. Jin Hao saw Gu Cheng's irritated and sulky look, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It's fine, Cheng, 1-2, it's not a big deal. Mi Sheng thought Gu Cheng was upset because he was far behind, but it was only 1-2. Gu Cheng initially didn't want to respond to Mi Sheng, but thinking better of it, he didn't want to be impolite. Mainly, he didn't want Mi Sheng to think he was rude. So he just replied with a single word, oh. Mi Sheng shrugged at Jin Hao and didn't say more. Gu Cheng was like that, with a childish temper that would pass soon. She walked towards Song Jinyu with the two rackets. Come on, let's play during the break. Watch me skunk you. Really? Song Jinyu, recalling Mi Sheng's lifelong tendency to avoid or fear PE exams, didn't believe her at all. Seeing them go off to play, Jin Hao walked over and nudged the sulking Gu Cheng with his shoulder. Cheng, the girl's already gone. Who are you sulking for now? Who said I'm not doing it for her. No, I'm not sulking. Gu Cheng, caught off guard, was so flustered he could barely speak. Maybe he's just an ordinary friend, Jin Hao said, rubbing Gu Cheng's tense neck. Let's continue playing. Ordinary friends give necklaces. Gu Cheng keenly felt the relationship between Mi Sheng and that man was unusual. What necklace? Jin Hao, focused on the game, hadn't noticed any of it. You? Gu Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain, just staring intently at the table where Mi Sheng was. Stop staring, or you'll burn a hole right through it. Jin Hao manually turned Gu Cheng's head back. If you care this much, why didn't you just ask her just now, Then why didn't you say anything? Couldn't you have made some small talk? Gu Cheng retorted, biting back. Jin Hao pursed his lips, looking insufferably smug. I did it on purpose, just didn't ask. You? Gu Cheng was so angry he was speechless. Really like her? Jin Hao had noticed Gu Cheng's special attention to Mi Sheng since their outings a few days after the Paris Olympics. I don't know either, Gu Cheng said, scratching the back of his head, a suspicious blush creeping up his cheeks. Jin Hao found his roommate endearing. It's not like it's your first relationship. How many girls' hearts have you won with that face? Why are you still so innocent, Cheng? It's different, Gu Cheng said, staring at the floor as if searching for treasure. In my past relationships, I always felt I was great, and everyone should like me, so I said what I wanted directly. But with her, I'm afraid she might not like me, and I don't dare make any other moves. It feels completely different from liking anyone before, so I can't be sure if this is love. Jin Hao sighed inwardly at his foolish roommate. And also, Gu Cheng glanced at Jin Hao, muttering, I don't want to affect her work. My skills aren't that good yet. Jin Hao was taken aback. Gu Cheng wasn't foolish at all, he was far more considerate. Although Mi Sheng wasn't an athlete, if he were truly with her, it would still count as a relationship within the team. Gu Cheng's skills weren't yet good enough to consistently secure top placements in major competitions. If he encountered a problem like his own current one, as an Olympic champion team member, he'd have to be protected, and what would have to be sacrificed would be Mi Sheng, the newly working rookie reporter. A chum. Jin Hao looked at him, never having expected the usually impetuous Gu Cheng, who had been sent back to the provincial team, twice to think so deeply. Fearing his previous words had hit a nerve, Gu Cheng quickly added, I'm not talking about you and Sharon. Not knowing how to explain further, he hung his head in frustration. I know you meant no harm, and it wasn't aimed at me. Jin Hao reassured him. Having been his roommate, he knew Gu Cheng well, sincere and passionate. Alright, let's get back to the game. The loser of our match still has to crawl under the table. As Gu Cheng continued playing, he remained distracted, his attention having long since flown to Mi Sheng's table. Over there, unsurprisingly, her ping-pong skills were as terrible as ever. Song Jinyu watched her miss 3 consecutive serves and couldn't resist teasing her. Sheng, your ping-pong is just too bad. You chose ping-pong for your college PE class, how did you even pass? I passed by being thick-skinned. As long as you're shameless enough, no PE class is impossible to pass. Mi Sheng winked playfully. The PE teacher in college saw how cute I was. How could he make things difficult for me? As the afternoon training session drew near, the gymnasium began to fill with athletes. Song Jinyu remarked, "Ashung, I noticed a badminton court downstairs with no one around. Why don't we go play there? Otherwise playing like this in front of all these professional athletes is embarrassing, for me if not for you." Mi Sheng, who wasn't keen on sports anyway, agreed readily. She took Song Jinyu's racket and walked over to where Gu Chung was. As she walked, she said, "The badminton training center downstairs is closed for the holiday, and getting in is a hassle. Let's just skip it." But she looked at Song Jinyu with a raised eyebrow. "Does the legendary captain of our school basketball team, famous from high school through college, still have an image to uphold?" "There's no need for that, surely." Song Jinyu retorted, "See, you're teasing me again. If I hadn't been the basketball captain back then, I wouldn't have caught your attention, and you wouldn't be with me now." Mi Sheng rolled her eyes at him. "Always so full of yourself." As they spoke, they reached Gu Chung, whose match was still ongoing. Seeing the mini table tennis table for the first time, Song Jinyu, not wanting to disturb Jin Hao and Gu Cheng's game, whispered to Mi Sheng, "Ashung, what are they doing with such a tiny table?" Mi Sheng lowered her voice to explain, "It's for training their ball control." Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Chung caught Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu whispering to each other. For some reason, his grip on the paddle faltered, and he sent the ball smacking directly into Jin Hao's face. Gu Cheng's forehand was powerful, and the impact distorted the flesh on Jin Hao's cheek. Mi Sheng couldn't stifle a laugh. "You lose," Jin Hao exclaimed, clutching his left cheek, feeling that his victory was a hollow one. "Yeah, I lost." Gu Chung stared at the mini table in frustration, unsure whether he was more annoyed about losing the point or about the man standing next to Mi Sheng. "Under the table. Under the table." Jin Hao started the chant, and others in the gym heard the commotion and joined in urging Gu Cheng on. Gu Cheng's face flushed as red as if he'd downed 2 caddies of strong liquor. A bet's a bet," Jin Hao said, still nursing his cheek, convinced it was already bruising. Gu Cheng wasn't one to be coy. In their daily training, they often used crawling under the table as a wager during matches, so there was no room for reneging. He had crawled under the table in front of Mi Sheng before. It was a bit embarrassing, but seeing her laugh every time made him think that a little humiliation was a small price for such a beautiful smile. But today, with that man by her side, he felt a strange unease. He simply didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of him. Sensing Gu Cheng's discomfort, Song Jinyu said to Mi Sheng, "Since I'm the only outsider here, I'll step out for a bit." Mi Sheng was touched by his thoughtfulness. "I'll come with you." Gu Cheng's lips began to curl into a smile as Song Jinyu turned to leave, but it vanished the instant he saw Mi Sheng follow him. He hastily crawled under the table and back, then pulled Jin Hao to sit on a bench by the court, his mind a whirlwind of restless thoughts. Outside, Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu were chatting when he pulled out a thick stack of play tickets. Seeing the sheer volume, Mi Sheng was stunned. "Song Jinyu, have you become a scalper now?" Song Jinyu tapped her on the head with the tickets. "What are you thinking? Can't you wish me well for once? These are EG's play tickets. Some are from him for you, some I bought myself. Different showings from the premiere to the final performance, we've got them all. I'm heading to Antarctica for work soon, so I can't use them. Since you love plays, go and support EG. And don't forget to present flowers at the curtain call." "But even with my love for EG and theater, I can't attend all of these," Mi Sheng said, feeling a headache coming on. "Just hand some out to your colleagues and the athletes," Song Jinyu suggested. "Get them to show their support too." Song Jinyu made it sound so noble, but the National Arts Theater's plays were always sold out and tickets were notoriously hard to get. His real intention was to help Mi Sheng build better relationships at work, knowing she was never one for social maneuvering. Mi Sheng understood his true intention. "I get it. Thank you. By the way, Sheng, where's the racket I asked for?" Song Jinyu asked. "It's inside. Come with me to get it." As they walked back into the gym, Song Jinyu chatted casually, "Are you free tonight? EG and I are getting dinner." Mi Sheng sighed. "I have footage to edit tonight. Work is just tiring. Since you're seeing EG, can you take the signed photos I promised you? I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to give them to her. You can pass them along." "Sure," Song Jinyu agreed. Mi Sheng led him to the lockers. Each athlete had their own, and since there were extras, she had claimed a small one for herself. She opened her locker and handed the racket to Song Jinyu. Gu Cheng was sitting nearby drinking water, but his gaze was fixed on Mi Sheng. He saw the racket she had gotten them to sign earlier and realized it was for the man who seemed so close to her. A stifling tightness gripped his chest. Mi Sheng pulled out a few photos of Gu Cheng and Jin Hao and gestured with her chin towards them. "Come on, let's get these signed." "You keep photos of handsome athletes in your locker?" Song Jinyu noted with a keen eye. Mi Sheng gave a helpless smile. "Your journalist instincts are wasted on me. I have photos of everyone in there. The team photographer gives them to me. You never know when they'll be useful, so anyone who needs one just comes to me." "I see," Song Jinyu nodded. He couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Cheng was acting strangely, showing a natural hostility towards him. As Mi Sheng and Song Jinyu approached, Gu Cheng quickly averted his gaze and stared intently at the floor. Jin Hao was exasperated with his roommate. It seemed he would have to take the lead. He turned to Mi Sheng with a friendly smile. "Sheng, how go?" Mi Sheng quickened her pace and introduced Song Jinyu to both of them. "This is Song Jinyu, a good friend of mine. He came to visit me. I promised someone I'd get a few autographs. Could you sign these for me?" The name Song Jinyu set off alarm bells in Gu Cheng's mind. Wasn't that the name of Mi Sheng's ex-boyfriend? He knew it. The way this man looked at Shang, their relationship was anything but ordinary. So this was the ex. What was happening now? Were they getting back together? Could they have already reconciled? In his agitation, Gu Cheng completely forgot that Mi Sheng had once told him she and her ex were still good friends. No problem at all, Jin Hao said, heartily, taking the pen and photos from Mi Sheng's hand to sign them. I suppose these two need no introduction. Mi Sheng smiled at Song Jinyu. Jin Hao and Gu Cheng, world champions. How could I not know them? A pleasure to meet you. Song Jinyu wore a poised smile, extending his hand to shake Jin Hao's and Gu Cheng's. The pleasure is mine. Jin Hao shook Song Jinyu's hand. Gu Cheng then looked at the hand Song Jinyu extended to him, his heart tangled in indecision. If he shook it, it would chafe his pride. If he didn't, he'd seem petty. Would a Sheng think less of him for it? Seeing Gu Cheng frozen in place, Mi Sheng assumed he was still sulking over his earlier dive under the ping-pong table. She grabbed his wrist and pressed his hand together with Song Jinyu's. A Cheng, he's trying to shake your hand. Losing a match shouldn't make you this upset. Jin Hao also stepped in to smooth things over for his roommate. A Cheng's just like that, too competitive. He was so busy stewing that he didn't notice Jinyu offering his hand. It's fine. Song Jinyu felt Gu Cheng's dismissiveness and knew his earlier suspicion wasn't unfounded. This newly crowned Olympic champion genuinely didn't like him. He'd only been here half an hour, and apart from talking to Mi Sheng, he'd done nothing else. The reason for Gu Cheng's displeasure was simple. It could only be because of Mi Sheng. Song Jinyu noticed Mi Sheng's obliviousness and chose not to spell it out. I've long heard that Gu Cheng is a true sportsman of grit and character, and now I see it for myself. To anyone else this was just a polite remark, but Gu Cheng couldn't help shooting Song Jinyu a dark glare. Heard from whom? From a Sheng. Were they so close that she'd talk about him? Jin Hao couldn't bear it anymore. He nudged Gu Cheng and handed him a pen. Give him your autograph. Watching Gu Cheng sign with a flourish far more extravagant than usual, Mi Sheng couldn't help but say, sign it properly. Gu Cheng looked at her with a hurt pout. Fine, so now that another handsome guy had shown up, she wasn't even speaking to him gently anymore. This is for a beautiful lady I'm giving it to. She's from the dance troupe. If you scribble like that, you might lose all the lovely female fans in the whole troupe. Mi Sheng was baffled. Why was Gu Cheng acting so aggrieved just because he dived under the table today? Hearing beautiful lady, Gu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't for Song Jinyu after all. He quickly covered up. I'm just upset about losing and diving under the table. You don't even know. We made a bet to wash stinky socks. I have to wash Housy's stinky socks for a whole week. Then win it back next time. Mi Sheng laughed, thinking to herself that Gu Cheng was still such a child at heart. Taking the photo, Mi Sheng handed it to Song Jinyu. Don't forget to give this to her. I still have work to do, so I'll walk you out. All right. Song Jinyu walked out shoulder to shoulder with Mi Sheng. Gu Cheng fumed again. Song Jinyu was a grown man. When a Sheng offered to see him off, he actually let her. Couldn't he tell it was just a polite gesture? Jin Hao looked at Gu Cheng, whose neck was nearly stretched as long as a giraffe's, and sighed helplessly. Stop staring. She's long gone. And hey Cheng, my stinky socks are all yours. Thanks for conjuring stinky socks out of thin air. I just said it casually. How do you have the nerve to take it so seriously and run with it? Gu Cheng pursed his lips, deeply unhappy. Then I'll go tell a Sheng the real reason you're upset. Jin Hao pretended to dash after Mi Sheng. Hey. Gu Cheng grabbed him. Fine, I'll wash them for you, you opportunist. Meanwhile, as Mi Sheng walked Song Jinyu out, he asked her, are you and Gu Cheng close? Yeah. Mi Sheng nodded. You should be asking who in the team isn't close with Gu Cheng. He's so warm-hearted, simple, and pure. Everyone wants to be friends with him. He certainly is simple. His feelings are written all over his face. Though Song Jinyu had exchanged only a few words with him, he could read every bit of his little mood. As Mi Sheng saw him off at the door, she touched her necklace and said, Jinyu, I'm truly grateful. This necklace means so much to me. Thanking me again. That's too formal. Song Jinyu's brows softened with warmth. Mi Sheng shook her head, pushing away the melancholic thoughts swirling in her mind, and forced a bright smile. Then I wish you smooth travels. May everything go well in Antarctica. Come back safely. Song Jinyu raised an eyebrow. What's this? You're not going to treat me to a meal before I leave for Antarctica? Mi Sheng burst out laughing at his shamelessness, all her sadness melting away. Fine, I'll treat you. She returned to the arena, intending to say a few comforting words to Gu Cheng, but seeing that training was about to start, she decided not to go over. Gu Cheng noticed that Mi Sheng didn't come to him even after returning, and his heart sank further. He drooped his head like a lost puppy caught in the rain. Jin Hao couldn't help but ruffle his hair. What's on your mind? What's wrong now? That Song Jinyu guy, he's A Sheng's ex-boyfriend. Ever since she saw him, she hasn't even come over to check on me. Gu Cheng's voice grew more pitiful with each word. Stop overthinking. Training's about to start, and A Sheng is just getting ready for work. Jin Hao held his head. He simply couldn't reconcile this pitiful, love-blinded little puppy with the fierce, arrogant lone wolf who clamped down on his opponents on the court and never let go. During the afternoon training session, Gu Cheng's mind wandered more than a little. He Ziyuan noticed it right away. He'd been buried in a mountain of troubles lately, and now he wondered what was wrong with his young disciple this time. But he figured this was the perfect chance to knock some sense into Gu Cheng. He'd held his tongue all along, but when training ended and the team lined up for his summary, he called out, Gu Cheng, what were you doing today? Huh. Do you really think winning an Olympic gold makes you invincible? Feeling all high and mighty. So proud. You're so carried away you don't even know your own name, do you? Take a good look at the teammates around you. Every single one of them is decorated with honors. Olympic champions. Plenty. World table tennis champions. Plenty. World Cup champions. Plenty too. Gu Cheng felt wronged. He wasn't proud because of some gold medal. You were already off during the Table Tennis Super League. You lost to anyone and everyone. He Ziyuan's voice grew louder with each word. Look at the opponents you lost to. How many of them should you have actually lost to? What? Is an Olympic gold medal your final destination? Is your career really that short? Mi Sheng sat in the distance but heard every word clearly. She too had noticed how unfocused Gu Cheng was that afternoon. Everyone held their breath as he Ziyuan erupted. Though a young coach, when he lost his temper, no one dared to intervene. But when he said, lost to anyone and everyone, Shi Hongyu subtly shifted his neck. He felt those words were aimed at him. A reminder that Gu Cheng's loss to him was a fluke, almost a disgrace to Gu Cheng. Was he truly inferior to Gu Cheng? He Ziyuan noticed Gu Cheng's head bowed, but his cheeks puffed slightly, a telltale sign that he was gearing up to talk back. Sure enough, Gu Cheng spoke up. Coach He, I can apologize for today's training. I admit I wasn't fully invested, but I haven't become so intoxicated by an Olympic gold medal that I've forgotten who I am. He paused then added, and on a side note, I do think winning an Olympic gold medal is something worth being proud of. He Ziyuan was so exasperated he let out a laugh. Worth being proud of, huh? Fine. Everyone go eat. You go run. Set your pace for a 10,000-meter run, but there's no distance limit. You'll keep going until you admit you're wrong. Don't you dare stop. Fine. Gu Cheng was unhappy too. He genuinely didn't feel he'd gotten a big head. All right, dismissed. Go eat. He Ziyuan turned and walked away. Jin Hao and Jiang Yichuan wanted to go over and console Gu Cheng, but He Ziyuan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without looking back, he said, anyone who doesn't want to eat can go run with him. Jin Hao and Jiang Yichuan could only offer Gu Cheng a sympathetic look. Gu Cheng said nothing, clenching his fists as he stomped downstairs to run. Mi Sheng frowned. She couldn't figure out why Gu Cheng had to be so stubborn at a time like this. She stood upstairs watching Gu Cheng run lap after lap. Even though she couldn't see his expression clearly, she could easily picture his defiant, stiff-necked look. She wanted to go persuade him, but He Ziyuan clearly wouldn't allow it. She decided she'd wait until his evening break. Still, she was worried. She skipped dinner and stayed upstairs watching him. As the sky gradually darkened, the late October chill of Beijing began to seep into the air. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. 10 laps. 20 laps. 30 laps. That was over 12,000 meters. Mi Sheng remembered how Gu Cheng used to complain endlessly about a mere 10,000-meter run, saying it exhausted him. She had no idea how he was enduring this now. The team members who had finished dinner gradually gathered around the track watching Gu Cheng. Taking advantage of He Ziyuan's absence, Jin Hao slipped him an open bottle of water as he ran past. Drink some or you won't make it. But Gu Cheng, who usually loved to slack off, pushed the water away. He refused. Even if he ran himself to death out here today, he wasn't going to admit he was wrong. Stubborn fool. Jin Hao's anxious shout was left behind as Gu Cheng ran off. He took several gulps of the water himself in frustration, then turned to Jiang Yichuan and asked, has he always been this stubborn? He got sent back to the provincial team once because he ran 30,000 meters without admitting he was wrong, Jiang Yichuan said helplessly. That's just how he is. Once he gets locked in a battle of wills, there's no end to it. Watching Gu Cheng's lonely, defiant figure, he asked Jin Hao, how's he, what's it about this time? First, he was already in a bad mood over that girl. Then Coach He laid into him on top of that. Jin Hao shook his head helplessly. I knew it. Jiang Yichuan nodded knowingly. If Coach He had just scolded him in front of everyone for being arrogant, he might have been upset and embarrassed, but he wouldn't have clashed with him like this. What did Sheng Sheng do to him? How do you know it's about Sheng Sheng? Jin Hao covered his mouth. He certainly hadn't gone around sharing Gu Cheng's little teenage crush. Is it that hard to figure out? Jiang Yichuan retorted. Jin Hao realized he'd asked a stupid question. True. That guy wears his heart on his sleeve. You can tell what he likes and dislikes just by looking at his face. Back during the Table Tennis Super League, when we were heading back to the provincial team, Gu Cheng insisted on getting that girl to swap love stories with him. I knew right then he had a thing for Sheng Sheng. Why else would a grown man act like some neighborhood auntie who loves prying into people's romantic lives and setting them up? Jiang Yichuan mercilessly teased his childhood friend. That actually happened. Jin Hao was curious. Did Sheng Sheng notice? Sheng Sheng really didn't. Jiang Yichuan continued his rant. I can't understand Gu Cheng's logic. He clearly likes her. He blushes every time he talks to her. But this time, who knows what's gotten into him? In his past relationships, he was always straightforward. Now he's playing this sneaky, subtle game. We can see his feelings written all over his face, but in front of her he puts on this proper put-together act. That's true. Jin Hao clicked his tongue. Cheng, who can never hide anything, has actually managed to keep this one secret from Sheng Sheng. Mi Sheng watched Gu Cheng run so many laps. She picked up his thermos from the ground, filled it with warm water, and unable to shake her worry, decided to find a chance to say a few words to him. As she headed downstairs with the water, she spotted He Ziyuan watching Gu Cheng from the window near the badminton hall. Coach He, she greeted him. He Ziyuan glanced at the thermos in her hand, understanding immediately. Going to bring Gu Cheng some water. Aye. Mi Sheng looked out the window. Gu Cheng was still running. Coach He, I know I shouldn't interfere with how you discipline your athletes, but I just wanted to bring him some water. It's fine. He Ziyuan saw how hesitant she was, and waved his hand dismissively. He's quite popular, you know. You're not the only one who wanted to bring him water. Haozi and Ichuan tried earlier, but he turned them all away. Once Cheng gets truly stubborn, no one can talk him out of it. Coach He, do you really believe Gu Cheng has gotten a big head because of that gold medal? From the time I've spent filming with Gu Cheng, I'd say he's proud, yes, but not to the extent you described. Mi Sheng shared her thoughts while carefully watching He Ziyuan's reaction. I know that. He Ziyuan wasn't upset by her words, in fact he agreed with her. Cheng is just a little full of himself. It's understandable. At his age, winning an Olympic gold medal right out of the gate, anyone would be proud. Then why? Mi Sheng didn't understand why He Ziyuan had been so harsh when scolding Gu Cheng. He Ziyuan watched the tireless young man who seemed to run on an endless motor. I'm just knocking him down a peg and also provoking him in front of everyone. He's been too relaxed lately. I didn't say anything when the table tennis Super League ended because I knew he needed time to adjust after a major competition. But it's been long enough now, and he still hasn't found his competitive edge. I need to give him a timely jab. Besides, he won Olympic gold. He hasn't let it go to his head, but there's too much flattery surrounding him right now. I need to throw some cold water on him as a precaution, so that when he hears all that exaggerated praise in the future and feels the urge to get cocky, he'll remember what I said today. As he spoke, a faint smile crept onto He Ziyuan's lips. I want him to go further, not be tripped up by a single gold medal. You really think far ahead for Gu Cheng, Mi Sheng remarked with admiration. Being a coach is such a demanding job. You not only have to manage the athlete's technical training, but you also have to keep a close eye on their mental state. Especially Cheng. He's a handful. I don't know what's wrong with him today, he's so distracted. The reasons he gets sulky are often beyond us. He's like a child getting himself all worked up over the smallest things. But when it comes to the big things we think he can't get past, he seems to brush them off with remarkable ease. Though He Ziyuan's words were complaints, his gaze grew increasingly tender. Mi Sheng could tell that He Ziyuan wasn't truly angry. She gathered her courage and asked another question. Then if he keeps running like this, how will this ever be resolved, eh? How will it be resolved? He Ziyuan shook his head with a sigh. I'll go give him a way out. After all, he calls me master. I can't just let him run himself to death. He Ziyuan took the water bottle from Mi Sheng's hands. I'll go deliver this to him. You head back first. He walked downstairs to where the athletes had gathered. What's this? No need for technical study tonight. If not, we might as well switch it all to physical training. At that, everyone scattered like a swarm of bees. He Ziyuan watched Gu Cheng on the track, whose steps had grown heavy, yet who continued relentlessly. A nameless fire burned in his heart. He deeply admired the young man's edge, yet he also deeply worried that such an edge, always as prickly as a thorn, would eventually lead to trouble. He was conflicted, unsure whether he should grind down the sharp edges of this young man. The thought of the recent meetings between the coaching staff and the Table Tennis Association gave him a throbbing headache. When Gu Cheng finally ran past him, he called out, Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng ignored him and kept running. Alright, are you really going to hold this grudge against your master? He Ziyuan jogged a few steps alongside him and held the water bottle out in front of Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng saw the signal of reconciliation, gradually slowed his pace, and finally came to a stop. Upstairs, the athletes had all been called by their coaches for technical study, watching videos to analyze techniques. Li Hongpeng stood by the window, watching, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly disapproving of He Ziyuan's approach. Mi Sheng was also watching. She walked over and stood beside Li Hongpeng. Coach Li, what is your take on today's punishment of Gu Cheng? Are you asking this as a reporter or just casually? Li Hongpeng didn't look at her. As a reporter. But I won't publish anything about it. I just want to understand the team's perspective on Gu Cheng and Coach He to prepare for a future feature column. Mi Sheng's work required her to understand the views of the professionals within the team. Li Hongpeng thought for a moment, organizing his words, then said, Coach He is still young. When athletes and coaches clash like this, if the coach always backs down and coddles the players, it will eventually spoil them all. Then what would you do in his position? Mi Sheng was genuinely curious. Li Hongpeng let out a cold snort. I'd just ignore Gu Cheng. Let's see if he really runs himself to death. The relationship between coach and player must be led by the coach. We absolutely cannot let the athletes lead us around by the nose. I think Coach He has his own approach, though, a mix of toughness and softness. Some athletes respond better to gentleness than to force. Mi Sheng didn't believe Gu Cheng was leading He Ziyuan around by the nose. She had seen with her own eyes how much Gu Cheng respected He Ziyuan. The laziest person on the team, whenever He Ziyuan asked him to do extra training, he obeyed, without a word of protest. He Ziyuan was a man of great wisdom. This time he had both sternly warned Gu Cheng and softly shown his care. Gu Cheng was someone who valued loyalty above all. He knew He Ziyuan meant well for him, and he always repaid those who treated him with kindness. Li Hongpeng's frown deepened. I disagree. Reporter me, you're younger, so you don't understand how crucial it is for a coach to establish authority. Mi Sheng nodded, not wanting to dwell on the argument. A journalist had to accept the diverse opinions of interviewees. Then do you think Gu Cheng has the problem Coach He mentioned? Coach He didn't wrong him at all. Li Hongpeng watched He Ziyuan and Gu Cheng strolling and chatting downstairs, then turned away from the window. Even before he won the championship, he was already arrogant. Now that he's won it, his arrogance knows no bounds. He needs a good knock or two. As an athlete, composure and humility are essential. That's the only way to stay calm no matter what. Gu Cheng's biggest problem is that he gets hot-headed during matches. Once he does, he loses all composure and plays with no discipline whatsoever. Understood. Thank you, Coach Li. Mi Xing silently noted Li Hongpeng's viewpoint. She realized that an athlete's style was also shaped by their master. Li Hongpeng maintained tight control over his players and favored calm ones. Under him, Jiang Yichuan's play was remarkably steady, and Shi Hongyu was mostly composed as well, though behind that composure Mi Xing always sensed an undercurrent of turbulence. He Ziyuan, on the other hand, was an accommodating coach who particularly appreciated his athletes' individual personalities and gave them ample room to express themselves. That was why Gu Cheng's playing style had always burned like a blazing fire. Downstairs, Gu Cheng took the water bottle. It was still warm. He glanced at He Ziyuan, his meaning unmistakable. See, you even prepared the water at just the right temperature and brought my own thermos. He Ziyuan avoided his gaze. It wasn't from me. It was from Aixing. She was afraid you'd run yourself to death out here. If not for her intercession, I wouldn't have bothered with you today. Though He Ziyuan had said it with deliberate sternness, Gu Cheng was overjoyed. The water was prepared by Aixing. Aixing had even pleaded for him. Could it be that Aixing liked him too? Gu Cheng instantly forgot the displeasure he'd felt earlier when Mi Xing had ignored him before training. He had already come up with his own excuse. Jin Hao had said Aixing was busy with work, so of course, she couldn't talk to him. Yes, it was the work. He Ziyuan saw Gu Cheng grinning to himself and couldn't resist giving him a light smack on the head. What are you thinking about? Do you realize you were wrong? I know. Gu Cheng replied smoothly, then apologized. I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have talked back to you. You? All the lectures He Ziyuan had prepared were completely blocked by Gu Cheng's response. But master, I really haven't gotten that arrogant. Gu Cheng held his ground. I'm proud of this gold medal, sure, but I haven't let it go to my head. You? He Ziyuan sighed helplessly. You just ran over 30,000 meters and you can't even say a single word to appease me. If I pretended to concede on the surface while still disagreeing inside, that wouldn't be what you want either. Gu Cheng looked at He Ziyuan with sincere eyes. Aixing, on this team, there are too many gold medals. I want you to look further ahead. You still have many matches to play. You need to adjust your mindset in time. Don't think this gold medal is enough to let you rest on your laurels. That's not how it works. Even if you've won the gold, if you don't make progress in the next 2 or 3 years, if you can't reach the pinnacle again, the big competitions won't give you chances to waste. You'll quickly become a marginal figure. He Ziyuan spoke with earnest sincerity. The reality is that cruel Aixing. Besides, He Ziyuan pondered for a moment before continuing. Look at your teammates around you, Aixing. In men's singles table tennis, it's an individual event. They're your teammates, but they're also your rivals. So many of them are eyeing your spot as the new Olympic champion. Defeating you means securing a spot for themselves. Your competitive awareness needs to be sharper. Stop being so naive. I understand, Coach He. Gu Cheng was well aware of the ruthlessness of the national team. I'll work on adjusting my mindset. And also, Aixing, you need to rein in that temper of yours. You're too impulsive. When playing ball, you must learn to be patient. There's another reason I criticized you today. No matter what happened before training, when you're on the court, you must give it your full heart and complete focus. Every athlete faces various off-court distractions before a game. Those are uncontrollable, but you are in control of yourself. You must master your own rationality. He Ziyuan naturally took the water bottle Gu Cheng had finished drinking and patted the back of Gu Cheng's shirt, saying, of course, some of what I said was harsh, but it was to provoke you. Don't linger in this wind. Go back, stretch, and take a hot shower. If you catch a cold tomorrow, I won't approve any leave. Then find some time to catch up on today's tactical study. Okay. Gu Cheng turned and headed toward the dormitory, but after a few steps he looked back and said, Master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked back to you. I do have issues. I got cocky after winning the gold medal. My performance in the Table Tennis Super League was poor, and I've been distracted in training. I need to reflect on myself properly. Seeing his young disciple running back, sweating profusely to admit his mistakes, He Ziyuan felt a sudden warmth in his heart. All right, go on back now. He knew that Gu Cheng would yield to softness, but not to hardness. If pushed hard, he would go to the bitter end, without looking back, even if it meant bleeding. Yet if he was too soft, Gu Cheng would become even more prone to throwing little tantrums. Now with a balance of both, it was just right. The others didn't finish their tactical study until 9 in the evening. Mi Xing, seeing that Gu Cheng and He Ziyuan had reconciled, decided not to seek him out, thinking he must be exhausted and should rest well. Jiang Yichuan and Jin Hao walked back to Jin Hao's dormitory together. They had planned to comfort Gu Cheng, but when they entered they saw him already cleaned up, sitting on his bed, happily gluing his racket. Jiang Yichuan shook his head and sighed with an expression of, just as I thought. I shouldn't have bothered coming. Cheng's anger comes and goes faster than anyone's. Gu Cheng didn't even look up, still grinning as he glued his racket. Can't I be happy? Did you make up with Sheng? Jiang Yichuan tilted his head, recalling that he hadn't seen Mi Sheng go out that evening. Sheng. Gu Cheng suddenly looked up at Jin Hao with a tragic expression. How's he? You ratted me out. You think you need someone to rat you out? Jiang Yichuan plopped down on Gu Cheng's bed. You might as well have, I like me Sheng tattooed on your forehead. Last time we went back to the provincial team for the Super League, I already saw through it. You used your little schemes just to hear her love story. You might fool a Sheng, but can you fool me? Jiang Yichuan looked at his childhood friend with disdain and began listing off examples. Whenever a Sheng isn't looking, your eyes are glued to her like they're stuck with super glue, right? And whenever you see a Sheng watching your match, you're like a peacock spreading its tail. You go all out with your forehand smashes like they're free. You really don't get tired. Well, I guess when the girl you like is watching, you never run out of energy. You. Gu Cheng hadn't expected both his friends to have noticed. Flustered and embarrassed, he tried to shove Jiang Yichuan off his bed. Jiang Yichuan dodged nimbly and sat on the nearby chair. Jin Hao stroked his chin, looking at Gu Cheng thoughtfully. A Cheng, why exactly do you like a Sheng? Jiang Yichuan quickly nodded. Right, that's my question too. I never figured out how you and your last girlfriend got together. You've got to explain this one properly. Gu Cheng finally found his chance to strike back. Yichuan, you're a love idiot. A coward who had a crush on someone for over a year and only dared to sneak peeks without even saying a word. You wouldn't understand. You ungrateful wretch. Jiang Yichuan grabbed a bottle of glue from the table and hurled it at Gu Cheng. You got to hear a Sheng's love story. Don't you owe me thanks for that? When you first suggested swapping love stories, a Sheng was clearly hesitant. I had to sacrifice my own privacy to get you that deal. If I hadn't noticed you were into her, would I have gone to all that trouble? Really? Gu Cheng genuinely hadn't realized his friend was so perceptive and kind-hearted. Jin Hao chimed in to back up Jiang Yichuan. Even if we set that aside, you still haven't made any move toward a Sheng, so why are you laughing at Yichuan? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Alright. Seeing that Gu Cheng was about to turn from embarrassment to anger, Jin Hao steered the conversation back. You still haven't answered. Why do you like a Sheng? Isn't a Sheng worth liking? Gu Cheng found the question strange. A Sheng is wonderful. Jiang Yichuan nodded in agreement. She is great. Beautiful, generous, considerate, cheerful, straightforward, and gentle. Talking to her is so comfortable, but she's really good at taking care of everyone's feelings. Gu Cheng was delighted to hear Jiang Yichuan praise me Sheng, but at the same time, he felt a twinge of jealousy. C.A. Sheng was like a blooming flower. No one could help but admire her beauty. You're not allowed to like her. Jiang Yichuan's face was written with the words speechless. When you see a girl as beautiful as Mi Sheng, everyone appreciates her, but appreciation isn't the same as romantic affection. Jin Hao took the bottle of glue that Gu Cheng had been squeezing in his hands and placed it on the table. Don't be so tense. Just talking about your crush makes you this nervous. Gu Cheng rolled his eyes at him. There are many reasons I like her. At first it was also appreciation. No one can help but admire her beauty. Later, before the Olympic final, no one had faith in me, but I heard her say she believed I would win with a conviction as firm as believing the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. In those days I heard countless voices of doubt and countless theories about luck and superstition. A Sheng was the first and the only one before the match who trusted me like that. At that moment, I felt she struck a chord deep in my soul. Back then, Jiang Yichuan admitted, honestly, I wasn't fully convinced either. I thought there was a chance, maybe about 30%. You see, even my friends said that, and even Master didn't think with absolute certainty that I would win that final. Gu Cheng smiled as he thought of Mi Sheng. Jin Hao grabbed a tissue from the bedside table and tossed it to Gu Cheng. Wipe that drool off your face. You're grinning like you're not worth a penny. Gu Cheng ignored him and continued. After the match, a Sheng came up to me with a notebook for my autograph, saying she was my first fan. She smiled at me. So beautiful and so gentle. And even the notebook she handed me smelled wonderful. At that moment, I felt like the little deer in my heart was about to break through my chest. Jiang Yichuan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Gu Cheng. Wipe your mouth, you're acting like a lovesick fool. So it was love at first sight then. Jiang Yichuan thought to himself that his friend was too easily hooked. He got carried away easily in both table tennis and love. If it were just a simple crush, it would be fine, but his friend was clearly falling deep. He decided to throw cold water on him to sober him up. Love still requires getting to know each other. Don't get too carried away. Do you like her, or do you like the way she believes in you? He's not. Jin Hao answered on Gu Cheng's behalf. A Cheng is serious about this. If it were a fleeting whim, he'd still be over here lost in wild fantasies, and his heart fluttering like a caged bird. With his temper, he would have already gone after her. It's because he truly cares that he's timid that he overthinks everything. Afraid she might not like him back, afraid that a team romance could affect her work. You're thinking this much this time? Jiang Yichuan looked at Gu Cheng seriously. It's quite different from last time when you were together with someone within 3 months. Later I saw how earnest and clever A Sheng was when she fought for a chance to ask questions at the post-match press conference, and I also read the article she wrote about me. I felt she truly understood me. Through her words I could see the book she'd read. She's a girl of refined cultivation and inner grace. Gu Cheng recalled, smiling sweetly. She followed me back to the provincial team for coverage, and we worked together. I think she's born to hold a microphone. Every interviewee is willing to chat with her. She shines when she stands in front of the camera. Jiang Yichuan nodded in agreement. A Sheng is very charming when she's working seriously. We've encountered many journalists, and she's very professional. She didn't even study table tennis, but by the time the Olympics came around she'd already researched the theoretical knowledge thoroughly. Her articles are professional enough for insiders, yet accessible to outsiders. A Sheng is truly wonderful, Gucheng added. Just now when I was being punished with running she even pleaded for me with Coach He, and wanted to bring me water. She filled my thermos with warm water. How thoughtful of her. She might get you water, but pleading for you. Jin Hao didn't believe it. A Sheng is too professional for that. She wouldn't interfere with Coach He's disciplinary actions. It was a Sheng. She pleaded for me. Don't you think she might have some feelings for me too? Gucheng wasn't listening, lost in his own thoughts. Also, she said part of the reason she stays with the table tennis team is because of me. Jin Hao didn't continue. He suspected it was just Coach He giving both Gucheng and himself a way out. Since Coach He had said so, he shouldn't add anything more. As for Mi Sheng, she probably wouldn't say something like that. There might have been a similar remark, but Gucheng likely exaggerated it. But Cheng love indeed requires time spent together. He also felt it was good to throw some cold water on Gucheng. It was fine for Gucheng to like Mi Sheng, but he shouldn't be building castles in the air. Xiao Ran and I have been together for 7 years. The time we've shared is the most precious thing, and that's what makes us certain we're the one for each other. This one-sided fluttering of yours isn't going anywhere. If a Sheng gives you an extra glance, are you already planning whether the wedding will be Chinese or Western, or whether the kids will take the father's or mother's surname? I'll listen to whatever she says, Gucheng joked. Zhang Yichuan held his forehead. You're beyond saving. I understand how Zi Yichuan. Gucheng sat up straight, moving the paddle he was gluing aside to the nightstand. My current feelings are still shallow, and my athletic career is unstable. A relationship can easily affect one's mindset. This feeling isn't enough for me to gamble my career on. I really admire Hao Zi and Xiao Ran. They're both willing to bet on each other. Gucheng looked at Jin Hao with envy. Xiao Ran has even gambled her entire career on it. Actually, when I found out you two were exposed, I was really worried. I was afraid Hao Zi couldn't handle the pressure and would suggest breaking up first, and also afraid that he would blame the relationship for affecting his competitive form. Hao Zi's coach didn't just let it go. He only pretended not to interfere on the surface out of respect for Coach He. Behind the scenes, he kept pressuring Hao Zi to break up, especially after the Olympics. But Hao Zi bore it all without telling anyone. Jin Hao and Zhang Yichuan listened quietly. Gucheng continued, besides, Sheng hasn't developed feelings for me. I can't disturb her just because of my own feelings. She wasn't entirely keen on this job to begin with. A one-sided admirer entangled with a work relationship could easily become another reason for her to like this job even less. Also, even if she did have feelings for me and we got together because of it, if my performance suffered, it wouldn't just affect me. It could also affect a journalist who's just starting her career. Love shouldn't mean making the other person bear the risk for you. He then looked at Jin Hao with concern. Jin Hao understood. I know. You're not hinting at me. Our situations are different. If it were now, Xiao Ran and I might have had the same concerns and wouldn't have gotten together. But at 15 or 16, we were too young to think that far ahead. Don't worry about that. Let's just talk about your thoughts. If one day in the future our careers are stable, we know each other well, my feelings for her have only grown, and she likes me just as much and is willing to take a risk for me. I think I would confess to her. Gucheng seemed to envision that day, smiling a little foolishly. Zhang Yichuan and Jin Hao exchanged a smile. This was Gucheng, clear-headed yes, but also childishly naive. Zhang Yichuan teased him. If you're so clear-headed, why are you still overthinking so much? The mind can be clear, but the heart has a mind of its own. It doesn't obey the brain's commands. When I see a Sheng smile at me, it flutters with joy. When I see other men getting close to her, it aches and flutters with sadness. Gucheng shrugged. I don't want to wear my heart on my sleeve either, but I just can't hide it. For now, I just hope I can keep up the act in front of a Sheng a little longer. Then you better work hard. With your acting skills, you're bound to slip up sooner or later. Zhang Yichuan patted Gucheng on the shoulder. Hey, why do you think a Sheng didn't introduce that guy as her ex-boyfriend? Do you think they might get back together? Gucheng circled back to his question from noon. Jin Hao flopped onto the bed, exasperated. And you call this feeling shallow? It's already so deep that you can't even forget a trivial matter after running a marathon. What happened exactly? Zhang Yichuan was curious. It's just that her ex-boyfriend came to see her at noon. When she introduced him to us, she just said he was a friend. Jin Hao shot Gucheng a glare. Use that little brain of yours. When you introduce your ex-girlfriend to others, do you announce to everyone that she's your ex? And also, if they had gotten back together, she would have just introduced him as her boyfriend, right? No need to hide it. Plus, from my experience, there's nothing ambiguous between them. They're just friends, completely open and honest about it. That's it. Zhang Yichuan was speechless. Remember, Sheng said she's still friends with her ex-boyfriend. They've been friends for 10 years, growing up together since they were kids. I remember, Gucheng said, looking at them innocently. Of course I remember everything a Sheng says. But seeing them together, I just feel unhappy. Unhappy, then stay unhappy. Zhang Yichuan rose to his feet. Here I am, a man who's never even been in love, trying to console you. Utterly pointless. As Jin Haosong and Zhang Yichuan headed out the door, he added, we're just worrying over nothing. This is just Ah Cheng's little game of self-torment in his one-sided love. Let's not ruin his fun. Looks like he doesn't need us anyway. We're just wasting our concern. Hey, don't go. Gucheng called out to his two friends. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. I've got some hidden potato chips. Want some? You bet. Jin Hao and Zhang Yichuan turned back in unison. Free food, why not? The three young men tumbled into a playful scuffle in the dormitory. During this period, the national table tennis team mostly trained twice a day, spending their evening study sessions watching World Cup matches for technical analysis. At this World Cup, Dai Minghui and Deng Weiming were both in excellent form, defeating opponent after opponent on their path forward. However, it seemed the public scrutiny on this World Cup was unusually intense. Mi Sheng frowned as she read Gao Lanjun's report on her computer. Gao Lanjun was deliberately stirring up controversy to generate buzz. She repeatedly emphasized that this was the final battle for Deng Weiming to complete his Grand Slam, with every line hinting that he might retire after the World Cup. Yet Deng Weiming himself had never once mentioned retirement. Moreover, she often listed Deng Weiming's achievements, framing this as Dai Minghui's match of revenge, noting that Dai had previously lost to Deng in the finals of both the Olympics and the World Championships. Finally, she deliberately stoked the rivalry between the two players' fan bases, subtly implying that if Deng Weiming won, Dai Minghui would be utterly useless for failing to beat an opponent who had suffered a career-threatening injury, and if Dai won, it would be an unworthy victory. She also suggested that the team's head coach for this trip was Dai Minghui's personal coach, implying the team was intentionally sacrificing Deng Weiming to pave the way for Dai. Mi Sheng looked around, hesitating to speak. The photographer Wu Yushu noticed and walked over to sit beside her, glancing at her screen. See, this is Gao Lanjun. This is why she's been here for years without a promotion, still on par with a newcomer like you. It's why Minjia never entrusted her with important tasks. She's too eager for quick success. Mi Sheng frowned in disapproval. While this may not be outright historical revisionism, it violates the principle of truthfulness that journalism demands. News is indeed a reflection of the author's thoughts, but it must never compromise on truth. So what? What's the use of being upset now? Wu Yushu shrugged. If you don't fight for yourself, if you don't establish your authority in the workplace from the start, you'll just have to let Gao Lanjun, with her few extra years of seniority, keep you down. I didn't expect it to be like this. Mi Sheng had assumed everyone would simply do their own work peacefully, as she never imagined so much scheming was involved. Well, it doesn't matter much to you anyway, Wu Yushu sneered. You're just coasting by, so why should you care? Mi Sheng felt a pang of displeasure at his tone. I respect my work, Brother Su. Even if I'm not entirely passionate about it, I've never been careless, and I've never crossed my professional ethical boundaries. That's exactly why I'm willing to have this talk with you. Think it over. Minjia has been transferred. Between you and Gao Lanjun, one of you will have to take charge. Wu Yushu patted Mi Sheng on the shoulder and rose to leave. Mi Sheng let out a soft sigh. She had believed work was simply about writing good articles and reporting well, never anticipating these personnel politics. Song Jinyu was about to leave, so Mi Sheng went to see him off, treating him to a farewell dinner. She also posted a moment on social media, wishing him a safe journey. Gu Cheng saw the post, and his mind wandered into a frenzy of thoughts. Still, he felt a flicker of joy. This ex-boyfriend he disliked was finally going to work, meaning he wouldn't be coming around to see Mi Sheng for a while. Yet he couldn't help feeling disgruntled. How come Song Jinyu could go out to dinner with Mi Sheng, while he himself only ever crossed paths with her at the gym? Though Gu Cheng had no intention of confessing his feelings, he yearned to carve out a close place beside her, even if just as a friend. One day at lunch, Mi Sheng was chatting with the female team members. Generally, when both she and Gao Lanjun were present, she covered the men's team and Gao covered the women's. But when only one of them was following the team or covering news, they handled both, without strict boundaries. Gu Cheng watched from the sidelines, filled with envy at the female teammates sitting beside and across from Mi Sheng as they ate. After a moment's thought, he wolfed down his meal. As he went to return his tray, he deliberately passed by Mi Sheng and feigned an accidental bump against her shoulder. Sorry. It's fine. Mi Sheng, in the middle of a pleasant chat with the female team members, looked up with a smile, only to see it was Gu Cheng who had bumped into her. She was about to tease him when she noticed the look of utter dejection on his face, his brows and eyes drooping in sorrow. Startled, she wondered if she had somehow offended him or if something else was wrong. But with so many people around, she couldn't ask directly. She grabbed his arm. Wait up. You actually hurt me, you know. You can't just leave. Since I'm done eating too, you can buy me an ice cream to make up for it. After a brief goodbye to the female team members, Mi Sheng pulled Gu Cheng out of the cafeteria. Jin Hao and Zhang Yichuan exchanged a glance. Jin Hao shook his head helplessly while Zhang Yichuan chuckled and cursed under his breath. That kid's got plenty of sly tricks up his sleeve. Gu Cheng, with Mi Sheng tugging at his sleeve, gazed sweetly at the wrinkled fabric where her fingers gripped. He thought to himself, Ah Sheng's hands are so beautiful. Hands meant for holding a pen, carrying the elegance of a scholar. They stopped at the sports field. Seeing no one around, Mi Sheng asked, Ah Cheng, what's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Cheng pouted. Ah Sheng, I'm so sad. What is it? Mi Sheng grew a bit anxious, but still gently guided Gu Cheng to sit on the bleachers. It's okay. Tell me what happened. If I can help, I will. If I can, I'll at least offer some advice. And if I can't even do that, I'll be a good listener. Whatever it is talking about, it will make you feel better. Gu Cheng tried to organize his thoughts. He had acted on a whim earlier, but now that he was about to actually say it, shyness crept back in. Mi Sheng watched his expression shift, no longer the initial sadness, but now tinged with a youthful bashfulness and a hint of a smile. She knew it wasn't anything serious and breathed a sigh of relief. All right, go on then. Gu Cheng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Ah Sheng, I feel so lonely here. Far from home with no friends outside the team. On weekends off I have nowhere to go, and I have to go back to the athlete center to sleep. I haven't found the slightest sense of belonging. I don't even look forward to days off anymore. So that's what it is. Misheng figured that Gu Cheng's earlier shyness was because a grown man felt embarrassed to admit his loneliness. She looked at him head bowed in melancholy like a big lost dog unable to find its way home. Unable to resist, she reached out and ruffled his fluffy hair. Lots of people on the team aren't from Beijing, you know. We're all far from home. Brother Hao Yichuan and me too. All of us. It's different. Gu Cheng buried his head in his knees. Haozi had Shaoran, they rent a place together off campus, and he spends all his holidays with her. As for Yichuan, he joined the national team a few years before I did, and has his own circle of friends. We train together, but when we have time off he ditches me to hang out with them. And you Sheng, you're even more different. You can go home in the evenings, you have your own friends, a vibrant life. In your circle, there are people to have meals with, people to go shopping with, and people to watch dance performances with. Homesick? Misheng thought for a moment. How about I talk to your aunt, and see if she can come visit you during your next break? It's not homesickness. Gu Cheng's mood was genuinely low now. Sheng, I envy you, and I envy your friends. On nights off I return alone to the athlete's village. The corridor is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Many rooms are dark. Lying in bed, I feel like the loneliest person in the entire universe. Listening to Gu Cheng's muffled voice, Misheng felt an inexplicable wave of tenderness. Looking at his glistening eyes, a maternal instinct she never knew she had surged within her, almost making her want to embrace him. Sheng, you're my friend too. On your days off you can come find me. We can have a meal together, watch a movie, go shopping. Anything. And if your roommate and Yichuan are away in the evening, and you don't want to go back to the athlete's village, you can always come to my place. Gu Cheng was startled by her words, and instinctively shrank back. He hadn't expected to earn an invitation to her home. His original intention was merely to act a little coy, hoping that she might include him in her next social media post. Misheng also regretted her impulsive offer. She was usually so good at maintaining boundaries. Why had she let her emotions get the better of her, and invited a man to her home? She tried to backtrack. I mean, my apartment has 2 bedrooms, no. It's just, if. She gave up. She couldn't understand why her usually sharp tongue was failing her today. I understand. Thank you, Sheng. Gu Cheng was elated. He wouldn't dream of staying over, afraid of upsetting her, but at least this meant she might start inviting him to hang out. Noticing her discomfort, he changed the subject. Haozi is such a traitor, putting his girlfriend first. He's planning to apply to the same university and major as Shaoran, both in finance. Unless something unexpected happens, they'll start together next September. Once he's busy with her, he'll have even less time for me. He's something else. He originally told me he wanted to study sports theory, but he switched majors just to be with his girlfriend. His relationship with Shaoran seems quite stable, Misheng said, finding some comfort in the thought. This must be the Wei Zhu Shaoran talked about. Rock solid. Gu Cheng complained. Every night before bed, he absolutely has to have a long phone call with Shaoran. It's as regular as clockwork. The sweet talk makes me want to gag. As his roommate, I can't just go for a run to escape it. There's no way out. Jin Hao, standing in the distance with Jiang Yichuan, watched Gu Cheng and Misheng's retreating backs. If he knew his lousy roommate was badmouthing him, he'd rush over to retort. Gu Cheng always smiled like a lovesick fool whenever Misheng was mentioned, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. And now he had the nerve to complain about him. Amused by Gu Cheng's disgusted expression, Misheng asked, "What about you? Have you thought about when you might go back to school?" Gu Cheng tilted his head thoughtfully. "My coach and I talked about it. You have to apply early. Athletes get in through the special recruitment quota for outstanding athletes. He wants me to focus on fundamentals for the next 2 years and wait. He thinks it's good for athletes with a solid base like Haozi to study, but he's worried I might get distracted." "That's true. Focusing on table tennis is the most important thing for now," Misheng agreed, then asked, "Do you have a major you're interested in?" "Not yet." Gu Cheng shook his head honestly. "To be frank, I don't think I'm cut out for academics. I don't know what I could even study. Many people choose to continue in sports, but I don't want my life to be only about table tennis. I hope studying can add a different color to my life. And a lot of others pick business or management, but I don't have a real interest in economics or finance." "Then you can use these 2 years to play table tennis and explore other interests at the same time." Misheng encouraged him. "What you're doing is good. You can choose a major you're truly passionate about. You know, so many people just pick their college major randomly during the college entrance exam application process because they don't know what they really like, so they just follow the crowd and choose whatever has good job prospects or a high starting salary." "I don't know anything about that," Gu Cheng said, looking at her with reliance. "I'll definitely need to ask you for advice when the time comes." "No problem," Misheng agreed readily. Gu Cheng glanced at her shoulder, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Did I hurt you when I bumped into you, Sheng?" He didn't think he had used much force, but he was still worried she might be in pain. Misheng smiled. "I'm not made of glass. I'm not that delicate. You didn't hurt me at all, so don't worry." Then, Gu Cheng thought for a moment. "Let me treat you to some ice cream." He just wanted an excuse to spend a little more time with her. That afternoon, while the athletes trained, the media staff of Misheng's team were called to a meeting at the CCTV Sports Center. It turned out that the Chinese Table Tennis Association wanted to launch a professional table tennis magazine for Chinese fans. The leader in charge of the project from the association spoke first. We've already decided on the name Ping Pong Life. It will be a monthly publication. The main sections will be exclusive interviews with domestic athletes, introductions to both domestic and international players, coverage of major events, updates on the latest trends in the sport, technical analysis, and explanations of the rules. The most important part is the athlete interview, and the cover will feature a photo of the athlete being interviewed for that issue. Our media department has set up a dedicated team for this publication. We hope to collaborate closely with the reporters embedded with the national team, as you have access to first-hand news. We're very much looking forward to your contributions. The director of the Sports Center nodded. Of course, we will definitely give our full support to this magazine. Just ask for anything you need. The main thing is to pool our ideas. Embedded reporters have their unique advantages. We hope to work with you every month, with each of you contributing topic proposals to help make this magazine a great success. The leader from the association assigned the task. No problem. It's our wish too to establish the magazine's professionalism and authority. The official media should promote it widely to get more people interested in our sport. The director of the Sports Center looked at Mi Sheng and the others. You must cooperate fully with Ping Pong Life, ensure the quality of your contributions, and be mindful of the promotional direction and standards of your articles. Understood, Mi Sheng nodded obediently. Back at the table tennis and badminton center, the embedded reporters and photographers were all complaining. Wasn't this just adding extra work out of nowhere? Mi Sheng, however, didn't mind. She genuinely enjoyed the process of writing. She could constantly put her thoughts out into the world, creating a connection with it. Knowing that many people would read her words, she felt it was a truly happy thing, a way to leave her mark on this world. Gu Cheng wasn't the only one who felt lonely. Although Mi Sheng seemed surrounded by friends and activity, she was deeply lonely herself. She wasn't someone who liked to bare her soul to others. She believed in maintaining a sense of propriety and distance even among friends. Why burden them with her troubles? Talking about them too much might even cost her their friendship. Her inner world was often expressed only through her writing. That's why she understood Gu Cheng's strange behavior today so well. After all, who in this world isn't lonely? In the evening, Mi Sheng was still seated before her computer, contemplating whom she could feature for the inaugural issue of Table Tennis Life, due out in January. The first issue's feature selection demanded careful thought, and Mi Sheng mentally reviewed the national team players one by one. Suddenly sensing something, she looked up at the window. It was snowing, the first snow of the year, a heavy one. Snowflakes swirled against the night sky, brightening the window as if it were day. Winter had arrived so swiftly. The next morning, the snow had just ceased, and sunlight refracted off the accumulated snow in front of the table tennis and badminton center, casting beautiful light patterns. Blinded by the glare, Mi Sheng looked away, searching for another sight to soothe her eyes. As she raised her gaze before she could find any other color, she saw Gu Cheng walking toward her through the brilliant light, a truly captivating sight. Morning, Sheng. Gu Cheng greeted her with a bright smile. Mi Sheng felt his smile was even more dazzling than the sunlight refracting through the pristine snow. She smiled back at him. Morning. This is the first snow of winter. Gu Cheng childishly scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it into the air. So beautiful. This heavy snow almost reminds me of the Northeast. A playful urge stirred within Mi Sheng. She scooped up some snow and pretended to stuff it down his collar. This is how you truly experience a heavy snowfall. It makes it feel even more like the Northeast. Gu Cheng laughed and dodged, and Mi Sheng didn't give chase. She simply tossed the snow towards him. Crystalline flakes drifted down, landing on the youth's eyes and lashes. Not one to back down, Gu Cheng tried to pack a snowball to throw at Mi Sheng. Their laughter scattered across the snowy ground, making even the winter day feel warmer. Stop playing around, Gu Cheng. He Ziyuan shouted at him. Get over here and line up. Gu Cheng brushed off the snow and ran over to He Ziyuan. Despite his grumbling, He Ziyuan couldn't help but reach out to brush the snow from Gu Cheng's collar. Mi Sheng smiled, observing how fond He Ziyuan was of his young disciple. With the World Cup final approaching, the team was under intense pressure. He Ziyuan decided to give the national team the evening off to relax before watching the final the next day. Coincidentally, Mi Sheng had plans to attend the premiere of Su Yiji's play that evening. Remembering how Gu Cheng had pitifully claimed to be lonely last time, she decided to invite him along. At lunch in the cafeteria, Mi Sheng approached Gu Cheng's table, where he sat with Jin Hao and Jiang Yichuan. She asked them, "Aching brother Hao Yichuan, do you have any plans tonight? My college classmates' play Tea House is premiering tonight at the National Arts Grand Theater. If you're free, come and show your support." Brother Hao asked Xiaoran. If she's free, she should come too. She's busy. Gu Cheng blurted out. Huh. Mi Sheng shot Gu Cheng a puzzled look. How would he know more about Zhu Xiaoran's schedule than her own boyfriend did? Jin Hao chuckled inwardly at his transparent roommate. I just told Aching. Xiaoran and I already have plans together tonight. Sorry, Sheng. Though he mentally ribbed Gu Cheng, Jin Hao covered for him anyway. After all, he was stuck with this clueless roommate. Mi Sheng was unconcerned. It's fine. You all go ahead. The play will have many more performances. Jiang Yichuan pondered for a moment. Sheng, I'm sorry, but I can't make it either. Coach Li has ordered our entire group to do extra training. You know how he is. Mi Sheng gave Jiang Yichuan a sympathetic look. Li Hongpeng was the coach who favored extra training above all others. All right then, train well. While Misheng wasn't looking, Gu Cheng shot his two buddies a grateful gesture. After training that afternoon, Gu Cheng disappeared in a flash. Jiang Yichuan looked at the floor which Gu Cheng had practically scuffed into smoke and asked Jin Hao, "Where's Cheng off to? In such a rush?" Jin Hao sighed. "He went to shower. He's afraid of being judged for smelling sweaty after practice." "Makes sense," Jiang Yichuan agreed. "Going to a place like the National Arts Grand Theater for a play does warrant some decorum. He simply wants to look presentable for Sheng," Jin Hao quipped. "I wonder if he can even sit through a play. Hopefully he doesn't fall asleep halfway. That would be embarrassing. As long as Sheng is beside him, he'll manage to stay awake." Jiang Yichuan resignedly packed his bag, ready to grab a quick dinner before evening training. Jin Hao meanwhile went off to meet his girlfriend. Mi Sheng was waiting at the main gate watching the time. Exactly 15 minutes later, Gu Cheng ran up to her panting. "Huff. Sheng. Huff. Did I keep you waiting?" "No, you're very punctual. You said a quarter of an hour, and it was a quarter of an hour," Mi Sheng said, helping him straighten his rumpled down jacket and the hoodie underneath. "Let's go." Gu Cheng smiled a little dazed. She had just praised his punctuality, and she had even fixed his clothes herself. Oh gosh, she had been so close to him. Her cheeks looked so soft. They had a simple dinner out, after which Mi Sheng dragged Gu Cheng to a flower shop. "Excuse me, could you wrap a bouquet of oriental lilies for me, please?" "Thank you. Why are you buying flowers?" "If anyone should be buying them, it should be me," Gu Cheng said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wasn't proper for a girl to give him flowers when they were out. "You?" Mi Sheng had a sudden thought. "Excuse me, could I have another bouquet?" "Huh." Gu Cheng was even more confused. As she watched the florist wrap the flowers, Mi Sheng explained, "It's my friend's debut on the National Arts stage tonight. At the curtain call, you and I will both go up to give him flowers to make him happy. Established actors all have their own fans, so they're sure to receive lots of bouquets. I don't want my friend to have none. He'd be sad." "Oh, I see." Gu Cheng chided himself for overthinking. The flowers weren't for him after all. Yet he also marveled at Mi Sheng's gentle thoughtfulness, how considerate she was to her friends. Mi Sheng called in Yueshi to confirm. Yueshi had already arrived at the theater, staying backstage with Suiji. She planned to wait for him there so he could see her the moment his scene ended, so she wouldn't be watching from the audience. Seated in the theater, Mi Sheng felt a surge of excitement. She adored theater. It possessed a unique charm that films and TV shows could never replicate. Gu Cheng sensed the girl's excitement beside him and asked, "Sheng, do you really like theater?" Mi Sheng nodded. "Look, the stage is this small. Theater has many constraints. No subtitles, no camera cuts, limited scenery. Yet on this small, restricted stage, it can explore the most profound questions of humanity. Without the flashy filming techniques, camera angles, and elaborate sets of film and television, it instead allows the audience to think more purely, to see the brilliance radiating from the actors, and to perceive the deeper meanings behind the story." "This is my first time watching a play," Gu Cheng admitted. He'd never been before. The guys on the team always found more exciting things to do on their days off. No one would spend so long sitting through a play. "I think you'll like it," Mi Sheng said with certainty. The audience dimmed, the curtain rose, and a spotlight illuminated the stage as the play began. Set in 1898, characters from all walks of life, merchants, officials, and common folk, gathered in a small tea house where the currents of the era converged upon a few tangible souls. Mi Sheng watched the stage with intense focus, where several national treasures of the theater performed. She couldn't help but envy Suiji, who had the privilege of sharing the stage with such actors. Gu Cheng initially stole glances at Mi Sheng's earnest profile, but gradually he too was drawn into the performance. Suiji portrayed Qin Zhongyi in his youth for the first act, while the final act featured the character as an old man played by a venerable artist in his 70s. Mi Sheng recognized the veteran actor. Over 40 years ago, when the National Arts Theater first staged Tea House, he had originated the role of Qin Zhongyi, and it had become his signature character. Mi Sheng surmised that the reason Suiji and the veteran actor were cast for different acts was due to the elder's age and stamina, and also because his aged appearance could no longer convincingly embody the proud, idealistic Qin Iri bent on industrial salvation. Suiji's performance was exceptional. Setting aside her bias, as his classmate, Mi Sheng had to applaud him. Another actor in the role might have merely imitated the veteran's youthful portrayal, but Suiji brought his own interpretation while seamlessly connecting with the elder's later depiction, ensuring continuity without dissonance. Mi Sheng was genuinely impressed. She also noticed the actress playing Kong Shunzi. Despite her youth, she portrayed the character across decades, holding her own among the seasoned performers without losing her brilliance. Kong Shunzi was a peripheral figure in the play, yet deeply substantive. Her defiance and resilience against the old society were rendered with perfect nuance by the actress, never overshadowing the scene, yet impossible to ignore. As director Shin's final two exclamations of "Bravo" echoed, the curtain fell. Gu Cheng snapped back to reality. "Ah Sheng, that was magnificent. In the decay of history, there is no room for individual destiny. It is swept along by the tides of the era." "Exactly. The play is about the torrent of the times. So were you moved?" Mi Sheng knew most people would love the play, but she hadn't expected Gu Cheng to be this captivated. His focus rivaled his concentration during a table tennis match. Profoundly moved, Gu Cheng said as the stage lights came up for the curtain call. "By the way, Ah Sheng, which one is your classmate? Should we go up and present flowers now?" "Yes, let's go." Mi Sheng pulled Gu Cheng along, instructing him, "Give the flowers to the guy who played the young Qin Zhongyi." "What about you? Aren't we going together?" Gu Cheng was curious about her plan. Mi Sheng watched the actress bowing on stage. "I thought Kang Shunzi was phenomenal. I want to give her flowers." "All right." Gu Cheng stepped onto the stage and placed the bouquet in Su Yiji's hands. Su Yiji was still dazed, watching Mi Sheng bypass him to approach the actress who played Kang Shunzi when a bouquet was thrust into his hands by none other than Gu Cheng. "You're Gu Cheng. Ah Sheng asked me to give this to you." Gu Cheng praised him. "You were truly brilliant." Having heard from Mi Sheng's earlier phone call with Inueshi that Su Yiji already had a girlfriend, Gu Cheng was certain he wasn't a rival and treated him with utmost friendliness. "Thank you." Su Yiji was still bewildered. Why would an Olympic champion be delivering him flowers? Meanwhile, Mi Sheng had already presented her bouquet to the actress and shared a warm embrace. After the curtain call, the theater emptied. Instead of following the crowd out, Mi Sheng and Gu Cheng headed backstage. Inueshi greeted them. "Ah Sheng, I missed you so much." "I missed you too." Delighted to see her friend, Mi Sheng introduced Gu Cheng. "This is Gu Cheng. How could I not know Gu Cheng?" Inueshi rushed over excitedly. "Hello, Gu Cheng. Can I have a photo with you? I'm your fan." Of course, of course." Gu Cheng cooperated readily, eager to leave a good impression on Mi Sheng's friends. After the photo, Inueshi led Mi Sheng further backstage. Mi Sheng remarked, "Ueshi, you really missed out by not watching the play. It was Yiji's debut performance." "It's fine. I don't really care for plays anyway. I'm just a fan of Su Yiji." Inueshi felt she had done something quite romantic. The moment he steps off stage, he sees me waiting for him. Isn't that more romantic than watching him perform? All right. Mi Sheng didn't agree, but she figured couples have their own dynamics, and as a single person, she had no right to comment. Backstage, actors were removing their makeup. Su Yiji saw Mi Sheng and started towards her, but she ignored him, walking straight to the actress who played Kang Shunzi. "Hello, we met earlier. Thank you for the flowers." The actress studied Mi Sheng's face, then asked tentatively, "Are you Mi Sheng, the table tennis reporter from CCTV? You know me?" Mi Sheng was pleasantly surprised. "Yes. I love table tennis. It's our national sport. I saw you on the Olympic news, microphone in hand, looking so professional and graceful. And your name is beautiful. Mi Sheng Fu Sheng, like a fleeting dream. It's very poetic." The actress then noticed Gu Cheng behind Mi Sheng and grew excited. "You're Gu Cheng." "Hello." Gu Cheng greeted her politely. Just then Su Yiji walked over. "Ah Sheng, that's not fair. You said you came to support me, but you're showering all the other actors with attention." She was brilliant. The pacing, the lines, the emotional depth. Flawless, simply perfect. Mi Sheng was still in awe of the actress's performance. "Her name is Chu Mei. We joined the National Arts Theater together. This is her first play." Su Yiji introduced her. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Mi Sheng. You can call me Ah Sheng." Mi Sheng extended her hand. Chu Mei shook it warmly. "Hello, it's an honor. I'm Chu Mei. By the Chu River's shore I first glimpsed the beauty of Xiang, speechless, shedding silent tears. You can call me Chu Chu. Your name is lovely too." Somehow Mi Sheng felt an instant connection with Chu Mei. "All right, enough of this backstage chaos and mutual admiration. Once we're cleaned up, Ah Sheng is treating us to dinner. Chu Chu, you're coming too," Su Yiji declared on Mi Sheng's behalf. Mi Sheng waved her hand. "I'm happy to treat everyone to celebrate your successful debut. But mainly for Chu Chu. Yiji is just an afterthought." The backstage was indeed chaotic, so Mi Sheng, Gu Cheng, and Inueshi headed out to wait for the others. After a long while, Chu Mei and Su Yiji finally emerged. It was Mi Sheng's first time seeing Chu Mei without makeup. Had she not been walking beside Su Yiji, she wouldn't have dared to recognize her. Chu Mei's beauty was truly unique. Unlike the plain, unadorned woman she appeared on stage, her natural features were strikingly vivid, a rich, vibrant allure, full and brimming with vitality. She was like a Western oil painting, radiant yet softened by a gentle, luminous halo. "You are so beautiful, like a goddess who has stepped right out of a painting." Mi Sheng expressed her admiration without reservation. Chu Mei blushed at such a direct compliment, lowering her head in shyness. Su Yiji protested. "Ah Sheng, how about you pay some attention to your old classmate? All night long, no flowers for me, no praise for me either. We might as well be strangers." "You performed well too," Mi Sheng said dismissively. They entered a restaurant. Su Yiji, in a fit of pique, ordered an excessive amount of food. Mi Sheng remarked, "As an actor, have you no self-awareness? Eating this much for a late-night snack." Seeing Chu Mei enjoying a high-calorie chocolate cake, she said gently, "Chu Chu needs to eat more. After performing all night, she must have used up so much energy and be exhausted." "You're so unfair," Su Yiji grumbled, taking several more vindictive bites. Gu Cheng also ate a bit more. Su Yiji ordered a bottle of red wine and tried to get Gu Cheng to drink with him, but Mi Sheng stopped him. "Forget it, A Cheng has training tomorrow and can't drink. Just a glass or two, it won't hurt." "I have rehearsals tomorrow too," Su Yiji insisted. Gu Cheng, not wanting to offend Mi Sheng's friend, was about to pour himself a glass when Mi Sheng placed her hand over his cup with a hint of possessiveness. "No drinking." It was such a simple gesture, yet it filled Gu Cheng's heart with joy. How adorable A Sheng was. She must like me to shield me from drinking like this. A Sheng is protecting me. Probably elated by the success of his premiere and already having drunk a fair amount, Su Yiji was determined to have a toast with Gu Cheng. I know he's an Olympic champion, but just one drink, what's the harm? Forget it, Iji, Inueshi tugged at him. I'll drink with you, alright? No. Su Iji glared at her. You didn't even come to see my premiere today. The flowers were from Gucheng. I was waiting for you backstage. Inueshi said soothingly as if coaxing a child. That's different, Su Iji retorted, still feeling aggrieved that she hadn't watched his performance. Misheng knew Su Iji would be upset about this. He was a proud man, always taking immense pride in his talent, and his girlfriend hadn't prioritized watching his performance and appreciating his artistry. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chu Mei interjected, thousands watch you perform, but only one person waits for you backstage. That's a romance unique to you too. Iji, you've had a bit too much to drink. I think we should take the wine away and stop drinking for now. Su Iji didn't object. Misheng's fondness for Chu Mei grew. A woman with tact, thoughtfulness, and consideration. Who wouldn't like her? Iji performed very well too, Misheng said for the first time that evening, seriously discussing his role with him. The character Qin Zhongyi is steeped in tragedy. In the first act, he's in his 20s, full of hope and ambition to save the nation through industry, carrying an air of unyielding pride. But you can't just play the part with youthful vigor, you have to embed the character's tragic fate into your performance. Otherwise, the Qin Zhongyi of the first act easily becomes disconnected from the despairing, broken man of the third act. Moreover, with two actors, the sense of disconnect is more likely. But Iji, you did an excellent job, neither merely imitating the veteran artist's style nor straying too far from it. Actually, if I had played the role entirely on my own, the completion would have been higher, Su Iji said, somewhat annoyed. What are you saying? Inueshi nudged him under the table. Being able to share a character with a veteran artist is an honor. They performed so brilliantly, they should be worried about you ruining this classic role. Iji is still young, he has a lot to learn. I'm just stating the facts, Su Iji said with a shrug. They just don't believe I can handle such a weighty role. They wanted the veteran artist as the steady anchor, but I truly could have done it alone. Two actors sharing one role is like dancing in chains. Neither I nor the veteran actor could fully express ourselves. I believe Iji has the ability to play Qin Zhongyi alone, Chu Mei said with conviction. And the veteran artist certainly does too. Your collaboration is a unique experience in itself. The push and pull during the performance is both a constraint and a catalyst. Instead, it created a perfect portrayal of the character's life journey. In his youth, he was played with a more extroverted style like yours, in his old age a more restrained and introspective one. So the challenge you faced was greater than ours. Keeping the audience immersed and not noticing the transition is incredibly difficult. It's also a very unique experience, Su Iji said, his sharpness softening after hearing Chu Mei's words. Gucheng didn't quite grasp the nuances of the discussion, but listened quietly, finding it all quite interesting. Not wanting to neglect Gucheng, Misheng engaged him in conversation. As it was getting late, and Gucheng needed to return to the team, they prepared to leave a while later. Su Iji tugged at Misheng. Let Gucheng go ahead. Asheng, you don't have a curfew, stay and chat with me a bit longer. It's fine, I'll leave with him, Misheng said, thinking that since they came together they should leave together. Is Gucheng taking you home, or are you taking him back to the team? Su Iji didn't understand. You're not going the same way, oh, why insist on leaving together? We're both going back to the team, Misheng said, having no plans to go home tonight. But you have work tomorrow morning, Inueshi said, looking at her with concern. You two should get back then. Don't delay tomorrow's work. After bidding everyone farewell, Misheng and Gucheng walked down the street. Asheng, you should just go home, Gucheng said, worried she was returning to the team for his sake. Misheng insisted, I want to stay at the team. Gucheng felt embarrassed and said hesitantly, Asheng, even if you go home, I wouldn't insist on following you there. Misheng recalled her previous slip of the tongue about taking him home. She smiled, surprised he remembered it so vividly and took it so seriously. I'm not worried about that. What are you thinking about all day? Tomorrow is the World Cup final. I wouldn't be able to sleep at home anyway. Staying at the team is more reassuring. Besides, even if I invited you over tonight, you'd have to get back to the team. Kochi still checks the dorms. I see, Gucheng said, a suspicious blush spreading across his cheeks. He silently scolded himself for talking too much and not being able to contain his thoughts. Afraid Misheng might think he never had his mind on serious matters, he hastily changed the subject. Asheng, in the World Cup, who do you want to win? As the World Cup reached its climax, Deng Weiming and Dai Minghui lived up to expectations by holding their respective halves of the draw and meeting in the final. The gold medal had already claimed its nationality, only the champion's name remained to be written. Whoever wins, it's a victory for China. Misheng brought out the most widely used phrase in the team, yet she remained conflicted, unsure of what outcome she should hope for in this match. If Brother Weiming wins, he completes the Grand Slam, an honor every table tennis player dreams of. If Brother Minghui wins, it's his second World Cup title, proving his prowess to the world once more. Gucheng tilted his head in thought. I hope Brother Weiming has no regrets, and I also hope Brother Minghui has none. Many people say Brother Minghui doesn't need this gold medal as much as Brother Weiming does. This was the prevailing public opinion, and Misheng had pondered it deeply. A minority also suggest Brother Minghui should yield this title. One more World Cup gold for him changes little, but if Brother Weiming wins, China gains another Grand Slam champion. Do you think Brother Minghui will yield? No. Gucheng's reply was resolute. This is competitive sports. If honor and championships could be traded away, it would be an insult to this profession. If Brother Ming or Brother Hui played even a single point without full commitment, inviting suspicion of match fixing, it would become a lifelong regret for both of them. You cannot claim a Grand Slam is inherently more meaningful than another World Cup gold for an athlete. When standing on the court, a player need not see the significance behind the match, be it a Grand Slam or anything else. He only needs to give his all to every single ball. That is what it means to leave no regrets. I agree. Mi Sheng articulated her understanding of Deng Weiming. What Brother Ming wants is a legitimate Grand Slam untainted by anything else. He doesn't need one born of hesitation or pity. He has his pride. The car accident shattered his right arm, not his spirit. But are you truly impartial? Or do you have a prediction? Gu Qing persisted. When watching a match, it's natural to have a favorite. Although Brother Ming and I are closer than Brother Hui, they are both my friends. Brother Ming has endured injury but boasts richer experience. Brother Hui is in his prime. Either could win. I just hope they both give it their all, savor the arena, and win or lose standing tall. Mi Sheng spoke from the depths of her heart, her sincerity palpable. Gu Qing, however, fixated on another detail. Mi Sheng's view was neutral, carrying the objective detachment of a journalist. Yet on the eve of his Olympic final, she had been so certain he would win. She believed in him and wanted him to triumph. She treated him uniquely. This realization involuntarily curved his lips and brightened his eyes. Back at the team quarters, Mi Sheng opened her laptop, wanting to write something, but the words wouldn't come. Her thoughts about tomorrow's match were a tangled mess. Objectively, before his injury, Deng Weiming had a 60% win rate against Dai Minghui. But the injury had severely impacted his balance, reaction speed, return angles, and power. Dai Minghui, on the other hand, was in exceptional form. By her estimation, Dai Minghui's chances of winning tomorrow stood near 70%. The next day, Minnie and the team felt a stir of emotions, and He Ziyuan was no exception. After dinner, it was midday in Germany. In less than an hour, the World Cup final would begin. The journalists' pre-match reports were coming in. Mi Sheng saw Gao Longjuan's complacent smile on the television screen, and a vague sense of unease crept into her heart. The team's athletes and coaches gathered together to watch the final. As the match began and the players entered, both Deng Weiming and Dai Minghui appeared composed and steady. They started a simple warm-up. With each sound of the ball striking the table, the national team's training hall thousands of miles away fell into utter silence. Mi Sheng barely dared to breathe. Dai Minghui quickly found his rhythm. He took the first game 11-5, seemingly overwhelming Deng Weiming. It looked as though he had rehearsed this opening countless times. Every shot landed with a solid thud, carrying the full force of his strength. A faint rustle of murmurs stirred within the training hall. Mi Sheng couldn't comprehend this tactic. A best-of-7 match, and Dai Minghui was not a power player. Expending his energy so recklessly in the first game, even with absolute confidence in a 4-0 sweep, was unsustainable for the remaining games. The only player she had seen employ such a style was Gu Qing. His bench press strength was the highest in the team, his physical gifts astonishing, and his youth, coupled with a lack of experience in tactics, made this wild, overwhelming violence his signature approach. But Dai Minghui lacked Gu Qing's raw power and physical gifts. Instead, he possessed vast experience and meticulous tactical preparation. This style was ill-suited to him. Was this an attempt to intimidate in the first game and unsettle Deng Weiming's mentality? Mi Sheng remained puzzled. Deng Weiming was no Gu Qing. If Gu Qing were stunned in the opening game, a collapse might follow. But this was Deng Weiming. With his immense big match experience and steady style, a first game loss would hardly faze him. In the second game, Dai Minghui changed tactics, and Mi Sheng's brow furrowed deeper. Every serve in return from Dai Minghui was aimed directly at Deng Weiming's injury. He knew precisely where the weakness lay and which angle would cause the most pain. Now every single ball was driven into that very spot. Mi Sheng could clearly see abnormal pea-sized beads of sweat on Deng Weiming's forehead, not the sweat of ordinary exertion. She nervously clenched her fists. Unsurprisingly, Deng Weiming lost the second game 8-11. He called a timeout. During the break, he took out kinesiology tape and wrapped it around his right elbow and wrist, a simple makeshift treatment. By the third game, the quality of Deng Weiming's serves and returns had visibly deteriorated compared to the first two. Only then did Mi Sheng grasp Dai Minghui's intent, use the first two games to shatter Deng Weiming's confidence, to prove with stark facts. Look, in raw power, you can't even match a player of average physical gifts past his prime, never known for strength. And in tactics, you have a glaring vulnerability. They don't need superior strategy, they just need to exploit your fatal flaw relentlessly. Your sophisticated tactics are rendered utterly useless. This was Dai Minghui's strategy, and without a doubt, it was succeeding. In the training hall, the crowd watching the big screen began to murmur among themselves. Deng Weiming had executed a highly effective tactic, yet at the same time, it was also a brutally ruthless one. Only the closest teammates know one's most painful weaknesses. Mi Sheng felt that this match's pain for Deng Weiming was no less than the agony of re-tearing the adhered muscles during his arm fracture rehabilitation, a bone-deep pain. Watching Deng Weiming lose yet another game, she was on the verge of tears. Gu Qing also watching Dai Minghui. They had once stood in similar positions, but he had never aimed a single ball at Deng Weiming's vulnerable spot. He Ziyuan kept his eyes on the arena, but also constantly watched his young disciple, knowing that he was once again lost in thought. In the fourth game, Dai Minghui continued to exploit Deng Weiming's injury relentlessly. Deng Weiming had no effective countermeasure and lost again. 4-0. Deng Weiming was completely shut out. No one had anticipated the match unfolding like this. They might have expected Deng Weiming to lose, but not with such a shutout score, and certainly not in such a manner. The match ended, and the athletes shook hands. Mi Sheng distinctly saw a glimmer of tears flash in Dai Minghui's eyes. She felt a tightness in her chest, and let out a long, heavy sigh. After the match, He Ziyuan said nothing, simply dismissing everyone and scheduling the technical analysis for the next day. Mi Sheng and the others turned their attention to the media. The World Cup had drawn significant attention, and numerous articles were already published as soon as it concluded. Mi Sheng paid particular attention to Gao Longjun's press release. In it, Gao Longjun heaped praise on Dai Minghui, lauding his meticulous thinking, excellent competitive form, and effective tactics. Yet it was a veiled criticism, subtly blaming him for winning in such a manner and shattering the pride of a former Olympic and world champion. She had also written another piece heavily promoting the difficulty of Deng Weiming's rehabilitation, painting him as an extremely tragic figure. For a time, the online discussion was fervent. As the World Cup was Gao Longjun's responsibility, Mi Sheng refrained from commenting, but she took note, quietly formulating her own considerations. After everyone had left, Gu Qing stubbornly remained staring at the now dark screen. He Ziyuan walked over and put his arm around Gu Qing's shoulder. "Ah Qing, take a walk with your master." The two walked on the track, Gu Qing feeling a heavy weight in his heart. "Ah Qing, what do you think of today's match?" He Ziyuan paused, then rephrased. "Or rather, what do you think of your brother Huey's actions today?" "I wouldn't have done that." Gu Qing held his conviction. Brother Ming is someone who has stood atop the mountain. Even if an accident pulled him down, his fall should have been dignified, one we could respect. You should have done the same. He Ziyuan recalled the life or death battle months ago. When we stand on the court, our goal is to win. No matter the tactic, we must win. If you can exploit your opponent's weakness, all the better. Strike while the iron is hot. This is something you must learn. I don't understand. Gu Qing shook his head, stubbornly unwilling to understand. Because we are their closest teammates, we know their most tender spots. But are we to turn our rackets into spears aimed at our own teammates' deepest wounds? On the court, once you stand across the table, they are no longer your teammate, but your opponent. He Ziyuan walked and glanced sideways at his young disciple. He carried too much chivalrous spirit, but table tennis didn't need that kind of chivalry. It's too cruel, master. Gu Qing, still too young to accept it, said, I want to win, but I don't want to break another's spirit. I don't want to use someone else's blood and bone as the cloak for my victory. It's fine to think that way now. You've experienced too few major tournaments. That's why I haven't discussed this with you after the life or death battle. Now, Ah Qing, I only hope you engrave these 6 words in your heart: strike while the iron is hot. Then experience them match after match. It's not despicable or lowly. On the contrary, it is the greatest respect you can show your opponent. He Ziyuan knew Gu Qing was stubborn and didn't expect to change his views overnight. Gu Qing nodded, though still puzzled. I'll remember, master. Early the next morning, the rest of the national team departed for Bangkok to prepare for the ITTF World Tour Finals. Even on the plane, Mi Sheng was still replaying last night's match and the subsequent news. It seemed everyone had deemed yesterday's defeat as the funeral of Deng Weiming's career. They believed he would never have a chance at a Grand Slam again and would soon retire. But Mi Sheng didn't think so. She had seen Deng Weiming's formidable inner strength and his intense love for the sport and the team. She believed he wouldn't leave. She suddenly thought of interviewing Deng Weiming for the first issue of Ping Pong Lives. Deng Weiming, the current captain of the national team, an Olympic and world champion, now needing to restart his journey after an unexpected accident. Mi Sheng opened her notebook and began drafting the topic proposal. Upon returning from the finals, they would need to submit their proposals for a meeting to decide the content of the inaugural issue. Bangkok's scenery and climate were completely different from Beijing's. Bangkok had no winter, only a cool season, and it was currently that pleasant time of year. A light hoodie was just right for Mi Sheng. While the athletes settled in and adapted to the venue, Mi Sheng and Wu Yushu went to pick up Dai Minghui and the journalists. Upon seeing him, Mi Sheng had many questions. Brother Hui, congratulations on winning the World Cup men's singles title. Thank you. Dai Minghui's smile was purely procedural, revealing nothing of his true feelings. Minghui's interviews about the World Cup are all done. Sheng, don't ask about those. He still needs to prepare for the tour finals. Gao Longjun intercepted Mi Sheng, preventing her from asking questions. Mi Sheng was non-committal. She figured Gao Longjun's topic proposal for the inaugural issue of Ping Pong Lives was likely centered on Dai Minghui. She was probably worried about Mi Sheng stealing her story. The next day, the draw for the finals took place. Mi Sheng once again lamented Gu Qing's poor luck. Gu Qing, Dai Minghui, Gudmundsen, and Jin Ziyu were all in the same half. Dai Minghui, Olympic bronze medalist; Gudmundsen, Olympic silver medalist; and Jin Ziyu, who had eliminated Jin Hao at the Olympics. What a tangled draw it was. The media dubbed this finals the revenge tournament, Dai Minghui and Gudmundsen seeking revenge against Gu Qing, and Gu Qing, representing China, seeking revenge against Jin Ziyu. The other 2 Chinese players, Jin Hao and Chi Hongyu, were placed in the same half. During pre-tournament training with limited tables in Bangkok, Jin, Hao and Gu Cheng practiced together. Jin Hao joked with Gu Cheng, "Aching, you must beat Jin Ziyu. Otherwise I'll have to find a new roommate. Losing to him last time nearly drove me crazy." "Don't worry," Gu Cheng assured him, patting his chest. "I'll definitely stop Jin Ziyu for you." The two brothers laughed, put their arms around each other's shoulders, and continued training. Bangkok is home to a sizable Chinese community, and within the arena hosting the tour finals, familiar dialects could frequently be heard cheering for the Chinese team. As if repaying the enthusiasm of their compatriots, the tournament's climax arrived swiftly and repeatedly. In the very first round, Gu Cheng drew Jin Ziyu, while Dai Minghui faced Goodman. It was as if the opening round had already adopted the intensity of a final. Jin Ziyu, a seasoned South Korean veteran of 30, boasted numerous world titles and a wealth of experience, his playing style exceptionally cunning. From the outset, his focus was on rallying. With immense patience, he would retreat from the table, engaging in lengthy exchanges of over a dozen shots, purely defensive, refraining from any aggressive attack, unless he held absolute confidence. Gu Cheng's defensive and rallying capabilities were not his forte. He always prioritized the first 3 shots and aggressive offense. Now he felt like a mighty hero ensnared by a serpent, his extraordinary skills constrained, unable to be unleashed. Gu Cheng lost the first game. In the second game, he adjusted swiftly, resolutely refusing to play Jin Ziyu's game. He launched into forehand fast attacks, using his overwhelming speed and power to suppress his opponent. One explosive forehand smash after another was so ferocious that a ball was actually split. Jin Ziyu was clearly intimidated by such astonishing physical prowess. Gu Cheng won the second game. By the third game, Jin Ziyu had adapted his strategy, recognizing that Gu Cheng favored his forehand, while his backhand lacked the same spin and power. He began targeting Gu Cheng's backhand. Gu Cheng in turn seized any opportunity to exploit the open forehand space left, when Jin Ziyu moved sideways, catching him off guard. This game was intensely contested, with the score reaching 15-15, making one wonder if they had reverted to the old 21-point system. Misheng, seated in the press area, felt as though Gu Cheng held not just a paddle, but her very heart in his hands. She couldn't explain why, but every time she watched him play, she was overcome with anxiety. Fortunately, Gu Cheng suddenly changed his rhythm later in the game, completely disrupting Jin Ziyu's tactics. He won 2 consecutive points to take the third game. In the fourth game, Jin Ziyu reverted to his patient defensive rallying strategy. Gu Cheng grew somewhat impatient, his performance constrained, and he lost the game. Watching Gu Cheng frown and vigorously wipe his face on the court, Misheng couldn't help but worry. Once Gu Cheng's heart became unsettled, his losses would come swiftly. Indeed, in the fifth game, Gu Cheng seemed to forget all tactical play, losing in a messy cascade of errors, even hitting a serve directly out of bounds. Misheng's worry deepened. He Ziyuan called a timely timeout. Gu Cheng stood by the courtside as He Ziyuan handed him a bottle of ice water, speaking to him while massaging his shoulders to help him relax. Gu Cheng's expression gradually softened. When play resumed, it initially appeared that Jin Ziyu was still in control, forcing Gu Cheng to retreat and engage in rallies. Misheng was puzzled by this tactic. She felt Gu Cheng should find his own rhythm and return to his strength of fast forehand attacks in the first 3 shots rather than continuing to play Jin Ziyu's game. However, Gu Cheng's mentality was indeed much calmer. He was no longer the first to get frustrated during the long rallies. Jin Ziyu's footwork gradually slowed, and it was then that Gu Cheng seized the opportunity, drawing his opponent back into his own comfort zone. A series of explosive forehand smashes left Jin Ziyu utterly bewildered. Gu Cheng won this game. Only then did Misheng understand. Gu Cheng had been subtly draining Jin Ziyu's stamina all along. Given his age, Jin Ziyu's endurance couldn't keep up, and the demanding backhand rallies were particularly taxing. As his physical strength waned, so too did his patience. And when his patience was exhausted, it signaled his impending defeat. In this game, Gu Cheng shattered Jin Ziyu's psychological defenses, and the following game was won with relative ease. As the final ball hit the ground, Misheng jumped up excitedly with the crowd to applaud Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng looked towards the press area, a brilliant smile spreading across his face as he saw the female reporter rejoicing in his victory. Misheng finished and submitted her article. Gao Longjuan's piece was also published even faster than hers. The speed made Misheng suspect Gao Longjuan had prepared drafts in advance, one for Gu Cheng's victory and one for his loss, ready to send whichever was needed. Gao Longjuan's article was mostly about stirring up emotions with minimal detailed analysis of the match itself. It was overly laudatory towards Gu Cheng, bordering on excessive praise that could set him up for a fall. Wu Yushu, observing Gao Longjuan interviewing athletes on the floor, complained to Misheng, who was reviewing her draft, "Look at her. She was so clear during the assignment division. She covers the World Cup, you cover the finals. But now she's covering both, and she even frames it as helping you, a newcomer, avoid exhaustion." Misheng was also displeased, but her dissatisfaction wasn't about having her story scooped or her thunder stolen. It was about the content of Gao Longjuan's articles. After watching Gao Longjuan finish her interview, Misheng approached her. "Sister Longjuan, I've always admired your speed in getting stories out. How do you manage to be so fast?" "It's just practice, it makes perfect. I'm sure you'll be even faster than me someday," Gao Longjuan replied, coolly brushing off Misheng's question. Misheng became more direct. "I don't think your article was very objective. If anything, it was excessive praise for Gu Cheng. Anyone who watched today's match knows Gu Cheng didn't win easily. He has clear issues both technically and mentally. But you wrote him up as if he were flawless, so perfect he doesn't even seem like himself anymore. Gao Lanjun was dismissive. The ultimate goal of our job is to promote the national table tennis team, isn't it? There's no harm in praising our winner a bit. We are journalists first, and then reporters attached to the table tennis team. Objectivity and truthfulness are what a journalist should pursue. Mishan contemplated. Besides, is this kind of praise really positive publicity? Excessive praise eventually leads to a situation where winning is seen as obligatory and losing is treated as a crime. Our athletes' victories are never as effortless as you describe, like slicing through vegetables. We just have different working philosophies, Shang. You write your way, I'll write mine. There's no need for us to interfere with each other. You're too serious. Gao Lanjun straightened Mi Sheng's collar, offered a slight smile, and walked past her. That's Gao Lanjun for you, Wu Yushu said, walking over to stand beside Mi Sheng after Gao Lanjun had left. It's not just her. She represents a lot of journalists like her. They prioritize attention above all else, and they don't really care about the people or events they write about. Mi Sheng had always been troubled by this. In the world of table tennis, it seems the more invincible we make our national team sound, the better it caters to the public's patriotic sentiments. It's as if all foreign athletes are made of paper and all our players have to do is show up on the court to win effortlessly. That's simply not true, Wu Yushu, who had followed the national team for over a decade, interjected. No match is ever easy to win. At the international level, who is really a pushover? Belittling your opponents is also belittling yourself. Mi Sheng was troubled. The national team has been put on a pedestal by the public. People love to create idols, but they also love to tear them down. Jin Hao lost to Jin Ziyu and was hounded with criticism ever since, even forcing his girlfriend to retire. Is this kind of public opinion really normal? But what can we possibly change? Wu Yushu gazed in the direction Gao Lanjun had just departed. Her and I have been at odds for years. I despise her attitude as a media professional, but what can be done about it? The state of the industry is what it is. Journalists write what the audience wants to see. I had believed this place was a sanctuary protected by Minjia, but now that she's gone, and she claimed you could take over her mantle, I'm not so convinced. I will strive to be as good as Sister Minjia. Mishan genuinely admired Yuan Minjia, and had always been learning from her journalistic principles. The match between Dai Minghui and Gudmundsson was equally fierce, a clash between Olympic silver and bronze medalists. Unfortunately, Dai Minghui lost, eliminated in the very first round. In the other half of the bracket, Jin Hao and Shi Hongyu encountered no particularly formidable opponents, and both advanced to the next round. When Gu Cheng faced Gudmundsson again, everyone anticipated a fiercely contested battle. However, the first game between them was surprisingly, even almost dull. They probed each other, playing long rallies and retreating from the table, neither willing to initiate an attack. Gu Cheng won the first game 11-9. In the second and third games, Gudmundsson continued to wait, and Mishan couldn't fathom what he was waiting for as Gu Cheng clinched 2 more victories. In the fourth game, Gudmundsson finally grew impatient, launching aggressive attacks from the start. Gu Cheng, as if unleashing pent-up power, countered with astonishing force and spin in his first 3 strokes, seizing the win. A 4-0 shutout. Gu Cheng had blanked Gudmundsson, leaving everyone in disbelief. After all, Gudmundsson was a Grand Slam champion who had consistently maintained top form. After the match, Mi Sheng interviewed Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng, why didn't you attack proactively in the first 3 games? We all know you're typically an aggressive player. It was a strategy devised by Coach He. Gu Cheng didn't take the credit. Coach He noted that since I've participated in very few international tournaments, my technical data remains largely unstudied by other teams. Gudmundsson is an extremely cautious player. He would certainly want to probe my current style first. Moreover, based on our past encounters, I'm known for my aggressive power play, whereas he doesn't rely on strength, but excels at borrowing an opponent's force, using their spin against them. So you denied him that force, instead winning through patient rallies and probing. Mishan couldn't help but admire his Yuan. He truly had these world-class players thoroughly analyzed. Gu Cheng was quite pleased, mainly because Gudmundsson has an abundance of match data. Through our technical team's analysis, we could discern his playing patterns. My data, on the other hand, is scarce globally, which is a benefit of having competed less. Mi Sheng later interviewed He Ziyuan, who was very satisfied with Gu Cheng's performance. Ah Cheng's execution of the game plan is remarkable, rarely seen among the athletes on our team. The strategy one devised for him this time was quite risky, and he wasn't entirely convinced internally. Typically, when an athlete disagrees with the coach, their execution falters, but Ah Cheng didn't waver. I'm grateful to him for giving me 200% trust. Even if he felt the approach might not work, once I gave the instruction, he followed it without any compromise. He has faith in you. He's willing to believe whatever you say. Mi Sheng could sense the profound mutual respect and affection between this mentor and his disciple. In the other half of the bracket, Shi Hongyu defeated Jin Hao, a minor upset. Shi Hongyu's track record against Jin Hao had been poor, with a win rate of only about 30%. Thus, the finalists were determined from each half. Gu Cheng and Shi Hongyu would compete for the gold medal, while Jin Hao and Gudmundsson would battle for the bronze. The bronze medal match took place the day before the final. Before the game, spectators began filing in, and Mi Sheng, and Wu Yushu were testing camera positions at the edge of the arena, assessing which angles offered the best shots under the current lighting and environment. Due to the large number of Chinese expatriates in Thailand, the crowd atmosphere was particularly vibrant. While testing the cameras, Mi Sheng discussed with Wu Yushu the idea of filming the audience. It was then that she spotted a familiar figure in the stands, Zhu Xiaoran. She walked over. "Sharon, why didn't you tell us you were coming? I could have shown you around Bangkok. I'm unemployed now, so I figured I shouldn't disturb you while you're working. Besides, I have to be careful. If some media outlet snaps a picture of me, it'll be another whole ordeal," Zhu Xiaoran said with a hint of resignation. "So how long have you been in Bangkok?" "Does brother how know?" Mi Sheng helped adjust Zhu Xiaoran's hat. Zhu Xiaoran seemed to recall something and smiled sweetly. "I've been here since the first match." Of course he knows. Haven't you noticed how after every match he winks towards a specific section of the stands? I think I have. I assumed it was just a habitual gesture of his. Mi Sheng pondered, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I get it now. That was him acknowledging you, wasn't it?" Zhu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, confirming it. "Let's hang out in Bangkok after the finals. The national table tennis team's flights are scheduled 2 days after the final, so we'll have plenty of time to explore." Mi Sheng began to daydream. Bangkok's night markets are famous. Luk chup mango sticky rice tom yum goong. We should try them all. Sounds great. It's so boring hanging out with Jin Hao now. He's still competing, so he has to be extremely careful with his diet. But we're retired, so we don't have so many restrictions. Unfortunately, to spare his feelings, I have to restrain myself. Otherwise, I'd be eating while he watches. That would be too cruel. Zhu Xiaoran spoke about her retirement with a sense of ease. Mi Sheng continued the conversation. Indeed, dining out with athletes can sometimes be a downer. It's uncomfortable to be watched while you're digging in. After the finals, once you're done with work, come find me. I'm in no hurry to leave. Life after retirement seemed noticeably more relaxed and leisurely for Zhu Xiaoran. Aren't you coming back with us? Mi Sheng had assumed they would travel together. Zhu Xiaoran shook her head, visibly wary. No way. If we're spotted at the airport together, they'd dig up Jin Hao's loss to Qi Hongyu and blame it on our relationship. Well, alright. Mi Sheng felt the media's behavior was excessive. Why did they have to latch on to athletes' private lives? Losing a match is a perfectly normal occurrence. Yet the excessive hype from many outlets created the illusion that the Chinese team should never lose, and its top seeds in particular were expected to be invincible. Fortunately, Jin Hao didn't lose to a foreign player in his half of the bracket. Losing to a teammate tends to invite more leniency from public opinion. As the match commenced, Jin Hao faced off against Gudmundsson in a highly anticipated duel. Though a decade apart in age, their playing styles bore striking similarities. Both favored a reserved, meticulous approach, possessing well-rounded skills with no apparent weaknesses, abundant patience, and formidable endurance in rallies. Jin Hao was 22 while Gudmundsson was 32. 10 years their junior-senior gap, yet their styles mirrored each other. Mi Sheng scribbled a line in her notebook. At either end of the table stood 2 generations of players. Gudmundsson looked at Jin Hao and saw the reflection of himself from a decade ago. Time was merciless. Gudmundsson had inevitably aged. He lost to Jin Hao, losing to a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. Jin Hao extended his hand for a shake, but Gudmundsson pulled him into an embrace. A decade seemed to collapse into that single moment of their hug, and Mi Sheng could almost glimpse the glorious years when Gudmundsson had dazzled the ping-pong world. Deeply moved, she concluded her latest news article with the very line she had penned at the courtside. To her surprise, the response was overwhelmingly positive. Many veteran fans reminisced about the old days. Gudmundsson's career had been remarkably long, rising to fame at 16 and still competing fiercely at 32. Many of his contemporaries like He Yuan had long retired into coaching, yet he remained steadfast on the court. The next day was the final, a clash between Gu Cheng and Qi Hongyu. With no coaches allowed for sideline guidance, they had to adjust their mindsets and tactics entirely on their own. As the players walked in, the cheers for Gu Cheng were conspicuously louder than those for Qi Hongyu. Qi Hongyu merely cast a cold glance at the stands, his thoughts inscrutable. Months had passed, yet Mi Sheng still found Qi Hongyu's gaze unsettling. Gu Cheng, however, showed no particular reaction. Whoever stood across the table made no difference to him. But Gu Cheng was naturally flamboyant. Hearing the thunderous chants of his name, he raised his arms, urging the crowd to roar even louder. Then, riding the wave of sound, he jogged a lap around the arena, a proud grin plastered on his face. Mi Sheng shook her head helplessly. That was Gu Cheng for you, like a child. Wu Yushu, sitting beside her and documenting the event, couldn't resist complaining. You rarely see such antics on the court. Most players are humble and reserved, or at least they try to appear so. And this is before the match. Even the most eccentric athletes usually save their flamboyance for post-victory celebrations. Gu Cheng showing off like this pre-game. He's not afraid of eating his words if he loses. He's got too many fans cheering for him today. He's a bit carried away. Mi Sheng sighed softly. The thought of what would happen if he lost probably never even crossed his mind. It wasn't arrogance. His thinking was just too simple and straightforward to look that far ahead. But I think Gu Cheng will win, Wu Yushu said, drawing on his years of watching matches. Why? Are you a Gu Cheng fan too? Mi Sheng teased. I never would have guessed, Brother Su. Not a fan. Wu Yushu pointed at Qi Hongyu. He's too tense. His state is nowhere near as relaxed as Gu Cheng's. Sometimes wanting to win too badly and focusing too intently on the opponent across the table is exactly what makes victory slip away. Every player has a different mental makeup. Some are naturally relaxed, others naturally tense. That can't be the sole basis for predicting a winner, can it? Mi Sheng argued, striving to maintain a reporter's objectivity despite her discomfort with Chi Hongyu. Let's just see then, Wu Yushu said, not bothering to push his point. The match began. Gu Cheng served first and attacked immediately like an alpha wolf that had locked onto its prey, sinking its teeth into the opponent's throat the moment the horn sounded. Chi Hongyu's tactics were far more subdued, seemingly borrowing from Jin Ziyu's playbook in the first round, a match that had indeed caused Gu Cheng considerable trouble. Chi Hongyu desperately sought to engage in rallies, especially from mid to far distance, an area where Gu Cheng wasn't particularly adept and where he was prone to impatience. But Chi Hongyu lacked Jin Ziyu's cunning. Many of his loop drives were cut short by Gu Cheng's sudden line changes, and whenever he attempted a pivot forehand, Gu Cheng immediately exploited the opening. Gu Cheng dominated the match from start to finish, turning it into a personal showcase. His spectacular smash shots drew roars of approval from the crowd, his sculpted muscles commanding power and youthful exuberance on full display with every explosive hit. In this match, Gu Cheng, usually the most prone to impatience, played with remarkable composure, while Chi Hongyu grew increasingly agitated. Unable to adjust quickly, he lost for consecutive games. As the match ended, the players shook hands. Chi Hongyu's gesture was perfunctory, merely brushing fingertips with Gu Cheng before turning away. Gu Cheng paid it no mind, chalking it up to a sore loser's mood. Gu Cheng turned to the audience, basking in the deafening ovation. He took a ping-pong ball, and with his paddles smashed it deep into the stands. As expected, a wave of chaos rippled through the crowd, followed by cheers, even more thunderous, threatening to tear the roof off the arena. He raised his finger and traced circles in the air, as if conducting the symphony of cheers erupting from every corner of the stands. Gu Cheng, Gu Cheng, Gu Cheng. The waves of sound surged higher and higher. Even as the award ceremony was about to begin, the entire venue was still chanting his name, the MC futilely pleading for quiet. But the crowd's fervor had been fully ignited. They couldn't hear a word the host said. It was Gu Cheng who finally stepped forward and made a downward pressing gesture with his hand, gradually calming the arena. Gu Cheng cast a triumphant glance toward the press section, his eyes seemingly saying, "Aishing, look how amazing I am." Mi Sheng blushed under his fiery gaze. She felt a pang of shyness, reminded of how Jin Hao would always give Zhu Xiaoran a wink right after winning, and Gu Cheng's current look of seeking her approval made her unconsciously draw parallels between the two couples. She smoothed her hair, telling herself not to overthink. Jin Hao and Zhu Xiaoran were a couple, but she and Gu Cheng, that was just his natural exuberance. As the awards began, Chi Hongyu's expression remained sour. Chi Hongyu is really not gracious in defeat, Wu Yushu remarked, deliberately avoiding his face while taking photos. It won't look good in the pictures. I'll just circle around and snap a shot of his back instead. His name's printed on it anyway. Good idea, Mi Sheng agreed, thinking a scowling face in a group photo would be unsightly and potentially controversial. Wu Yushu added with a sigh, winning and losing are part of the game, but his reaction to it is rather unbecoming. It's understandable to be upset after a loss, Mi Sheng said as they walked around to the back. We can't expect everyone to take victory and defeat in stride, or to sincerely congratulate the winner right away. If it were me, I'd be petty about it too and stew over the loss for quite a while. But there's a difference between being upset with yourself and being upset with someone else, Wu Yushu said, thinking Mi Sheng was still young and naive. Look at the way Chi Hongyu glares at Gu Cheng. That's hardly friendly. The one he's really fuming at is clearly Gu Cheng. Along with the medals, the mascot of the ITTF World Tour Finals, an adorable Asian elephant plush toy, was handed out to the winners. Gu Cheng also received a trophy. He raised it high as he stood on the top podium, waving to the world with exuberance. As soon as the ceremony ended, he leaped off the podium, bouncing around like a carefree child. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. He sprinted toward the stands, high-fiving the spectators in the front row. Afterward, he hopped back a step, raised the plush toy, and made a throwing motion, sending the audience into a frenzy. Mi Sheng assumed he was about to toss the toy into the crowd and felt a pang of regret. The little elephant was rather endearing. But in an instant, Gu Cheng pulled his hand back, revealing it was just a playful fake-out. The crowd laughed at his antics. Mi Sheng stopped watching him and headed to the interview zone to continue her reporting duties. After finishing her work, Mi Sheng texted Zhu Xiaoran to make plans for the evening. She noticed Gu Cheng had also messaged her saying he needed to talk and asking her to let him know once she was done. Mi Sheng replied to Gu Cheng briefly and returned to the hotel. Back in his room, Gu Cheng was chattering away to Jiang Yichuan. Do you think Ah Sheng will like the gift I got her? She looked like she liked it. Will she think I didn't put in enough effort? Does this gift seem too perfunctory? Should I have waited until we're back home to give it to her? Maybe I'm rushing this. But I really want to give it to her right now. I want to see her happy face when she receives it. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Jiang Yichuan let out a dramatic groan. I envy Haozi so much. He gets to be with his girlfriend instead of listening to you ramble. My ears are about to grow calluses. Gu Cheng, have mercy and spare me. You can't hold things in. If you want to give it, just give it. Don't drag it out. If you wait another 2 days, I'm afraid I'll go deaf from all this nagging. It's not that exaggerated. Gu Cheng grumbled, kicking Jiang Ichuan in frustration. A knock sounded at the door. Mi Sheng had arrived. Gu Cheng shot up as if spring-loaded, darting to the door in 3 strides and swinging it open. "Ah Sheng, you're here." Seeing his beaming face, Mi Sheng teased him. "Ah Cheng, are you so thrilled about winning the championship that you can't stop smiling? You seem awfully pleased with yourself." "He's grinning like that because he saw you," Jiang Ichuan quipped dryly. "You?" Gu Cheng raised the object in his hand as if to throw it at him, but after a moment's hesitation he lowered it. Catching the murderous glare, Gu Cheng shot his way. Jiang Ichuan swiftly amended his words. "Just kidding. Of course Ah Cheng is happy about winning the championship. He's been talking about it for hours. We all know you're amazing, taking the title and beating Goodmanson. That's normal. A champion deserves to be happy." Mi Sheng readily believed Jiang Ichuan's explanation, knowing Gu Cheng was the type to stay elated for days after a victory, like a proud child. She noticed the item in Gu Cheng's hand that he'd nearly thrown. "Isn't that the plush toy from the award ceremony?" "Yeah. Well." Gu Cheng pressed the plush into Mi Sheng's hands with a gesture that left no room for refusal. "It's for you, Ah Sheng. I noticed you staring at it during the ceremony. Seemed like you really liked it." "Thank you, but..." Mi Sheng was taken aback. "Isn't this your prize? Shouldn't it hold special meaning for you? I saw you almost throw it to the audience, but hold back." He held back because he wanted to give it to you, Jiang Ichuan thought to himself, but refrained from saying aloud. Gu Cheng had his reservations about his feelings, and it wasn't his place to break that barrier for his friend. A deep blush spread across Gu Cheng's face, and his words came out stammering. It's not. I don't dislike." Mi Sheng looked at him with a gentle smile, waiting for him to continue. But under her gaze the words caught in his throat. Unable to watch any longer, Jiang Ichuan stepped in front of Gu Cheng. "It's fine, Ah Sheng. Just take it. Ah Cheng is a grown man who doesn't care for plush toys anyway." He didn't toss it to the crowd because it would have been rude to the organizers. No athlete throws the mascot into the stands on the spot. "Alright, I'll take it then. Thank you." Mi Sheng stroked the plush toy, genuinely fond of it. Gu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and shot Jiang Ichuan a grateful look. Recovering his composure, he asked, "Ah Sheng, what are you up to later? Want to go for a stroll? Take in some of Bangkok's charm. I'm meeting Shaoran to check out the night market." Mi Sheng noticed Jin Hao's absence. "Where's Haozi?" "He's with his girlfriend." Jiang Ichuan collapsed onto the bed. "Us single folks can't compete." "No worries. Once his girlfriend is with me, he can come back and keep you two company." With that, Mi Sheng said her goodbyes and made to leave, wanting to change into something more suitable for a night out. Seeing his hapless friend's hesitance, Jiang Ichuan called out to her, "Ah Sheng, how about we all go together? It's not like Ah Cheng and I have anything else to do. Shaoran and I are planning to eat a lot. Thai food is heavy on spices and you athletes can't have that. You'd just be miserable watching us." Mi Sheng winked. "Besides, this is a girls' night out. We'll be talking about things you two wouldn't want to hear. Alright, go ahead then. Stay safe and call us if anything comes up." Jiang Ichuan waved her off, but seeing Gu Cheng's dejected expression, he relented. "So what are you doing tomorrow? If you're free, we could all hang out together." "Sure." Completely oblivious to the unspoken tension between the two, Mi Sheng agreed readily. "Let's get an early start tomorrow. We'll hit the floating market, then cruise along the Chao Phraya River, grab lunch at the Bayok Tower, and finish off with the Grand Palace and the Royal Carriage Museum." "Sounds great." Gu Cheng suddenly boomed, his voice so loud and eager, he looked like a soldier receiving orders, chest puffed out with enthusiasm. Startled, Mi Sheng let out a helpless laugh, thinking to herself that Gu Cheng was still such a child at heart, getting this excited over a day out. After confirming the plan, she left his room. Once she was gone, Jiang Ichuan flopped onto the bed and began teasing Gu Cheng. "Ah Cheng, what was that performance earlier? If I hadn't covered for you, you'd have practically worn your confession on your sleeve." I know. Thank you, alright." Gu Cheng wrapped an arm around Jiang Ichuan. "You're a true brother. Get some rest, pretty yourself up, and we'll head out together tomorrow." Jiang Ichuan lamented his own misfortune. "I'm not even a travel person. And here I am on my precious time off, having to wake up early to tag along with you and a girl playing wingman. I've had enough. I know you've sacrificed a lot." Gu Cheng thought for a moment, then made up his mind. "When we get back, I'll scrub your stinky sneakers for you." Mi Sheng and Zhu Shaoran met at the appointed night market and strolled around together first. Banana pancakes, oyster omelets, green papaya salad, pineapple fried rice, shrimp cakes, mango sticky rice, grilled tiger prawns, tom yum soup. Gazing at such a bounty of delicacies, Mi Sheng could only lament having but a single stomach. They purchased a wealth of local treats and found a small table in the night market, sitting down to eat and chat. Mi Sheng inquired with concern about Zhu Shaoran's life after retiring from sports. "Shaoran, you're enrolling next September, right? Have you been catching up on your studies in advance? How does it feel? I have been, otherwise I'm afraid I'll fall behind. I missed too many academic classes during all those years of training. Now I can sleep in until 8:30 every morning, get up and have breakfast, then study until noon. For lunch I can order any takeout I crave, eat whatever I want. In the afternoon I take a nap, go out for a stroll, and in the evening I stay home reading or watching movies. Life is wonderfully comfortable." Zhu Shaoran seemed quite content with her current life. "Glad you're comfortable." Mi Sheng observed Zhu Shaoran's expression, sensing that despite her carefree words, she hadn't truly let go of table tennis. The two chatted about team matters, then discussed the play Tea House, starring Su Yiji. Mi Sheng asked, After watching it with brother, which actor or character left the deepest impression on you? Zhu Xiaoran pondered for a moment. The actress who played Kang Shunzi. I looked her up later, her name is Chu Mei. She left the deepest impression on me. Misheng nodded vigorously in agreement. Her performance was truly magnificent. The entire transformation of Kang Shunzi, the changes in age and psychology, was portrayed with perfect nuance. She's so young, yet her grasp of the character is incredibly precise. And the role itself is also quite outstanding. Zhu Xiaoran and Misheng found deep resonance on this topic. Kang Shunzi isn't the central character. The play's focus is on Wang Lifa, Chang Sai Song, Eri, and Qin Zhongyi. Your classmate's portrayal of the young Qin Zhongyi was excellent too. The ultimate trajectory of these main characters is tragic, the flames in their hearts extinguished by the relentless tide of the era. But Kang Shunzi is different. Her opening is steeped in the tragic hues of the old society, sold to a eunuch as a wife. Yet she never ceased her struggle. She fought to raise her son in the chaos of that world and eventually led him to join the revolution. She embodies a kind of female strength, resilience. Indeed, Tea House is primarily a man's play because politics in the old era was always a male arena. But its female characters also have their moments of brilliance. Misheng recalled Chu Mei's performance. An actress like Chu Mei can amplify the shining qualities of a character. She's exceptionally talented. After eating for a while longer, Misheng looked at Zhu Xiaoran and suddenly asked, was it worth it? Zhu Xiaoran didn't look up. She knew what Misheng was asking. She simply kept her head down and ate. A long silence stretched on, so long that Misheng thought no answer would come. Finally, Zhu Xiaoran raised her eyes to meet Misheng's gaze and said with profound solemnity, it was worth it. If you believe it was worth it, then that's all that matters. Misheng didn't press further. Her keen reporter's instinct had glimpsed the reluctance beneath Zhu Xiaoran's carefree facade, but as a friend, she couldn't interrogate her like a journalist would. Her role was simply to listen. Actually, my parents and friends all said it wasn't worth it. Zhu Xiaoran had held these words in her heart for a long time. But I think in this life you can't only consider what's worth it. You also have to consider what you're willing to do. I'm willing to leave the arena for Jin Hao. I love him, and I'm willing to make that concession for this love. If it's your own choice, then it's a good one. Don't worry about what others say. Misheng helped Zhu Xiaoran split a piece of oyster omelet. After the meal, both of them rubbed their round, full bellies and strolled back together. The next morning, Misheng woke up later than usual due to her late night. Seeing that there wasn't much time before her appointment with Gu Cheng and the others, she quickly washed up and skipped her makeup. The moment she opened the door, she was startled. Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan were already waiting at her doorstep. Gu Cheng wore a red jacket that made him look even more dashing and radiant. He leaned against the doorframe, looking impeccably put together. Jiang Yichuan, meanwhile, was crouched on the ground nearby, still dozing off. Sheng, you're here. Seeing Misheng, Gu Cheng cheerfully bounded over, not forgetting to give Jiang Yichuan a nudge with his foot. Jiang Yichuan jolted awake. Huh? We leaving? Yichuan, why are you so sleepy? Misheng asked with concern. Didn't sleep well last night. Jiang Yichuan nodded. Didn't sleep well last night, and had to get up early today. I was practically dragged out of my blankets by Qing. Have you been waiting long? Misheng said, slightly embarrassed. I'm really sorry I'm a bit late. Jiang Yichuan stood up and straightened his clothes. It's not that you're late. It's that Qing woke up too early. Probably still excited from winning the championship. As he spoke, he grumbled inwardly. Gu Cheng had dragged him through half the night picking out outfits when they'd only brought 2 changes of clothes anyway. He had no idea what there was to agonize over. Then at the crack of dawn, he'd yanked Jiang Yichuan out of bed like he was on adrenaline just to wait for Misheng. The three spent the whole day out and about. After dinner, they took a taxi back to the hotel. Misheng was utterly exhausted. In the taxi, she watched the scenery blur past the window, and involuntarily her eyes slowly drifted shut. Seeing her dozing against the car door, Gu Cheng worried she might bump her head. He looked around for a cushion or something to give her, but found nothing. After a moment's thought, he extended his own hand and placed it between Misheng's head and the window glass. The car rocked along the bumpy road. Gu Cheng felt Misheng's head gently nudging against his palm, and his heart rippled like a reed marsh swept by a boat's oar, wave after wave of soft, tender ripples spreading through his chest. Jiang Yichuan caught sight of this in the rearview mirror. He didn't tease Gu Cheng this time. He simply closed his eyes, quietly giving them their space. The car moved at a leisurely pace. The evening breeze, tinged with a slight chill, brushed against Gu Cheng's cheeks. He felt the night was breathtakingly beautiful, even more so than the night he won the championship. The car pulled up at the hotel entrance. Gu Cheng gently called to Misheng. Sheng, wake up. Go back to your room to sleep. Misheng slowly roused, and Gu Cheng promptly withdrew his hand. She never noticed this small gesture of his tenderness. After seeing Misheng back to her room, Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan walked toward their own. Jiang Yichuan said with exasperation, you shielded Sheng's head just now. That was so romantic. Why didn't you wait for her to notice? I would have been moved. I refused to believe Sheng wouldn't be. I did it not to seek credit, but simply because I wanted her to sleep more comfortably. Gu Cheng looked at Jiang Yichuan with utter sincerity in his eyes. Jiang Yichuan was momentarily struck speechless by his words. What a precious, genuine heart this was. Loving someone with such care, expecting nothing in return. As the national table tennis team set foot on Beijing soil once again, it signaled the conclusion of all competitions for the year. Mi Sheng also met Deng Weiming, who had clinched a silver medal after his World Cup defeat. The team landed in Beijing at noon, and the afternoon was reserved for rest and recovery, granting the players a brief respite. Mi Sheng arranged to have dinner with Deng Weiming. She had booked a private dining room in advance. As Deng Weiming entered, he chuckled. "Ah Sheng, you're really splurging this time. Before I left, I only treated you to a bottle of peach soda, and now you're treating me to a feast like this. This is a celebration banquet I promised you, Minggu," Mi Sheng said, gesturing for the waiter to hand the menu to Deng Weiming. "Order whatever you like, Minggu. I'm going all out today. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Deng Weiming ordered quite a few delicious dishes. Once the waiter had left, he corrected Mi Sheng's earlier mention of a celebration banquet. "What kind of celebration is this? I've never heard of celebrating a loser. Minggu, a silver medal is just as worthy of celebration. Silver is still second place, and it's second place at a world championship. That's incredibly impressive." Mi Sheng finally voiced the words she had been contemplating for a long time. This is a new beginning. To come back from injury and secure a silver medal in your first major world competition is a fantastic result. I believe things will only get better from here. Deng Weiming looked slightly surprised. "I've heard many people say this is the final chapter of my career, but you're the first to call it a new beginning. Because you've never given up, Minggu. Others see a silver medal, but I see the sweat and courage of you getting back up after falling. That courage is truly remarkable. Many people would choose to gracefully retire when faced with such a hurdle. Very few choose to swim against the current, and you have that courage, Minggu." Mi Sheng expressed her deep admiration for Deng Weiming. "I believe with this courage your career is destined to set sail anew. You certainly have a way with words, just as expected of a journalist." Deng Weiming smiled warmly. "Don't try to console me. We have to be realistic. I'm no longer young, and I've suffered a major injury. Look at the court now, in the new generation of players like a Cheng Hao Zihongyu. They've all made their mark. It will be very difficult for me to get opportunities in major competitions again. This loss cost me my Grand Slam." "Minggu." Mi Sheng wanted to say more, but the waiter entered with the dishes, interrupting her. After the waiter left, she was about to speak again, when Deng Weiming picked up some food for her with his chopsticks. "Eat up. It's delicious. You look like you've lost weight these past few months." "I just took over this job, and I'm still getting the hang of it," Mi Sheng said, seeing that Deng Weiming didn't want to discuss the match further. She followed his lead and changed the subject, not wanting to upset him. Deng Weiming encouraged her. "Your sister Minjia has praised you plenty, saying you have strong professional skills. You'll get the hang of it with time. It's mainly because you weren't a table tennis enthusiast before, so you know little about the sport. You still need to learn the professional knowledge, which is probably why it feels a bit challenging." "I'm working hard on learning," Mi Sheng said, bringing up table tennis. "The more I learn, the more I find it's a truly fascinating sport. It demands high speed, strength, and reflexes, but it also requires intricate tactical planning. It's very mentally taxing. No one who's good at table tennis has a slow mind." After a moment's thought, she added, "Except for Gu Cheng." Deng Weiming laughed at her comment. "A Cheng isn't slow-witted. He's very smart, just a bit naive. He plays straightforwardly, which is why Jin Ziyu managed to trick him early in the match this time. That sly fox Jin Ziyu has quite a tactical repertoire. Otherwise, Hao Zi wouldn't have fallen to him either. He is indeed naive. He's the type of person you can see through at a glance." Mi Sheng said, a smile reaching her eyes as she thought of Gu Cheng. "So he still has to learn. If only he had half of Ming Hui's cunning, he'd have a bright future ahead of him," Deng Weiming said. After uttering these words, he paused for a moment, realizing he too had fallen victim to Dai Ming Hui's tactics this time. "It's alright, A Cheng is still young and has time to learn. Ming Hui Gu." Mi Sheng was unsure how Deng Weiming perceived this teammate, who had become an obstacle on his path to the Grand Slam. Deng Weiming shrugged self-deprecatingly. "Ming Hui plays very intelligently. His table tennis IQ is definitely the highest in the team, no one can match it. This time I paid tuition to him as well. It's just that the tuition was a bit expensive. Ming Hui Ji's tactics this time were indeed quite brilliant. Ruthless." Mi Sheng struggled to find the right words. "He's very formidable. He used stark reality to show me that I am no longer the Deng Weiming who defeated him at the Olympics 4 years ago. Time that butcher's knife has carved too many marks upon me." Deng Weiming was deeply hurt by this failure, not just for the lost Grand Slam, but also for the toll it took on his career. "Do you hate him?" This question had lingered in Mi Sheng's mind ever since she watched the World Cup final. "Hate him?" Deng Weiming pondered seriously, taking a few more bites of his food. "I'd be lying if I said I don't hate him. I hate that he so bluntly exposed my wounds on the world stage. I hate that he brought me to the brink of a Grand Slam only to stop me right at the edge." Mi Sheng lowered her head and poked at her rice, trying to hide the tears welling in her eyes. Even now, thinking back to that brutally cruel match, she still felt like crying. "But it's also true that I don't hate him. The fact that he used such tactics means that in his heart, I am still a strong contender for the title. He still had to devote 200% of his mind and energy to dealing with me. He didn't consider me no longer his rival because of my injury. His lack of any mercy or letting up is the greatest respect he could show me." Deng Weiming spoke in a calm tone. He calmly stated a fact. "I can no longer be the absolute mainstay of the national team. Once I leave this team, Ming Hui will become the new captain. He has already taken my place as the leader of this squad. I was once the roadblock that hindered his path to the top in the Olympic and World Championship men's singles finals. But now at the World Cup he has slain that tiger. Deng Weiming's voice grew increasingly low. Sensing the somber mood, Mi Sheng cracked a joke. I personally think Ming Weiji's playing style is a bit ugly. His posture isn't elegant or graceful. Not like Gu Cheng, whose signature forehand loop is so beautiful. It's stunning, a true display of explosive aesthetics. Deng Weiming couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that's how you see Ming Wei. Well, you're not wrong. His posture isn't the best. Sometimes he even looks a bit like a toad, but he always manages to reach the ball in some strange position. No matter what they say, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Same goes for playing. It doesn't matter if it looks good or bad, as long as you win, it's good. His tone was noticeably lighter. But it's normal for a young girl like you to like the good-looking ones. Gu Cheng is indeed very handsome, not just his aggressive and beautiful playing style, but he's also a good-looking guy in general. I like him too, let alone you. The two chatted about this and that, and Mi Sheng invited Deng Weiming to join her for a play during his next break. Ming Ji, that's a play starring my college classmate, and it's also a National Arts annual staple production. It's absolutely fantastic. When you're free next time, let's go see it together. No problem. Let's do it on New Year's Day. The next break won't be until then. Deng Weiming set the date, then asked, speaking of your college classmates, I remember the one who went to Antarctica was also your classmate, even your childhood friend. Have you two patched things up? Just look at me and Ming Wei. He blocked me from getting the Grand Slam, but I still treat him like a brother. A true confidant is rare, so you should cherish it. We've reconciled, Mi Sheng said, truly cherishing her friendship with Song Jinyu. I know it wasn't his fault, and I don't want to lose this friend of 10 years. Deng Weiming nodded in agreement, pondered for a moment, then asked, Sheng, do you still think about Antarctica? Mi Sheng gave a wry smile. I do. How could I not? Antarctica has been my dream for nearly a decade. It's the original aspiration that led me to choose this career. She did think about it if she still harbored regrets about Antarctica. I thought time would dilute regret, as the elders say. But in your case, and in my own, I have yet to see the effect of time's miraculous remedy. As he spoke, Deng Weiming ordered a bottle of high-proof liquor and asked Mi Sheng, can you drink this? Or should I get you some red wine, or maybe you'd prefer juice? Let me try it. Mi Sheng had never drunk liquor before, but today she wanted to keep Deng Weiming company. She picked up a small cup, and he only poured a tiny amount at the bottom. The liquor burned as it went down, harsh and spicy. Mi Sheng felt her throat and esophagus were on fire, and she began to cough until her face was flushed red. Deng Weiming quickly grabbed juice for her. She drank a lot of it before she recovered. Forget it, he said, taking away her glass. Teaching you to drink isn't something a big brother should do. If you can't handle it, don't drink. Mi Sheng thought for a moment, then ordered a bottle of red wine. I can drink this. Let me have a couple of glasses with you, Ming Ji. Deng Weiming didn't object this time. After a few glasses he opened up again. A Sheng, time can't take away regret. All our regrets flow into our blood, impossible to eradicate. It's been almost a year since my car accident. At night, I still relive the nightmare of the crash over and over. I wake up in a cold sweat and sit through the night unable to sleep. I can't let it go. Why did it have to be me? Why did this have to happen to me? I can't stop myself from imagining. I imagine if I hadn't been injured, would I be standing on the Olympic podium again? Would I have achieved the Grand Slam? I often imagine it too, Mi Sheng said. I imagine what would have happened if I had gone to Antarctica. I would have seen my father's photo hanging on the wall of the research station. I could touch the steel spikes he once hammered in. I could ask his former colleagues how he worked. Mi Sheng took a big gulp of her drink. I also often lie awake at night. The moment I close my eyes, all I see is the icy wilderness of Antarctica. Sheng, what are we supposed to do? Deng Weiming rarely showed such vulnerability. He was the team captain, the big brother expected to set an example for his younger teammates to be strong and composed. But he had a fragile side too. Regrets won't disappear. We just have to keep moving forward with them, Mi Sheng said, looking at him tenderly. Ming Ji, you still have a chance. You haven't left the arena you love yet. We can only try our best to make amends and make peace with our past selves. Sheng, have you seen the comments under those news articles? They say my career is over. I should bow out gracefully instead of clinging on. Competitive sports are merciless. If you lose, you should make way for others. Deng Weiming had heard such words too often these days. Even my own fans comfort me, saying I've reached heights in my career that others can only dream of, and they would understand if I retired now. Ming Ji, I work in media. What people say really doesn't matter that much. Today public opinion can say one thing, and tomorrow it can say the exact opposite. Looking at the dejected Deng Weiming, Mi Sheng silently resolved to use her pen to change all this. Sheng, you really don't need to comfort me. I'm not that fragile. I've heard all sorts of things on my journey here. Deng Weiming filled his glass again. Cheers. Mi Sheng was also in low spirits, thinking of Antarctica and her career frustrations, and she drank quite a bit with him. By the time Deng Weiming realized that Mi Sheng was already drunk, he looked at her flushed cheeks and sighed softly. How can you be so careless? What if I were a bad guy? He gently patted her. Sheng, where do you live? Let me take you home. Mi Sheng's mind felt like mush, dizzy and disoriented. Huh. My home. I'm from the Northeast. I wasn't asking about your hometown. Seeing that she was in no state to give her address, Deng Weiming thought for a moment. I'll take you back to the team dormitory. He helped her up, hailed a taxi, and headed to the team. Mi Sheng fell asleep in the car. When they arrived, Deng Weiming tried to wake her, but she was sleeping too soundly. Just as he was at a loss, Gu Qingjin, Hao and Jiang Yichuan returned from their night out. Seeing that Deng Weiming seemed to be in a bind, they came over to check on him. Mingji, what's wrong? Why aren't you going in? Gu Cheng's broad smile froze when he saw Mi Sheng in the car. A Sheng had too much to drink. Deng Weiming explained briefly. Those simple words sent Gu Cheng's mind spinning, conjuring up a whole dramatic scenario. Why would a Sheng get so drunk? Why was she drinking with Mingji? And why did she let her guard down so completely? Could she like him? Or does he like her? Each question could spawn a full-blown romance novel. Jin Hao knew his little roommate's imagination was running wild again. Ignoring him, he stepped forward to help. Mingji, let me give you a hand. Drunk people are heavy. Gu Cheng snapped out of his daze and shoved Jin Hao aside. I've got it. Mi Sheng was regaining some awareness by then, mumbling in response as she leaned on Deng Weiming's arm and got out of the car. Gu Cheng's outstretched hand missed, but he still hovered protectively near Mi Sheng's head, afraid she might accidentally bump it. Deng Weiming steadied Mi Sheng and started walking towards the dormitory, telling Jin Hao and the others, you all go on ahead. It's nothing serious. A Sheng is walking slowly, so I'll just stay with her and let her sober up a bit. Gu Cheng was already upset that Mi Sheng had taken Deng Weiming's arm instead of his. Hearing this made him even more unhappy, and his face showed his hurt. It's fine, Mingji. We'll stay with you. We ate a lot too, so we can join you and walk it off. Jiang Yichuan covered for Gu Cheng. Deng Weiming didn't refuse, but he continued to support Mi Sheng, which only made Gu Cheng's expression grow more woebegone. Deng Weiming was a perfect gentleman, never touching her beyond holding her arm, but to Gu Cheng's eyes it was an unbearable sight, his mind uncontrollably plagued by suspicions that they might be dating. His rationality told him there was nothing between Mi Sheng and Deng Weiming, yet the scene before him stoked a fierce jealousy. Seeing Gu Cheng's dejected expression, Jin Hao secretly chuckled at how his friend always wore his heart on his sleeve, never mastering the art of concealing his emotions. Resigned, he stepped forward to support Deng Weiming, creating an opportunity for his roommate. Brother Ming, let me help you. You've had quite a bit to drink. It's dark out, mind your step. Gu Cheng quickly caught on to Jin Hao's intention. He hurried over and took Mi Sheng from Deng Weiming's support. Her hair swayed, gently brushing against the tip of his nose. Ah Sheng's hair smells wonderful, Gu Cheng thought. It wasn't just his nose it grazed, but his very heart, sending a warm, tingling current through him. Jiang Yichuan quietly sidestepped to position himself between Deng Weiming and Gu Cheng, shielding his friend's infatuated, grinning face from view. He silently massaged his forehead, lamenting how much he sacrificed for his friend's love life. As they walked, a night breeze swept in. The deep winter air of Beijing was bitingly cold. Gu Cheng removed his scarf and wrapped it around Mi Sheng's neck. Feeling the warmth, she nestled her chin into the soft fabric, rubbing against it like a newborn kitten, blind and disoriented. The athletes' dormitory was separate from the reporters' quarters. They reached the athletes' building first, and Deng Weiming suggested Gu Cheng and the others head up, while he escorted Mi Sheng the rest of the way. Gu Cheng was reluctant to let her go. Brother Ming, you've had a lot to drink too. You should rest. The three of us will take her. Don't worry. It's fine, I didn't drink that much. Deng Weiming hesitated. He was a man of strong responsibility. Mi Sheng had drunk too much while out with him, and he wouldn't rest easy until he saw her safely settled. Brother Ming, Ah Sheng is a friend to all of us. Don't you trust us? We'll take good care of her and come straight back to report to you. Jin Hao was doing his best to create an opening for his friend. You should go wash up and get rid of the smell of alcohol. Otherwise, coach, he will definitely interrogate you if he comes by for a room check. All right. Deng Weiming nodded in agreement, then instructed, change Ah Sheng's shoes for her, tuck her in properly, and put a basin by the bed in case she feels sick in the middle of the night. Give her some warm water to drink and leave a glass on the nightstand. Got it. Brother Ming, you're so thoughtful. Gu Cheng supported Mi Sheng and walked forward, fearing Deng Weiming might change his mind. After a few steps, a pang of jealousy hit Gu Cheng belatedly. Why was Deng Weiming so concerned about Ah Sheng? She was so outstanding. Could he be falling for her? No. Ah Sheng should only be loved by him. But then again, she deserved to be loved by the whole world. His heart ached with sourness. He truly admired Deng Weiming like an elder brother and knew he was always meticulous and caring towards those younger than him, but jealousy needed no logic. Jiang Yichuan and Jin Hao stepped out and sat down at the entrance of the athletes' dormitory. Hing, you take Ah Sheng. We'll wait for you here. Take good care of her. Gu Cheng flashed them a grin so wide his eyes crinkled. Seriously. Jiang Yichuan looked at him with disdain, a man blinded by love. Go on, don't let Ah Sheng catch a cold. The cold night air had sobered Mi Sheng considerably, though her steps were still unsteady. She sensed the person beside her had changed and looked up slightly, murmuring, Hing. Hearing that breathy, alcohol-laced call of his name, Gu Cheng froze. He felt those two syllables strike his heart like Cupid's arrow. Hi, it's me. Are you cold? A little. A gust of cold wind blew, and Mi Sheng instinctively leaned closer to Gu Cheng, drawn to his warmth. Gu Cheng felt as if Cupid were firing thousands of arrows into his heart. Ah Sheng was so adorable. Her voice, tinged with alcohol, was exceptionally soft, her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, and the way she leaned against him was like a newborn kitten. Asheng, why did you drink so much with Brother Weiming? Drinking is bad for your health. It damages the liver, irritates the stomach lining, harms the cardiovascular system, and damages the nervous system. And his voice grew softer, and what should have been a scolding turned into a plaintive whimper. Drinking with others is bad for me. Huh. Mi Sheng's mind was still foggy, his words sounding muffled, as if through a membrane. The last few sentences, spoken so quietly, were completely lost on her. It's nothing. Just don't drink anymore. Gu Cheng added silently to himself, if you must drink, it should only be with me. They arrived at her dormitory door. Ah Sheng, where's your key? Mi Sheng pointed at her bag. Gu Cheng, supporting her with one arm, fumbled through the bag with his free hand. It was an awkward position, and in a moment of carelessness the bag slipped, spilling its contents everywhere. He felt a pang of frustration at making such a clumsy mess. As he picked up the scattered items, he spotted a familiar notebook, the one Mi Sheng had asked him to sign after the Olympics. Ah Sheng carries my autograph with her everywhere, Gu Cheng thought, his heart swelling with joy. Once the door was open, Gu Cheng helped Mi Sheng inside. He hung her coat on the rack, and then, cradling the back of her head with utmost care, guided her onto the bed. His gaze casually swept the room and landed on the plush toy he had given her, resting right beside her pillow. Is Ah Sheng planning to sleep with the toy I gave her? Gu Cheng's face was the picture of pure bliss. At that moment his heart wasn't pumping blood, but pure honey. In reality, the notebook was just a daily jotter Mi Sheng kept in her bag, a habit from being a journalist who needed to record things on the go. And the plush toy was simply because she hadn't had time to go home and had left her luggage in the dorm. But Gu Cheng was utterly blissfully unaware. He searched the kitchen for some pre-boiled water, but found none, so he picked up the kettle to boil some for her. Mi Sheng had sobered up considerably. She sat up to steady herself, then closed the door and changed into some loungewear. She hated getting into bed in her outdoor clothes, especially since they were reeking of alcohol. After changing, she was surprised to find Gu Cheng still there, boiling water in the kitchen. Cheng, thank you for bringing me back. She leaned against the dining table to thank him. Why are you up? Do you have a headache? Gu Cheng rushed over in a few quick strides. Seeing her so much more alert, he inexplicably felt hesitant to reach out and support her. A little. I didn't actually drink that much, my tolerance is just terrible. Mi Sheng rubbed her cheeks in frustration. I'm a disgrace to Northeasterners. Next time I'll drink, Brother Ming, under the table to get your revenge. Gu Cheng patted his chest in a solemn promise. The water was boiled. Gu Cheng took some honey from Mi Sheng, prepared a cup of warm honey water for her, and blew on it for a long time until he was sure it was no longer hot before handing it to her. Ah Sheng, drink this honey water. It'll help with the hangover. Thank you. Mi Sheng smiled and took the cup. The warm honey water, after her intoxication, made her feel incredibly soothed all over. Gu Cheng watched her, noticing that Mi Sheng, now in her loungewear, appeared even gentler, so soft she seemed like a feather landing on his heart, making it itch with a restless feeling. He stood before her, only staring at the cup in her hand, for he felt she was too beautiful, so beautiful, he dared not look directly at her. Mi Sheng finished her drink, set down the cup, and said, you should head back now. Coachy will be doing room checks soon, and it'll be a problem if you're not there. Gu Cheng didn't want to leave. He wanted to know why Mi Sheng had gone out with Deng Weiming tonight, but he was afraid that asking would make her think he was being nosy and dislike him. He was even more afraid that his restless, hidden feelings would be seen through. He wrestled with himself for a long while before finally, as if marching to his doom, he blurted out, why did you drink so much with Ming Gu today? After saying it, he hung his head low, not daring to even glance at Mi Sheng. Mi Sheng didn't think much of it. Her mind was still sluggish from the alcohol, and she didn't catch the underlying tension. She answered truthfully, I had a prior arrangement with Ming Gu. I promised to treat him to a celebratory dinner after the World Cup ended. I just happened to be in a bit of a low mood today, so I had a few extra drinks. Gu Cheng still had many questions. Why did Ah Sheng seem so close to Ming Gu? What were Ah Sheng's feelings towards Ming Gu? And why would Ming Gu dine and drink alone with a newly transferred journalist who was quite a bit younger than him? But he didn't dare ask further. He knew he wasn't good at hiding his emotions, and he feared that if he pressed on, his youthful secret feelings would be completely exposed. Don't drink so much next time. You'll get a headache. All of Gu Cheng's emotions from today's incident, the displeasure, the jealousy, the flutter of his heart, ultimately coalesced into a single feeling of tender concern for her. I know. Mi Sheng agreed gently. She wanted to see him out, but Gu Cheng wouldn't let her. He watched until she was lying down comfortably, poured a glass of water, and placed it beside her, and only then did he leave. When he returned to the athlete's dormitory, Jean Hao teased him, took you long enough. Were you pouring your heart out to Ah Sheng? Before Gu Cheng could respond, Jiang Yichuan interjected. If he had the guts for that, would he have been speechless for ages when he saw Ming Gu and Ah Sheng together earlier? We had to help him out. What did we do to deserve this? Thanks, you guys. Gu Cheng, reminiscing about the image of Mi Sheng leaning into him with a blush on her face, smiled goofily. The next morning, Mi Sheng woke up with a throbbing headache, just as expected. She rubbed her temples as she got up to change, knowing she had to push through the discomfort and get on with the day's work. The planning meeting for Ping Pong Life was approaching, and she needed to finish her proposal within the next few days. It was the first day of training for the national table tennis team after their return. The morning session was dedicated to physical conditioning with the athletes focusing on recovery exercises. Mi Sheng sat to the side typing away on her laptop working on her proposal while keeping an eye on the athletes in the training hall. Gu Cheng was currently being put through his paces by the strength and conditioning coach doing pull-ups. He pulled a long face as he did them complaining, "Isn't this enough, coach? Can I go do some stretching with the exercise ball? It's the first day back, shouldn't we take it easy?" The coach didn't respond. He was used to Gu Cheng's grumbling. Gu Cheng was like that. He complained nonstop, but his movements never faltered and he never cut corners on his training. "Coach, have some pity on me." Gu Cheng's voice turned deliberately soft with a hint of pleading. The coach still ignored him, simply continuing to count his reps. "Coach, I'm really tired. Can't we progress gradually? Let's start with stretching." "Coach, you're so heartless. I can't do any more, my arms are going to fall off." "Coach, at least let me get a drink of water." The coach counted 48, 49, 50. He patted Gu Cheng on the back, signaling for him to get down from the equipment. "All right, get down. Go get some water and rest for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Gu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "I just did 50 pull-ups. A professional rock climber wouldn't do much more than that." 4.5 minutes. The conditioning coach said coldly, looking at his stopwatch. "If you saved all the energy you spend on talking, you could have done 60. Gu Cheng decided not to argue with the coach any longer and jogged over to his sports bag. He pulled out his water bottle and a carton of milk, then walked towards Mi Sheng. The coach watched Gu Cheng's retreating figure and shook his head with a helpless smile. Gu Cheng's physical gifts were astonishing, his stamina was exceptional. A normal athlete wouldn't be able to chat so effortlessly after completing 50 pull-ups. "A Sheng here for you. I figured you probably didn't get up in time for breakfast. I didn't see you in the cafeteria, so I brought you some milk. It's good for your stomach. This is the best thing to drink after a night of heavy drinking." He opened the milk carton and handed it to her, then started drinking from his own water bottle. "Thanks." Mi Sheng didn't stand on ceremony and took a sip immediately. "It's still warm." She was surprised considering Gu Cheng had been training for a while. "I wrapped it in my jacket and then put it in my bag. Drinking cold milk isn't good for your stomach." Gu Cheng advised her, "You shouldn't drink cold milk just for convenience's sake. It's better for you to heat it up a bit." Mi Sheng found him incredibly thoughtful. She could easily picture the young man carefully wrapping the milk to keep it warm and stowing it in his bag. She looked at Gu Cheng and he looked back at her. A warm, tender current seemed to flow between them. "A Cheng." The conditioning coach's shout shattered the unspoken moment between them. Gu Cheng pouted, looking at his coach with irritation. "Coming. Remember to finish it." He said this one brief sentence before running back to continue his training. Mi Sheng sipped her milk, watching Gu Cheng complain, and trained simultaneously with a smile. He never stopped talking or moving like an adorable little chatterbox. Before long, He Ziyuan arrived. The moment he appeared, Gu Cheng fell silent. But He Ziyuan knew him too well. He stood before Gu Cheng, who was on the floor lifting a kettlebell. He Ziyuan looked down at him. "Haven't stopped talking all morning, have you?" "I." Gu Cheng started to refute, but realized it was true and also knew his master had plenty of ways to deal with him, so he swallowed his words. "All right." He Ziyuan looked at his young disciple's deflated expression, found it utterly endearing, and ruffled his hair. "When you're done here, relax your muscles, and then come over. The coaching staff wants to see you." "Okay." Gu Cheng began to wonder what he'd done wrong lately. Why would the coaching staff suddenly want to see him? After finishing the kettlebell workout, he headed straight over. He Ziyuan was chatting with the other coaches. Seeing Gu Cheng approach, he gave him a light mock-angry smack on the back of the head, knowing full well. "Came straight here without doing your muscle relaxation, didn't you?" "Hehe, master knows me best." Caught red-handed, Gu Cheng rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. "Do it now." He Ziyuan stood beside him, supervising his cool-down routine. After a while, Zhao Yuan, Jiang Yichuan, Jin Hao, and Shi Hongyu all arrived, followed by Mi Sheng and Wu Yushu. Gu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't going to be a session to criticize him. The remaining athletes were all obedient and disciplined. There was no way they had all committed an infraction requiring the coach's collective reprimand. Seeing everyone assembled, He Ziyuan explained the reason for the gathering. "I've called you all here today to try and pair up doubles partners. We cannot be shorthanded for the Olympic doubles events. We need to prepare early for this Olympic cycle. None of you currently have a fixed doubles partner, but you all have your own distinct strengths. We'll try some pairings first to see how they work, and then the coaching staff will deliberate. Zhao Yuan and Jin Hao, let's have you two try first." He Ziyuan selected this pair initially. Mi Sheng unconsciously stepped forward. These two. One was the team's golden left-hander, exceptionally skilled in doubles, a fact evident to all. He was only one Olympic doubles gold medal away from achieving a doubles grand slam. The other was the undisputed main force in the new generation of singles players, also accomplished in mixed doubles. The two coaches stood on the opposite side of the table. To Mi Sheng's utter astonishment, the pair she expected to be invincible seemed to lack coordination. Even the supposedly optimal left-hand-right-hand combination was clashing. Mi Sheng was puzzled, thinking perhaps it was just their first time as partners, and they lacked chemistry. He Ziyuan's expression soured. He called for the next pair. "Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan, you two try. You partnered reasonably well back in the provincial team." Gu Cheng and Jiang Yichuan had years of accumulated tacit understanding, having grown up together. Their right-hand pairing didn't clash. Mi Sheng felt this pair had potential to continue as partners on the national team. He Yuan's face was impassive, revealing neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. He called the next pair, Zhao Yuan and Gu Cheng, give it a try. Their partnership also fared poorly, their footwork constantly tangling. Jiang Yichuan and Qi Hongyu play a game against Gu Cheng and Jin Hao. He Yuan supported his chin with his left hand, his expression unreadable. Gu Cheng and Jin Hao were also very in sync, playing well and defeating Jiang Yichuan and Qi Hongyu. Afterwards, Zhao Yuan also tried pairing with Jiang Yichuan and then Qi Hongyu, but neither combination worked well. Mi Sheng understood the situation clearly. Zhao Yuan's lack of synergy wasn't due to a lack of understanding with his partners, he simply didn't want to build that synergy. He was waiting all along for his original partner, Deng Weiming. The doubles test concluded, and He Yuan appeared deeply preoccupied. He dismissed Mi Sheng and the others. You Shengyu reporters should head off for now. The coaching staff needs to discuss further. We'll talk to you once we have a conclusion. Alright. Mi Sheng and Wu Yushu left first. The coaching staff, including He Yuan, went into a meeting. During the lunch break, after eating, Mi Sheng thought about her topic proposal for the first character profile in her Ping Pong Life series, which was on Deng Weiming. She felt Zhao Yuan also possessed qualities she wanted to uncover. Specifically, what kind of doubles partner Deng Weiming was that made Zhao Yuan so reluctant to give up on him. She wanted to talk to Zhao Yuan, but discovered He Yuan was already speaking with him in the lounge. She had no intention of eavesdropping and planned to leave and find another opportunity to approach Zhao Yuan. However, He Yuan's angry shouts were too loud, and Mi Sheng inadvertently overheard fragments. So unless it's Deng Weiming, you're never playing doubles again. As a national team member, obeying arrangements is your top priority. Mi Sheng hurried away, confirming her suspicion Zhao Yuan's behavior today was indeed deliberate. As she walked down the corridor towards the stairs, she suddenly saw Deng Weiming waiting at the end of the hallway. He Yuan's scolding voice carried throughout the corridor, and Deng Weiming heard it too. Fortunately, this lounge was only used by athletes during competitions, and usually no one was around, so He Yuan's words wouldn't be heard by others. Presumably, He Yuan chose this place to avoid being overheard. Mingji, Mi Sheng said, feeling somewhat awkward. Deng Weiming seemed lost in thought, and only noticed her when she reached him. Ah Sheng, are you looking for Coach He? He's probably busy right now. You should head back first. Okay. Mi Sheng didn't correct him about looking for Zhao Yuan, and turned to go downstairs. Out of the corner of her eye, she distinctly saw Deng Weiming walk towards the lounge. The matter of selecting doubles partners wasn't addressed until the evening training session, when He Yuan announced one pairing Jiang Yichuan and Qi Hongyu as a doubles team. No decisions were made regarding the others. Mi Sheng hadn't expected the childhood friends pair of Jiang Yichuan and Gu Cheng to be split up. Gu Cheng was equally shocked. After evening training, Mi Sheng interviewed He Yuan and eagerly asked, Coach He, why didn't you choose the mature and well-coordinated pair of Jiang Yichuan and Gu Cheng? Their partnership is merely adequate. They have understanding and some doubles ability, but they're always missing that little extra. He Yuan's gaze rested on Jiang Yichuan and Qi Hongyu, who were practicing doubles in the distance. Jiang Yichuan and Qi Hongyu have both been under Coach Li Hongping's tutelage. As fellow disciples, they share an understanding. Moreover, Jiang Yichuan won't defer to Qi Hongyu. Two people who accommodate and balance each other make the best doubles partners. Mi Sheng keenly grasped the underlying implication in He Yuan's words. Do you mean that in the Jiang Yichuan and Gu Cheng partnership, it was Jiang Yichuan who was accommodating Gu Cheng? Yes, He Yuan nodded. Jiang Yichuan and Gu Cheng have been together since childhood. It's difficult to change that established dynamic now. Gu Cheng plays dominantly both in singles and doubles. In doubles, most of the time it's Jiang Yichuan who adapts to his rhythm and tactics. Some partnerships can work well with this kind of setup, but the prerequisite is that the dominant player has exceptionally brilliant tactical planning. Yicheng is clearly not like that. He gets flustered easily and needs a partner who can hold him back. Jiang Yichuan, however, can't control Gu Cheng. Is that also the reason you didn't choose Gu Cheng and Jin Hao as partners? Gu Cheng is a very endearing person, innocent and childlike. In private, his friends inevitably tend to indulge him. Mi Sheng noticed that Gu Cheng's innocent charm was remarkably prominent. Most people who got close to him were drawn to this charm and felt a desire to protect that innocence. Partly yes, partly no. Jin Hao might have more ways to manage him compared to Jiang Yichuan, but He Yuan withdrew his distant gaze and scrutinized Mi Sheng. Ah Sheng, Minjia should have told you by now. Many things you uncover in interviews aren't meant to be reported immediately, but rather at some point in the future. So some things you need to learn to keep confidential, from the public and also from the athletes. I understand. Just like much of today's interview content might only be meant to be reported after the next Olympic men's doubles champion is decided. Mi Sheng understood the difference between an embedded team reporter and an ordinary table tennis journalist. Their mission was to promote the national team. They knew more behind-the-scenes stories, and some of their news pieces took years to prepare before they could finally be published once everything was settled. Good that you understand. He Yuan continued from where he left off. Gu Cheng and Jin Hao. Their relationship is too good. At least for now, they cannot stand on the same side of the table. Mi Sheng didn't quite grasp the meaning of this statement, but she dutifully noted it down. After jotting down her notes, Mi Sheng asked, what about Zhao Yuan? The team's golden left hand, who will he partner with? In the current table tennis arena, the number of right-handed players far exceeds left-handed ones, so left-handed players are particularly well-suited for doubles. Pairing a left-hander with a right-hander offers innate advantages. Their stances, positions, and routes differ, preventing interference with each other and allowing for a larger attacking range. Moreover, the trajectory of the ball hit by left and right-handed players differs. Right-handed players are relatively unfamiliar with the ball trajectories of the rarer left-handed players. This variation in trajectory can pose considerable difficulties for opponents. Yuan avoided discussing Zhao Yuan directly, merely elaborating on the advantages of left-handed players in doubles. Misheng glanced around the training hall. Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming were not among those in the regular training session. As if sensing her thoughts, Yuan said, "Come, let me show you our golden left hand." In the empty competition hall, all lights were dimmed except for one court. Under the spotlights stood Deng Weiming and Zhao Yuan, poised in a double stance on the same side of the table, facing the formidable pair of Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao, the Grand Slam doubles champions who had also clinched the men's doubles silver at this very Olympics. Deng Weiming's injured right hand had compromised his balance, a critical factor in the complex footwork required in doubles, even more so than in singles. His current coordination with Zhao Yuan was noticeably less fluid and dynamic than before the injury. Yet remarkably, Zhao Yuan seemed to anticipate Deng Weiming's every move, his positioning, his footwork, and even how the injury might affect his next step. Misheng began to understand. Zhao Yuan's earlier poor coordination with the others wasn't intentional. He had been diligently practicing how to partner with someone whose balance was compromised by injury, a vastly different challenge than pairing with a fully fit player. This was why he struggled to sync with Jin Hao and the others. What profound bond this was. Between Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming, words seemed unnecessary. Even gestures were superfluous. A single glance sufficed to convey each other's thoughts and determine the next tactical move. Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao were an exceptionally cohesive pair themselves, yet compared to Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming, something intangible seemed to be missing. They were exceptional, but the two standing opposite them were perfection. Misheng wondered how many times Zhao Yuan must have mentally rehearsed standing on the same side of the table with the injured Deng Weiming to achieve such seamless, flawless coordination today. She had watched their previous matches, and their synergy had never reached this level before. In all the world-class matches she had studied to learn table tennis, she had never witnessed such a perfectly attuned duo. Their eyes seemed to hold only each other. Deng Weiming trusting Zhao Yuan implicitly to cover the mere centimeters his injury cost him, and Zhao Yuan trusting Deng Weiming to comprehend the intent behind every swing. Crucially, with Zhao Yuan's support, the opponents could barely land a single ball on Deng Weiming's most vulnerable spot, the point that caused him the most pain post-injury. The humiliating scene from the World Cup final, where Deng Weiming was caught off guard, did not repeat itself. This time Zhao Yuan stood by his side. 4-2 Deng Weiming, and Zhao Yuan defeated Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao. Misheng couldn't help but applaud, not just for the spectacular 12-game display, but for the profound brotherhood it embodied. Deng Weiming turned and embraced Zhao Yuan, feeling the warmth of his partner's hot tears soaking into his shoulder and into his heart. His own eyes welled up. "As long as I'm here, bro, I won't let anyone use your injury against you." Zhao Yuan finally voiced the words he had been longing to say ever since Deng Weiming's defeat at the World Cup. Tears streamed down Misheng's face like a broken necklace of pearls. She turned away quietly to wipe them. Yuan walked over and mock-scolded Zhao Yuan with a smile. "You stubborn mule." Zhao Yuan looked at Yuan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yuan chuckled, lowering his head. "All right, you've not only beaten Zhang Buiyun and Yang Xiao today, but you've also convinced me. I hope you can continue as partners. The coaching staff will reconvene to revisit this matter." Having witnessed the match, Misheng knew the coaching staff wouldn't object. No one could tear apart a duo so in sync that their hearts seemed to beat as one. "Thank you, Coach." Zhao Yuan said, his tears turning to a smile. Deng Weiming wiped the tears from Zhao Yuan's face. "Still acting like a child. Bro, you can't abandon me again." Zhao Yuan pleaded, clinging to Deng Weiming's shoulder, refusing to let go. Deng Weiming looked at him with profound sincerity. "Yuan, I just didn't want to hold you back. I've suffered a major injury, and I'm already 28. You're only 25. You still have many years ahead of you. You could even contend for the next Olympic men's doubles title. I can't. As long as we're together, nothing is impossible." Zhao Yuan was adamant about not changing partners. "Bro, when you first partnered with me, you were 21 and had already won several world championships. I was just 18, freshly promoted to the first team with no accolades to my name. You gave up the then-renowned left-handed player to partner with me instead. Even when I played poorly at first, you never looked down on me. Instead, you patiently taught me the game. From that moment, I was certain. You were my first doubles partner on the national team, and you will be my only one. So what if you're injured? You protected me before and now, and in the future I'll protect you." "Nonsense." Deng Weiming glared at Zhao Yuan, but his gaze was incredibly gentle. "I'm definitely retiring before you. If I retire, are you going to stop playing and retire with me?" "Exactly," Zhao Yuan said, as if it were the most natural thing. "So bro, you need to train hard and stay in top shape. You can only retire when I'm ready to retire." Deng Weiming laughed, patting Zhao Yuan's head. "Are you trying to work your brother to the bone?" Thanks to Zhao Yuan's stubborn persistence, his doubles partnership with Deng Weiming survived its trials and was ultimately preserved. After the evening training session, Mi Sheng approached Zhao Yuan for an interview. Yuan-ji, can we talk? I'll treat you to a drink. Sure. Zhao Yuan and Mi Sheng walked to the convenience store downstairs. Mi Sheng bought 2 bottles of peach soda. Zhao Yuan didn't open his, he just turned the bottle over and over in his hands. Puzzled, Mi Sheng asked, Yuan-ji, don't you like this flavor? I can get you a different one. No need. Zhao Yuan waved his hand. This is my favorite flavor. Funny we have similar tastes in drinks. Mi Sheng paused and admitted honestly, this is Ming Ji's favorite. He always treats me to this. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. Bro used to hate this flavor, said it was too sweet and unhealthy. He always drank electrolyte water. Mi Sheng wondered why Deng Weiming had changed his preference, wondering if it was a lingering nostalgia for his doubles partner after giving up doubles, a sweet reminder of their bond. After a moment of silence, Mi Sheng spoke first. Brother Yuan, could you tell me the story between you and Brother Ming? The story between us is rather unremarkable, just like any other doubles pair. Training matches. Zhao Yuan couldn't recall any dramatic twists. In his heart, never giving up on his partner was simply what he ought to do, hardly the climax of a tale. Mi Sheng rephrased her question. Then what kind of person do you think Brother Ming is? Has your impression of him changed over all these years? She awaited his answer, but instead Zhao Yuan asked her back. A Sheng, in your heart, what kind of person is Brother? Mi Sheng answered without a moment's hesitation. Warm and thoughtful, mature and steady, attentive to everyone, always composed and strong. A born leader. He is exactly what the captain of the table tennis team should be. Everyone thinks so. Ever since I met him when I was 18, he's been like that. A very mature young man. Zhao Yuan smiled. No matter who in the team has a problem, they go to him, and he always helps. But in reality, he has his moments of helplessness and times when he loses control. When he was injured, everyone saw how calm he was. He swiftly accepted the reality, discussed rehabilitation with the doctors. Everyone found his composure almost unbelievable. But deep down, he was in utter agony. I even noticed marks of self-harm on his wrist. Brother Ming has always been like this, always maintaining his dignity. Mi Sheng recalled how just hours after losing the Olympic spot, Deng Weiming could calmly serve as Gu Cheng's practice partner. She admired him deeply, though she knew from their late-night talk at the convenience store that he was still in pain. I've always aspired to that. I also want to be forever composed, showing only my best side to the world. It's not that he wants others to think highly of him, Zhao Yuan corrected her. Brother simply doesn't want to burden others with his worries. He doesn't want to be a source of trouble for anyone. So he would rather hide his pain, letting everyone believe he is healed, so no one else has to suffer for him. He'd rather bear the pain alone. Mi Sheng agreed. Brother Ming is so considerate. Gu Cheng is such a loyal person. If Brother Ming had shown any unhappiness after the Olympic qualifiers, Gu Cheng would never have forgiven himself. If Brother Ming hadn't acted so normal and magnanimous, Gu Cheng would have found it hard to focus and win the championship. A Sheng, if you were in Brother Ming's shoes and your partner refused to part ways with you no matter what, would you still give up doubles? Zhao Yuan seemed a bit like a reporter today, posing yet another question. Mi Sheng thought it over carefully. It wasn't until Zhao Yuan had nearly finished his soda that she spoke. I would give it up because my injury truly affects me. I can't let myself hold back our doubles pair. And, she paused, choosing her words, then gave Zhao Yuan a heads up. Brother Yuan, what I'm about to say might be uncomfortable for you. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on you, it's just my honest thoughts. Zhao Yuan gave a slight smile, gesturing for her to continue. Mi Sheng took a sip of her soda and said, my partner wouldn't give up on me right away, insisting we stay together. But what about in the long run? Would he regret not letting me go? Would he feel my injury is holding him back? Would the bond between us sour? Would he blame my injury for every match we lose? One should never test human nature. I don't want our relationship to devolve into mutual resentment, so I would definitely give up. Zhao Yuan didn't take offense. Instead, he teased, brother wouldn't think that way. A Sheng, you can ask him yourself tomorrow. Ask him why he gave it up. Mi Sheng didn't dwell on that topic and moved on. Brother Yuan, have you ever even for a moment considered finding a better partner? No, not even for a single moment, Zhao Yuan answered resolutely. There is no better partner in this world than brother. Why do you think Brother Ming is the best? Mi Sheng had never seen such camaraderie in competitive sports before, and there was much she didn't understand. Because of time. Zhao Yuan smiled at the memory. From when I was 18 to 25, 7 years I've been partnering with brother. Those years have bound us together. Our chemistry was forged by millions of balls and solidified by the surging blood we felt when standing together on the podium. No one can turn back time. I can't stand on the World Championships podium with anyone else and lift the Iran Cup like I did when I was 22. All those years gone and never to be relived have made brother my best partner. And I believe in his heart, I am his best partner too. Mi Sheng concurred, thinking of Song Jinyu, her best friend with whom she had competed for jobs and even gone through a falling out yet remained closest to. It was because the irreplaceable years of their youth were spent together. No one could take each other's place unless one erased their entire youth. The conversation with Zhao Yuan that night sparked a deep interest in Mi Sheng for the sport of table tennis doubles. The next day the journalists, including Mi Sheng, attended the planning meeting for Ping Pong Life. The professional table tennis journalists from Ping Pong Life presented their proposals one by one, followed by Gao Lanjun and Mi Sheng. When it was Gao Lanjun's turn, she stood up confidently. Hello everyone, for the inaugural issue, I propose an exclusive interview with Dai Minghui, the men's singles champion of this World Cup. I'll focus on his professional career. He's won many world titles in Olympic silver and bronze. He's famous for his tactical acumen, sharp mind, and advanced tactical system. Writing about the evolution and refinement of his technical and tactical play through his career would be very compelling. His system can be divided into three main phases. Mi Sheng could tell Gao Lanjun had put in tremendous effort. Ping Pong Life aimed to be a professional table tennis magazine, and Gao Lanjun had done extensive research to ensure high-level professionalism. However, Mi Sheng was not intimidated, as she was confident in her own proposal. Hello, esteemed seniors. For the inaugural issue, my feature is on the team captain Deng Weiming. I will dig into his story, starting from his right arm fracture, exploring the impact of injuries on athletes. Through the life-or-death battle for the Paris Olympic spot, his silver medal at the World Cup, and the doubles partner controversy, I aim to reveal the stories behind the scenes and the strength of his character. The details of that crucial match haven't been disclosed to the media before, but I've already received permission from Coach He to report on it in written form. Mi Sheng cleared her throat and continued, for the first issue I hope to not only showcase the athlete as an individual, but also illustrate the charm and camaraderie of this team. Deng Weiming's role as a practice partner at the Olympics shows that those who don't appear on the court still make indelible contributions to the team. The World Cup final was a declaration to the world that for an athlete the utmost respect you can show your opponent is to defeat them. The doubles partnership controversy between Deng Weiming and Zhao Yuan can especially showcase the unique bond between athletes, a pure and beautiful connection rarely seen elsewhere. Rivalry and partnership will both be reflected in this feature. When everyone had finished, the director of the CCTV Sports Center delivered his summary, focusing on the reporters under his charge. Both reporter Gao Lanjun and reporter Mi Sheng have crafted commendable topic proposals. Reporter Gao Lanjun's work leans toward professional depth, while reporter Mi Sheng emphasizes the exploration of character and emotion, imbuing her work with a distinctly humanistic touch. However, the final decision on the topic must rest with the chief editor, who holds the overarching vision for the magazine Table Tennis Life. He offered no opinion that might betray a preference. In the professional world, one avoids responsibility when possible, and since Table Tennis Life was not directly under CCTV's purview, the director's neutrality was hardly surprising. The chief editor also refrained from commenting, simply inviting everyone to continue the discussion. Reporter Mi Sheng's proposal is excellent. I was deeply moved upon hearing it. According to her plan, this would be a warm and beautiful feature interview that would surely draw tears. Gao Lanjun shifted her tone. However, Mi Sheng is still too young and too sentimental. She lacks the rationality required of a journalist, and still has much to learn. Table Tennis Life is positioned as a specialized table tennis magazine. I believe we should focus more on the technical and tactical analysis of the sport. If we lean too heavily into human interest, we might as well be producing sentimental talk shows. Don't you agree, Asham? Her tone was gentle, but her words were laced with veiled aggression. I disagree, Mi Sheng replied, a composed, professional smile on her face. Table Tennis Life is indeed a professional magazine, but it already contains numerous columns dedicated to technical and tactical analysis. The column on tactical breakdowns already exists within its pages. In the feature interview section, what readers seek are the off-court stories of athletes with their diverse personalities. Many attendees nodded in agreement with Mi Sheng's perspective. Seizing the momentum, Mi Sheng pressed on. If reporter Gao Lanjun wishes to continue tactical analysis within the interview, then what purpose does interviewing the athlete serve? It would be more effective to interview the team's technical analysts directly. If our entire magazine is filled with complex table tennis terminology, our readership will be limited to enthusiasts, or worse, only those who have delved deep into the sport. The barrier to entry would be too high. In my view, interviews should capture the unseen stories behind the matches. A feature with richer human elements will resonate more deeply with readers, balance the magazine's professional edge, and attract a broader audience. The chief editor remained non-committal, gesturing for the discussion to continue. A reporter who wished to interview Gu Chung spoke up. This is our inaugural issue. We need buzz to draw in readers. Gu Chung is currently one of the most talked about players on the national team. A young prodigy who made a name for himself at the Olympics with a stunning victory. Moreover, his personal story is ripe with contradictions, entering and leaving the national team 3 times. It's exactly the kind of narrative people are eager to understand. So, I believe we should feature Gu Chung. This is our inaugural issue, a new beginning. I believe Dai Minghui is the new leader of the table tennis team. He will usher in a new era for the national squad and establish his own dynasty. Therefore, I believe he is the rightful choice for our debut issue. Gu Chung certainly has the advantage of popularity and attention, but he is still young and may not yet carry the weight required for an inaugural cover story, Gao Lanjun elaborated. Mi Sheng frowned. Why was Gao Lanjun so fixated on age? It was simply a matter of professional inadequacy masked by the condescension of seniority gained from a few extra years and earlier career starts. Another reporter proposed, He Yuan. I suggest we explore the stories of veteran athletes. My choice is head coach He Yuan. He joined the first team at 16, enjoyed a 14-year playing career, won countless world championships, and at 30 upon retirement, he was called upon to take the helm as head coach. Through his career, we can trace the journey of the entire table tennis team over the years, invoking a wave of nostalgia. After listening to the spirited discussion, the chief editor turned to Mi Sheng. Reporter Mi Sheng, your content is rich, but perhaps too rich. The focus is not well defined. Everyone assumed this spelled the end for Mi Sheng's proposal. But the chief editor continued, a single issue can focus on one point and delve deep. Your proposal could be split into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower volumes. I'd like to hear your angle on the bond between Deng Weiming and his doubles partner Zhao Yuan. They are a renowned pair in men's table tennis, and their Olympic lineup change stirred considerable controversy. I want to understand the core of your story. Mi Sheng answered without a moment's hesitation. So familiar was she with her proposal. During the Olympics, Deng Weiming voluntarily withdrew from the doubles event. The reason behind that decision is what I want to explore. While many say he did it so Zhao Yuan could partner with an uninjured player and achieve better results, I suspect deeper motives exist. If they had lost, would Zhao Yuan truly harbor no resentment toward Deng Weiming? In the treacherous arena of competitive sports, can human nature truly withstand such tests? Mi Sheng continued, furthermore, Zhao Yuan has been adamant about partnering with Deng Weiming, even going to great lengths to practice playing alongside someone with balance issues. This essentially means he has forsaken the possibility of partnering with anyone else. Deng Weiming must possess a unique charisma that compels his partner to sacrifice so much. I aim to uncover this rare bond, and in doing so highlight the brilliance of his character. Lastly, from a professional standpoint, why did Zhao Yuan and an exceptional player like Dai Minghui suffer an upset at the Olympics? What does doubles play truly demand of a partnership? Since this is indeed a professional table tennis magazine, we must also uphold its technical credibility. With that, Mi Sheng bowed to the room. These are my thoughts. I welcome your critiques and suggestions. Excellent. The chief editor had reached his decision. I've decided that Mi Sheng will be in charge of the inaugural issue's feature interview. We don't need to cover everything at once. Begin with the doubles partnership, focusing on the camaraderie between teammates. The next issue can tackle the World Cup silver medal and the internal competition within the team. For the final installment, we'll conclude with a retrospective of Deng Weiming's entire career, including his struggles with injury, from a core player to a sparring partner. Building on the previous 2 issues, will ultimately portray his personal magnetism and the allure of the sport itself. Mi Sheng was deeply moved by the editor-in-chief's words. She had never imagined such a significant assignment would be entrusted to her, nor that the editor-in-chief would be willing to let her handle the same topic for the first 3 issues. Thank you, chief editor. I will definitely live up to your trust. A journalist was the first to raise a concern. Chief editor, if we dedicate 3 issues to the same person, and the first one receives poor feedback, our magazine's reputation could collapse right from the start. Isn't this too risky? Another journalist also voiced an opinion. Chief editor, having the same reporter handle all 3 exclusive interviews is a heavy workload. If we end up with a blank page, the impact of an accident in the first few issues on the magazine would be immense. Gao Lanjun remained silent, her expression tense, as she looked around the meeting room, her fists clenched tightly. After pondering for a long while, she finally spoke. Chief editor, Mi Sheng is still a newcomer. I'm afraid she might not be up to such a significant task. Perhaps I could assist her with it. What do you think, reporter Mi? The editor-in-chief asked, seeking Mi Sheng's opinion. Mi Sheng, unafraid of offending Gao Lanjun, declined directly. Chief editor, reporter Gao and I have incompatible philosophies regarding the direction of the interview. I'd rather not collaborate, as a joint effort might produce something neither of us envisioned. After a moment of deliberation, the editor-in-chief made the final decision. It's fine. We should boldly use newcomers. They often bring fresh perspectives, which is an advantage over us veterans who have formed fixed ways of thinking. I am willing to fully trust reporter Mi Sheng. Since the editor-in-chief had made the decision, no one said anything more. Gao Lanjun lowered her head, hiding the resentment in her eyes. After the meeting, the director of the sports center called Mi Sheng over. Sheng, do a good job. Young people have boundless prospects. Be diligent and show everyone the professional competence of a CCTV reporter. Don't worry, director. I will do my best. Mi Sheng was overjoyed. Once the director left, Mi Sheng began tidying up her notebook and proposal in the meeting room. Gao Lanjun walked over. Sheng, as a young person, you should focus on steady progress. Don't fantasize about soaring to the sky in one leap, or you might just crash and burn. Sister Lanjun, being young has its advantages too. A reporter's professional ability isn't necessarily tied to age. Mi Sheng retorted with a smile, unyielding. Fine, we'll see about that. Gao Lanjun bumped hard into Mi Sheng's shoulder as she left. Back with the team, Mi Sheng immediately began preparing for the exclusive interview. She planned to first talk to other members of the table tennis team to get their views on Deng Weiming, starting with Gu Cheng, who she was on good terms with. During lunch, Mi Sheng sat across from Gu Cheng with her tray and asked, Cheng, what kind of person do you think Ming Gu is in your eyes? Ming Gu. Gu Cheng became wary. Why are you asking about Ming Gu? An alarm bell went off in his mind. Why was Sheng so interested and curious about Ming Gu? A couple of days ago, he had read an article from some emotional public account that said being interested in someone of the opposite sex was the beginning of liking them. I need to write an exclusive feature on Ming Gu for Ping Pong Life. Mi Sheng answered truthfully. Oh, I see. Gu Cheng relaxed. As an athlete, Ming Gu is a senior I deeply respect. He was a role model I wrote down in my notebook before I even joined the national team. His playing style is steady and grand, his technique is comprehensive, and he has a particularly beautiful backhand cross-court shot that I've always wanted to master. As the captain, Ming Gu is like an elder brother. He's the big brother of this team, and also my big brother. He takes care of everyone, and he's very attentive, able to notice when someone is upset, and immediately goes to comfort them. Ming Gu is indeed a great athlete worthy of respect, Mi Sheng continued. If you had to pick one trait, what quality of Ming Ji's do you admire the most? Gu Cheng paused his chopsticks and thought for a long time with his head tilted. Tenacity. I don't know how he managed to get through it. An injury like that to his right arm. Picking up the paddle again requires tremendous courage. Accepting such a huge fall from grace requires even more. Although everyone says I'm carefree and took being sent back to the provincial team twice in stride, without much fuss, accepting it easily. But if it were a career-ending injury, if it meant falling from the peak to the bottom, I wouldn't stay on the court. Hearing this, Mi Sheng turned the conversation towards him. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious. Why did you seem so calm when you were sent back to the provincial team twice? It seems like it never bothered you. How could it not have bothered me? Gu Cheng put down his chopsticks and stared at Mi Sheng with wide eyes. I'm easygoing, not heartless. When I was sent back, the initial feelings were definitely anger and defiance, then frustration and sulking. But once I got back to the provincial team, life was comfortable. My coach didn't scold me, and I got along well with my teammates. You're not someone who seeks comfort. If you were, you wouldn't have chosen to be a professional athlete, Mi Sheng chided playfully. Come on, tell me honestly. Hearing the soft rising tone at the end of Mi Sheng's sentence, Gu Cheng felt he would bare his very heart to show her his truest thoughts. His gaze was sincere and firm, because I have the confidence that I will return to the national team. Mi Sheng hadn't expected such a reason stated with such certainty by Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng raised his right hand for Mi Sheng to see. Sheng, look at this hand. I am immensely proud of the balls it has struck. I firmly believe that with my skills I can definitely make it back to the national team. Otherwise it would be the national team's loss. These should have been words of extreme confidence, even arrogance that might be off-putting. But spoken so frankly by Gu Cheng, looking into his bright eyes full of youthful spirit, Mi Sheng felt it was only right. Such audacity belonged to Gu Cheng. A player who could pour his passion onto the court and make split-second decisions on crucial balls must have crafted his paddle from confidence and pride, otherwise how could his shots break through all obstacles to crown this youth? Indeed, you belong here. Mi Sheng applauded Gu Cheng internally. So you can't imagine what it would be like if the right hand you rely on your greatest pride got injured, and you could no longer unleash those beautiful, powerful smashes like before. How would you stand on the court, right? Gu Cheng admired Mi Sheng's ability to summarize. That was exactly his point. That's why I admire Ming Gu so much. He is someone who stood at the summit on his right arm. He saw the best scenery, wore the most magnificent crown, and then fell due to a car accident. The world is no stranger to falling gods. Most who are battered and bruised choose to disappear from the stage rather than stand at the foot of the mountain and climb again alongside their former followers. Being pulled down one by those former followers. That's too cruel. If it were you, would your choice be to leave the stage? Oh. Mi Sheng looked at the young man before her whose path had been smooth. Even being sent out of the national team twice was just a tale of youthful arrogance in his journey to fame, hardly a real setback or valley. He had never experienced despair. He was like a dragon hunting in turbulent waves, agile, fierce, and invincible. Mi Sheng couldn't imagine him stranded in shallow waters. Gu Cheng couldn't imagine it either. He took a sip of soup. Yes, I would leave my best form on the court. I wouldn't want to start over so painfully. I don't have that kind of courage. What if you had a doubles partner like Yuan Goa? Mi Sheng noticed Gu Cheng had thoroughly enjoyed today's shredded pork with green peppers, having finished his own portion. She naturally gestured for him to take hers as well. Gu Cheng's heart swelled with warmth, thinking how kind A Sheng was to him. He savored the shredded pork with green peppers, tasting an inexplicable sweetness, as if it had been soaked in a honey pot. My former doubles partner was Ichuan, but I don't think my career plans have anything to do with him. Having someone by your side can't cure an injury. You haven't found a suitable doubles partner yet. Mi Sheng felt it was a pity, as Gu Cheng had the capability for doubles play. Gu Cheng grew aggrieved at the mention of this. My coach says I play too selfishly, always trying to dominate in doubles, and he wants me to change. They chatted about other things for a while, but Gu Cheng eventually circled back. Sheng, why did you choose Ming Gu for the first feature interview of Ping Pong Life? Ming Gu possesses a gentle yet formidable power. When he stands on the court without a single shout, just a quiet gaze at his opponent, he exudes an immense sense of pressure. Moreover, he is crystal clear about his goal. He simply loves table tennis. For this, he can accept the fall from grace and endure the agony of rehabilitation. When he stands on the court again, it matters not who claims the gold. His presence alone crowns him king of the arena. Every match Ming Gu plays, regardless of outcome, is a blessing for his fans. Mi Sheng never considered Deng Weiming's World Cup performance a failure. Gu Cheng could sense the admiration in Mi Sheng's words for Deng Weiming, and a pang of jealousy struck him. A Sheng should be closest to him. A Sheng, are you a fan of Ming Gunaoi? Do you still enjoy watching me play? Mi Sheng looked at Gu Cheng's eyes, which resembled a forsaken little animal's, and suddenly realized her faux pas. She felt helpless, inwardly sighing at his childishness. Only children sulk over who is the best friend. Adults tacitly refrain from dwelling on such ultimate questions. Nevertheless, she verbally reassured him. I merely admire Ming Gu, but I am your fan alone. Don't worry. Would a Sheng only like me? Even though Ming Gu might be worthy of admiration, I don't want her to like anyone else. Gu Cheng was startled by his own thoughts. He had resolved to hide his feelings and control himself, yet he couldn't curb these possessive thoughts flooding his mind. Speaking of which, I have you to thank, A Cheng. You enlightened me about the meaning beyond the gold medal. Mi Sheng was increasingly seeing the stories beyond the matches. Gu Cheng blushed again. Mi Sheng hadn't even finished the team's background interviews when a major scandal broke. She saw the news early in the morning and was nearly furious enough to pass out. She went to the media center to consult Wu Yushu and found him angrily slamming his open laptop in front of Gao Lanjun. You did this, didn't you? What are you talking about? Why would it be me? What is this? I have no idea. Gao Lanjun feigned ignorance. Wu Yushu sneered. Really? Is it necessary? How can you be so unable to see others succeed? We are a team. A little squabble is fine, but stabbing us in the back at a time like this only makes us a laughingstock. We are not a team. Gao Lanjun turned to look at Mi Sheng, who stood at the door. She and I have irreconcilable differences. We cannot be a team. Mi Sheng remained very calm. She had regained her composure on the way to the media center. She walked over, picked up the laptop Wu Yushu had thrown down, and read the headline glaring from the screen. Zhao Yuan's unwavering support for injured teammate moves all, a tale of profound partnership. The news about Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming reviving their doubles partnership was never made public. How did these outside reporters find out? If it wasn't you, then who else? Wu Yushu accused Gao Lanjun. Gao Lanjun spread her hands, looking innocent. How would I know how they got their information? Those tabloid reporters have their ways. Besides, even though it wasn't publicized during the last topic planning meeting, Mi Sheng's proposal included this event, so everyone present knew about it. What makes you so sure it was me? The reporters present, even the editor-in-chief of Ping Pong Life, and our director are all suspects. Everyone wants Ping Pong Life to succeed and hopes a Sheng's feature can make a splash with the first issue. Who besides you would leak this information prematurely? And look at what this article is saying. It claims Deng Weiming is past his prime and would have retired if not for Zhao Yuan's loyalty. It also says Deng Weiming is to blame for Zhao Yuan's loss in the Paris doubles, that Zhao Yuan lost because he was distracted thinking about him. Wu Yushu was seething. A Sheng is preparing this feature for our inaugural issue. With this leak and the manipulated narrative, what are we supposed to do now? Well, this isn't my responsibility. Do what you must. Gao Lanjun smiled, a hint of smug satisfaction in her voice. Since it's already out and the narrative is set, we'll just have to choose a different subject for the feature. Just so you know, I've been working on a feature about Dai Mingwei, so there's no need to worry about a Sheng's interview slot. I can fill in at any time. No need for your concern, Sister Lanjun. I have my own methods. Pre-release hype isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can generate public interest, which would be beneficial for our first issue. We could attract more readers. Despite her inner doubts, Mi Sheng projected an air of unwavering confidence. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Gao Lanjun seemed even more confident. Soon during the morning training session, Mi Sheng learned the source of Gao Lanjun's confidence. Deng Weiming requested to dissolve his partnership with Zhao Yuan. Because Mi Sheng was currently working on Deng Weiming's feature about his doubles partner, Zhao Yuan had called her over to discuss the situation. If Deng Weiming and Zhao Yuan were to successfully split, Mi Sheng's feature would be impossible to complete. Zhao Yuan looked close to tears. Why go? It's just some nonsense written by a few reporters. We can simply ignore it. Yuan, it's not just a few reporters, it's what everyone thinks. Look at the comments below. They are all right. I have indeed held you back. I'm old and seriously injured. My shot placement, speed, power, and balance have all been affected to varying degrees. If it weren't for me, you could be paired with a better partner, someone younger and more skilled. Deng Weiming had never been able to overcome this mental hurdle, and now, provoked by the media and public opinion, he was on the verge of giving up again. Zhao Yuan's voice trembled with emotion. Brother, if you have the courage to stand on the single stage alone, then surely you can trust me in doubles, for I am by your side. Why won't you believe in me? Together we can face any difficulty. Because these are my burdens, not yours. Deng Weiming forced a bitter smile. Yuan, as professional athletes, we face countless hardships in our careers. Why invite more when we can avoid them? This is my own struggle. I cannot selfishly make it ours. Zhao Yuan retorted swiftly, but we are partners. Your struggles are mine and mine are yours. We are bound by a shared destiny. From the moment I was injured, that shared destiny was already sealed off. Deng Weiming turned his head away, avoiding Zhao Yuan's gaze. Brother, I am not someone who shares prosperity but abandons you in hardship. My choice is entirely willing. A pleading tone crept into Zhao Yuan's voice. Besides, there were times I held you back. In the early years when my game was poor, you helped me relentlessly and never considered switching partners. Hearing the tears in Zhao Yuan's voice, Deng Weiming couldn't resist turning back and gently ruffling his hair. I know. I have never doubted that. But I want what's best for you. I want you to complete the career Grand Slam in doubles and have the strength to vie for the next Olympic doubles gold. Because of me, you may have already lost a doubles gold at the Paris Olympics. Zhao Yuan refused to let Deng Weiming blame himself, insisting urgently, "It was never your fault, brother. I lost that match myself. What does it have to do with you? If I hadn't been injured, you wouldn't have had to switch partners at the last minute, and your competitive mindset wouldn't have been affected." Deng Weiming had always blamed himself. "Brother, that was my own issue. I was outplayed, and my mental fortitude failed me. Those matches shouldn't be a reason to end our partnership. You've seen how well we play together. We even beat Zhang Boyun and Yang Xiao. Let's continue together and chase the doubles Grand Slam, okay?" Zhao Yuan spoke, rapidly, desperate to convince him. "But that's all because of your effort. You've worked harder than ever and faced immense challenges. I admit our partnership is incredibly in sync now. I feel comfortable playing with you. You always try to prevent the ball from hitting my most vulnerable spot." Deng Weiming felt a warmth in his chest, touched by his younger partner's thoughtfulness. "Yuan, this isn't how a normal doubles pair operates. A normal pair supports each other. But now you've become my crutch, and I refuse to turn you into that. Brother, I'm not your crutch. We are supporting each other. It's not that you need me. It's that I need you. You saw how badly I lost at the Paris Olympics without you. If you were by my side, our synergy would be unmatched. I believe we would reach the podium. At the very least, you would always have my back. With you there, I would never feel so isolated and helpless. Playing with someone else, even in doubles, feels like fighting alone. Utterly pitiful." Zhao Yuan had made up his mind. He wasn't trying to be a savior. He simply trusted Deng Weiming implicitly, the only one he could confidently turn his back to. After Zhao Yuan's declaration, a heavy silence fell between them. It was then that He Ziyuan finally found a chance to speak, as the intense exchange had left both him and Mi Sheng unable to interject. He Ziyuan quietly placed a hand on Deng Weiming's shoulder. "Aiming, do you remember what our coach said when you insisted on partnering with Zhao Yuan?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "The coach told us that chemistry is crucial in doubles. You have to see if two players mesh well, if their temperaments align. Doubles isn't just about pairing the world's number 1 and number 2 to become invincible. You two lost a lot in your first couple of years, and the coach kept urging you to switch partners. But you held on until the coach finally gave in. They had to accept the team's most talented player pairing with a newcomer who was unknown and at the time seemed to have little promise. And your choice proved to be right. The coaching staff had tried other partners for Zhao Yuan, but some things just weren't meant to be. Times have changed. Brothers Yuan, you saw what happened after I lost at the World Cup. Everyone said I was old, washed up, that I couldn't chase the Grand Slam anymore, that I was just an athlete with a career-threatening injury. Yuaner is the best left-handed player in table tennis today. I'm sure he can find a more suitable partner than me." Deng Weiming's words were a knife twisting in his own heart, in Zhao Yuan's, and in the hearts of Mi Sheng and He Ziyuan. "Mingji, is it that you don't believe in yourself, or that you don't believe in Yuanji?" Mi Sheng, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. Deng Weiming was taken aback. "What do you mean? Do you not believe you still have what it takes to win on the court? Or do you not believe that Yuanji is truly willing to continue with a partner who is 3 years older and carries a potentially career-ending injury? Are you afraid that his agreement now will turn to resentment later? If you start losing, won't he inevitably blame your injury? You fear his reproach, and you fear your bond will crumble under the weight of reality." This was a question Mi Sheng had been pondering since his last conversation with Zhao Yuan. "I trust Zhao Yuan. It's myself I don't trust." Deng Weiming suddenly grew angry, feeling that Mi Sheng's speculation was an affront to Zhao Yuan. "Yuaner is pure-hearted. He would never think of such things. Even if we lose as partners, he wouldn't blame me. He would only question himself. That's just who he is. In doubles, both players share the blame for a loss, but no matter how we lose, he always turns the criticism inward. Even if it's my fault for mishandling a ball, he'd think he didn't set me up well enough. Aixing, you shouldn't speculate like that." Zhao Yuan hadn't been offended by Mi Sheng's speculation, yet Deng Weiming had become angry on his behalf. Mi Sheng was once again moved by the depth of their bond. Mi Sheng was resolute. Since the problem stemmed from the media, she would use the media's methods to solve it. After a moment of thought, she said, "Coach Himing Gu Yuan Gu, since you all have differing views on whether to continue as partners, I believe this is a significant matter that cannot be decided hastily. There's still about a month until the first issue of the magazine is released. If today's news reports have shaken Ming Ji's confidence, then after a month, let's see what new public opinion my next exclusive interview brings. Then we can make a decision. How about that? I don't care what public opinion says." Deng Weiming's words were somewhat contradictory, as he clearly cared deeply about the public's denial of him. Mi Sheng didn't call him out on it, simply saying, "Even if Ming Gu and everyone else truly don't care about public opinion, we should at least give ourselves time to think calmly." "All right," He Ziyuan agreed, sealing the decision. Mi Sheng placed even greater importance on the first issue's exclusive interview, as it not only determined her work performance, but also potentially whether such a perfectly matched doubles pair could continue to play together. That evening, as Mi Sheng worked overtime at the media center, Wu Yushu came by to help her with some tasks. Still angry about the morning's events, Wu Yushu said, I always thought Gao Lanjun was just purely jealous and didn't respect her own reputation or her profession. But I never imagined she could be truly malicious, willing to sacrifice everyone's achievement like ping pong life, just to suppress a newcomer in the workplace. Everyone has different thoughts and values different things. Mi Sheng's fighting spirit was ignited. Just watch. I'll prove to her that these underhanded tactics are useless. From now on, the news coming out of this gymnasium will be dictated by me. Not bad, you're showing some ambition. In the workplace, you're on the same level as her. Why should she get to lord it over you just because she has a few more years of experience? Wu Yushu was quite pleased with Mi Sheng's current state. So good you have some personal grudge against Gao Lanjun. Mi Sheng had always found it strange how Wu Yushu's hostility towards Gao Lanjun seemed excessive. Wu Yushu didn't answer directly. Sheng, let me teach you a workplace rule. Don't go prying into matters that aren't your concern. I know, Mi Sheng said, not pressing further since he was unwilling to speak. She joked instead, maybe that's the rule in other professions, but aren't we journalists supposed to get to the bottom of things? Anyway, I'm not staying to work overtime with you today. I'm leaving. Wu Yushu pretended to get up. Mi Sheng quickly grabbed him. I'm sorry, Sugo, please help me. I can't possibly finish all this work alone. The two of them spent the entire night organizing, unearthing old photos Wu Yushu had taken years ago of Deng Weiming and Zhao Yuan's first doubles partnership. 7 years were frozen in those few small photographs. Two young and inexperienced faces had matured, and with them, so had the unspoken understanding between the two. Even in the photos, Mi Sheng could sense a special connection between them that had only grown stronger with time. Over the next few days, Mi Sheng watched every single doubles match Deng Weiming and Zhao Yuan had ever played from morning until night. Her draft grew thicker and thicker. She had discarded over 100,000 words of writing. For the first time, she felt a sense of mission in her writing. The position of the table tennis team's embedded journalist was no longer just a way to make a living for Mi Sheng. Mi Sheng interviewed everyone on the team, the athletes, the coaches, the physical trainers, the technical analysts, and even the cleaning staff. The moment she submitted the first exclusive interview draft, Mi Sheng felt a sense of profound relief. She had given it her all. As New Year's Day approached, the team's atmosphere grew more festive when New Year was about to begin. One day, while fiddling with her camera and reviewing past interview footage, a thought suddenly struck Mi Sheng. She went to He Ziyuan and, after receiving permission, began working on a short video project wanting each athlete to share their aspirations for a decade into the future. What's this for? I don't think Minjia did this before. We've never made a video like this. Wu Yushu grumbled, subtly expressing his displeasure at the sudden extra work. But Mi Sheng was enthusiastic. 10 years from now, I'll bring this video back and show it to the athletes to see how their reality compares to what they envisioned a decade ago. Hearing her words, Wu Yushu's mood brightened considerably. All right. As the special guest, He Ziyuan was the first to record his vision for the next 10 years. I hope that in the coming decade, I will cultivate even more outstanding athletes for the national team. I hope the athletes under my charge can win more world championships and achieve the Grand Slam. I hope our team continues to improve and remains invincible. I hope the athletes can all stay free from injury and play the sport in good health. He paused thoughtfully, then added, finally, let me talk about my personal wishes. Among the current younger athletes, I hope Hao Zi, who joined the team during my playing days, can show more of his personality and play more relaxed. I hope my first disciple, A Chung, can grow up and become more mature and steady. Most importantly, I hope they both can achieve the Grand Slam. He Ziyuan nodded to Mi Sheng to signal he was done. He started to get up, but seemed to think of something else, and sat back down, adding, it would also be nice if A Chung could stay forever young, forever this sincere, lovely, and childlike. Being able to maintain one's childlike innocence forever is a truly fortunate thing. Behind He Ziyuan's words lay a hope that Gu Cheng would always have smooth sailing, that he would never encounter any major setbacks. People say hardship tempers one's while making one stronger and braver. But if one can avoid hardship altogether, what does it matter if one is a bit childish or not particularly strong or brave? Deng Weiming's vision for the future was simple. I'll definitely be retired in 10 years. But I hope I'm still contributing to China's table tennis cause. No matter the position, as long as I haven't left table tennis. Zhao Yuan's vision for a decade later was, in 10 years I'll be 35 and probably retired. Before I retire, I hope I can stand on the Olympic doubles stage one more time with Ming Guo. I also hope that before I retire, a new left-handed player will emerge on the team. I can teach him. The path for a left-handed player isn't easy, and I want to help. I hope someone can carry on the legacy of the left-handed style. What Zhao Yuan hoped for wasn't a doubles Grand Slam gold medals or glory. He simply wanted the chance to stand on the most sacred stage once more with his most compatible partner to fight the battle to defend their honor. Dai Mingwei said, 10 years from now, when I'm 36, I should be a coach. My vision for the future is to become a coach after retiring, just like Coach He. I'm currently the last player in the team to use the penhold grip. I hope that by then I can train new players who use the penhold grip. At the same time, I also hope that during my career I can win an Olympic gold medal. He then joked, I've already participated in 2 Olympics, winning 1 silver and 1 bronze. I hope to win a gold medal to complete the set of gold, silver, and bronze. Maybe I can summon a dragon. This remark was both a jest and a poignant reflection. a poignant reminder of how a world-class athlete had twice narrowly missed the ultimate honor in sports, the Olympic gold medal. Shi Hongyu sat before the camera still without much of a smile. 10 years from now I hope I'll have achieved success and fame, be a renowned athlete, and at my retirement ceremony, I can bid farewell to everyone while holding all the gold medals I've won in my career. The phrase, achieved success and fame, was subtly chosen, not measured by grand slams or Olympic gold medals, but by the hope of attaining both wealth and renown. Mi Sheng found it intriguing yet beyond reproach. Who wouldn't wish for such success? Gu Cheng came to record alongside Jin Hao and Jiang Yichuan. Mi Sheng had them enter one by one as she wanted the recordings to remain confidential among the participants, allowing everyone to express their true thoughts openly. Jiang Yichuan entered first. 10 years from now I hope I'll have won a world championship. Even though I'm not a main player on the team now and mostly serve as a practice partner, I still hope I'll have the chance to keep striving and win a world championship. At the same time I hope to have a happy family. Jiang Yichuan was the first to mention family. Mi Sheng could tell that deep down he was a gentle soul. Even if he occasionally traded sharp remarks with Gu Cheng, his heart was warm and tender. Next was Jin Hao. 10 years from now I should already be married to Xiaoran, and I'll either be a father or about to become one. I'll have my own home in Beijing and have both sets of our parents living with us. I hope all my dreams come true by then and that I don't leave too many regrets in my career. If I'm ready to retire by that time I hope my next career move will be coaching. Mi Sheng noticed that when Jin Hao spoke about his career aspirations he used the word hope, a vision, a wish. But the one thing he stated with absolute certainty was that he and Zhu Xiaoran would get married. How could such love not move one to tears? Gu Cheng was the last to enter. He greeted Mi Sheng and Wu Yushu first, then sat down to face the camera. He waved his hand and said, "Hello there, Gu Cheng. 10 years from now. You must be a Grand Slam winner by now. I wonder what it feels like. Keep up the good work and don't get too proud. Gu Cheng at 32, stay on the court and keep winning championships." Mi Sheng and Wu Yushu exchanged a glance. Gu Cheng was the only athlete so certain he would achieve a Grand Slam, yet no one found him arrogant or ridiculous. At that moment, everything in Gu Cheng's life seemed to shine. At 22, with extraordinary talent in table tennis and remarkable physical gifts, he had already won the Olympic gold medal that countless athletes could only dream of. In his world, miracles seemed possible. All he had to do was keep moving forward, chasing his dreams, and he would achieve his goals. He did not yet know that so many things in this world are not so easy, that he too would experience loss and failure, and that there would be moons he could never catch. Gu Cheng paused for a moment as if wrestling with some inner conflict, then finally spoke to the camera. "I wonder if by then you'll be with the girl you love. When you watch this video, will you be alone, or will she be watching it with you?" After saying this, he stood up with ears turning red. "Ah Sheng, I'm done. I'll be going now." "Okay," Mi Sheng nodded, then after a moment's thought added, "I hope everything goes your way, Ah Sheng." On New Year's Day, after the afternoon training session, the evening study session was cancelled, giving everyone a night off. Mi Sheng had already arranged with Deng Weiming to go watch Su Yiji's stage play Tea House. After training, Gu Cheng dragged Jiang Yichuan over with eager eyes. "Ah Sheng, what are you doing tonight? How about we grab dinner together?" Mi Sheng gave him an apologetic smile. "Ah Sheng Yichuan, I've already made plans with Ming Gu to go watch the play Tea House tonight. So, I probably can't have dinner with you guys." "Huh?" Gu Cheng's face fell instantly. He tried again. "Ah Sheng, then let's all go together. We can have dinner before the show. I'm sure Ming Gu won't mind. But haven't you already seen Tea House?" Mi Sheng thought that since Gu Cheng rarely got a break, his time was precious. He could try some other form of entertainment rather than watching the same play again so soon. "I thought that play was really good and meaningful. I want to watch it again. Besides, Yichuan hasn't seen it, so we can just say we're accompanying him. After I watched it last time, I told Yichuan about it, and he really wants to see it too." Gu Cheng shot Jiang Yichuan a meaningful look. Jiang Yichuan went along with it. "Yes, Ah Sheng. After Ah Cheng told me about the play, I found myself quite interested and would like to see it. Since we're all free tonight, let's just go together." "That works. Let me ask Ming Gu." Mi Sheng didn't think it was a big deal. Mi Sheng stepped aside to call Deng Weiming. Gu Cheng pouted and pulled Jiang Yichuan aside. "Why is Ming Gu so close with Ah Sheng? It's just one night off, and he's already made plans to go out with her again. Ming Gu is the subject of Ah Sheng's latest feature interview, so it makes sense she wants to spend more time with him to get to know him better. Besides, it's obvious there's nothing between them. If there were, Ah Sheng wouldn't let us tag along." Jiang Yichuan analyzed for Gu Cheng. "Ah Sheng said she was only a fan of mine, but she clearly likes Ming Gu a lot too." Gu Cheng's heart was in turmoil. Two little voices fighting inside him. One told him this was just normal friendship with no romantic undertones. The other insisted that their closeness meant something, and regardless of anything else, he was simply jealous. Mi Sheng finished her call and walked back over. Ming Gu said he's fine with it. "So let's all go together." On the way, Jiang Yichuan reminded Gu Cheng, "Ah Cheng, don't let your feelings show in front of Ming Gu. Keep all that emotion off your face." "I know. Do you think I'm that dumb?" Gu Cheng had inexplicable confidence in himself. Jiang Yichuan nodded helplessly. "You are? How could you not be? Every time it comes to Ah Sheng, you lose every bit of your intelligence." The dinner was held at the same place where Mi Sheng and Deng Weiming had eaten last time. Last time Mi Sheng had intended to treat, but she ended up drinking too much and Deng Weiming had to pay in the end. Today she said she wanted to make up for it, and insisted on coming back here to eat once more with her footing the bill. As soon as they sat down, Deng Weiming teased her, Sheng, this restaurant isn't cheap. You can't get drunk and skip out on the bill again today. Mi Sheng retorted playfully. Mingo, last time I risked my life to keep you company and drank with you. How is that skipping out on the bill? Deng Weiming chuckled, continuing to tease her. Anyway, none of us are drinking today. We're all just waiting for you to pay. Mi Sheng laughed too. Then Mingo, you're not allowed to order anything too expensive. If you do, I'll say I need to go to the restroom and then make a run for it. Listening to their familiar banter, Gu Cheng felt a pang of jealousy. Wasn't Sheng closest to him in the team? How could he not be her best friend? He knew it was wrong to have such thoughts, but he simply couldn't control them. Jiang Ichuan joined in the laughter. Sheng, I'm not one to stand on ceremony. Since you're treating today, you might as well splurge a bit. I didn't even eat lunch, just to save room for this meal. Gu Cheng quickly chimed in, afraid of being left out. I want to eat a lot too. Seeing Mi Sheng about to hand him the menu, he hastily said, Sheng, I won't look at the menu. Just order some of my favorite dishes for me. No problem. Holding the menu, Mi Sheng began rattling off dishes to the waiter, many of which were Gu Cheng's favorites. Gu Cheng's heart began to flutter with joy. Sheng remembers what I like. He had deliberately asked her to order for him, hoping to prove that she cared about him and knew his preferences. Jiang Ichuan, seeing through Gu Cheng's little scheme, found it incredibly childish. He scooted his chair closer to Deng Weiming, wanting to distance himself from this zone of low intelligence lest he get infected. After finishing their meal, the group went to see a play. Mi Sheng stopped by the flower shop next to the theater to buy 2 bouquets, explaining to Deng Weiming and Jiang Ichuan that they were for her friends, as 2 of the actors in the play were her close acquaintances. 2 bouquets of perfume lilies, Mi Sheng told the florist. Perfume lilies again. It seemed Sheng really liked them. Gu Cheng secretly noted this preference. The play began the same one as last time. One would think that Gu Cheng, being so restless, wouldn't enjoy sitting in the same theater watching the same play twice in such a short time. But he was just as captivated this time. It was indeed a classic, and the actors' performances were utterly compelling. After the play, Mi Sheng went up to present the flowers. Chu Mei was delighted to see her and gave her a warm hug. By the time Mi Sheng returned, the actors' curtain call was over. Mi Sheng was about to head back when Deng Weiming suddenly asked, Sheng, the actress who played Kong Shunzi is your friend, isn't she? Yes, she is, Mi Sheng said proudly. How is she, Mingo? She played the part well, didn't she? She was truly excellent. I'd like to meet her if that's all right. Deng Weiming was captivated by the actress's charm on stage. Of course. But if you see her after she's taken off her stage makeup, you'll be in for a big surprise, Mi Sheng said, leaving the reason a mystery. She texted Su Yiji and Chu Mei saying she'd wait for them at the back door of the theater and inviting them out for a late-night snack. Su Yiji and Chu Mei came out after removing their makeup. Deng Weiming didn't recognize Chu Mei at first glance. It wasn't until Mi Sheng introduced them that he realized she was the actress from the stage. He also understood why Mi Sheng said he'd be surprised. Chu Mei was stunningly beautiful. So much so that she didn't look like a woman who had endured oppression and hardship in the old era yet remained resilient and diligent. But with makeup on, she could portray such a character so vividly. This is Ming Gu Deng Weiming. Chu, he saw your performance and really loved it. Mi Sheng introduced them. And this is Jiang Ichuan. I don't need to introduce Gu Cheng, we all met last time. Hello, I've seen your matches. You're all very skilled. Chu Mei greeted everyone gracefully. Since they had all eaten a hearty dinner, no one was particularly hungry for a late-night snack, and the 2 actors didn't eat much either. So they just ordered some tea and sat around chatting. Miss Chu, your performance was magnificent. On stage, I felt like the Kong Shunzi from Lao Shi's writing had come to life. Deng Weiming continued to praise Chu Mei's acting. Thank you. Chu Mei smiled happily. As an accomplished actress, she had received countless compliments and should be used to it by now, but she still felt a surge of excitement when praised for her craft. Offstage, I can't connect you with Kong Shunzi at all. Deng Weiming hesitated for a moment before adding, you're very beautiful. Chu Mei was taken aback by his directness. Though surprised, she thanked him graciously. Mi Sheng was also a bit surprised. Deng Weiming was always so mature and composed, she rarely saw him hesitant or shy. But today he had clearly hesitated and blushed before offering that compliment. She felt like she had caught a glimpse of a budding affection. As they chatted casually, Su Yiji suddenly remembered a recent news story about Zhao Yuan and Deng Weiming reuniting as a doubles pair, so he asked offhandedly, Mingo, are you and Zhao Yuan going to compete in the doubles event at next year's World Championships? Mi Sheng pursed her lips. Su Yiji was still the same, saying whatever came to mind without considering the consequences. Anyone could tell from the last news article that Deng Weiming would be upset if he read it, yet he had to bring it up at this moment. We haven't decided yet whether to return to doubles and compete as partners, Deng Weiming said calmly, without any sign of anger. I really enjoy watching you 2 play doubles. Your tactical coordination is flawless. When you play together, it's like you're sharing a single mind, Su Yiji said, not sensing any issue with the topic and continuing on. Mingo, the fans really hope you 2 will team up again for doubles. I'm old and I've had injuries. I shouldn't hold my partner back anymore. Deng Weiming said this so flatly, as if he were discussing what to have for breakfast, But Mi Sheng Gucheng and Jiang Yichuan felt a heavy weight in their chests upon hearing it. Chu Mei also sensed the deep bitterness and helplessness hidden in his words. She refilled his teacup and said, Minggu, our play actually has a profound message. It's not just a critique of the old era but also contains many life philosophies. Deng Weiming listened to her quietly.